When the soul of a modern man from the 21st century merges into the frail body of a Hong Kong island refugee from the 1950s, what is the very first sensation he feels upon awakening? Is it shock, confusion, wild elation, bewilderment? No. For Yi Bonghua, the most intense and instinctive thought that surged up the moment he woke was only this: stay calm. Boss Shrimp, this pretty boy seems to have passed out. What do we do with him? There are plenty like him in the walled city. Toss him on the trash heap. Ugh. Aye. Damn, he actually still has a breath in him. Xiaobao, hurry up and finish him off with the cart. Okay. It was as if a blunt weapon had smashed down on his skull several times. His already muddled thoughts were scattered once more. Yi Bonghua felt cold seep through his entire body. He could not even move his little finger. Overwhelming exhaustion and pain gnawed away at the last shreds of his reason. Blood flowed ceaselessly, blurring his vision, while a bitter dryness spread through his mouth. A little fish about to die of thirst thinks of returning to the sea with desperate longing. A man on the brink of death can only think with equal desperation of why he cannot live just a little longer. Cough, 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 cough. The sharp, stinging taste of saline solution suddenly burst across his tongue. Almost at the same time, an anxious yet slightly youthful voice shouted nearby. When Yi Bonghua opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was a young face the color of dark soy sauce looming over him. You cough, cough. Yao you. Where am I? It was an uncanny sensation. Yi Bonghua was certain he had never known this dark-skinned youth who stood by the bed with a face full of anxiety, yet he called out the young man's name without a second thought. Strangely, his mind felt no resistance at all. The piercing pain in his skull forced several sharp breaths from him. When he raised his head again, he finally realized that he was in an old, run-down clinic so shabby it made one want to rant in disbelief. Needles and bottles of saline strewn together at random, most medicine bottles, so worn their labels were unreadable, the walls blackened to a dull sheen that spoke of some cruel, grim past. Boss, are you feeling better? From the start I told you not to go do patrol duty at Lon Ko Chung's big stall. Now look at this mess. After paying the medical fees, we brothers will be living on thin air tonight. Enough, shut up. The dark-skinned youth truly seemed to have the makings of a stand-up comic. Ever since Yi Bonghua had woken, he had been rattling on, listing every way in which his big brother had been in the wrong. At the side, Dr. Huang Lu, the unlicensed traditional physician, peered over thick reading glasses at them, then dismissed them with a glance, and bent once more over his handwritten prescription, utterly unconcerned with the brothers' bickering. Perhaps realizing that scolding his own elder brother in front of an outsider was shameful, or perhaps cowed by the sudden oppressive aura his brother exuded, the dark-skinned youth snorted and fell silent. Yi Bonghua tried to get up from the bed and leave, only to discover how mad that idea was. His entire body was swathed in bandages, his skull still throbbed from the concussion, and it felt as if his left arm and the ribs on his right side were fractured as well. You'll only suffer if you keep up appearances. Let me. Unable to bear watching his brother grit his teeth and pretend to be strong, the dark-skinned youth hurried over to support him. Even so, Yi Bonghua could still see the lingering resentment and confusion in his brother's eyes. The moment they stepped out of that private clinic, cramped and twisted like a pig's small intestine inside a pig's large intestine, the fierce sunlight fell full upon his face. Its warmth calmed Yi Bonghua's chaotic thoughts a little. At the very least, he could feel that he was truly alive. This was no half-dead illusion, no prank played by some immortal being. Yi Bonghua laughed, and laughed from the heart. Even when the motion tugged at a wound on his face that felt ready to split open again, he kept on laughing. Seeing this, Yi Bonghua only felt that something was off. He kept thinking his elder brother had somehow changed after waking, but he could not say exactly how. Before he could ponder further, his stomach growled loudly in protest. So loud that even Yi Bonghua, basking in the joy of his rebirth, noticed. Remembering how his little brother had spent their entire month's food money on Dr. Huang Lu to save him, a pang of guilt rose in Yi Bonghua's heart. He was just about to speak when, ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully being reborn. The current time is January 2nd, 1950, 9:48 a.m. In a parallel world, the ultimate desire system from the Z-Way universe is now officially activated. Host, please claim your Rebirth starter pack as soon as possible. Should you have any questions, you may consult this system at any time. Due to encountering a temporal turbulence during the journey through time and space with the host, this system has suffered minor malfunctions and is now initiating emergency repair procedures. Please review all information concerning the system on your own. This system must enter a 12-hour hibernation to carry out self-repairs. A system? A cheat? A terrifying yet exhilarating thought flashed through his mind. Yi Bonghua finally understood why he had traveled from the 21st century to Hong Kong in 1950. His face remained unreadable, but within a roar thundered to the heavens. 25 years of pent-up, stifled life had been exchanged for an extraordinary rebirth. What a monumental gift this was. The traffic-choked streets, the passers-by in all manner of clothing, the filthy, fetid gutters, the tightly packed wooden shacks that blocked out the sky. Taking in everything before his eyes, Yi Bonghua felt no confusion or disappointment, only a fierce, burgeoning ambition that blazed to the extreme. Big brother, big brother, big brother. HM. Yao, I'm fine. Come on, let's go eat fragrant meat. Huh. At the mention of fragrant meat, Yi Bangyao could not help swallowing a mouthful of drool, but he quickly froze. How could the two of them possibly have money to eat fragrant meat now? Big brother, did they knock your brains loose? We don't have any money. Yi Banghua gave a mysterious little smile, just as his former self would have, and whispered, I have a way, into his younger brother Yi Banyao's ear before tugging him toward a mutton shop about 500 meters ahead. Stepping inside, he saw at a glance that everyone daring to eat fragrant meat here belonged without exception to the neighborhood's moneyed class, either gangsters or highway robbers. They wore gaudy, colorful shirts, some had daggers tucked at their waists, others hatchets strapped to their belts. On certain wooden tables, packets of glaringly white powder were laid out in the open for all to see, and a few addicts were already snorting it right there. Well, isn't this Brother Hua the one who went to do patrol duty at Lon Ko Chung's big stall? What's this? Brother Hua is back already. Screw you, cheap mouth, chow, shut it. My big brother doesn't need you commenting on his business. Damn you, Yi Laoyao, what are you acting so tough for, eh? I heard from a friend that he saw your big brother being tossed into a garbage heap by Lon Ko Chung's underlings this morning, and they even gave him a few extra whacks with a hammer. Tisk TSK, so this counts as making it big now. Laughter erupted. Sometimes you do not seek trouble, trouble comes to find you. No sooner had Yi Banghua and his younger brother stepped into the mutton shop than a tall man appeared dressed like a Shanghai Green Gang hoodlum from some 1920s or 1930s film, his face thickly coated in powder. With a strange mocking lilt, he sneered about how the original Yi could not resist the lure of high pay and had willingly followed Lon Ko Chung's men to do patrol duty. So-called patrol duty meant serving as an enforcer, pacing back and forth inside a special venue, keeping order and preventing trouble. If any outside force came to cause trouble, those on patrol had to risk their lives in the fight. For that reason, within a big stall, usually a gambling house, weapons like triangular files, watermelon knives, butcher's blades, scrapers, water pipes, and bicycle chains were essential, always kept at hand in case of emergency. The original Yi had wanted to rise above the masses, but in Hong Kong of the 1950s his options were few. Entering some society and serving as a lackey under a local boss was among the most common paths. Both Yi Banghua and his younger brother Yi Bangyao were undocumented. 3 years earlier they had fled from the mainland to Hong Kong and had only survived this long by relying on support from fellow villagers. Without walking the crooked path, they would not have survived at all. In chaotic times, everyone understood what it meant to live in the cracks. In his previous life, Yi Banghua had been a model youth raised under the red flag. Yet since he had been reborn into 1950s Hong Kong, he swiftly adjusted his stance. Staying alive was what mattered most. There was a sharp sound. A streak of dazzling white flashed before everyone's eyes. In the next instant, they stared stupefied and horrified. Without a trace of hesitation, Yi Banghua had slashed open the heavily made-up corner of the effeminate man's eye, then drove the knife hard into the muddy floor. His calloused right hand clamped around the effeminate man's slender neck as he said, "Friends of the Jianghu, my brother and I are hungry. Would you be so kind as to treat us to a meal of fragrant meat?" At these words, the gangsters who had followed the effeminate man here to eat fragrant meat all turned pale. No matter how they tried, they could not fathom how the previously timid and cowardly Yi Banghua had transformed so suddenly into someone entirely different, radiating a danger scarcely distinguishable from that of a wild beast. When their gazes met his brutal, bloodthirsty eyes, a chill ran through their hearts. They wanted to shout threats to tell him to let the effeminate man go at once, but when the words reached their lips, nothing came out. Only then did they realize that their bodies had gone stiff. Fear had stolen their voices and even their ability to move. "Whoa, big brother, this fragrant meat smells amazing." Once this fragrant meat starts rolling in the pot, even immortals can't keep their footing. Eat as much as you can. The so-called mutton shop was in truth a place that hung a sheep's head while selling dog meat. The shop's real nature was laid bare by the thick aroma of fragrant meat, mingling with all kinds of hot pot spices and drifting endlessly out into the street. Strangely, passers-by upon looking in saw two young men crouched on a long bench like a pair of mutts cradling rooster bulls as they used their chopsticks to fish up chunks of fragrant meat and stuff them into their mouths as if they had been starving their whole lives. Not far away in a shadowed corner, a group of bruised and swollen loafers squatted together, staring at the two eaters with fear in their eyes. Yi Bangyao had no idea why his big brother had become so fierce after waking up from that sleep. He only knew that as long as his elder brother Yi Banghua was there, even if they had to charge up a mountain of blades or cross a sea of flames, he had nothing to fear, because his big brother Yi Banghua would always be the one charging in front. To describe a so-called mutton shop as blood-reeking was not an exaggeration. Yet what struck the passing pedestrians as the strangest of all was the broken planks and smashed benches strewn under the feet of the Yi brothers. The shopkeeper looked as if he could weep without tears. Who dared cripple my darling treasure? Crack. Boss, he looked at him. No, my dear, I'm coming to save you. Brothers, move. Come with me and cripple those two brothers. Charge. Just as the brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao were eating with relish, a gang of hooligans suddenly appeared from Waknoshire, brandishing steel rods, watermelon knives, rasps, and other weapons. They charged forward shouting for the Yi brothers to release that so-called sissy. From their few shouted words, Yi Banghua gathered that this so-called sissy seemed to be the dearly beloved treasure of some boss within the walled city. However, before this gang of hooligans could get within arm's reach of the two brothers, Yi Banghua lifted his head slightly and curled his lip into a smile. He snatched up the watermelon knife stuck in the ground, and with a move like a tiger descending the mountain, smashed the knife hilt into the face of the thug at the very front. Then flipping the blade, he swung the back of the knife hard against the man's skull. With a clang, the hooligan collapsed unconscious. At this moment, Yi Banghua seemed to have transformed into a boxer fighting with a watermelon knife in hand. After efficiently and precisely knocking out the few hooligans at the front, he clenched his left hand into a fist and gripped the slightly slick handle of the knife with his right, blade opening the way, fist hammering down behind, each strike landing its mark. Even Yi Bangyao, whom his big brother had ordered to stay calm for now, felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and shock as he watched Yi Banghua charge in and out of the crowd again and again. Was this really the same weak and frail big brother he used to know? Had he been possessed by Lord Guan himself? It was not only his younger brother Yi Bangyao who felt this way. The residents of the walled city long used to street brawls were equally dumbfounded to see the previously cowardly Yi Banghua, who once would not even squeak after being slapped, suddenly turned so ferocious. Some busybody even started a makeshift betting pool on the spot, wagering on how long it would take Yi Banghua to knock down the remaining hooligans. The two special abilities, X-ray vision and infinite stamina, were part of the Rebirth starter pack Yi Banghua received after activating the ultimate desire system. As for X-ray vision, as the name suggested, whenever Yi Banghua used it on someone, his eyes would blaze with pure golden light, as if two liquid crystal displays had appeared in his gaze. On those screens, all the information about the selected target would be listed along with their fatal weaknesses and the fastest way to bring them down. Infinite stamina meant that within a reasonable range, Yi Banghua could exert power far beyond his physical limits without suffering any permanent muscle damage. However, using either X-ray vision or infinite stamina required payment and lifespan. Each time Yi Banghua activated one of these abilities, he had to pay the ultimate desire system 1 day of his life. It was worth noting that a day, as defined by the ultimate desire system, was not the 24 hours of earthly time, but rather 1 day in the cosmic calendar of the Z-Way universe, amounting to 1,024 hours. After being completely remodeled by the ultimate desire system, Yi Banghua currently possessed a total lifespan of 101 years. Here, years also meant cosmic years. 1 cosmic year equaled 1,024 cosmic days. In theory, within this timeline, Yi Banghua could outlive the vast majority of people. But the price of using any special ability bestowed by the ultimate desire system was always lifespan. If he wanted to extend his life, Yi Banghua could only rely on drawing life-extending treasures from the system's ultimate wheel. Having been granted a second life, Yi Banghua could not bear to repeat the fate of his previous existence, ruining his body for a few scraps of silver only to die in agony on a sickbed staring up at a spotless white ceiling. What a life of despair and regret that had been. TSK. This time Rottenmouth Chong really misjudged. Forget Rottenmouth Chong. Remember what the Yi brothers used to be like. And look at what the Yi brothers are now. From here on out, there'll be storms brewing in this walled city again. Rottenmouth Chong was a refugee who had fled from the mainland to Hong Kong a few years back. Not long after settling in the walled city, his gambling addiction burned through all his family's savings. With no way out, he sent his pair of twin virgin daughters to become concubines to a local boss known as Brother Bao. Using that connection, he paid off his gambling debts, and then left the walled city with 10,000 Hong Kong dollars to open a gambling stall in Wan Chai. By now, he was a well-known figure in Hong Kong's underworld. Aside from the regular tribute money he handed over to Brother Bao, the remaining profits were more than enough for Rottenmouth Chong to take 2 new concubines, live in a Western-style house, and keep foreign dogs. The brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao were from the same hometown as Rottenmouth Chong. A few days earlier, upon hearing that his gambling stall needed a new batch of floor men, the former Yi Banghua had taken the job purely for the money. And the result? Perhaps the former Yi Banghua had been too naive, or perhaps Rottenmouth Chong had been too cunning. This new batch of floor men turned out to be cannon fodder. Rottenmouth Chong had clashed several times with another gambling stall run by Hakka people in the same district over customers. To divide up their territory, he sat down with the Hakka stall owner and agreed that each side would recruit a batch of newcomers from outside to fight on a life-and-death stage. Whichever side had more survivors would have the right to speak. Under such terms, how could the malnourished former Yi Banghua possibly defeat the temporary fighters recruited by the Hakka stall men who had actually trained in martial arts? There were a dozen or so cannon fodder like his former self who were beaten to cripples on that stage. In the end, they were all tossed onto a garbage heap as worthless trash. The former Yi Banghua had still clung to a single breath of life, intending to drag his broken body back to the walled city to see his younger brother Yi Bangyao one last time. Unexpectedly, he had underestimated Rottenmouth Chang's underlings. Human hearts are unfathomable. When the two minions tasked with disposing of the cannon fodder discovered he was still breathing, they steeled themselves and finished him off. Precisely because of this, Yi Banghua's soul had the chance to seize the original owner's body and be reborn. The ultimate desire system was the lifeline he had instinctively grasped in the darkness. Only after waking did he learn the origin of the system and the basics of how it operated and understand that his rebirth was inextricably tied to it. After eating roughly 10 jin of fragrant meat, Yi Banghua felt power surging through his whole body and a pleasant warmth in his abdomen. Using X-ray vision to examine his insides, he discovered that his stomach and intestines were digesting nearly 10 times faster than those of an ordinary person, and the residual waste was only about 1/10 of normal. No wonder he had felt so hungry after fighting that gang of hooligans. Do you still want to fight? Or perhaps you'd rather send someone back to call for more reinforcements? My brother and I will be right here waiting for you. You've been hiding your strength all along. Well, in this life it never hurts to keep a few cards up your sleeve. Fine. I'll admit you brothers are impressive. This time I've lost. I'll take my man and leave, and 30,000 Hong Kong dollars will serve as compensation to you two as an apology. From now on we mind our own business and stay out of each other's way. How about it? No problem. I'm more than happy to settle it on those terms. To beat someone up and still walk away with money in hand. Such a stroke of luck was something Yi Banghua would never have dared dream of in his previous life. Then again, remembering that he had been reborn into Hong Kong of the 1950s, he suspected that encounters like this would keep coming one after another. GG Great Master. See, can I join you? Everyone fears us two brothers, yet you aren't afraid. You even dare approach us willingly. Inside the dilapidated mutton shop, brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao feasted heartily. They had assumed no fool would dare disturb them, until a gaunt, trembling man whom they privately dubbed Fried Dough Stick Sue stepped over a large, nearly congealed pool of blood on the floor and collapsed to his knees beside Yi Banghua, stammering, "Great Master, spare me. Great Master, spare me." His sudden appearance stirred Yi Banghua's curiosity and confusion. In the original host's memories, there was no trace of this man. Physically, he was emaciated, easily overpowered not only by the system-enhanced Yi Banghua, but even by the original host, whose build was solid, approximately 175,178 centimeters tall. His younger brother Yi Bangyao stood at nearly the same height, a result of their parents' favorable genetics. Before their family's ruin and descent into refugee life, the brothers had enjoyed a modest bourgeois upbringing, preserving their skeletal integrity, though years of malnutrition had taken a six. What sort of fellow are you? Yi Banghua glanced askance, then looked away, treating the moment as mere idle amusement. His brother Yi Bangyao too seemed mildly surprised, wondering why his elder brother had even bothered to ask. He said nothing, resuming his vigorous assault on steaming fragrant mutton. To the kneeling Fried Dough Stick Sue, that single question sounded like celestial music, prompting him to answer with a mixture of terror and elation. GG Great Master. My name is Fried Dough Stick Sue. I grew up in the Kowloon walled city. I know this place inside out. Hearing that he hailed from the walled city piqued Yi Banghua's interest. If his memory served, official identity documentation was obtainable there, but the business was monopolized by powerful local tycoons. For a figure like Brother Bao, procuring 2 legitimate Hong Kong identity cards for the brothers would be little more than a casual request. Yet for Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, such a trivial favor had become an insurmountable obstacle. The Kowloon walled city was a historical anomaly, a lawless enclave beyond the jurisdiction of British Hong Kong authorities. Its residents were effectively undocumented, ghosts in the eyes of the state. Yi Banghua could not remain one forever. Unlike underworld magnates such as Brother Bao, he still upheld a relatively uncorrupted moral compass. Yi Banghua resolved to secure legal identities for himself and his brother. His plan unfolded in 3 stages. First, find a reliable channel to obtain legitimate documentation. Second, relocate outside the walled city. Third, apply for recruitment as a new police officer. At the heart of all 3 objectives lay a single indispensable element: money, and no small sum at that. A single application for a uniformed constable position demanded at least HK100. Under a stringent examiner, it could climb to HK300. Fortunately, the brothers held HK300 in compensation money, enough to enter the Hong Kong police force at its lowest rank. What remained was navigating the necessary backroom arrangements. A swift, one-sided brawl had left an indelible impression upon Fried Dough Stick Sue, a wiry native of the walled city. In his eyes, Yi Banghua instantly ascended to the status of a long-sought deity. After agonizing hesitation, he finally knelt before the brothers, begging to become their henchman. A henchman, Yi Banghua harbored no aversion to leveraging the underground rules of Hong Kong to sustain himself and his brother. In a realm where order frayed at the edges, moral boundaries inevitably softened. Such pragmatism was not compromise but necessity. You said your name is Fried Dough Stick Sue. Yes. Great Master. Fried dough stick Su possessed a long, square face, like that of a horse, and his jet-black, darting eyes lent him an air of shrewd caution, though it was perhaps only illusion. Stand up. Let me have a look. Yes, great master. Whoa, truly a human bamboo pole. Yi Banghua hadn't noticed earlier, but once Fried dough stick Su rose, he realized the man stood remarkably tall, roughly 188 centimeters, as if he'd been dosed with growth hormone. Excellent. Tall and sturdy, just a bit lean. Come sit down and share the feast. Yes. Thank you, great master. Thank you, great master. Though granted permission to join the brothers at the hot pot table, Fried dough stick Su knew his place. He dared not eat with their unrestrained gusto. Instead, he nibbled cautiously, bite by careful bite. His deference amused both Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, who promptly dispensed with formalities. They ordered the shop's cowed owner and waiter to slice 10 fresh plates of mutton and 10 of yellow beef, then dump them directly into the clay pot. Fried dough stick Su, I need to ask you about a few things. Great master, please, ask anything. I'll hold nothing back. Sit down, sit down. At the dinner table, speak to us as equals, not as if addressing overlords. With a wave, Yi Banghua gestured for the startled man to resume his seat, then offered his signature smile. As he spooned dipping sauce into his bowl, he began questioning Fried dough stick Su. First about the walled city's power brokers, then about the colonial government's newly implemented first-generation identity registration policy just beyond its walls. According to Fried dough stick Su, the walled city teemed with factions, its hierarchy dominated by a handful of apex tycoons, while beneath them swarmed countless petty operators who couldn't distinguish ally from enemy. Alliances shifted like smoke, betrayal was second nature. The most notorious among them was Brother Bao. Brother Bao wielded formidable influence, commanding over 500 henchmen. 2 years prior, he had seized a cache of finely crafted American firearms from remnants of the retreating nationalist forces. Rumor held that he also maintained discreet financial ties with certain colonial officials. Within Hong Kong's narrow domain, he was undeniably a titan, the supreme overlord of the walled city. Yi Banghua cared little for such urban legends. What truly mattered was whether alternative pathways existed to resolve his and his brother's undocumented status. Sensing his master's disinterest, Fried dough stick Su ventured timidly. Great master, are you seeking to resolve your ghost status? Oh, do you Fried dough stick Su possess? Yi Banghua raised an eyebrow, surprised, then candidly laid out his intentions. Fried dough stick Su nodded, comprehension dawning, and with a faint knowing smile leaned close to whisper confidentially into both masters' ears. Great masters, others may lack such access, but I Fried dough stick Su do possess it. Though the cost. How much do you require, Fried dough stick Su? Securing 2 legitimate identity cards from colonial authorities posed no great technical difficulty, yet the requisite bribes were steep. Fried dough stick Su hesitated, then slowly raised 2 fingers. 200. Or 2,000. 2,000. TSS. Elder brother, aren't these identity papers absurdly expensive? Brother Yao, 2,000 is nothing. We'll proceed. Fried dough stick Su, tomorrow noon sharp, wait for us at the mutton shop. Should you fail to appear on time, I guarantee your entire family will never sleep soundly again. Great master, rest assured, I'll be there without fail. Yi Banghua clapped his younger brother Yi Bangyao on the shoulder, his decision sealed. Yi Bangyao did not understand why his elder brother would spend HK0 on what appeared to be worthless scraps of paper. Yet having made his choice, Yi Banghua required no further justification. Yi Bangyao simply obeyed. By the way, brother Yao, once we leave the walled city, expenses will mount quickly. That HK3000 won't last long. Tonight we'll visit Elder Xie's gambling den, play a few rounds, earn some pocket money. After Fried dough stick Su departed, inspiration struck Yi Banghua, delivering another quiet, calculated surprise to his brother. Yi Bangyao offered no protest. He trusted his elder brother's judgment implicitly. Big brother, should we go directly to thank Big Boss Xie? Will his people chase us away? What's there to fear? We're just going there to have some fun. Can Big Boss Xie really skin us alive? Yi Banghua didn't pay much attention to his brother Yi Banjiao's worries. Though the establishment in the city was essentially a territory of local tyrants with numerous guards, not every guard possessed extraordinary skills comparable to Bruce Lee. Most of them were just there to make a living, and today he had easily defeated a dozen gangsters in front of the lamb shop. This impressive feat had long been known by Big Boss Xie, a seasoned player in the city. Regardless of the reasons, unless absolutely necessary, Big Boss Xie would not provoke 2 skilled fugitives. Interesting. I had no idea such a capable young man had emerged in the city. Master Bao, it's only natural that you, being so busy, wouldn't know about these minor characters. However, if you're interested in this young brother, how about I send someone to invite him and his brother over, just to meet? Well, never mind. I've been preoccupied with business discussions with esteemed guests from the South Seas these past few days. We can deal with such trivial matters later. On the southern hillside of the city, there was an unremarkable 3-story building. Upon entering the lobby, one could see a large painting of a fierce tiger descending a mountain hanging in the center. Sitting beneath it was a middle-aged man in a black tang suit, playing with 2 smooth stones in his hand. His eyes, as bright as lanterns, sparkled with a hint of mischief as he dismissed the earlier suggestion, though he probably felt differently inside. He was not known for his fashion sense. Indeed, he didn't have the qualifications to concern himself with attire. However, Yi Banghua paid great attention to his personal appearance. As the saying goes, a person relies on their attire just as a horse relies on its saddle. Wearing a dignified outfit often earned him superficial courtesy, avoiding the embarrassment of being chased away upon entering. The first rule for men's formal attire: 1. Jacket mandarin collar, front opening reaching the abdomen, sleeves reaching the wrist, openings at the sides and back, made of silk, linen, cotton, and wool, and black, with 5 buttons. 2. Robe mandarin collar with right flap reaching 2 inches above the ankles, sleeves matching those of the jacket, openings at the sides made of silk, linen, cotton, and wool, and blue, with 6 buttons. 3. Hat winter style with a slightly oval soft top, made of silk and wool and black. Summer style with a slightly oval hard top, made of straw and white. 4. Shoes made of silk, cotton, wool, or leather and black. These are the regulations for men's formal attire set by the government during the Republic of China. In simple terms, it consists of a deep blue long robe and a black jacket. Yi Banghua was not fond of such styles. Arriving at the best tailor in the city, Chengji, Yi Banghua spoke to the master in a very professional tone about a common style worn by a comic artist from a European country: a flat round hat, with an adjustable brim, soft shoes, with decorative patterns made of matte suede, a gray flannel suit paired with a coffee-colored shirt, and plaid fabric interwoven, with gray-black and gray-white stripes with red and blue lines, Welsh check. A look frequently donned by the Duke of Windsor in the 1920s to 1930s. How are you trying to make things difficult for this old man? How could my little shop possibly obtain such expensive fabric? Master Long, I believe you have suitable materials. I need to see 2 Welsh check suits and 2 pairs of handmade leather shoes by tonight. Here is 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, count it. If it falls short, I'll make it up when I come tonight. If there's extra, consider it a tip for you and your apprentices. TSK, TSK, TSK. Once you find success, Ahua, be careful, the waters in the city are deep. Thank you for the reminder, Master Long. Oh, I will. Once successful, the petty become rampant. Yi Banghua was not the type to forget himself upon gaining superpowers. He believed that his brother Yi Bangyao was the same. However, the reason for preparing a Welsh check suit for both himself and his brother was that he intended to leave after tonight. Once they left the city, their outward appearance must not lose face. It was better to be prepared. As the owner of Chengji and a veteran in the clothing industry for over 30 years, Master Long appeared to be a kind-hearted traditional Chinese elder. Having lived in the city for 10 years, he could see through Yi Banghua, who was a fierce tiger at heart, delicately sniffing roses. Once he seized the opportunity to leave the city and venture out, it would be a natural progression. Master Long's skills were indeed exceptional. When Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao returned to Chengji around 7 p.m., donning the Welsh check suits and handmade leather shoes, Master Long and his apprentices almost believed the brothers were 2 young masters from a prestigious family. Walking on the muddy dirt road, Yi Bangyao appeared calm, while Yi Banghua could hardly wait to show off his new outfit to the world. This new suit was quite expensive, 1,500 Hong Kong dollars, which at the time was nearly equivalent to 15 months' salary for an ordinary police officer. In 1950, the monthly salary for a police officer was 120 Hong Kong dollars. Wearing a dragon robe doesn't make you a prince. These brothers just had good luck. Oh no. If you have the ability, go find Master Long for a suit too. You've. The discussions from the neighbors continued, but Yi Banghua paid little heed to these sour grapes. Just a bunch of petty people. However, Yi Bangyao did not possess his elder brother's miraculous experiences and could not yet reach the realm of treating light as heavy and heavy as light. To others, it seemed like a stark reflection of a monkey wearing a crown. Suppressing the nausea brought on by the filthy surroundings, Yi Banghua didn't want the dirt to soil his newly donned suit, and urged his brother, Yi Bangyao, to hurry through the narrow uphill path littered with chicken, duck, and dog droppings. Around 8 p.m., the 2 brothers arrived at a tent with no sign, surrounded by wooden beams and nylon ropes. Inside, it was bustling with voices, and the dim yellow lights flickered, illuminating the frenzied expressions of gamblers. Additionally, Yi Banghua caught a faint whiff of blood in the air, likely from a gambler who had lost everything and had to repay debts with fingers or toes. This was the true reality of the city. Oh, Fangzi, you're the one overseeing the scene here tonight. Brother Hua, Brother Yao, good evening. Yes, it's me, and Ah Fei, watching the front door tonight. To be a doorman at a big establishment, one doesn't necessarily have to be tall and strong, but one must be able to take a beating. Fang Zhong and Zhong Ho, who looked rather ordinary, probably didn't even reach 170 centimeters, but they were somewhat known in the city because they had once fought barehanded against a dozen burly men around 180 centimeters tall and emerged victorious. Fang Zhong and Zhong Ho had also escaped from the provincial capital of Guangzhou. With many mouths to feed at home, they initially wanted to apply to be police officers to support their family. However, they failed to gather enough gifts for the interviewers and returned to the city to work as doormen at the big establishment. Despite looking like 70-year-old men, Fang Zhong and Zhong Ho were only 17, even younger than the brothers. Their aging appearance was due to their time spent working on boats under the sun and wind, which accelerated the aging of their faces. When Fang Zhong and Zhong Ho saw Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao again, they were shocked to find the brothers wearing new suits. They felt a surge of envy as they looked down at the Camel brand cigarettes that Yi Banghua offered them, hesitating to take them. A single Camel cigarette isn't cheap. How could ordinary folks afford to smoke that? Moreover, they had heard of Yi Banghua and Yi Banjiao's fierce exploits, having taken down a dozen gangsters armed with weapons in front of the lamb shop. Now it seemed that it was indeed true, creating a subtle distance between them. Not bad. You two have made it to the position of doormen. Come have a try. Just bought some Camel's authentic foreign goods. What? Not accepting. Have you forgotten us, brothers? No. Brother Hua, please don't misunderstand. It's just, we've never smoked such good cigarettes. That's just nonsense. With Brother Hua around, you'll be able to smoke Camels every day. Come on, take them. Fei, don't be polite. Forcing 2 Camel cigarettes into the hands of Fang Zhong and Zhong Ho, Yi Banghua struck a match, lit their cigarettes first, and then lit his own cigarette with the remaining flame. The strong stimulation made him feel invigorated. Smoke swirled around him, and the other guards on watch also noticed the arrival of the Yi brothers and dared not be careless, immediately slipping into a small wooden house behind the tent, presumably to report to the boss of this big establishment. Fangzi, Fei, this pack of Camels is for you. My brother and I are going in to have some fun. This. Brother Hua, this is too precious. We can't accept it. We're all from the same hometown. Are you going to quibble over a pack of cigarettes? Take it. If I say take it, just take it. Then. Thank you, Brother Hua and Brother Yao. A pack of Camel cigarettes could sell for $100 in the city. So generously giving it away, Yi Banghua didn't mind, though it left Fang Zhong and Zhong Ho both shocked and deeply impressed by Yi Banghua's character. However, seeing Fang Zhong and Zhong Hao's grateful expressions, Yi Bangyao struggled to suppress his laughter, for this pack of Camel cigarettes was actually loot that his elder brother had scavenged from a group of gangsters earlier that day, with some blood still on it. Aren't those the Yi brothers? What are they doing here? Are they going to cause trouble? What's there to be worried about? There are over a dozen guards here, most of whom have seen blood. No matter how wild or fierce these two brothers are, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble at Big Boss Xie's establishment. Otherwise, it would be a matter of whether they could see the sun tomorrow. You're right. Even if these two brothers were here to cause trouble, wouldn't we just run away? Indeed. It's just that the change in these two brothers is so drastic that it gives me a bit of a scare. Entering the big establishment through the front door, Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao immediately attracted the attention of the gamblers present, whether out of curiosity, surprise, scrutiny, disdain, or doubt. It was all there. Big brother, with so many people watching, should we do something? Don't rush, I'll observe for a moment. Big Boss Xie's establishment featured various gambling tables. From what Yi Banghua knew, games like dog gambling, cock fighting, pai gao, baccarat, and high-low betting were all clearly visible. As newcomers, Yi Banghua did not want to engage in those complicated games. After a brief look around, he led his brother Yi Bangyao to a high-low betting table, where the dealer was an elderly man who was blind, with particularly long nails on his pinky fingers and a tuft of white beard at the corners of his mouth. Big brother, aren't we going to place a bet? Let's wait a bit. After observing the high-low table for about 10 minutes while the surrounding gamblers thought the brothers were merely there to see the world, Yi Banghua decisively placed a bet, high totaling 100 HKD. Such a bold and straightforward bet startled the surrounding gamblers, who had thought these two were just novices, only to realize they were two fools. Who bets 1000 HKD right at the start? Isn't that foolish? Big brother, this. Bet confirmed. 45514 high. At this table, the odds for betting high were 1-to-1, while the odds for betting low were the same. However, if betting on triplets, meaning 3 of a kind, the odds were 36-to-1. For a straight like 1, 2, 3, the odds were 12-to-1, and for triples, meaning 3 ones, the odds were 24-to-1. We have won. Wow. When Yi Bangyao saw the 3 dice revealed under the cup, 4, a 5, 0, and 5, he erupted into triumphant cheers. This meant their brotherly wager had instantly netted them HK200, untaxed pure profit belonging solely to the two of them. Brother Yao, stay calm. The real test begins now. Quietly urging his younger brother to keep a low profile, Yi Banghua waited as the blind croupier hooked the dice cup. Then, as the floor's supervisor patrolling the booth slid over HK, Yi Banghua pushed the entire sum onto the table. This time betting on the straight sequence 123. Straight. Won it with 3. Won it with 3. Won it with 3. Won it with 3. Big. Small. A crowd of gamblers surrounding the big or small booth shrieked wildly, each chanting their own chosen outcome. But Yi Banghua merely smiled faintly, for when the blind croupier lifted the black dice cup, once more the face-up dice were unmistakably 123. Well, brother, we've won again. Payout ratio 1-to-12. 1-to-12. That amounted to 36 Hong Kong dollars. Onlookers stared at Yi Banghua as if he were some uncanny specter. None could fathom how in just 2 rounds he had turned an initial HK100 stake into HK3600. A win rate so staggering it left even veteran high-stakes players humbled and envious. Could the brothers possibly be cheating? Such a foolish notion flickered fleetingly and vanished without trace in the minds of the gamblers. After all, two burly floor supervisors stood watch throughout, and the blind croupier himself had once been a master cheat, surely he would have detected any trickery from the Yi brothers. Moreover, everyone had watched closely. Their hands remained fully visible at all times. Did anyone truly believe they cheated with their feet? Spare us such absurd fairy tales. Gazing at the growing mound of winnings before him, Yi Banghua smiled inwardly. Beside him, Yi Bangyao had already wrapped his arms around the cash, grinning like a boy. The commotion drew curious gamblers from neighboring booths, just as the third round began. This time Yi Banghua withheld his bet until the blind croupier finished shaking the cup, then placed the full HK3 on small, while simultaneously pressing his hand firmly over the croupier's wrist. Sir, in honest business integrity is paramount. Do not let Master Xia's hard-earned reputation crumble. At those words the blind croupier visibly trembled. Even the two floor supervisors exchanged uneasy glances. They sensed Yi Banghua had caught the subtle maneuver the croupier had made while shaking the cup, and if the result proved anything other than small, they knew without doubt that Yi Banghua would snap the croupier's wrist clean off, with his bare right hand alone. Open it. Spare the boss's shame. Prompted by the supervisor on his left, the croupier discreetly withdrew his hand and gestured for Yi Banghua to lift the cup himself. But Yi Banghua refused the bait, instead withdrawing his own hand and turning his gaze toward the supervisor on the right, his eyes gleaming with mockery and icy resolve. He was no Sun Wukong, but he possessed the same audacity to overturn heaven itself. Sigh, how utterly strange. The supervisor under Yi Banghua's gaze was Xie Tianfeng, nephew of Xie Laoda, the owner of this gambling den. Having fled the mainland together, Xie Laoda, childless and alone, had raised only this nephew as his heir apparent. Thus this entire establishment would one day pass to Xie Tianfeng. If Yi Banghua publicly exposed the croupier's fraud, the den's reputation would collapse overnight. And indeed Yi Banghua had calculated precisely that, pressuring Xie Tianfeng himself to open the cup. When revealed, the dice showed 124, totaling 7 points, undeniably small. Damn, what kind of freakish luck is this? He's hit 3 in a row. Good heavens, where did this man get such outrageous fortune? TSK. Just how much has he won now? Won't Master Xie be furious? You underestimate Master Xie. HK7200, now piled high like a small hill. Yi Banghua still smiled serenely, while Xie Tianfeng wore a grim, troubled expression, unable to believe such relentless luck. To regain control, he politely asked other patrons to step aside, then proposed a final decisive wager with the Yi brothers. Brother Hua, you and your brother are my friends. I won't resort to underhanded tricks against you, but I cannot accept defeat. So let us settle this now. 1 round winner takes all. HK1000. Lose and you leave both your money and your lives here. Win, and you walk away with every cent guaranteed all the way out of this walled city. So, shall we play it? With that, Xie Tianfeng stripped off his flamboyant shirt, revealing a powerful sculpted frame. Yi Bangyao's expression tightened with concern as he glanced anxiously at his elder brother, while Yi Banghua simply arched a brow, said nothing, and gently pushed the HK7 forward. His answer was clear. Xie Tianfeng wasted no more pleasantries. He seized 3 fresh dice and a new cup, then tossed them in with an intricate, almost hypnotic motion, before shaking the cup vigorously with a sharp whistling sound. Yi Banghua employed no flashy technique. He simply dropped the 3 dice into the cup, covered it, gave it 3 gentle shakes, and then rested both palms atop the cup, watching Xie Tianfeng's solo performance with quiet, unwavering focus. Bang! Xie Tianfeng slammed the cup down onto the wooden table with such force that the wood groaned and creaked, threatening to splinter. Lifting his head, he fixed Yi Banghua with a cold, merciless stare and spoke, voice low and measured. Brother Hua, you may still withdraw before the cup is opened. Yi Banghua merely shook his head lightly, then raised a hand, gesturing for Xie Tianfeng to guess the dice total first. With a silent sigh, Xie Tianfeng ceased persuasion. After brief contemplation, he declared, 226, 10 points. It was Yi Banghua's turn to guess. His reply was immediate, 66 for 16 points. Hearing those words, Xie Tianfeng's face paled. His gaze sharpened with disbelief and dread. Yi Banghua had guessed correctly. No, I must have guessed correctly too. Brother Hua, open it. Yi Banghua did not lift the cup himself. Instead, he stepped back slowly, spreading his hands wide, inviting Xie Tianfeng to open it alone. Trembling, Xie Tianfeng forced himself to steady his nerves, raised his quivering hand, and carefully lifted the lid, only to find 9 points. Seeing the dice read 225, a total of 9, Xie Tianfeng let out a hollow, bitter laugh, as though reality itself refused to yield to reason. Why? He was certain he'd heard the distinct thud of a 6 landing. How then had Yi Banghua transformed that 6 into a... Had he misheard? No, absolutely impossible. Unless Yi Banghua had cheated. Brother Hua, Did you cheat? That accusation sent a wave of terror through the crowd. Gamblers scrambled backward, putting distance between themselves and the Yi brothers. Even Yi Bangyao froze, stunned, his eyes darting helplessly toward his elder brother, who remained perfectly composed. Then Yi Banghua stepped close to Xie Tianfeng's ear and whispered softly. That 6 landed, and then bounced once, flipping to the 5 side. A subtle application of force. Nothing. Xie Tianfeng stood petrified, as if struck by lightning. After long silence, realization dawned. His own ignorance had betrayed him. The irony was crushing. A man who lost must accept defeat. Xie Tianfeng bore no grudge. Alongside the HK-17 Yi Banghua had already won in the first 3 rounds. He added HK-0 and personally escorted the Yi brothers out of the walled city. Ahua Yao, I'll see you no further. From here on, brothers, walk your own path with care. Thank you. A pale dawn rose gently over Victoria Harbor, bathing Yi Banghua, Yi Bangyao, and Xie Tianfeng in its warm light. Salty sea mist drifted across their faces while the streets slowly stirred to life. Humble citizens bent by the weight of survival poured in from every direction, their stooped figures bearing the invisible burden of 1,000 mountains. Xie Tianfeng waved once, then turned and walked away, leaving behind 2 heavy crates containing $1 72 million. Yi Banghua had fought desperately to escape the Kowloon walled city, and now at last he had succeeded. Yet a quiet melancholy lingered, a faint echo of his predecessor's memories. Few knew that 2 years earlier Xie Tianfeng had narrowly survived an ambush his enemies had struck when his guards were thinnest, only for an unknown reckless youth to intervene at the brink of death. That was salvation itself. And Xie Tianfeng, who had grown up enamored with tales of ancient chivalric heroes, could never forget such a debt. $1 72 million for a life. Was it not a fair price? In the end, enmity dissolved into a wry smile. Elder brother, why did Xie Tianfeng help us? No idea. Perhaps he pitied us, 2 wretched brothers, and offered alms out of compassion. Fine, keep your secrets. Yi Bangyao curled his lip in disdain, ignoring his elder brother's brooding silence. He hoisted both crates and strode toward a nearby inn, only for Yi Banghua to seize his arm, sighing helplessly. Ah Yao, where are you rushing off to? To the inn, unless you plan to sleep on the street. I've already made arrangements. Come, we'll take a taxi to Lychee Coke. Yu Tiaosu is waiting there. Huh, no wonder you seemed so calm after leaving. Next time tell me in advance. In the 1950s, private housing in Hong Kong was prohibitively expensive, while public housing development lagged severely. Countless low-income families long awaiting government flats were forced into squalid dwellings known as cage homes, divided flats, and coffin cubicles. Cage homes first emerged in the 1950s as temporary lodgings for migrant laborers. True to their name, cage homes consisted of individual beds enclosed by wire mesh, most crammed into crumbling tenements in sham shuepa. Those confined within were grimly dubbed cage dwellers. Divided flats referred to ordinary residential units partitioned by landlords into multiple cramped independent rental rooms, typically housed in dilapidated old buildings where living conditions barely met the threshold of decency. According to statistics compiled by the Hong Kong government and social agencies in the 21st century, roughly 2.0 residents still lived in such substandard divided flats, averaging a mere 56.5 square feet per person. Within those under 100 square foot units, tenants were forced to conduct every facet of daily life. Reports noted bitterly, in this land of soaring density and shrinking space, the highest rents in all Hong Kong are not found in the Peak Mansions or the International Finance Center, but in Sham Shui Pa, the city's poorest district. Hidden in alleyways and forgotten corners, cage homes, divided flats, and coffin cubicles commanded rents up to 300 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, approximately HK 3229 per square meter, housing some 2 citizens in places even neon lights could not illuminate. Yi Banghua refused to become a cage dweller. He intended to buy a Western-style mansion and keep foreign dogs. To that end, he had instructed Yu Tiaosu to leave the walled city early and head to Lychee Coke, to scout suitable Tong Lao tenement buildings for acquisition, and crucially, to preemptively secure the future land rights to Mei Fu Sun Chen. In his past life, Mei Fu Sun Chen had originally served as Standard Oil's Hong Kong Oil Depot, a sprawling 40-mu site. In the late 1950s, the company planned to relocate its refinery to Tsing-yi and develop the land into 99 20-story residential towers totaling 13110 units, ranging from 450 to 140 square feet in usable area, forming a self-contained city within a city, complete with gardens, recreational facilities, and commercial spaces. When proposed in 1965, this vision was hailed as the most innovative concept in Hong Kong's architectural history. By the late 1940s, land prices in Hong Kong had begun surging sharply. At that time, a government plot of approximately 140 square feet, located at the former site of the Hong Kong City Hall on Hong Kong Island, was auctioned with a reserve price of 2 Hong Kong dollars, 778 million. Among the bidders, Sir Ho Tung of Jardine Matheson and Mr. Zheng Tiero, manager of Bank of China Hong Kong, engaged in the most dramatic bidding duel. Zheng ultimately secured the lot for HK 374500, translating to 251 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, a staggering five-fold increase over the previous record of 50 Hong Kong dollars per square foot. This auction vividly reflected the explosive escalation of land values. Yet starkly contrasting this surge in land and rental prices was the sluggish rise in property prices by the early 1950s. Average residential rates hovered only between 20 Hong Kong dollars and 30 Hong Kong dollars per square foot, indicating a stagnant market. The reason lay in prevailing practice: real estate transactions occurred exclusively on a building-wide basis, affordable only to a narrow elite wealthy merchants who had fled mainland cities like Shanghai or overseas Chinese returnees, colloquially known as Gold Mountain Uncles. This rigid model severely constrained post-war development in Hong Kong's property sector. Local developers operated on shoestring budgets, typically converting old buildings into just 2 to 4 saleable units, a practice industry insiders wryly termed stir-frying the four delicacies. An unwritten rule governed construction in 1950s Hong Kong: no building could exceed 5 stories without explicit approval from the governor and council. Thus, building regulations remained profoundly conservative, strictly modeled on English precedent. At the time, property firms styled themselves property investment companies, not developers. Sales were conducted exclusively on a whole building basis. A modest 4-story structure fetched around HK 100, a sum that made Yi Banghua laugh himself awake in bed. "Big brother, over here. This way." Just stepping out of the taxi, Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao each gripped a heavy crate, puzzling over where to find Yu Tiao Su, when a tall man in a deep blue changshan and magua waved frantically from across the street. Only upon closer inspection did they recognize him. Yu Tiao Su. After a brief pause, he sprinted over. "Brother Hua, Brother Yao, my deepest apologies. I meant to meet you at the western gate, but I dared not drive. I feared the police would arrest me and lock me away." In a few terse sentences, Yu Tiao Su explained why he'd failed to meet them at the walled city's exit. The brothers exchanged easy smiles and waved it off, indifferent. Had Yu Tiao Su been present, their escape might well have required far greater effort. "By the way, Brother Hua, Brother Yao, I've secured your identity documents through connections. Please take a look." Yi Banghua glanced briefly at the 2 first-generation Hong Kong identity cards Yu Tiao Su withdrew reverently from his inner pocket, then tucked them away without another thought. Yi Bangyao, however, scrutinized his copy repeatedly, as if doubting whether the paper truly cost HK 100, or whether Yu Tiao Su had skimmed part of the fee. "Ah, Brother Yao, why do you stare at me like that? Do you suspect me of embezzlement?" "And no, I couldn't. I would never dare deceive you too, or resort to trickery." A single skeptical glance from Yi Bangyao sent Yu Tiao Su trembling violently, sweat glistening coldly on his brow. A gust of sea wind only deepened his terror. He feared in that moment being summarily executed on the spot. Enough, Yao stopped teasing him. "Yu Tiao Su, after all that work last night, what's the status of the property I asked you to investigate?" Yi Banghua intervened, halting his brother's cruel amusement. Exhaling slowly, he looked up, only to find Yu Tiao Su hesitating, tongue-tied. Perplexed, he pressed, "What is it? Yu Tiao Su, what's the matter? Has the family refused to sell?" Startled by Yi Banghua's sudden question, Yu Tiao Su recoiled, his pupils dilating, nearly fainting. That is. Seeing his panic, Yi Banghua instantly understood something unexpected had arisen. Likely resistance from certain family members unwilling to sell their ancestral home to strangers. It seemed he would need to negotiate in person. He sighed inwardly. At least Yu Tiao Su had secured their identity documents, making them legitimate Hong Kong residents at last, no longer liable to be detained by police for lacking ID. As a lone orphan from the walled city, Yu Tiao Su had pledged himself entirely to their cause. Naturally, he'd resolved his own black market resident status too. Yet the 3 men still lacked a proper place to stay, a fact absurd enough to invite ridicule, though anyone who heard it would surely suffer misfortune. Lizagio Road was established in the early 20th century, and New Kowloon was created after being acquired by the British Empire in 1898 under the New Territories lease. The government was keen on developing New Kowloon, which was still a rural area at the time, with Sham Shui Pa being the first area to commence work. The original residents of Sham Shui Pa village were relocated through monetary compensation or land exchange. According to a source, the rectangular road network there with Lizagio Road as a main thoroughfare was planned in 1905. Some of the first residential buildings in the rebuilt Sham Shui Pa were completed in 1911 on Lizagio Road between North River Street and Gillen Street. Land reclamation in the area began in 1912 and continued in phases for many years. After the construction of the Sham Shui Pa military base on part of the reclaimed land, Lizagio Road terminated at the base entrance right across from the Sham Shui Pa police station. Until 1959, the British military handed over 69 hectares of land from the Sham Shui Pa military base to the British authorities to extend Lizagio Road into the newly reclaimed area of Cheung Sha Wan. Subsequently, the land was split in two by Lizagio Road. The area around the northwest of Tokyo Street was reclaimed from Victoria Harbor in the early 1960s, after which Lizujio Road was extended to the new land with the section between Tokyo Street and Gamjin Street opening to traffic on September 1, 1967. This end of the road was then connected to Kwaichung Road and the Lizujio Bridge, which opened in 1968. Overall, the plan provided an important new route for the rapidly developing Kwaichung and Suinwan New Town, as well as parts of the Western New Territories, alleviating congestion and steep gradients on Castle Peak Road, which had been the only route between Kowloon and Suinwan before. The westbound road on the ground south of the Kwaichung Road flyover is adjacent to Mei Fu Sun Chin, measuring approximately 570 meters, and remained unnamed after its completion. In 1978, the Urban Council decided to name this section of the road Lizujio Road to distinguish it from the old Lizujio, considering it an extension of Lizujio Road to the west. This marked the current western terminus of Lizujio Road at the entrance ramp to Kwaichung Road. The section of Lizujio Road adjacent to the Cheungsha 1 industrial area near Chunglai Street underwent expansion and reconstruction in the mid-1980s to accommodate the terminus of the elevated highway's West Kowloon corridor. The expansion of Lizujio Road was opened to traffic in November 1987. Leishinkun is a triangular piece of land located at the intersection of Lizujio Road and Tongwei Road. In 1929, Mr. Lei Liang, one of the founders of Kowloon Bus, purchased this land and invited architect W.H. Born to design and build Leishinkun. The building was completed in 1931, with the ground floor originally used as a pharmacy opened by Mr. Lei Liang, named Leishinkun, while the upper floors served as residences for the Lei family. Leishinkun is one of the few characteristic Tong Lao traditional tenement buildings that have survived since the 1930s, featuring a design that blends Eastern and Western styles, with a curved facade complemented by rectangular frames and uniquely designed railings symbolizing neoclassicism. The ground floor features 8 granite columns that extend the colonnade to the sidewalk, forming a covered walkway. The spacious walkway above, along with the engraved name Leishinkun on the top of the building, exemplifies the typical pre-war Tong Lao design of Hong Kong. The wide colonnade not only allows ample natural light and ventilation indoors, but also provides shade for pedestrians from rain, reflecting a design infused with human warmth. In recent years, the Lei family has grown in number, and the large house has become insufficient for their needs, leading to family members gradually moving out. Originally, according to Mr. Lei Liang's will, the Lei family descendants were prohibited from selling Leishinkun to outsiders. Unfortunately, as the number of Lei family members increased, the resulting issues meant that dividing the family also implied dividing the property. Relying solely on the income from Kowloon Bus might not satisfy some greedy members of the Lei family. They unexpectedly learned that Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, tea merchants who had just moved from the southern capital of Guangfu province to settle in Hong Kong, were looking for a suitable place. The Lei family members took the initiative to approach them, selling Leishinkun at 119 Lizujio Road and the adjacent 120121 Lizujio Road to the Yi brothers for a high price of 5500 HKD, arranging for the property transfer procedures without the Yi brothers needing to find their own lawyer. Elder brother, this place is so beautiful and spacious. A yao from now on, this will be our home. Let's tidy up, and while there's still time, find someone to renovate Leishinkun and the adjacent building together tomorrow morning. It's a bit rundown here. MHM. Elder brother, whatever you arrange, I will do. Looking at the wooden plaque of Leishinkun, the shop window with its awning, the glass panel on the main door adorned with the Leishinkun logo, the terrazzo exterior walls, and the large gray sculpture atop the building, Yi Bangyao felt as if he were in the heavenly realm. If not for the remnants of childhood memories reminding him that their ancestors had once been affluent, perhaps he would have completely lost the pride and confidence of being a descendant of a prominent family due to the environment of the walled city. Seeing his younger brother Yi Bangyao immersed in certain memories, Yi Banghua did not disturb him and methodically directed the temporarily hired movers to carefully transfer their belongings from the truck to the second and third floors of Leishinkun for temporary storage. This was the reward of 1 ton of 24K gold he received from the Ultimate Desire system after completing his first regular task, which he temporarily stored in a 101 meter long, 202 meter wide, and 303 meter high virtual storage space created by the Ultimate Desire system. Purchasing Leishinkun and the adjacent 120121 Lizujio Road, both traditional 4-story Tong Lao, exhausted all the cash the Yi brothers had dug up from the infamous Shi Lao Da. Now they were left with 500 HKD, 2/3 of which was allocated for the renovation of Leishinkun and 120121 Lizujio Road, while the remaining third was reserved for the courtesy money they intended to present to the examiner during their interview with the Shamshui police station. Money can be earned again at any time, however, if they failed to enter the Hong Kong Police Department due to insufficient courtesy money, it would perfectly derail Yi Banghua's plans. He dared not even think about entering the powerful departments of the British authorities like the Department of Justice or the Financial Secretary's office. At least at this stage it was impossible, so it was better to start with the Hong Kong police learning from the rise of the 5 billion Inspector Lei Luo. By then, even the Commissioner of Police might have to pay special attention to the rapidly rising group of Chinese inspectors. Renovating Leishinkun and 120121 Lizhijie Road was a large project and would take a considerable amount of time. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Banghua decided to hire 2 teams to be responsible for each Tong Lao with a tentative deadline of 15 days. Whichever team could complete the task within 15 days would receive a cash reward of 100 HKD and a seafood feast at the Treasure Seafood Boat. This news was reported by the Sing Tao Daily. Once published, it caused the recently installed antique telephone at Leishinkun to ring incessantly with callers inquiring whether the specific requirements and treatments for the renovation project of Leishinkun and 120121 Lizhijie Road were consistent with what was published in the newspaper. After much consideration, Yi Banghua ultimately selected a Hongyuan engineering team characterized by a complex mix of mostly immigrants settled in Hong Kong for over 5 years for the renovation of Leishinkun and a team made up of people from Chaozhou for the renovation of 120121 Lizhijie Road. Both teams received the same salary, with the only difference being who could finish the task first within the 15-day limit. In fact, Yi Banghua did not intend to demolish Leishinkun and 120121 Lizhijie Road to rebuild them. Rather, he aimed to rejuvenate some of the weathered and dilapidated parts, such as the balcony windows, railings, and walls from the 2nd to the 4th floors of Leishinkun. The 15-day deadline was already quite generous, primarily due to the time needed to purchase and transport materials. After the renovation, the exterior of Leishinkun remained white, while the exterior of 120121 Lizhijie Road was completely changed to ultramarine blue. As for the Leishinkun plaque and the Leishinkun pharmacy gifted by the Lei family, Yi Banghua did not plan to remove them. Medicine has been a highly profitable business since ancient times, and the self-developed bruising remedy from Leishinkun is highly effective and well known among the lower and middle classes in Sham Shui Pa and Wanchai. This means that Leishinkun's bruising remedy has already established a stable market. Entering the police force is about seeking power, while preserving Leishinkun is about seeking profit. Power and profit complement each other and are indispensable. Engineer Wang, your efficiency is quite high. It's only been 10 days, and you've completed it. Bossy, I didn't expect your Mandarin to be so fluent. If we've wasted your time, that would be our fault. Very dedicated. Here is your salary, and I'm also giving you the cash reward of 1000 HKD. As for the seafood feast at the Treasure Seafood Boat, let's wait until the renovation next door is complete, then we can all go eat together. Bossy, you've given us too much. We won't be going for the seafood feast. Please excuse us. Engineer Wang, the seafood feast is part of your deserved reward. Since I've already announced it in the newspaper, I cannot go back on my word. You wouldn't want me to be known as a flip-flopper among the neighbors, would you? Then, I will thank you on behalf of my brothers, Bossy. As the memories and past events of the walled city gradually faded away, Yi Banghua had firmly resolved to uphold his promise after leaving the walled city, and he did just that. At least he would not erase the previously promised seafood feast. Perhaps due to the presence of immigrants, the Hongyuan engineering team responsible for the renovation of Leishinkun worked hard and dedicatedly. After 10 days, they came to find Yi Banghua to deliver the project. After confirming that everything was in order, Yi Banghua pleasantly paid the leader of the Hongyuan engineering team, Wang Tao, and reminded him to remember to go to the Treasure Seafood Boat for the seafood feast on time. 2 more days passed, and the engineering team, made up of Chaozhou people, also completed the renovation of the 120121 Lizhijie Road Tong Lao. Unfortunately, the reward of 1000 HKD had already been claimed by the Hongyuan engineering team, infuriating the leader of this team, who later took his crew to a quarry in the new territories for 3 days of rigorous training until they were exhausted before finally moving on. Perhaps to most of the unaware descendants, it seems that the management hierarchy of the early Hong Kong Police Department must have been composed of individuals from the colonial power, the British Empire. However, the truth is that as early as 1843, the Hong Kong Police Department had already recruited Yang Zhua as the first Chinese inspector, and after the war in 1945, the number of Chinese inspectors increased significantly. By the end of 1952, the police force had more than 100 Chinese inspectors, accounting for nearly a quarter of the total number of over 400 inspectors. In 1954, Feng Yihui became the first Chinese chief inspector of the Hong Kong Police Department, and in 1961, the first 2 Chinese senior inspectors appeared, Lin David and Lin Wenhao. The Hong Kong Police Training School is located in Wong Chuk Hang and serves as the birthplace for all cadets and trainee inspectors. In the 1950s, to apply for a police officer position in Hong Kong, one had to first pass the height measurement, then pass a Chinese written test reading silently. After passing, one was only eligible for admission. Merely eligibility, 2 current civil servants had to jointly provide a guarantee letter. However, this hurdle could actually be bypassed with money. Local inspectors were required to have a secondary school graduation certificate and pass an English written test, and those hired from the British Empire or elsewhere as trainee inspectors had to take written and oral exams in their original locations, and only after passing would they come to Hong Kong for training. There was a significant difference in treatment between police officers and inspectors. Police officers had to do everything themselves without subordinates to serve them. Tasks like polishing boots had to be done alone. It was not an easy job to do well, as the shoe polish used for police boots had to be heated with a candle before use, and then further processed, making it very troublesome. Inspectors, being of officer rank, enjoyed different treatment, likely due to the colonial traditions of the British Empire. They could hire storekeepers, laborers, to wash their clothes, polish their shoes, make their beds, and handle daily chores like cleaning their dormitories. In the mornings, they even had a cup of hot milk tea placed on their bedside table, truly a delight. Such treatment was difficult to enjoy even in the British Isles. The training in Wong Chuk Hang lasted 6 months, after which graduates were assigned to various police districts. Foreign police officers also had to learn Cantonese. In police school, they not only learned police regulations and laws, but also received firearms and drill training. 6 months seemed long, but the subjects to learn were numerous, so the time passed quickly. After comfortably resting for a week in the newly renovated Lei Seng, Chun, Yi Banghua, and Yi Bangyao had basic familiarity with the surrounding neighbors. From these neighbors, the brothers learned that to smoothly pass the police officer interview at the nearby Sham Shui Pa police station, one had to meet the hard requirements first, and before officially attending the interview, they needed to pay a toll to a retired Chinese inspector named Huang Dahong, leaving their address and basic information. Once this payment was made, as long as they passed the height measurement and Chinese reading tests, the subsequent procedures would naturally be handled by professionals. This operation made Yi Banghua exclaim that this routine felt familiar. Sure enough, even as a colony of the British Empire, the essence of Hong Kong still belonged to Chinese society, with its internal operational logic rooted primarily in traditional Chinese culture. Prior to this, Yi Banghua had been troubled by the background check after completing the height measurement and Chinese reading with his brother Yi Bangyao. However, turning around, they didn't even need to seek out connections actively. The connections came to find them. You are Yi Banghua, and he is your brother Yi Bangyao. Yes. Boss Wang, my brother, and I just moved to Lychee Corner recently, unfamiliar with the place. We heard that the salary for police officers is good, so we thought about applying to the police force. This is a token of our appreciation, a pair of loafers from the British Tobacco Company, and some brandy from Guohua Trading Company. It's a small gesture, please accept it, Boss Wang. Huh, not old, but quite shrewd. Since you brothers are just newcomers, let's reduce the toll a bit. Each person 1,800 Hong Kong dollars. Write down your personal information, and once you pass both the height measurement and Chinese interview, come back to inform me. After waiting at home for 2 or 3 days, you brothers can pack your bags and report for duty. Then we shall trouble you, Boss Wang. Here is a red envelope as a token of respect for you. It may not be much, please forgive us. We hope you will guide us in the future. Haha, thoughtful, very thoughtful. Come, let's sit down and start writing on these 2 sheets of paper. Huang Dahong was a Chinese inspector who had just retired from the Wan Chai police station a couple of years ago. He was originally a strong man with well-built muscles, but after retirement, he gradually gained weight and had now become a mountain of flesh, smiling like a happy Buddha. For the savvy brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, Huang Dahong was quite pleased, as the loafer's brandy and red envelope added up to nearly 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. He could also pocket some from the toll collected from these 2 brothers, so this time, he could easily earn 1,500 Hong Kong dollars. To be honest, Huang Dahong couldn't understand why Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao were willing to degrade themselves to become uniformed police officers. Based on his external judgment of their appearance and demeanor, he was almost certain that these 2 brothers came from a well-off family, perhaps later fallen on hard times, who otherwise they wouldn't have moved to the remote Lychee Corner to live. But does it matter whether these brothers applied to the police force because their family fell on hard times? As long as he could make money, that was all that mattered. Huang Dahong realized that in such an environment, being a police officer required learning to blend in. Everyone was making money. He was simply using the connections he had built in the police force to open a door of convenience for newcomers applying to the police. After writing down their personal information and home address, Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao respectfully handed it to Huang Dahong, who cheerfully accepted it and placed it in a file box. He then waved his hand, signaling that the Yi brothers could leave. Elder brother, we've sent the gifts, but regarding this matter, we shouldn't rush things. We brothers have no connections or backing. We can only do this for now. Seeing the fleeting worry on his brother Yi Bangyio's face, Yi Banghua understood that his brother was not just concerned about the money spent, but feared that even after spending it, the matter might not be resolved. That would be the worst outcome. With a bright smile, Yi Banghua lightly pointed out their brother's most awkward situation at present, having money without power or influence. The Hong Kong Police Department was their first attempt to control power and influence. If they succeeded, they would soar to great heights. If they failed, it wouldn't be too serious anyway. After all, they were still young and had plenty of time to navigate. How big was Huang Dahong's appetite? The answer was inevitable, huge beyond measure. Yet Yi Banghua saw that Huang Dahong was greedy. Greedy people are often cautious and rarely make trouble for momentary gains. The retired Chinese inspector had a name that sounded impressive, but he was essentially a toothless tiger. If Huang Dahong were still in his previous position, Yi Banghua would indeed need to be cautious. However, since he had retired, could he still be fierce? The days of waiting were tedious, but for Yi Bangyao had rather sweep the streets than stay at home under the watchful eye of his elder brother Yi Banghua while studying English. It was too painful. Every time he saw those English words, Yi Bangyao felt incredibly unfamiliar. One moment he had just read a word, and the next he had forgotten it. Then his elder brother Yi Banghua would conduct a surprise test, discovering that he had picked up sesame seeds and lost a watermelon, and would promptly hit his palm with a rattan ruler. Even during meals, he would ask about words and phrases related to the kitchen or food, and failing to answer would also result in punishment. As he was beaten, Yi Bangyao slowly realized that his elder brother always asked questions about English words and phrases related to the surrounding environment. This was a reminder that English is a language closely related to one's living environment. He shouldn't just rely on rote memorization of those English phrases. That was merely temporary memory. Ultimately, it all came down to usage. Ayao, how do you spell splendor? What does it mean? What are its attributes? And how do you use it in a sentence? Splendor, it means brilliance, magnificence, grandeur, prominence, and is a noun. It can be used in a sentence like autumn here is a time of splendor and beauty. Their wedding was held with great splendor. Errand, noun, a task, mission, or assignment. It can be used in a sentence. As Yi Bangyao absorbed new knowledge like a sponge, he felt as if he were floating in the clouds, and an unprecedented sense of achievement and satisfaction arose within him. He had also wondered where his elder brother Yi Banghua had learned English. However, after learning phonetics and word roots from his elder brother, he realized that his elder brother understood how to infer related words. Learning one vocabulary word allowed him to deduce the pronunciation and meaning of similar words. After a week of intense study, Yi Bangyao had basically mastered 300 English words and 50 phrases. This achievement was not particularly outstanding, but Yi Banghua was quite pleased. At least his brother Yi Bangyao was not the kind of rotten wood that cannot be carved, and could produce such a report on a foundation of having nothing, not wasting his good intentions. On January 24, 1950, Tuesday, the 6th day of the 12th lunar month, it was sunny and suitable for studying, moving, and traveling. For the interview, one always had to dress beautifully. Therefore, a few days ago, Yi Banghua had found the best tailor nearby, and asked the master there to custom-make 2 suits in British gentleman style for himself and his brother. Today, they went to the Sham Shui Pao police station for the new recruit interview. Both brothers wore matching black and white suits and shoes, grooming their hair neatly in front of a somewhat yellowed mirror, with 2 red envelopes containing 5,000 Hong Kong dollars tucked in the inner pocket on the left side of their chests. Name: Yi Banghua. Age 18 years. Weight 65 kilograms. Relatives: both parents are deceased with only one younger brother. Height 176 centimeters. Home address 119 Lai Chi Kok Sham Shui Pa. Any past medical history? None. Now read this news article. The interviewer at the Sham Shui Pai police station was a Chinese officer in uniform, dressed in the green attire commonly seen in Hong Kong movies, sporting a hairstyle similar to the lead character in God of Gamblers, and boredly following the procedure to question Yi Banghua and other new recruits, while holding a registration form to compare with the actual person, confirming it was indeed him before checking off every piece of basic information. Then came the question: when should the gift money be given? The interviewing officer was no novice either. After he turned the pencil over and tapped it 3 times on the desk, it was a hint to the interviewed candidates that they could present the gift money. What impressed Yi Banghua most was that these interviewing officers could tell how much gift money was inside the envelope without even opening it. $5,000. This new recruit is quite wealthy. No wonder he can afford such an When Yi Banghua noticed the interviewer tapping the pencil on the desk, he immediately understood and discreetly took out a light yellow envelope from his pocket, stealthily slipping it under the registration form, while the interviewer continued asking trivial questions, but quickly took the envelope away. With a firm squeeze, the interviewer's face immediately lit up with joy. He then turned to his colleague sitting on the long bench behind and signaled with a 5 gesture. The colleague seemed surprised as well and nodded, indicating that Yi Banghua could pass. All right, Yi Banghua, you have successfully passed the interview. Please wait for further notification. Before leaving, Yi Banghua made sure to leave a pack of Camel cigarettes for the interviewer. Brand new, not something picked up from the street, but specially bought by Yi Banghua from Guanghe Trading Company, costing him a full 500 Hong Kong dollars. Not long after Yi Banghua successfully passed his younger brother, Yi Bangyao finally got his turn after the first 8 candidates. The interviewer showed interest in his name and casually asked, quickly realizing that Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao were brothers. Since the elder brother Yi Banghua was so understanding, it stood to reason that the younger brother Yi Bangyao would be no different. With a generous offering of a full 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, the Yi brothers successfully passed the recruitment interview at the Sham Shui Pa police station. There weren't many recruits showing up for the interview, just over 300 in total, of whom 1/3 were plants from various organizations. Young men like the Yi brothers with their clean backgrounds made up about one-third of the candidates, while the remaining third were mostly selected from various refugee camps as disposable items to address the shortage of police manpower. Having passed the interview, the next step was to go to the Great Hall Central Police Station for a medical examination, stripping down to just their underwear, much like the standard procedures for most disciplined forces in various countries. After the medical examination, they would proceed to the background check. Without any surprises, the Yi brothers received a notification from the Sham Shui police station 3 days later instructing them to come to the Great Hall for a medical examination the following morning and to bring along the guarantee documents required for the background check. Upon learning that the Yi brothers were about to head to the Great Hall for their medical examination, retired Chinese inspector Huang Dahong was very diligent. That night, he sent 2 proper guarantee documents to the Yi brothers' residence and reminded the messenger to inform them not to forget to present the gift money to the interviewers during the medical examination and background check. Elder brother, why does it seem like money is required everywhere? Without money, can we even become police officers? Don't complain, Ayao. Just keep studying English and aim for a high score in front of the chief examiner. No matter how much money is spent now, Yi Banghua had ways to earn it back later. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. However, regarding the education of his younger brother Yi Banyao, he could not afford to slack off. To climb higher in the Hong Kong Police Department in the future, mastering and utilizing Mandarin, Cantonese, and English was essential, driven by the unique historical circumstances. Currently, Yi Banghua had only about 1,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash left. To undergo the medical examination and background check at the Great Hall, he would need at least 5,000 Hong Kong dollars to facilitate connections. Thus, he had to make a deal with Hang Seng Bank through the introduction of the previous owner of Leishinkan, the Lei family, to exchange 100 kilograms of 24K pure gold for 1.6 million Hong Kong dollars. In the long run, this deal was a significant loss for Yi Banghua. However, through this transaction, he established contact with Hang Seng Bank, which was a surprising return. The future achievements of Hang Seng Bank were bound to be remarkable. Initially, Hang Seng Bank intended to investigate the origins of the 100 kilograms of 24K pure gold before proceeding with the transaction with Yi Banghua. However, with the Lei family providing assurance, they skipped the investigation and promptly deposited 1.6 million Hong Kong dollars into Yi Banghua's recently opened savings account at Hang Seng Bank. Meanwhile, Yi Banghua transported the 100 kilograms of 24K pure gold to Hang Seng Bank's vault using the bus arranged by the Lei family, and throughout the process the 3 parties seemed to maintain a certain unspoken understanding. With this 1.6 million Hong Kong dollars, Yi Banghua had many more options. However, the top priority remained clearing the final hurdle for him and his brother Yi Bangyao to become official Hong Kong police officers. The next morning, Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao went to a street stall to buy 2 servings of tofu pudding and fried dough sticks, quickly eating before taking the tram to the Great Hall located on Hollywood Road in central Hong Kong. After about 10 minutes, when the brothers arrived and got off, they looked up and saw that the entrance of the Great Hall was already crowded with new recruits coming for the medical examination. Apart from a few well-dressed like the Yi brothers, most others wore plain cotton tunics, holding their registration forms to collect number plates and medical examination forms at the left side of the entrance before lining up on the right side. This scene was captured by a newspaper reporter who took a photo that would surely make headlines the next day. The numbers issued to Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao were 207 and 208 respectively. Elder brother with numbers over 200, how long do we have to wait? As soon as he received number 208, Yi Bangyao couldn't help but complain, especially since the line was long and various smells mixed together reminding him of their past life in the walled city. Ayao, don't complain. We've come this far, we must endure. With a stern glare at his younger brother Yi Bangyao, although Yi Banghua was equally frustrated with the Hong Kong police organization for being so inefficient that new recruits had to wait in long lines for medical examinations before he could continue his silent complaints. The loudspeakers placed on both sides of the entrance suddenly announced, "Please have those with numbers 200 and above enter the second floor examination room from the back door." Ayao, let's hurry to the back door to line up. Okay, elder brother. I'll clear the way for you. Rushed Yi Banghua initially thought that even the organization of the Great Hall was worse than that of the district police station. It turned out that the Great Hall had already made arrangements. The first floor was for those with numbers 1 to 200, while the second floor was the main stage for those with numbers after 200. Oral cavity passed. Ear passed. Eyes passed. The medical examination process for new Hong Kong police recruits seemed not to differ much from the standard procedures Yi Banghua remembered. Moreover, since medical technology had not yet advanced to the level of the 21st century, tests like blood and urine examinations were not included. However, a rectal examination was certainly conducted, which was quite painful. The examining doctor would insert a gloved hand into your rear. After a grueling 1-hour journey, Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao finally completed all medical examination items. After returning the examination forms to the registration desk on the first floor, they received a new number and waited for the political department officer to call them. After patiently waiting for 35 minutes, Yi Banghua was the first to enter the room for the political department officer's review. This process was quite dull, but since only he and his brother Yi Bangyao remained from the Yi family, they passed the evaluation regarding whether their relatives had any special connections with the mainland or Taiwan with full marks. His past was also quite clean. The quality of service provided by the connections introduced by Yu Qiaosu was exceptionally high. At least those agents from the Military Intelligence Bureau could not find any issues in the Yi brothers' records. After a symbolic inquiry about Yi Banghua's values and knowledge of the Hong Kong Police Department's management system, the officer stamped his approval on his file. His brother Yi Bangyao underwent a similar process and was ultimately also approved for employment in the Hong Kong Police Department. In the dead of night, amidst a raging storm, the roaring sea, a jagged bolt of lightning split the sky. A barge named Big Eye Chicken rocked and struggled against the waves, gradually approaching the Wan Chai ferry terminal in Hong Kong. Several intense beams of searchlights immediately shot towards the barge. Under the gray stone-paved embankment, various boats were docked like beetles. The captain of the boat finally adapted to the harsh glare, squinting his eyes to see several customs officials in white uniforms from the British Hong Kong authorities approaching. A stout man with a red beard pointed at the cargo hold with a red and blue electric baton, uttering a series of... The captain pulled back the tightly secured canvas, revealing stacks of wooden barrels piled like small mountains, and said, "Sir, it's nothing, just fishing barrels." The red-bearded man's pale gray eyes were sharp as an eagle. He ordered his subordinates to search, and chaos erupted in the cargo hold. He himself opened a fishing barrel, and a wave of rancid smell hit him, causing him to step back a few paces. Unfazed, the captain said, "Sir, we are honest people and would never carry refugees to escape the port." This was the summer of 1950, when the Kuomintang was defeated and had lost all its territories on the mainland, and countless remnants fled to Hong Kong, posing two major problems for the British authorities. First, London established consular-level diplomatic relations with Beijing, which meant it could not provide refuge for large numbers of Kuomintang war criminals fleeing the mainland. Second, the small area of Hong Kong could not bear the sudden influx of tens of thousands of people. To address this, the then governor of Hong Kong, Sir John Cowperthwaite, ordered the Customs Department to tighten inspections and prohibit mainland refugees from entering the port. The decree trapped countless escapees, but it did not deter the resourceful smugglers who found a lucrative business in smuggling refugees into the port. At this moment, the red-bearded man and his subordinates had been rummaging in the cargo hold for quite some time, but had found no suspicious items. The red-bearded man tilted his hooked nose and signaled for them to let it pass. The captain bowed repeatedly, instructing the sailors to roll the fishing barrels onto the shore. There were already many large trucks parked there, and once the cargo area was filled, they would head into the city. The truck stopped in front of a large gray and gloomy warehouse with a pungent smell of sulfur methanol and acetylene in the air. The captain glanced around, seeing no one, and then found a fishing barrel marked with a V shape. He knocked on it and said, "Brother, you can come out now." The lid of the barrel gently opened, and a damp man crawled out, greedily breathing in. "The air here may be bad, but it's much better than inside that fishing barrel." He wore a short leather coat on his upper body and coarse twill pants on his lower body. In his 40s, despite having hidden in the fishing barrel for a long time, a heroic spirit still emanated from him. "All right, brother, it's time to pay me the remaining half." The captain fixed his gaze on him. He pulled out a cloth pouch from his chest and handed it to the captain, saying, "This is all there is." The captain shook out the cloth pouch to reveal a golden bar that gleamed brightly. Biting it lightly, he said, "Good, you're a friend. Until we meet again." He glanced at the captain and noticed a shiny silver scar on his forehead. He thought to himself, "No wonder you're so greedy. Even your forehead has silver on it. Money is an external possession. Why do you need so much?" He patted his inner pocket, confirming that his documents were still there, and stepped out. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he saw a dark gun barrel pointed at him, and the owner of the hand holding the gun was smiling at him along with the subdued captain. The gold he had just given to the captain was now in this man's hands. The morning light cast a red hue on his pale face, and his worn leather boots confidently crunched on the ground. He stood tall and straight, and any expert could tell he had once been a soldier. "State your origin." Colonel Staff Officer from the Army Headquarters Operations Division, Shun Wenjua, a graduate of the 6th class of Whampoa Military Academy. "Oh, after guarding for so many days, I finally caught a big fish." "Not bad, not bad. So you're Colonel Chen, huh? Be a good boy and put on the handcuffs. Don't think about escaping or grabbing my gun. I guarantee that if you move, you will be the one to die in the end." Throwing a pair of special edition copper handcuffs in front of the man who claimed to be a Colonel Staff Officer from the Army Headquarters Operations Division, Yi Banghua leisurely uncocked his handgun. Seeing this, Chun Wenzuo's pupils constricted, instantly realizing that the two Hong Kong police officers who suddenly appeared before him were seasoned veterans, and he dared not delay. He picked up the handcuffs and voluntarily locked his own hands behind his back, slowly moving his handgun to Chun Wenzuo's back. After confirming that the handcuffs were securely locked on Chun Wenzuo's hands, Yi Banghua finally engaged the safety, holstered his gun back into the wooden holster at his right side, then punched Chen Wenjua in the left eye, followed by another punch to the right eye, saying, "Colonel, this is just in case. Please forgive me. before stuffing a dirty rag into Chun Wenzuo's mouth. Yi Banghua then grabbed Chun Wenzuo by the shoulder and led him towards his brother Yi. Big brother, this mess has all been confessed, saying that they have already helped over a dozen Kuomintang officers sneak into Hong Kong, the highest ranking of whom is a Major General surnamed Li, who was given a total of 18 pieces of 999 pure gold hidden in a house in Wanchai, none of which have been used to this day. Mentioning the little goldfish, Yi Banghua's eyes immediately lit up. In the past half-month, he and his brother Yi Banghua had captured numerous smugglers and Kuomintang remnants trying to sneak into Hong Kong at the Wanchai ferry terminal, collecting over 100 pieces of 24K gold weighing 116 grams, as well as some gold, silver, jewels, and antiques classified as real estate. Of course, in the process of confiscating these smugglers, they encountered some resistance. So in these days, the predatory fish in the sea around Wanchai ferry terminal were quite happy, as they could enjoy delicious fresh meat every night. Why is this happening? Who leaked the information? Is it an enemy? Or was it an accident? As a professional soldier, Chen Wenjue never believed in guarantees of absolute safety. Tonight he had intended to bring his weapons to Hong Kong, but unfortunately the captain did not allow him to bring weapons on board. If caught by the British Customs anti-smuggling team, he would have faced instant death. Little did he expect that once he reached the shore it would mark the beginning of their nightmare. The old officers at the Wanchai police station were reluctant to come to the terminal to assist the Customs anti-smuggling team in capturing smugglers. First, the smugglers who assisted the mainland refugees were vicious and armed at all times. Didn't they fear being caught then? If a firefight broke out, it was uncertain who would be the victor. Secondly, because the refugees who sneaked into Hong Kong had almost given their entire fortune to the smugglers, they arrived in Hong Kong destitute, with far less money than the street vendors. Working hard was one thing, but if something went wrong, they would take the blame. At this moment, the Wanchai police station welcomed the Yi brothers, a pair of fearless newcomers who volunteered to apply for deployment to Wanchai terminal to assist the customs anti-smuggling team in capturing smugglers. At first, the old officers at the police station thought the brothers were merely trying to show off and leave a brave impression on their superiors, but later they realized that the Yi brothers were no joke. The very next night after joining the Wanchai police station, they captured a batch of smugglers, including a Kuomintang major, who was deported by the British authorities at dawn. Whether he was sent back to the mainland or to Taiwan remained unknown. Unable to catch any suspects, they could only mock the Yi brothers for being eager to make a name for themselves. But when the Yi brothers actually captured someone, it was a different story. The Yi brothers' direct superior chief inspector, who a sergeant, was Chu Ding, who later became a senior inspector and retired in 1977 as the chief of Mongkok Police Station, later joining the Retired Colleagues Association to actively assist retired colleagues, and became the chairman of the association in 1999. Chu Ding had a significant distinction from other sergeants as he was robust and tall. During his training at the police training school in Wong Chuk Hang, he won first place in shooting for 3 consecutive months. Since officially joining the Hong Kong police force, he had solved several major cases and even apprehended a suspect armed with a gun in hand-to-hand combat. Being a Blackfoot under Chu Ding was something Yi Banghua had achieved through money by asking the retired Chinese inspector Huang Dahong and Sham Shui Po for favors. This led the brothers to be chosen by Chu Ding, who was temporarily assigned as a shooting instructor during their training at the police training school in Wong Chuk Hang. After graduating, they were immediately requested by Chu Ding to be deployed to Wanchai police station as uniformed officers. The brothers did not disappoint Chu Ding's expectations, capturing a batch of smugglers just the night after their employment, which not only earned Chu Ding face, but also helped the brothers establish their footing. The patrol duty at Wanchai terminal was not likely to yield any profits, and Chu Ding was well aware of this. Therefore, he did not require the Yi brothers to pay the same courtesy as other uniformed officers. 1/3 would suffice, and that was on a weekly basis. However, tonight Yi Banghua planned to give Chu Ding a big surprise. Don't take me to the police station, or I still have my uses. Moi. Under his unlimited strength, restraint, he could still speak normally. It seemed that this so-called colonel staff officer from the Army Headquarters Operations Division was not a fool. Yi Banghua intended to listen to what this guy had to say, slightly easing his grip. Colonel, what you say next had better interest me, otherwise you won't have to wait until the police station. You can meet the King of Hell right now. I know a chief of operations who escaped here last year. He took away 2 large boxes of gold bars when he fled, estimated to be about 500 kilograms. Originally, I intended to seek his support, but if the people he sent don't contact me, he and that batch of gold will have flown away. With a grin, Chen Wenjue slumped onto the yellow mud road, while Yi Banghua, casually smoking a Camel cigarette, raised an eyebrow, not expecting Chen Wenjue to have such connections and backup. He tilted his head and asked, "How has that boat captain been dealt with?" "Don't worry, brother. I've buried him in a cement pillar at a nearby construction site." Yi Bangyao, squatting on the ground, casually replied. However, upon hearing this, Chen Wenjue shivered. He never expected these brothers to be so ruthless. "Colonel, you sold your former boss for a good price." "What? How did you know? As long as I want to know, there is nothing in this world that I don't know. An intense confidence radiated from Yi Bonghua, causing Chun Wenzuo's pupils to constrict. He realized that these two port police officers in green uniforms seemed to be lying in wait for a catch. Colonel, I want the gold, but I can't let you go. What? What do you mean, officer? In Chun Wenzuo's eyes, Yi Bonghua at this moment was akin to a ravenous demon. He never imagined that Yi Bonghua had such peculiar preferences. It made him feel utterly nauseous and terrified. Damn, what are you thinking? What I mean is that you need to focus on working for me from now on. Seeing Chun Wenzuo's expression resembling a wounded little rabbit, Yi Bonghua was taken aback, then enraged, and slapped him. In no time, Chun Wenzuo's right cheek began to swell, waking him up. Yi Bonghua desperately needed money. If the gold couldn't be liquidated, it was merely a heap of hard currency in his hands. However, mere money was not enough. Yo Tiaosu, who had been a drifter at the bottom, lived from hand to mouth. If not for his parents granting him insight, allowing him to serve under the brothers Yi Bonghua and Yi Bongyao, he would have wasted his life in the city. This also meant that his background and experience would prevent him from helping the brothers navigate the upper echelons of Hong Kong society for quite some time. Thus, for a time, Yo Tiaosu had been gathering information for the brothers about various underground dealings, while also setting up a storefront on Lychee Corner Road, primarily providing intermediary services, similar to a talent agency, in his past life. However, in Yi Banghua's vision, this storefront named Rongji would not only provide third-party intermediary services, but also act as an intelligence hub, buying and selling information, which was a shortcut to wealth in any era. To rectify the severe imbalance caused by the lack of high-caliber personnel under his command, Yi Bonghua set his sights on a former warlord who had fled to Hong Kong. Recently, Yi Bonghua unexpectedly learned from several informants that a smuggling ship was set to sail from Guofu Port to Hong Kong tonight, and this ship was rumored to be hiding one or more former warlords along with a large sum of money. After waiting at the Wan Chai Pier for 3 days and nights, Yi Bonghua finally captured Chun Wenzuo, a colonel from the warlord's operations department. From Chun Wenzuo's confession, the brothers also unexpectedly learned that he had come to Hong Kong to seek refuge with a former warlord general who secretly fled the mainland years ago, who happened to be Chun Wenzuo's cousin, a relative with deep ties. In order to spare his life under the hands of Yi Bonghua and Yi Bongyao, Chun Wenzuo, despite his strong will, could not withstand the brothers' numerous tormenting methods, painful but not lethal, which would be unforgettable for a lifetime. After enduring a round of torture, Chun Wenzuo could no longer hold on to his final bottom line and divulged the hiding place of his former warlord general cousin and the whereabouts of several other former warlords he knew. As for where his cousin hid the batch of gold, Chun Wenzuo truly did not know, but it was all right. Besides him, there was also the smuggler whose mobility had been crippled, who must have hidden a large sum of dirty money in Hong Kong. Sir, don't hit me anymore. My money is hidden in. Letting this smuggler live was a contribution that Yi Bonghua gifted to his superior Chu Ding. Over the past half-month, he and his brother Yi Bongyao had cooperated seamlessly, catching smugglers at Wan Chai Pier for 10 consecutive nights, some of whom assisted the former warlords fleeing the mainland to escape to Hong Kong, earning a considerable service fee in the process. Those wealthy smugglers were mostly dealt with by Yi Bonghua and handed over to his superior Chu Ding, and the confiscated goods naturally ended up in Chu Ding's small treasury. Chu Ding was not greedy. Every Saturday night, he would take a portion of the week's film fee submitted by various establishments in the area to treat his subordinates to tea. On average, even someone like Yi Bonghua at the lowest level could earn 200 to 300 Hong Kong dollars. However, this time Yi Bonghua made a miscalculation. The smuggler he and his brother caught tonight had actually hidden a sum of dirty money in Wan Chai, Kowloon, and Sham Shui, totaling an estimated 500 Hong Kong dollars. Brother, why don't we just take this for ourselves this time? It would be hard to explain to the superior. Brother. Glancing around to confirm there were no extra people present, Yi Bongyao leaned closer to his elder brother's ear and said anxiously, "It's hard to liquidate the gold we have in hand in bulk. With this 500 Hong Kong dollars in cash, there's much more we can do. Moreover, Yo Tiaosu and Rongji need money, right? What are you hesitating for, brother? What are you hesitating about, brother?" Meeting his younger brother Yi Bongyau's anxious and frantic gaze, Yi Bonghua smiled wryly, nodded silently, ultimately affirming his brother's decision. This made Yi Bongyao instantly overjoyed, and he immediately took the smuggler and quietly left Wan Chai Pier, finding a tea house with a phone on the street, pulled out the phone book and dialed Rongzi's number. "Hello, this is the central switchboard. How may I assist you?" "Hello, my number is XXX. Please dial XXX for me. The address is 120 Lychee Corner Road, Rongji." "Hello, this is Rongji Service Company. How may I assist you?" "Yo Tiaosu, it's me." "Brother Yao, why did you suddenly call back? Is there something urgent you need me to do?" "Exactly. You need to find a vehicle and a bunch of sturdy sacks, bring along Lei Jueqing, and come to Wan Chai Pier XXX immediately. They'll be waiting for you here. You must be quick. All right, brother. Yao, please wait about 10 minutes, mister. Lei and I will rush over right away. Hanging up the phone, Yi Bongyao, under the curious gazes of surrounding citizens, dragged the bloodied smuggler into a privately run clinic. As soon as they entered, they almost scared the doctor and nurses faint. Fortunately, Yi Bangio's police uniform eased the doctor's and nurses' vigilance somewhat. Doctor, I'm really sorry, this suspect tried to resist arrest when I caught him. To keep him quiet, I had to use some minor measures. Now please help this suspect treat his injuries briefly and also prescribe some medication to keep him alert. Do I appreciate it? No problem, officer. Would you like to wash your face? All right, then I'll trouble you, doctor. Whether the smuggler was pretending to be unconscious or deliberately knocked out by Yi Bangyao didn't matter, because Yi Bangyao had already incapacitated the smuggler's limbs. Unless this private clinic could perform a surgical operation to reattach his limbs, in just 10 minutes this smuggler would not escape Yi Bangio's clutches. Meanwhile, Yi Bangyao, who was guarding Chen Wenjua at Wan Chai Pier, took out a pack of Camel cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself first, and then lit one for Chen Wenjua, who lay motionless on the ground with his right hand cuffed to the railing. Colonel Chen. Let's just call you Mr. Chun-Yi. The title of colonel has become a thing of the past. Hearing this, Chen Wenjua merely smiled. After all, he was just a fish on the chopping board, unable to escape the control of a certain fisherman. Yao Go, we've arrived. Are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. Is everything ready? Yeah, let's go. About 10 minutes later, with the assistance of 2 nurses, the doctor finally managed to clean the wounds of the smuggler, and as per Yi Bangio's request, prescribed some medication to keep him awake. Although the doctor said there would be no diagnostic fee for Officer Yi, his speed was surprisingly quick, leaving Yi Bangyao slightly dumbfounded. After leaving the private clinic, Yu Tiao-su spotted a young man dressed in a brown vest and matching trousers, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, who rushed over from across the street upon seeing Yi Bangyao. "Achun, why are you dressed like this? Are you afraid others won't know we are here to do business?" Second, young master, I thought you wanted us to discuss business, so I dressed like this." "Oh dear." Seeing Lei Jueqing dressed as an elite, Yi Bangyao felt a bit frustrated as he rubbed his forehead. With a sigh, he gestured for Yu Tiao-su to take over the still unconscious smuggler, while he and Lei Jueqing returned to the other side of the street to get into a Ford car specifically purchased for the staff of Rongji. Yu Tiao-su and the smuggler sat in the back seat. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yi Bangyao led Yu Tiao-su and Lei Jueqing to the front of a 3-story Tong Lao building located in Shamshui, which boasted a distinctive architectural style from the 1920s and 30s. This was the smuggler's first hiding place for his money. 3rd floor, room 303, living room sofa. "Here's the key. You must be back in 5 minutes. Understood, Yao Go, we're on it." On the way, Yi Bangyao had already informed Yu Tiao-su and Lei Jueqing about the smuggler pretending to be dead and hiding a large sum of money in 3 locations in Shanjiang. Both Yu Tiao-su and Lei Jueqing were taken aback, then excited. To be safe, Yi Bangyao stopped at a clothing store on the way to buy a new light gray tang suit, folding the green military uniform still stained with blood and placing it in the compartment beneath the back seat of the car. Passers-by looked at him, a stranger, with a mix of scrutiny and vigilance, but no one dared to approach. "Who are these 2 the smugglers you and I Yao caught last night? They can't be dead, can they? Sen, go with me around, it's hard for them to die. They just fainted from excessive blood loss. They'll be fine once they wake up. Throw them out." "I thought so." The next morning around 9, at Wan Chai Police Station in the 2nd floor lobby. Dressed in plain clothes, Chu Ding looked only a few years older than Yi Banghua, but he was quite tall, at least 180 cm, with sharp eyes and calloused hands indicating he was experienced. In fact, Chu Ding was only 23 years old, but if all went well with his outstanding capabilities and extensive connections, he would become a police chief Shajian Sanchai next year. After patting Yi Banghua's shoulder to express appreciation and comfort, Chu Ding had another subordinate and son who had been on the force for 5 years take over the unconscious smuggler. To conceal the existence of Chen Wenjua and the smuggler, Yi Banghua had no choice but to pay 2,000 Hong Kong dollars to certain contacts to buy 2 illegal residents without Xiangjiang household registration to cover the case. Chu Ding and the other veterans had no doubts about this for Yi Banghua, and Yi Bangyao had performed exceptionally since joining the force. Just considering that they had captured smugglers for 10 consecutive nights, this ability was already high standard compared to most uniformed officers, bringing Chu Ding much face and respect among the foreign upper echelons. Even the armed maritime anti-smuggling teams found it difficult to catch smugglers, and yet 2 Chinese officers from Wan Chai Police Station, who had been on the job for less than a month, had captured no fewer than 20 smugglers in 10 consecutive nights. Is this not an achievement? Why you have to treat us to supper this time? Since you and your younger brother joined the force, you have achieved so much that us veterans feel embarrassed. Sengu, you're joking. Actually, we brothers are just lucky. Tisk tisk tsk. Look at you, so young, yet you know how to retreat to advance. No wonder the old heads are so fond of you. Hee hee. Ha. You're even shy. Oh my. Yi Banghua gave a shy smile, appearing somewhat awkward. Even Chu Ding, his superior, burst into laughter, but joking aside, the credit for the achievements had to be clearly documented in the records. By the way, Ahua, where's your younger brother Yao? Why didn't he come back with you? Yao got a little hurt. I told him to go home and see an old Chinese doctor. He got hurt. Is he okay? Which clinic? Should we visit him? Don't worry, old Ding son, go. Since we brothers entered this line of work, we've anticipated this. Besides, Yao has tough skin and flesh. This little injury is nothing serious. Once he's better, he'll be back on duty. Alright then. In that case, Ahua, I'll give you both a couple of days off to rest at home. Next Monday, my colleagues and I will treat you to 9 great dishes at Grand San Yuan restaurant. I'll cover the bill. Great. The boss is treating us to 9 great dishes. After 3 years as an officer, Chu Ding had learned some ways to manage his subordinates from his predecessors. Frequently giving red packets was somewhat cliché, as men enjoying some drinks and snacks at the table and boasting a little would quickly bring relationships closer. Watching such a warm scene unfold before him, Yi Banghua felt a subtle stir within, recalling the time he tacitly allowed his brother Yi Bangyao to secretly take the smuggler's hidden wealth. A fleeting sense of guilt passed over him, but ultimately rationality prevailed. He decided to find another opportunity to better care for his superiors, Chu Ding. Since his superior Chu Ding had granted them time off, Yi Banghua completed his statement and left the police station. On the way, he bought some roast goose, white-cut chicken, and 2 bottles of Yubingxiao. Upon returning home, he found his brother Yi Bangyao and others had already returned, while the old Chinese Dr. Chen Zhongwang was still consulting patients at the Lei Xingchun pharmacy on the 1st floor. Eldest young master, I've calculated 3 times, and there's a total of 513308 Hong Kong dollars in cash, 10 pieces of American gold bricks, each weighing 400 taels, about 12 per kilograms, a pair of Qing Dynasty imitation Xuanda blue and white pots, and a painting of Kangxis Southern Tour Volume 6. The accurate valuation requires an industry expert. Quite a fortune. Handing the roast meat and Yu Bingxiao to Yu Tiao Su, the temporary chef, Yi Banghua unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt and comfortably reclined on a maroon Chesterfield sofa he had bought from an English merchant. Half of his body propped up like a lazy golden cat, he glanced sideways at the report Lei Jueching handed over, his eyes gleaming with interest. Uching, you've worked hard. Eldest young master serving you, and second young master is my blessing. It's not hard work. Haha. No need to be so formal. Oh, we're all on the same side, so relax a bit. Alright then. Thank you for your understanding, eldest young master. If Yu Tiao Su and his brother Yi Bangyao were tasked with tallying the wealth found in the smugglers' 3 hiding places, it might pose a new challenge. However, entrusting it to Lei Jueching, a side member of the Lei family, was a delightful arrangement. Internal conflicts and power struggles among wealthy families have existed in Chinese society since ancient times. Lei Jueching was not a fool. He was a highly educated talent with dual degrees in law and accounting. Unfortunately, some members of the Lei family sought to expel him for petty gains, but Yi Banghua fortuitously discovered this dusty jewel and ultimately brought him into his fold. Come, brothers, this cup is my toast to you. Over this past year and more, I owe my position entirely to your steadfast support. No further words are needed. Let it all be said in this wine. Cheers. Brother Ding, you're far too humble. If not for you shielding us juniors from the storm, how could we possibly live so? I'm son, a blunt, unrefined man. I lack polished words, yet I must say this plainly: whatever Brother Ding commands, I will do without hesitation. Cheers. Hey, brother son, still claiming you're tongue-tied. Now you dare pledge loyalty right before Brother Ding's eyes. Ji Sherming, don't you dare mock me. Hurry up and raise a toast to Brother Ding. Fine. I need no instruction. Brother Ding, I'm Ming, blunt and forthright. This cup is mine alone, offered to you. Cheers. Excellent. Let us all drink together. Tonight we are all brothers and sisters, no formalities required. Saturday evening, shortly after 9 o'clock at the Daedyuan restaurant. Chu Ding truly commanded authority. Ever since Yi Banghua and Sun had retrieved the hidden gold from that sordid brothel where the boat captain had stashed it, Chu Ding had swiftly found channels to convert the entire hoard into cash. True to Yi Banghua's counsel, he entrusted a master goldsmith from a reputable firm with crafting a 15-kilogram solid gold statue of the Virgin Mary, a birthday gift delivered personally to the British police superintendent overseeing Wan Chai Station the previous night. Even now, Chu Ding vividly recalled the foreign superior's expression upon seeing the Golden Virgin, first stunned disbelief, then unrestrained elation, and finally a studied, almost theatrical restraint. The entire gifting ritual was a masterclass in performative discretion, yet in the end the superintendent accepted the statue, half protesting, half surrendering. Presenting a Golden Virgin Mary to a foreign superior would have been unthinkable before the war. Yet lately many Chinese detectives had grown adept at hunting down ever more bizarre treasures for their British superiors, all in pursuit of promotion. Chu Ding himself harbored no burning ambition for advancement, but his subordinates did, and he could hardly stand in their way forever. Thus he gladly adopted Yi Banghua's suggestions and acted upon them. For instance, Yi Banghua proposed hiring seasoned chefs, fluent in both Cantonese and Western cuisine, for the foreign superiors' households. After all, these men had journeyed thousands of miles from their homeland, England, to serve in Hong Kong, suffering acutely from homesickness and climate. A thoughtful Chinese subordinate offering such domestic care would surely earn gratitude, not least from the superintendent's own family. Maintaining private chefs entailed considerable expense, but naturally that burden fell not upon the foreign superior or his kin. Instead, the dutiful Chinese subordinate stepped forward once again, relieving his superior of this delicate financial strain. And during festivals or holidays, the same thoughtful subordinate might visit the household bearing carefully chosen gifts. Was such conduct unreasonable? Hardly. Was it even bribery? No. It was simply the natural rhythm of human reciprocity. Ah Hua, you're exceptional. And Ah Yao too. You two brothers are invaluable allies. Brother Ding, you flatter us. Without your discerning eye, we'd still be languishing by some forgotten pond. Ah, indeed. My judgment has always been sharp. Fortunately, I claimed you both first. The brandy and martell served tonight were procured from the Central District's Kwangwa Trading Company, a purchase funded not by the Yi brothers, but by Chu Ding himself, drawn from the proceeds of the melted gold. Yet though the liquor was paid for by Chu Ding, most of it flowed straight into the Yi brothers' throats. The veteran inspectors present were hardened drinkers, wholly unprepared for the Yi brothers' astonishing capacity. In their enthusiasm, they seized bottles and poured recklessly, so much so that both Yi brothers emerged drenched from the waist up. No way. Ah Hua, you two excel at martial arts, yes, but this, even your drinking prowess, is extraordinary. Exactly. Hick. Yi Banghua and his younger brother Yi Bangyao exchanged weary glances. Around the table, the veteran inspectors lay slumped, drunk beyond coherence. Had this scene unfolded in the main dining hall, instead of this private room, the restaurant's owner would already have arrived to intervene. Damn it! Who dares seize the room I reserved? Yin Tong's room. Bang! The door to the private room burst open. Yi Banghua had barely begun to motion for his brother to support the reeling, nearly unconscious brother Ding Chu Ding, when a shrill, furious curse sliced through the air. You! A middle-aged man in a flamboyant shirt flanked by a retinue strode in, his face frozen mid-rant as he met Yi Banghua's icy, impassive gaze. Swallowing hard, he cleared his throat and ventured cautiously, "Brother, which precinct are you from?" Hick. Who are you? How dare you kick down my door? Instantly, Yi Banghua's expression softened. Beside him, Yi Bangyao relaxed his stance. And Chu Ding, the inebriated brother Ding, jolted awake, shaken from his stupor by the violent intrusion. He braced himself against the table, he shook his head, and lifted bleary eyes toward the intruding man. Yin Tong, is that you? Yes, it's me, Inspector Chu. A terrible misunderstanding. We're all under the same roof, yet fail to recognize our own kin. Have family. Me, and you. Inspector Chu, this is a grave error. Please forgive us. I'll call on you personally to apologize. Apologize? Unnecessary. Just leave. Inspector Chu. Hearing Chu Ding dismiss him with the curt tone one uses for a subordinate, Yin Tong's face darkened. His gaze, venomous and calculating, swept over the drunken inspector and his incapacitated men. Only two uniformed rookies remained visibly sober. Seizing the moment, he turned to signal his men to attack, when, slap! A sharp, ringing slap echoed across the room. Yin Tong staggered, clutching his right cheek in disbelief. Before him stood the young uniformed officer, who moments earlier had locked eyes with him the instant the door flew open, now casually shaking out his hand, radiating cold, absolute contempt. What are you waiting for? Attack! At his command, Yin Tong's men roared and surged forward, leaping past their leader to pummel Yi Banghua with massive fists, while Yin Tong himself retreated into the corridor. Their commotion drew curious onlookers from neighboring rooms. A word spread instantly that two factions of Chinese detectives were brawling, and the spectacle only intensified when spectators realized one lone youth had already subdued them all. Ouch, my head. Watch out, Noah. My foot. Master Yin, this fellow's terrifying. Run. In less than 30 seconds, all four of Yin Tong's men lay groaning on the floor. Yin Tong blinked, and there stood Yi Banghua mere inches away, gripping his throat like an eagle seizing a chick. Strangest of all, Yi Banghua wore no trace of hesitation or anxiety. Instead, a faint, unsettling smile played across his lips, the very image of a demon's grin. As crushing force tightened around his windpipe, Yin Tong could not fathom how this clean-cut, scholarly-looking man possessed such monstrous strength. Spectators outside the room recoiled in terror, fearing Yi Banghua might snap his neck at any moment. Officer, please release me. A fatality would bring grave consequences for you, and your superiors are dining upstairs. Disturbing them would cost you dearly tonight. Zhou Jining, owner of the Daidayuan restaurant, had been hosting a British legal official from the Department of Justice in the top-floor private suite, until the floor manager rushed up pale and breathless, reporting a violent brawl in the second-floor Chun Line 1 room between two groups of detectives, and that one young man had single-handedly overwhelmed them all, even now holding their leader by the throat. Alarmed, Zhou Jining excused himself mid-meal and hurried downstairs, questioning the manager en route. He learned the root cause a waiter's blunder. mistakenly assigning the Chun Line Wan room pre-booked by the later arriving group to the first group instead. No one knew how negotiations had deteriorated so catastrophically into outright violence. The boss is here. Well, since the boss has spoken, I can't afford to offend him. Yintong, take your people and get ahem, ahem, ahem. Did Yi Banghua get into a conflict with Yintong? With that, Yintong suddenly stood up, glaring resentfully at himself and his subordinates, then suddenly spouted some nonsensical words that left Chu Ding utterly bewildered. However, he did not weaken his presence and casually replied, Yintong, if you have any grievances, just come at me. As you said, I am the boss. Oh, I will never let my subordinates take the hit for me. Humph. With a cold snort, Yintong covered his already swollen right eye and retreated awkwardly. The onlookers, seeing that the show was over, began to disperse, while Zhou Jining, the owner of the Desanyuan restaurant, smiled bitterly and said, Chu sir, I'm truly sorry. This incident was caused by our waiter mistakenly giving the private room reserved for Yintong to you, resulting in your people fighting amongst themselves. Huh. Chu Ding, barely holding up his dizzy head, managed to listen to Zhou Jining's words. He immediately cursed Zhou Jining and the waiter who caused the mess in his heart, but still said, It's our fault for affecting your business, boss Zhou. We will pay for the meal. As for the drink, let's skip it since I don't even get along with Yintong. Zhou Jining was greatly moved by these words, but insisted on treating Chu Ding and the others to a free meal tonight. As for the drink, seeing the current situation, he also understood that the two groups were like fire and water, and fierce competition was inevitable in the future. Though the drink was off the table, Zhou Jining could not let the matter rest easily. His restaurant operated year-round, and if word got out that the fight between the two groups of officers was due to a mistake made by his waiter, it would be a laughingstock. Even the previously friendly British officials would have a different opinion. Chu sir, since the drink is off, you must accept this generous gift. Otherwise, I won't let you leave, and you'll have to stay here with your men. This, boss Zhou, isn't that inappropriate. We caused the trouble, why should you bear the cost? No, Chu sir, ultimately it's my lack of discipline that led to this disaster. You must accept this compensation. Chu Ding was not a novice. He understood that Zhou Jining, the owner of Desanyuan restaurant, had close ties with certain officials in the authorities. Just now he had vaguely heard Zhou Jining mention that some officials from the Department of Justice were upstairs dining. This terrified him, and he quickly pulled Yi Banghua, who had just beaten up Yintong's gang, behind him to prevent Zhou Jining from shifting his anger onto Yi Banghua for standing up for his group. What kind of boss would allow his subordinates to be harmed? However, Zhou Jining's statement left Chu Ding both shocked and puzzled. Yet remaining in this stalemate did not seem like a good solution. Old Ding, just accept it. This matter is not our fault. Yi Banghua behind him tugged at his sleeve and whispered a few words. Chu Ding turned back and shot him an annoyed glare, and Yi Banghua smiled awkwardly. Boss Zhou, we also share some responsibility in this matter, but since you insist, I won't refuse. Exactly. Chu sir, let's consider this as no fight, no acquaintance. Tomorrow night at 8, I will treat you and your men to experience our restaurant's specialties and fine wines. You and your men must come. Absolutely. I will convey my thanks to boss Zhou on behalf of my men. The farce came to an end. On the way back to the police station, Chu Ding's drunkenness had long passed. Yi Banghua was called over by Chu Ding to walk alongside him, while Yi Bangyao lagged a few steps behind with two other veteran officers, leaving enough space for Chu Ding and Yi Banghua to have a quiet talk. Phew. This time you did well, but you were also very impulsive. Old Ding, I'm sorry. I acted against Yintong without considering the consequences, leading to a feud between us. If you're in a difficult position, just transfer me to guard the pond to avoid being caught again by Yintong. Slap. Ouch. Chu Ding hit Yi Banghua forcefully on the head, exhaling a heavy breath. What nonsense are you talking about? You are my subordinate. What right does Yintong have to point fingers at you? Finally venting some frustration, Yi Banghua, who was pretending to be in pain from the hit, secretly observed Chu Ding's expression, seemingly not expecting a second strike. Ahua, I know you have high aspirations and don't regard Yintong as anything but. Chu Ding paused, took a deep breath, and looked seriously at Yi Banghua, saying, Yintong has been in this line of work for over a decade. He has deep connections in the police department and among the gangsters. It is said that he is closely associated with some drug lords, even burning yellow paper and swearing brotherhood with a drug lord known as Crab King. If he is determined to take you down, he has plenty of methods and means, and it won't even implicate him. Yi Banghua also put away his smile. He could sense that Chu Ding's warning came not from a desire for interest, but rather from genuine concern for his subordinate. After all, they were almost of the same generation, yet Chu Ding had grown up in Hong Kong, and had seen too much dirt and darkness. While his ambition might not be very strong, he would certainly protect his subordinates. This was one of his few bottom lines in this chaotic and tumultuous society. As for the true background of the Yi brothers, Chu Ding had suspected it from the outset, but he wasn't sure. Until just now, when Yi Banghua decisively grabbed Yin Tong by the neck, he had vaguely seen a fleeting killing intent in Yi Banghua's eyes. Yi Banghua truly dared to kill Yin Tong in front of everyone. This was not mere bravado or impulsiveness. Beyond the killing intent, Chu Ding saw that Yi Banghua was very calm. Calm as an iceberg, as if he were crushing an inconsequential ant. Recalling the performance of the Yi brothers since they joined the force, Chu Ding knew that this pair of siblings harbored many secrets, but he had no intention of prying into them. Sometimes it's better to be a little confused about life. Old Ding, you are a person with principles, but Yin Tong is not. He acts without any principles. You guessed right, I indeed wanted to kill Yin Tong to eliminate future troubles. However, I didn't want to drag you and Sun Gu into any trouble. Yi Banghua spoke sincerely, and Chu Ding could feel it, but his feelings were complicated. One reason was that Yi Banghua had chosen not to deceive him, his superior, and the other was that this statement indicated that if he and his son were not present, Yi Banghua would really have dared to kill Yin Tong, even with high-ranking officials from the Department of Justice dining upstairs. A killer star, purely a killer star. This was Chu Ding's first accurate perception of Yi Banghua. Although my family background isn't bad. My parents once advised me to study law and strive to be a great lawyer, but I didn't follow their wishes. Instead, I applied to the police academy because I didn't want those dirty matters to harm my family. Using words is no match for fists and guns. I don't know why you and Ayao became police officers, but I believe you brothers have your own priorities. So Ahua, consider this advice from your superior and elder brother. Think carefully before doing anything in the future. Old Ding, thank you. The summer heat was always unbearable, but at this moment both Yi Banghua and Chu Ding felt a sense of coolness in their hearts. It seemed they had developed a certain tacit understanding, sending a statue of the Virgin Mary to the foreign police captain standing over them. From here, Chu Ding realized that Yi Banghua was actively pushing him to rise in rank. However, what he didn't tell Yi Banghua was that he could have become a senior inspector 6 months ago. The reason he remained in Wanchai instead of moving to the big house was that he wanted to stay closer to his family. Big brother, I have already found out about Chen Wenjue. The general from the Guojun he mentioned indeed exists, and he lives in a Cantonese tea house on Nathan Road. Has Chen Wenjue re-established contact with that Guojun general? Yes, he has. Moreover, the Guojun general, out of suspicion, secretly sent someone to investigate the route and process through which Chen Wenjue escaped from the mainland to Hong Kong. Our people, following the instructions, inadvertently leaked the prepared excuses. I estimate that even if the Guojun general still has doubts, he won't easily give up on Chen Wenjue. After all, Chen Wenjue is his own cousin. Ayao, continue to follow up on this. Let me know immediately if there are any abnormalities. Big brother, rest assured, I will keep a close watch. The old Chinese doctor Chen Zhongwang, stationed at Leishankan, truly is a master of the medical field. Within 2 days, Chen Wenjue, who had been beaten badly by Yi Banghua, had fully recovered thanks to his decent physical condition. Since they had already arrived in Hong Kong, why travel all the way to Taiwan to accept the dictatorship of the Jiang family? This was a lengthy process. By the mid to late 1960s, the Guojun remnants settled in places like Daijingling had not been completely repatriated. In fact, a considerable number of officers and soldiers remained in Hong Kong, choosing to accept the local disposal policy proposed by the British authorities, thus abandoning their identities on the mainland and in Taiwan, becoming new citizens of Hong Kong. Scaling up meant that the organization combat effectiveness and survival goals of Hong Kong's underworld had changed. The previously scattered underworld began to consciously refer to military or modern corporate management models. Contrary to the fictional elements in media, in real life the Hong Kong underworld did not simply engage in open brawls, rather they sent respected senior members to talk things over calmly. If discussions broke down only then would they agree on a time, place, and scale to fight. Yi Banghua intended to retain more Guojun remnants in Hong Kong to become new citizens. The city was also in a phase of reconstruction. Although the smoke of war had dissipated for several years, the scars left by the conflict were yet to heal, creating a demand for a large workforce. Moreover, if the Hong Kong underworld did not take the path of normalization and scaling up, how could they act as a lubricant between the underground forces and the British authorities? Yi Banghua intended to retain more Guojun remnants in Hong Kong to become new citizens. The city was also in a phase of reconstruction. Although the smoke of war had dissipated for several years, the scars left by the conflict were yet to heal, creating a demand for a large workforce. Moreover, if the Hong Kong underworld did not take the path of normalization and scaling up, how could they act as a lubricant between the underground forces and the British authorities? Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia. In addition to providing security, Yi Banghua also planned to select a group of resourceful, agile, and principled Guojun officers to enter the Hong Kong Police Department. This way he would have a group of loyal supporters and reliable foundation within the police. All of this was based on Yi Banghua's plan after he had taken control of Chun Wenzuo's general cousin. Currently, aside from completing the regular tasks and additional missions assigned by the system, he had one more matter regarding his life to deal with. The person who caused the original owner's demise, Lan Kachong, was still living carefree. Previously, he had put this hatred aside because he was busy getting into the police department, but now that he had the time and energy, Lan Kachang's life was about to enter the countdown. You coward. Are you going to talk? Who is your accomplice? I will never betray my brothers. Huh. Spit. How dare you spit on me? You truly are a longevity star. Do you want to die? Guh, 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 Guh. As Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao started work, they saw the old enforcer and son bare-chested relentlessly beating a skinny man wearing an old shirt that looked as if it had come from a thrift store. The skinny man's face was already swollen purple and his mouth was bleeding, indicating that his son had been beating him for quite some time. Hey, Ahua Yao, you brothers are back. Yao, are your injuries healed? Thanks for your concern, Brother Lu. I'm fine now, so I'm back with my brother to find old Ding to take leave. Good. You brothers are back, then we can relax. And son was busy, and another old enforcer, Lu Zhang, was not idle either. As soon as he saw the Yi brothers return, he immediately approached them with a smile, leading them to sit in the big hall and pushing a stack of files in front of them. Brother Lu, what's going on? The Yi brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao were puzzled and couldn't figure out what Lu Zhang was up to. Seeing their confused expressions, Lu Zhang's face turned serious as he leaned in and whispered, "Isn't it that bastard Yin Tong's doing? This old tortoise spent several tens of thousands to bribe the gang in our area, deliberately causing trouble these days, making old Ding unable to sleep well at night. The foreign police chief stationed at Guan also got scolded by the department head, causing everyone to be on edge. These," Lu Zhang poked at the files in front of the Yi brothers, "are all the recorded important figures in our area's various gangs and their ranks. What we need to do is identify the most unruly ones from here, then take decisive action, kicking out all these rebels and letting others know this is our turf." After saying that, Lu Zhang slammed his fist heavily down on the stack of files, his face filled with malice and anger. It seemed that those targeted gang members and big shots were about to face a fate worse than death at the hands of the Wanshai police. Since Lu Zhang had said this, Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao had no choice but to sit down and look through the files. As they were browsing, Yi Banghua noticed something interesting. Lan Kachong had also opened a big shop in Wanshai. Without hesitation, he marked this troublesome mess. Yi Bangyao also noticed his brother's intentions and couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Lan Kachong, oh Lan Kachong, why did you have to provoke my brother? Go to hell and repent. Alright, Ahua Yao, let's just mark these for now. Too many will easily provoke resistance from other gangs and big Brother Lu, when are we setting off? No hurry, let's rest well during the day. When night falls, we'll launch a surprise attack. Understood. Though Lu Zhang usually appeared cheerful and could get along with anyone, those familiar with his true nature knew this was merely a mask. If truly angered, Lu Cheitu could easily turn ruthless. By the way, Brother Lu, what's Sun Gu busy with? I see he's sweating profusely from beating someone. Oh, didn't a robbery occur at the Dasheng Bank a few days ago? Coincidentally, one of the perpetrators fled into our area, and Sun brought people to capture him, and this guy is quite loyal. He's refusing to give up his accomplices. Is that so? After understanding the situation, Yi Banghua's eyes turned, and he looked at his brother Yi Bangyao, who immediately understood and approached the interrogation room. Sun Gu, you've been at it for a while, you must be tired. How about I give it a try? Seeing it was Yi Bangyao, and Sun thought for a moment that he was indeed tired, exhaling a breath of hot air as he handed the sweaty police baton to Yi Bangyao. Before leaving, he lightly patted Yi Bangyao's shoulder. Yao, if you can't get anything out of him, we can just find someone to take the blame later. Someone to take the blame. Yi Bangyao didn't want to waste money. After taking the police baton, he didn't use it, but instead took out a small silver hook from his pocket, slowly closing the doors and windows of the interrogation room. In the terrified gaze of the skinny man, a surge of brute force directly grasped his ankle, flipping him over. In the next moment, the hook fluidly pierced through his ankle, and with a forceful tug, his left Achilles tendon snapped out. Ah! A sharp scream was about to escape his lips, but was swiftly silenced by a punch from Yi Bangyao. So brutal. As Yi Bangyao dragged the bank robber resembling a dead dog out of the interrogation room, the Chinese officers present, except for Yi Banghua, were all dumbfounded, gazing at the blood-soaked Yi Bangyao, as if they were looking at an ancient executioner. Sun Galu Gu, I've got the information. This pink sausage was instructed by a few fellow townsmen under Gao Laofu from Oil Hemp Land to rob the Dasheng Silver House. They only managed to steal $5,000 with Gao Laofu, taking $3,000, leaving $2,000 for this guy, and his accomplices, giving each of them only $500. This. Yeah, you didn't kill him, did you? Sun Gu, don't worry, he's still breathing enough to hold on until you finish taking. Quickly, Hao Zi, prepare paper and pen, let's take this guy's statement. Casually throwing the nearly breathless robber beside the large table, Yi Bangyao smiled brightly, causing Sun Lu Zhang and others to shudder. Even though it was the height of summer, the indoor temperature felt like it had dropped by several degrees. Alright, Ayao, go wash yourself in the restroom, don't scare the female colleagues. Got it. Regarding his brother Yi Bangyao's interrogation methods, Yi Banghua felt somewhat helpless. Initially, he intended for his brother to use money to pave the way. Yet unexpectedly, in a moment of excitement, Yi Bangyao resorted to that set of torture to torment the criminal. At this moment, all the colleagues in the police station realized that Yi Bangyao was quite cruel in dealing with criminals if someone fell into his hands. I can't think any further. And Sun and Lu Zhang, being seasoned officers, quickly returned to normal, but the female officers who had been in the office as clerks surely found it hard to eat lunch today. This was a minor issue. Ahua remind Ayao in the future not to always use this method. Singu, rest assured, Ayao knows his limits. This time was an emergency. As long as he knows his limits. After a beating, the frail robber indeed obediently confessed everything, including the hideouts of his accomplices and the detailed process of their crime, as well as where they discarded the tools of the crime. Indeed, this robbery at Dasheng Silver House resulted in casualties, one being a Chinese officer who happened to be on leave and was injured while confronting these criminals, and another was a housewife withdrawing money at Dasheng Silver House who was unfortunately struck in the head during the chaos, dying on the spot from excessive blood loss. This case had already alarmed the governor of Hong Kong, Sir John Cowperthwaite, as well as the #1 officer of the Hong Kong Police, McLaughlin. If this case were cracked by the Wan Chai Police Station, then as members of the Wan Chai Police Station, Chu Ding, Yi Banghua and Sun, and others could also make an appearance in front of the big bosses, and later their promotion would also gain some impression points. The area of Xiangjiang is not large, but the waters run deep. The news about the Wan Chai Police Station capturing a suspect from the Dasheng Silver House robbery spread to other police stations within half a day, including the Chinese detective Yan Tong and others who all sought various channels to inquire about specific information. However, Chu Ding, the Chinese detective from the Wan Chai Police Station, stepped in to control the situation and arranged for Yi Bangyao, Lu Zhang, and two clever and capable plainclothes officers to escort their superior superintendent, Wood Robinson, discreetly to the big prison for a report, while he himself led Yi Banghua and Sun and others armed to swiftly capture other suspects of the Dasheng Silver House robbery in places like Chun Yuan Street and Heitai Street. Before other police stations and Chinese detectives could react, they had already completed the capture operation, taking only 10 hours in total. Superintendent Wood Robinson, who headed to the big prison for a report, was not to be under. As long as he cracked the Dasheng Silver House robbery case, Wood Robinson would naturally be promoted to senior superintendent. As for the qualification review, having been in Xiangjiang for so many years, Wood Robinson had learned a saying: money can make the devil push the mill, and the same applies. Money can make angels push the mill. Chu Ding and these Chinese subordinates had given him quite a number of gifts in recent years. Taking out 2 or 3 million to exchange for a promotion qualification might be painful, but it was ultimately worth it. Having wasted so many years, Wood Robinson also had grievances. Who didn't know that the greater the power, the more income one had? This time no one could block Wood Robinson's path to progress. Boss, a large group of reporters, is outside claiming they want to interview the officers involved in the Dasheng Silver House robbery capture. Reporters. Interview. Who arranged this? The next morning around 10 a.m., a Chu Ding, who had just come out of the interrogation room and hadn't had a sip of water, was informed by hurried subordinates that a large group of reporters was outside, wanting to interview the officers involved in this capture action. Upon further inquiry, he learned that it was actually Superintendent Wood Robinson's arrangement, who was still at the big prison employing delay tactics. Ahua, come with me to accept the interview from the newspaper, The Press. Boss, I'm not fond of the camera. You and Sun Gu and Lu Gu can handle the interview. I'll first pry open the mouths of the other suspects. I estimate Superintendent Robinson is waiting for our statements and evidence at the big prison. In that case, thank you for your hard work. With a somewhat comforting pat on Yi Banghua's shoulder, Chu Ding was quite pleased with this capable and ambitious subordinate stance. And Sun and Lu Zhang, two seasoned officers beside them, also shared a knowing smile, with Yi Banghua aware that Yi Banghua was intentionally giving up this great opportunity to appear in front of the media for the sake of allowing these old-timers to rise up sooner. This kindness was firmly remembered in the hearts of Chu Ding and the other two. To be blunt, the fact that they could swiftly capture other suspects in the Dasheng Silver House robbery this time was largely due to Yi Banghua's capabilities rather than the initially captured suspect. It was unclear how Yi Banghua had sensed it, but during the capture it was discovered that two of the suspects were twins. Initially they thought such a coincidence was odd, however upon smelling one of the captured twins' body, Yi Banghua immediately concluded that one of the suspects involved in the crime was missing. Sure enough, after capturing one of the twins, a heavily armed thug appeared at the northwestern exit of the encirclement, personally laid out by Chu Ding, engaging in fierce gunfire with the Chinese officer stationed there, resulting in one Chinese officer being unfortunately shot in the abdomen by a stray bullet, leading to severe bleeding and immediate hospitalization, narrowly escaping death. Once again, Yi Banghua stepped up, quietly moving behind the twin suspect while the latter was exchanging fire with other Chinese officers. Chu Ding and the others did not wish for Yi Banghua to take such risks. However, after Yi Banghua proposed the plan, he leaped onto the adjacent building using various cover to approach the back of the twin suspect, now just 10 meters away from that ferocious twin suspect. Everything seemed to be thrilling yet safe. Just when Chu Ding and the others thought Yi Banghua would perform a splendid act of unarmed seizing a blade, Yi Banghua instead went against the odds, using a .38 caliber pistol borrowed from the old officer and Sun, aiming at the twin suspect who had just shrunk back behind a pile of sand and gravel. With a crisp gunshot, the twin suspect wore a shocked expression of "why did it come to this" on his face as he died, still harboring a desire for life. Fortunately, Yi Banghua decisively shot a fatal bullet from behind the twin suspect. Later, after searching the scene, Chu Ding and the others found that the now deceased twin suspect had actually concealed 2 pressure grenades in his arms, one of which had its safety pin half pulled out. Had they been a moment late, this vicious suspect might have resorted to a suicidal counterattack. Thus, the main contributors to this capture operation were still Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao. The suspects who entered the interrogation room all transformed from being heroically stubborn and stubbornly tenacious into quails who confessed everything under Yi Bangyio's mysterious interrogation techniques. The atmosphere was somewhat dampened by the fact that these suspects were light on goods, which greatly troubled Chu Ding, as all circumstances including the interrogation process had to be recorded in the files. The Dasheng Silver House robbery case had 5 suspects, all of whom were cockroaches living in the tenement area. The piercing screams they emitted during the interrogation sent chills down the spines of the other captured suspects, who, fearing they might also have to experience such a situation in the interrogation room, dared not think further and quickly confessed all their criminal facts. After being reported by the Tsingtao Daily and South China Morning Post, the Wan Chai police station truly shone this time. The Chinese detective Yin Tong from Oil Hemp Land looked at the photos of Chu Ding and other Wan Chai Chinese officers looking solemn and serious in the newspaper, feeling a surge of humiliation and anger, and in a fit of rage he tore the Tsingtao Daily into shreds. On August 20th, 1945, a fleet led by Rear Admiral Summer from the Royal Navy of England landed at Victoria Harbour in Hong Kong, bringing an end to the 3 years and 8 months of colonial rule by Japanese imperialism. In the following 6 months, citizens returned from all directions, bringing the population of Hong Kong back to around 1.2 million. Among those returning were undoubtedly many members of the Triads. During the occupation period, a small group of collaborators, as Hong Kong still belonged to England's colony, had not faced any purging aside from handling some war criminals as per the International Court's directives. Thus, except for a few prominent figures with deep transgressions such as Lin Man, who temporarily hid or fled back to the mainland to evade capture, the rest remained unscathed. Consequently, they re-emerged alongside those who returned after the disaster. The first Triad organization to resume activities in Hong Kong after World War II was Yong and Lu, followed by Fu Yixing. At the time, Hong Kong was in ruins and needed reconstruction. The military government established by Sir Summer and the newly reinstated British authorities under Yang Yuki could only address major issues. Naturally, they had no time to pay attention to the activities of Triad members. Hence, the Triad organizations began to regain their scale, recruiting new members. A number of new chapters also emerged during this period. Within a year after the war, there were organizations and chapters with over 500 members, including both existing and new ones such as He and Lu, He Sheng, He Li He, He Hong Sheng, He Yi Tang, He Sheng Tang, He Yong, Yi Tu, Yi, etc. Aside from those with He, there were also Tong Xian, He Lian Ing, Shi Dan, Yu Dong, etc. Those belonging to the Chaozhou gang included Fu, Yixing, Xian, Ian, and others. Before the war, some leaders such as He Kuning, Tong Xian, Lu, He Lian Sheng, Tong Xian, Yi Lian, Yi Shi Qing, Nian Shi, and San Sheng Tang, among others, were either absorbed by other leaders or had already vanished, becoming historical relics of the Triads in Hong Kong. As for organizations like 14K, Beijing, Ima Jiaozai, and Qingbang, they only began to emerge 5 years later. During this period, the activities of Triads in Hong Kong, aside from the usual crimes such as theft, robbery, pickpocketing, street scams, and gambling dens, were predominantly related to extortion and the protection of prostitutes. The targets of extortion were primarily market vendors or street vendors. At the time, police forces were insufficient to maintain order, often leading to a sense of neglect. Triad members would first intimidate these targets by creating disturbances, destroying goods and tools of trade, and even setting fire to stalls at night. Then they would send persuasive individuals to explain the benefits, assuring that if protection fees were paid on time, they would remain safe, and no one would dare to disturb them. They also understood that killing the chicken to get the egg was a poor strategy, thus they demanded modest amounts. Those ordinary citizens who lived hand to mouth had no choice but to comply. This was a lucrative path, and everyone wanted a piece of it. With profits at stake, fierce battles over territory ensued. Therefore, in the early post-war period, collective killings among the Triads occurred almost daily on the streets of Hong Kong. After a series of conflicts, the weak were eliminated while the strong survived. At that time, those who could brazenly control the various districts of Kowloon included He and Lu, controlling the Mong Kok area, He controlling the area north of Sham Shui Pass North River Street, He controlling the area north of Jordan Road, and Yao, Massachusetts, Lian Ingshi controlling from Quan Chung to Tsim Sha Sui, Fu Yixing controlling to Kwa Wan, and later the Kowloon City area. In Hong Kong, there were Dan E in the Wan Chai area, He 2 in Central, He Sheng Tang from Siang Pon to Pak Fu Lam, Xin in Causeway Bay, and later Sham Shui Pa, Tong Xin He, parts of Wan Chai and Western District. Of course, there were no formal rules regarding which organization controlled which area, known as Tuadi. When the influence of a certain organization shifted, it would also expand or contract. Conflicts over profits inevitably led to open and covert struggles. This situation persisted until around 1950. The Triads in post-war Hong Kong thrived, taking advantage of the special historical period when Hong Kong was in dire need of reconstruction and the British authorities had not yet regained their pre-war control over Hong Kong. However, the British authorities would not allow the Triads to encroach upon or even occupy the regulatory powers that rightfully belonged to the government. One of the rare instances of major expansions in the history of the Hong Kong police began in 1950. As from that year onwards, the authorities started to register the identities of residents in certain areas of Hong Kong, marking the beginning of a new phase of governmental control over Hong Kong citizens that was historically traceable. How other districts managed Triad organizations was unknown to Yi Bonghua, but in the small territory of Wan Chai, he absolutely would not allow any organization to operate outside the rules he established. Even though he was not yet the chief inspector of Wan Chai, he could influence his superior Chu Ding to attempt a preliminary integration of the Wan Chai Triads. The first step of integration was to delineate limited activity zones for each triad within Wan Chai, as well as the fee collection regulations that each triad should adhere to within these limited activity zones. Currently, the triad organization dominating Wan Chai is the powerful Dan E with about 100 members, led by the current head Hong Dafu, nicknamed Newspaper Hong, who had previously been a lackey of the Japanese colonial rulers during the occupation. Unfortunately, shortly after Japan's surrender, he fled back to the provincial capital to hide for a year. In February 1946, unable to endure the silence, Newspaper Hong returned to Hong Kong on a small fishing boat, with several close associates rallying people like Liang Tang from Shui, Chi Fong, He and Lu in Sham Shui, Pa to re-establish their foothold in Kowloon, and Wan Chai, even absorbing remnants of the Guijun and daring to confront the Hong Kong police in the street. Adjacent to the National Theatre at the intersection of Lock Road and Fun Yu Street, on the third floor of an old Tang-style building close to the stairway, there was a shabby company called Tian Lu Ticket Office, which was one of the important strongholds established by Dan E next to the National Theatre solely to collect reasonable fees from the local residents coming to watch the shows every night. Strangely, this place, once filled with laughter and joy, had now fallen into a deep silence. Yi Sjar, what do you mean by this? Haven't we already paid enough fees for this week? The one stationed at this stronghold was Qian Jishou, known in the underworld as Shou Yi, who was second only to the head and the second-in-command in Danny. He had come today to collect the 22300 Hong Kong dollars in fees that the members had gathered the previous night. Unexpectedly, shortly after he entered, Yi Bonghua, dressed in army green police uniform and wearing a black police cap, followed him in. Without saying a word, he drew out a watermelon knife hidden in his clothes and thrust it into one of the 5 Sijio Zai present using all his strength, then pulled it out and stabbed another Sijio Zai in the eye. Until all 5 Sijio Zai were killed, Yi Bonghua finally spat out a mouthful of phlegm, pulled over a stool, and casually loosened the overly tight buttons of his jacket. Boss Chin, go back and tell Newspaper Hong that there will be a meeting at the station at 9 a.m. this Friday, and if he dares to be late, I will immediately sweep away all your Danese stalls in Wan Chai, and then let old Chow Zhou gang come into Wan Chai to set up their flag. Also remind Newspaper Hong that last time the fee submitted was short. If he doesn't make up the 500, I will go to his house tonight and execute that bastard in front of his wife and children. Did you understand clearly? I understood clearly. Even though Yi Banghua sat there casually facing his incomparably calm gaze, Qian Jishou, who was over 30 and reputed to be the strongest in Dan, he still felt an inexplicable shiver and fear. He had attempted to resist before, but always had the illusion that if he made any unusual move, the watermelon knife in Yi Banghua's hand would slice through his head like flowing clouds and waters, and the constant stench of blood around him was a mad reminder for Qian Jishou not to attempt anything dangerous. However, regarding the two matters Yi Banghua had just mentioned, Qian Jishou was utterly confused. He had rarely interacted with the police regarding the fees. Such matters were usually handled by the head Hong Dafu. If Hong Dafu had indeed submitted a lesser amount for the last fee, then it seemed quite reasonable for Yi Banghua to come to issue a warning on behalf of the Wanchai police. So did Hong Dafu actually submit less for the fee? This question lingered in Qian Jishou's mind as he returned to the Danese headquarters, a Cantonese tea house located in what would later be known as Ginza Road, serving as the big cafeteria for the Danny members. He relayed the two matters mentioned by Yi Banghua at the National Theater to head Hong Dafu, who upon hearing them turned pale and smashed a treasured Suzhou purple clay pot he had cherished for years. From this, Qian Jishou inferred that the fee submitted by Hong Dafu to the Wanchai police last time must have been short, likely by a significant amount. Yi Banghua, you truly are a mad dog. Hong Dafu, this name is not mispronounced. From his appearance, he is a mountain of flesh weighing over 200 kilograms. His two small eyes, when squinted, exude a cunning and treacherous danger. His worth has also increased significantly, likely around 4 to 5 million. Yet Yi Banghua actually demands he make up 500 in one go. On another sweltering summer night, Yi Banghua did not have to be on duty, but his younger brother Yi Bangyao was out on patrol with head and son. Thus, apart from Yi Banghua, the only ones left in the entire Leishankan were the recently returned Chen Wenjua and the old Chinese medicine practitioner Chen Zhongwang, who was attending to the shop on the first floor. The living room on the second floor was spacious and luxurious, dominated by a portrait of Queen Elizabeth II in the center, flanked by reproductions of several nude oil paintings from the European Renaissance period. The chandelier on the ceiling emitted bright soft light, illuminating the creamy white corner sofa and the brown acrylic coffee table, which held 2 mugs of Munich beer and a plate of cut fruit salad. Old Chen, what's going on with your cousin now? To put it simply, he's living in a drunken stupor. Oh, did he not make it to Taiwan? He didn't want to serve that old man's family anymore, so he stayed in Hong Kong, planning to do so. Crunch crunch. With a sip of Munich beer and a bite of watermelon slice dipped in yogurt, Yi Banghua's manner of eating was completely at odds with that of a concealed wealthy individual who owned 2 4-story Tong-style buildings worth 800 Hong Kong dollars. However, Chen Wenjua maintained a calm gaze, lifting another mug of Munich beer to share everything he had learned about his cousin Tang Yuxing's current situation. In his past life, Yi Banghua found no information about Tang Yuxing, likely a historical dust hidden in the annals of history. However, this historical dust carried a considerable amount of wealth from the mainland. According to Chen Wenzuo's observation, it was roughly valued at over $2 million. Indeed, the unit of measurement was in US dollars. Yi Banghua had no idea how Tang Yuxing managed to transport goods worth $2 million to Hong Kong without being discovered by the spies under old Jiang's command. The most likely scenario was that Tang Yuxing had been secretly shipping the wealth he had amassed over the years in power to Hong Kong through clandestine channels, entrusting reliable individuals there to receive and manage it, and even using this wealth to invest in various enterprises in Hong Kong, such as opening hotels, speculating on land, and trading in gold and foreign currency. Despite some significant losses, Tang Yuxing's substantial foundation allowed him to recover from a few setbacks. It was no wonder he arranged for his cousin Chen Wenjua to escape from the mainland to Hong Kong. Most of the remnants of the women's army who hadn't accumulated much wealth fled to the mountainous areas of Southeast Asia to become bandits, with the most notorious among them being the globally infamous drug lord Kunsha. Undoubtedly, Tang Yuxing was a big fish, so Yi Banghua was not in a hurry to devour this big fish right now. Instead, he would let Chen Wenjua, the Mission Impossible agent, continue to stay close to Tang Yuxing and monitor him in real time. So long as Tang Yuxing showed no signs of immigrating abroad, all the wealth he currently possessed and would possess in the future would become Yi Banghua's resources. Ring ring ring. Hello, this is Lei Shinkan. May I ask who's calling? Uncle Chen, good evening. I'm Ching from the Lei family. Is young Master Yi at home? Oh, it's Ching. Young Master is on the second floor chatting with friends. Do you have something to discuss with him? Yes, Uncle Chen, I have some matters to discuss with young Master Yi. Please let him know I'm on my way to Lei Shinkan and ask him. Understood, I'll go upstairs now to inform young Master. Just as Yi Banghua was discussing which remnants of the women's army were hiding in Hong Kong with Chen Wenjua, he saw Chen Zhongwang's slightly graying head popping up, which puzzled him as he hadn't heard the phone ringing on the first floor. Young Master, just now Lei Jueching called saying he's driving over to discuss something with you. Lei Jueching. Uncle Chen, I see. It's getting late. After you go down, close the main door. I'll have Lei Jueqing come up to the second floor through the back door. All right, young master, you should also rest early. I'll make you some seasonal soup to dispel dampness and heat in the morning. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Yao is on patrol tonight. After he comes back in the morning, remind him to drink the soup before taking a bath and going to bed. Hearing that Lei Jueqing was coming to discuss something, Yi Banghua understood and instructed Uncle Chen a few things before letting him return to the first floor to close the shop for the night. Soon the sound of a car roaring on the street below caught his attention. Raising his chin, Shun Wenjua understood and immediately went to the back door on the first floor to welcome Lei Jueqing upstairs. Hing, why are you here so late instead of sleeping? Is it urgent? Huago, it's not that I intentionally disturbed your rest. It's because a property I asked you to keep an eye on is now up for sale. However, the Feng family from Li Feng Company is also interested in this property, so I rushed over to discuss it with you. Oh, which property is it? Come, don't just stand there. Sit down quickly. Old Chun, get a cup for it. Thanks to the meticulous care of the family's old Chinese medicine practitioner, Chun Zhongwang Yi Banghua, and his younger brother Yi Bangyao, had become radiant over the past period of time. However, the years of lacking proper nourishment could not be made up for in a short time. Compared to the pampered Lei Jueqing from the side branch of the Lei family, Yi Banghua still lacked a bit of fullness, resembling more of a local tycoon, or nouveau riche, who had just come out of the countryside, especially when compared to Lei Jueqing's well-proportioned, delicate appearance. However, sitting across from Yi Banghua, the pressure in Lei Jueqing's heart was something only he knew. From initially looking down on Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, gradually turning to astonishment and curiosity, and ultimately transforming into admiration, respect, and obsession, the mystery should not be known to outsiders. Lei Jueqing maintained a posture of utmost respect and propriety, while Yi Banghua did not care much for the formalities. True respect does not require excessive formality, but is naturally integrated into daily life. Thank you, Brother Chun. You're welcome. Taking the Munich beer handed to him by Chun Wenjua, Lei Jueqing took a small sip, feeling invigorated. Even the fatigue from rushing to Leishinkun faded gradually, as if the beer contained some ingredients to relieve fatigue. Huago, the property up for sale this time, is located at Ma Jixin Xiaodao in central Hong Kong Island, covering about 200 square feet. This property happens to belong to the big boss of the Dedong Telegraph Bureau with an asking price of 1.08 million Hong Kong dollars. 1.08 million Hong Kong dollars. That's quite a hefty appetite. Indeed. But Huago, the Feng family from Li Feng Company, seems to have gotten wind of this, and they are privately negotiating with the big boss of the Dedong Telegraph Bureau. It's said that both parties are having a pleasant discussion, and they may soon officially sign a transfer agreement. Hing, you immediately call the big boss of the Dedong Telegraph Bureau and tell him I'm offering 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars to buy his residence. If he doesn't agree to this price within 30 seconds, I'll immediately give up on this property. Huago, isn't that price too high? Shouldn't we negotiate it down? No. Hing, you must remember that doing business is like gambling. Once the opportunity is missed, the loss will be ours. Huago, I understand. I'll call the big boss of Dedong Telegraph Bureau right now. Hopefully he hasn't fallen asleep. Casually stating, I'll buy a property for 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Yi Banghua remained unperturbed. Having regained his composure, Chen Wenjua felt a wave of emotion seeing the sovereign calmly eating fruit salad. He began to understand why Yi Banghua was not in a rush to devour the wealth of his cousin Tang Yuxing. Not only was Chun Wenjua moved, but even Lei Jueqing, who was actively pursuing the matter, couldn't help but feel an unusual excitement, making him seem almost intoxicated. Spending 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars just to purchase an old property of 200 square feet. No wonder I, Lei Jueqing, am determined to follow this hero for life. This boldness truly surpasses most Chinese tycoons. Ring, ring, ring. Hello, this is Triple X. Who are you? Esteemed Mr. Miller. Hello. I am Jueqing Lei, who spoke with you previously. The situation is... What? Mr. Lei, are you saying? Are you willing to buy the property I am currently standing on for 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars? Yes. Mr. Miller, this is not an April Fool's joke. I genuinely wish to spend 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars to purchase the ownership of your current residence. If you accept, we can sign a legally binding contract tomorrow morning, and the 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars will be transferred to the account of Dedong Telegraph Bureau at HSBC by 10 p.m. tomorrow. You will also receive a 1.0 Hong Kong dollar remuneration, which I will privately gift to a friend and will not be subject to any criticism or scrutiny. Okay, Mr. Lei, you have successfully convinced me. See you tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow. Good night, Mr. Miller. After hearing Lei Jueqing's conversation with the big boss of Dedong Telegraph Bureau, Yi Banghua laughed heartily once Lei Jueqing hung up the phone with a severe echo. He then stood up and patted the excited Lei Jueqing, saying, Hing, you did very well. From now on, you take charge of these matters. I believe you will bring me more surprises. Huago, I will not let you down. TSK. Isn't this the newspaper boss Hong? I've heard that a certain faction dared to delay their payments and was warned at their doorstep. Oof. Do you think your backside is clean? Maybe you should find some better toilet paper next time. July 7th, lunar June 23rd, Friday 9 a.m. at the office hall of the Criminal Investigation Department at the Wanchai Police Station. The early arriving Dan sat at the newspaper boss Hong Dafa's table alongside the old tide Chaozhou gang's branch Fuixing, led by the nickname Big Mouth Jiu Huang Laojiu. They sat across from each other at a long table exchanging merciless insults under the watchful eyes of numerous officers. However, once Inspector Chu Ding of Wanchai appeared, they ceased their hostilities, though their glances were like daggers aimed at each other. What's wrong? Haven't you had enough fighting? How about I give you 30 minutes to settle it below, and then come back to talk? Huh? Please forgive us, Inspector Chu. My relationship with Boss Hong is not shallow. As the Inspector, Chu Ding naturally possessed the authority and demeanor of his position. Though seemingly young, both Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu did not dare to underestimate this recently famous Wanchai detective. When Hong Dafu's gaze fell upon Yi Bonghua, who stood behind Chu Ding, the latter appeared to sense an intensely hostile aura, turning to glance at the mountain of flesh and smiling slightly, which sent a shiver down Hong Dafu's spine as he interpreted a dangerously ominous meaning in Yi Banghua's eyes. Big Mouth Joe, I've heard you've been quite lively lately, comparable to a 5 or 6-year-old child. Inspector Chu, I'm a bit confused by your words. I've always been well behaved. After Chu Ding and Yi Bonghua took their seats, Chu Ding immediately directed his attention at Huang Laojiu, who became flustered, thinking to himself that he had already paid his dues last time. Could it be that he had gone too far somewhere, giving Chu Ding a painful point to grasp? The newspaper boss told me you crossed the line last week and nearly got into a fight. This, Inspector Chu, this is absolutely a misunderstanding. The newspaper boss is slandering me. He clearly sent someone to collect payments from my side, and now he's turning the tables on me. It's simply shameless, lowly, despicable, and vile. As Huang Laojiu spoke about this matter, he propped up his aging body, desperately trying to prove his innocence. However, such a display appeared to Chu Ding and Yi Bonghua as if a monkey in a zoo was trying to entertain the visitors. Since the opening of the Hong Kong port, Wanchai has been a traditional area for Chinese residents and commerce. The benefits here, if not on par with Central, at least far exceed those of the developing districts like Sham Shui Pa and Tuen Mun. Take Li Tung Street, located between Johnston Road and Queens Road East, known as Invitation Street, which covers about 8,900 square meters. It was built in the 1910s or rebuilt in 1958 and features 54 buildings, mostly tenement buildings, along with some Western-style buildings. The 6-story buildings are similar in format, interconnected by rooftops, making it one of the few streets in Hong Kong that retains the architecture of the 1950s and 60s. Although Li Tung Street is famous as Invitation Street, it was not originally a hub for printing businesses. Before its reconstruction in the 1950s, it housed clothing and barber shops, with later developments including construction and hardware shops. It was not until the late 1950s that printing shops began to gather. The Kess printing shop led the trend, along with factories producing envelopes, letter paper, and business cards. It wasn't until the early 1980s that hot stamping and similar shops emerged, attracting a broad customer base, even from overseas, which made Invitation Street internationally known. Dan collects at least 2,000 from Li Tung Street every day, with the majority coming from the shops there. The old tide had long set its sights on this big prize in Wanchai, but unfortunately Danny's men were blocked outside the market and could not enter to stake their claim, making it impossible to collect payments. However, Huang Laojiu is not the type of small fry. Since he dared to lead Fuixing's men from Sham Shui Pa to Wanchai, he must have some solid skills to maintain the scene. Since Dan won't let them in, then Fuixing will forge their own path. However, the premise is that the Wanchai police station does not favor either side, otherwise Fuixing won't even be able to plant their flag in Wanchai. It is precisely because he saw that the Wanchai police station played a trick of two tigers fighting that Hong Dafu had no choice but to reluctantly accept the serious warning that Yi Bonghua had previously taken out 5 of his subordinates, and he had to obediently offer 5 Hong Kong dollars to make up for the overdue payment, while Huang Laojiu, despite having schemes in mind, could not play tricks in front of Chu Ding and others who were dressed as Hong Kong police. Newspaper boss, from now on the area along Johnston Road by the sea will be your Dan's active territory. Huang Laojiu, the other side of Johnston Road, will be your Fuixing's domain. Remember, if anyone crosses the line in the future, I will deal with him immediately. Pushing over a high stand, Chu Ding unfolded a plan of the Wanchai area obtained from the municipal office, pointing at Johnston Road, which stretches across the entire Wanchai district, and marked the territories for both the newspaper boss and Huang Laojiu. Looking up at the map, Danny's active area is larger than Fuixing's, but Wanchai now is not the Wanchai of the future. The undersea tunnel connecting the new territories and Hong Kong Island has yet to open, and streets, including Gloucester Road, are still submerged in seawater. To this, Hong Dafu had strong objections, suppressing his anger and saying, "Inspector Chu, this blanket decision is a bit excessive, isn't it? You just took a large portion of our original territory and handed it to Huang Laojiu. If you insist on this division, then I can only say the payments we make to you in the future will also need to be adjusted." Unexpectedly, after hearing Hong Dafa's grumbling, Chu Ding did not get angry, but instead laughed, revealing a mouthful of slightly yellowed teeth. Newspaper boss, you mentioned payments. Chu Ding leaned on the table, his gaze sharp. Exactly. I was about to tell both of you that starting next Monday, we will no longer collect the various payments like daily clear and weekly assessment. Inspector Chu, you must be joking. Sitting up a bit straighter, the previously indignant Huang Laoji's eyes flashed with a glimmer as he flicked the hand-rolled cigarette at the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with shock and excitement, but what he truly thought remained unknown to outsiders. Hong Dafu was also momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that since Chu Ding said this, it meant that the amounts and methods of payment would change moving forward. As expected, Chu Ding then had Yi Banghua remove the planning map and replace it with a blackboard, swiftly writing down the new regulations that Yi Banghua had worked on with him all night. First, starting next Monday, each family must pay 500 in fees. If there are any increases in payments, I will send someone to notify you to meet at the Grand San Yuan restaurant. Today's meeting is an exception. Second, you both must maintain your own territory and not cross the line. If there are disputes or conflicts, send someone to the station to inform me, and I will arrange for my people to handle it. If I find that either of you has crossed the line without my consent, there will be fines. Each of you will be fined $100 per person. If you cannot pay the fine, you will have to serve time. Third, all payments submitted from now on will be inspected by Sun and Yi Banghua. If you have unresolved issues, you can ask them to mediate. If they cannot resolve it, I will personally handle it. Fourth, each of you must submit a flower list by the 15th of each month, with no less than 300 people. Fifth, as Chu Ding laid out the new regulations in detail, the expressions on Huang Laojio and newspaper boss Hong's faces grew increasingly grim. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, they would have slammed the table in anger. If the new regulations were to be followed, neither Dan Yi nor Fuixing could hope to break free from Chu Ding's grasp in Wanchai. However, as Hong Dafu and Huang Laojio were about to angrily leave, they found Yi Banghua and Sun Luzhong and other Chinese detectives already guarding all exits, examining them and their subordinates with sly smiles. Should they voice any objections, they would likely face the iron-fisted education from Yi Banghua and the others. This time, it seems we've been caught by that brat Chu Ding. The two heads of the establishments exchanged glances and quickly averted their eyes, each holding unspoken meanings within. In truth, they also wanted to directly flip the table, but the premise for flipping the table was that they could handle the ensuing consequences. In an era of insufficient police force, crime could indeed escalate rapidly, but this also meant that any incident involving the killing of officers would undoubtedly cause societal shock, leading to the need to face a well-trained army. This suppressed anger could only be temporarily swallowed down. Come, let us raise a toast to Ahua and Ayao, for this time these brothers have accomplished a great feat. Once again at the Dazanjuan restaurant, this time there was no annoying outsider like Yin Tong buzzing around like a fly. After a few rounds of drinks, the owner of Dazanjuan, Zhou Jining, heard that Chu Ding and the others were coming to enjoy the 9 dishes. Ladies and gentlemen, a few friends have just arrived downstairs. Please enjoy yourselves. I'll go greet them. Go on. Boss Zhou, we are all familiar faces now. There's no need for such formality. Thank you all for your support. Feeling slightly tipsy, Zhou Jining's steps were still steady as he held a white jade cup filled with jade ice wine, entering the private room of Chu Ding and the others. As he opened the door, Chu Ding and the others were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, pulling Zhou Jining in for a round of drinks. This scene was witnessed by Yin Tong's men, who were tasked with following Chu Ding, and their hearts sank. If Chu Ding and the owner of Dazanjuan had established a connection, wouldn't it be even more difficult for Yin Yi to deal with them in the future? Something's not right. I must inform Yin Yi immediately. The henchman hurriedly left Dazanjuan, but behind him was a sharp and intense gaze. Yi Banghua was toasting with the old top Chu Ding, while quickly contemplating what small moves Yin Tong, this enemy, might make next. Previously, Hong Dafu and Huang Laojio had nearly staged a full martial arts showdown, and this matter was closely tied to Yin Tong. If it weren't for the current busy affairs, Yi Banghua wouldn't mind collecting some interest from Yin Tong in advance. However, contrary to Yi Banghua's memory, Yin Tong had indeed become the detective of Yao Ma Ti, yet Lei Luo was still, like in the movie 5 Billion Detectives, serving as a low-ranking uniformed officer in a corner, and had clashed with Detective Hua, Yin Tong, due to being inexperienced, which had left a deep grudge in Yin Tong's heart. If it weren't for the veteran detective Chun Tong blocking him, Yin Tong's open and covert attacks would have fallen upon Lei Luo. Yet Chun Tong was getting old. Once he was forced into an early retirement, like in the movie, Lei Luo would face Yin Tong's ruthless retaliation. On the other hand, Yi Banghua and his old top Chu Ding, along with Sun and Lu Zhong, were all in the prime of their lives. As long as they were careful, they had no need to worry about Yin Tong's retaliatory blows. What a poisonous snake! Yi Banghua thought to himself, having very limited knowledge about the notorious detectives Yin Tong and Lei Luo. However, this did not affect his vigilance and caution towards these prominent figures who had amassed considerable wealth during the British colonial period, maintaining a fragile balance between the Hong Kong police and the underworld. Of course, vigilance was born out of caution, but what Yi Banghua prioritized was still to take their place. Whether in Yao Ma Tsim Sha Sui or Mong Kok, these areas were among the first to be developed in Hong Kong, having formed a relatively complete commercial system. Even during the Japanese occupation, which caused tremendous destruction, the potential of these places was beyond ordinary imagination. Currently, Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao were just ordinary uniformed officers at the Wan Chai police station with no opportunity or sufficient capability to unify the resources of the underworld in the Yao Tsim Mong area. In fact, the resources of the underworld and the police in the entire Wan Chai district were not yet within the reach of the Yi brothers to unify. Just look at the recently intimidated Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu, who were probably compliant on the surface, but would definitely cause various troubles to test the limits of the Wan Chai police regarding issues like the number and location of illegal gambling and drug cases, or what serious consequences would arise from late payment of film fees. They might not completely provoke the Chinese police, but if their ineffectiveness came to the attention of their foreign superiors, it would likely lead to numerous complications. At a critical moment when Old Top Chu Ding was being promoted, if Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu insisted on causing some trouble, Yi Banghua would be quite pleased to invite these two big fish to the police station for a tea and conversation. Zhou, Boss Zhou, thank you for the hospitality tonight. You're too kind, Brother Chu. After the last incident with Yin Tong and Sun and Lu Zhang, the two veterans dared not drink too much. They accompanied Old Top Chu Ding and Zhou Jining, the owner of Dezanjuan, for a few drinks before switching to plain water. Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao, on the other hand, could hold their liquor well, but they couldn't afford to get drunk, so they could only sincerely serve others. After all, their standing was low. By nearly 10 p.m., Chu Ding was finally drunk, and Zhou Jining was also bleary-eyed, likely seeing stars. Their respective subordinates helped them catch their breath before bidding farewell. The dinner had cost nearly 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, and Zhou Jining thought to use it as an apology, but Yi Banghua and the others wouldn't accept that. This was between Old Top Chu Ding and Zhou Jining and did not concern others. A night without incident. The next morning after breakfast, Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao arrived at the police station for duty. As they sat down in the duty room, a pale, emaciated woman suddenly burst in through the front door, tightly gripping Yi Banghua's arm, and desperately shouted, "Help! Help me! Sir, save me!" However, before she could finish her sentence, she fainted on the floor, startling both Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, who quickly helped the mysterious woman. Hearing the commotion, and Sun and Lu Zhang, the two veterans, also emerged from the main office to check the situation, momentarily stunned. "What are you all standing around for? Why aren't you quickly calling for an ambulance?" Oh, what's going on? Do you know this woman? Brother Sun, I don't know this woman. She came in shouting for help, and then suddenly fainted. This? And Sun and Lu Zhang exchanged puzzled glances, looking at the reactions of Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, which did not seem like a ruse. It seemed they truly did not know this woman. Thus there were only two possibilities: either this woman was crazy, or she had gotten into some trouble. If it were the former, they could just send her to the Tung Hua group of hospitals. If it were the latter, they would need to consider whether or not to take on this case. Asan, old Lu, what happened? Old Top, the situation is like this, just now. After drinking the hangover soup, Chu Ding, who had slept until dawn, walked out of his office holding his slightly feverish head. Originally, he was supposed to go home last night, but if the tigress at home found out he was drunk, there would surely be an unnecessary blood disaster. Therefore, Sun and Lu Zhang, who understood the situation, sent him back to the police station office to rest. And Sun approached to help his still somewhat dazed superiors sit down on a nearby chair, then briefly recounted the situation. After hearing it, Chu Ding felt an even greater headache, waved his hand dismissively, instructing Sun and the others to handle this small matter themselves, while he returned to his office to change into a clean set of clothes at the nearby police dormitory. "Ahua, yeah, you two go check on this. All right, Brother Sun, please keep an eye on Old Top. By the way, Mr. Wood is probably coming back from the Grand Hall. Old Top just reminded us of this. Don't worry, this time Old Top's achievements are more than enough for a promotion." Giving Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao brothers a reassuring look, Sun and Lu Zhang hurriedly took the file from the table and left, likely having encountered a rather tricky case in the district. Riding their bicycles to Tung Hua group of hospitals, Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao learned that the woman who had been sent by their colleague was currently being treated in the inpatient area on the second floor. "Wu Zai, what did the doctor say?" "Brother Hua, Brother Yao, the doctor examined her and said that this woman has multiple new and old bruises on her body, the latest bruise being on her head. The doctor diagnosed that she must have been forcefully struck with a blunt object, which led to her unconsciousness." "A blunt object? Struck? Wu Zai, are you saying this woman was previously abused?" "Brother Hua, according to the doctor's diagnosis, it should be the case, and our colleagues have just confirmed this woman's identity. It turns out she is the mistress of a loan shark from Yao Ma Ti nicknamed King Crab, who has been kept in a certain unit in our district." "King Crab? Isn't that Yin Tong's associate? Huh, this time there's a good show to watch." Upon learning the woman's true identity, Yi Banghua immediately laughed, interesting ideas quickly flashing through his mind. In the two-part series 500 Million Detectives, the Crab King is much like a reckless and impulsive chivalrous figure. At the beginning, he devoted himself to helping Yin Tong secure the position of chief inspector in Simsha Sui, but unfortunately, he chose to follow Yin Tong, a ruthless and ungrateful boss, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Yin Tong during his escape. A subordinate who was arranged by the Crab King to establish smuggling routes in the Netherlands returned to Hong Kong upon hearing of the Crab King's death, seeking revenge. He first kidnapped Yin Tong, but Yin, being a cunning old fox, immediately thought of a Tubertswithenestone scheme, intentionally misleading the Crab King's subordinates into believing that the Crab King was killed by someone sent by Lei Luo, while secretly arranging for the Crab King's men to enter the hospital where Lei Luo's ex-lover was staying, planning to use them to eliminate Lei Luo. Then, as the current chief inspector, he would kill the Crab King's men on the spot. Everything seemed so straightforward, yet Lei Luo was always a step ahead, having prepared for a counterattack. Compared to Yin Tong, who had long since become chief inspector, the foundation of Chu Ding was still relatively shallow. However, this time Chu Ding had led his subordinates to crack the Big Sheng bank robbery, already earning recognition from the senior ranks of the Hong Kong police. Yin Tong wanted to compete with Chu Ding from an official standpoint, which was quite challenging, leaving him with no choice but to take a more private approach. Coincidentally, Yin Tong's men inadvertently learned that Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, Chu Ding's capable assistants, had previously lived in the walled city and had a grudge against a gangster named Lan Kachong. Now Lan Kachong unexpectedly discovered that the Yi brothers had become key figures under Chief Inspector Chu Ding of the Wanchai police station. His inherent weakness resurfaced, and he sought ways to reconnect with the Yi brothers, hoping to laugh off their past grievances. However, news on the street is often misleading, and it's unclear how Lan Kachong learned of the rumor that the Yi brothers were determined to kill him. Most likely this was orchestrated by Yin Tong. Yin Yi, you must help me. Where did you come from? Suddenly kneeling before me, I can't afford such a grand gesture. Yin Yi, I am Lan Kachong. In a state of panic and fear, Lan Kachong learned from a fellow townsman that the chief inspector in Yao Ma Ti had some unsavory dealings with the Yi brothers, so he hurried to Yao Ma Ti to plead for help from Yin Tong. Unexpectedly, before even seeing Yin Tong's true face, Lan Kachong first gave Yin Tong's men a tea fee, followed by a visitation fee. After passing through 5 gates and 6 generals, he finally encountered Yin Tong, only to take out 3,000 Hong Kong dollars to invite Yin Tong and his men to a meal at the Guangfu restaurant, allowing Yin Tong to sit down calmly and listen to him recount his past grievances with the Yi brothers. However, Yin Tong had quite an appetite. "Oh, Lan Kachong, I heard you opened a large stall on Chunyuan Street. What? Have you come to my Yin Tong's territory to pay respects? Are you lost?" "Haha. Yin Yi, I think he is not just lost, but possibly in great trouble." "Oh, what's going on? Tell me." "Yin Yi, it's like this. I heard from some former colleagues at the Wanchai precinct that this guy has offended the Yi brothers under Chu Ding, and now there are rumors on the street that the Yi brothers want to take him out. Scared, he came to seek a way out from you, Yin Yi." "Oh, so that's how it is. Lan Kachong, you've come to the right person." Standing amidst the laughter of Yin Tong and his men was a rotten sweet potato. True to his name, he had a significant gap in his mouth, where 2 front teeth used to be, now replaced with gold teeth. His beady eyes darted around, sweat streaming down his cheeks, trembling all over, and his hands, adorned with fake gold rings, continuously wiped sweat with a handkerchief. Ultimately, he was a small-time lackey who had never seen the world, and compared to the fierce and clever Yi brothers, Lan Kachong was still far behind. Though he was lacking, it was better than having no one to use. Yin Tong retracted his somewhat critical and disdainful gaze, took a sip of Da Hong Pao from the nearby 8 Immortals table, and the observing men immediately understood, leading Lan Kachong away. It was not that Yin Tong refused to help Lan Kachong settle the score, but Yin Tong had long since made arrangements, and when Lan Kachong came crashing in, it would be the perfect moment for Yin Tong's scheme to be set in motion. "Singo, what's going on here? We just caught a fellow traveler addict near the Li Chi and found 2 bags of..." Just returned from taking statements at the Tunghua hospital, the Yi brothers discovered and Sun was beating a skinny man who was twitching uncontrollably. The man seemed to have lost his senses. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his eyes were rolling back, and he was foaming at the mouth, even trying to bite his own tongue as he was suffering from withdrawal. "Damn, what terrible luck. I'll knock this mess out." "Sure." Putting down the statement in his hand, Yi Bangyao rubbed his palms impatiently, took over the nearly dead fellow traveler from its Sun, raised his right hand, and with a loud crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed in everyone's ears. "Don't kill him." And Sun quickly flipped the fellow traveler over, examining his face from left to right. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, not daring to let Yi Bangyao take action again, hurriedly instructing other officers to take the already unconscious fellow traveler to the holding cell for confinement. With an apologetic smile, Yi Bangyao shook his somewhat sore wrist, not because he had hurt someone, but because he had exchanged 5 ballpoint pens while taking statements from the Crab King's mistress, writing a full 25 pages of clues about the Crab King. "You 2 brothers just got back from the Tunghua hospital." "Yes, Sengu, has the cafeteria closed? We were thinking of coming back for some boat porridge." It must have closed a while ago. Forget it. We eat at the cafeteria every day. Come on, I'll take you two brothers out for supper. Then thank you, Singo. Upon exiting the police station, outside was the famous Gloucester Road. Walking along Gloucester Road to the central area at Queen's Road Central, there was a military camp nearby very familiar to Hong Kong citizens. The Prince of Wales Barracks, commonly known as the Tamar Barracks. Logically, the area around the military camp should be heavily guarded, but soldiers have their daily lives to attend to. Thus, in the evening, various street vendors push their small carts to conduct business along the interconnected main roads of Gloucester Road, Queen's Road Central, and East Queen's Road. The Governor, Sir Murray MacLehose, once issued a curfew order. However, as policies are made from above and countermeasures are taken below, entertainment activities in Hong Kong during this period were minimal. If the lower-class citizens were not allowed to engage in small businesses at night to earn a living, their pent-up energy would have nowhere to go except into the underworld. At a glance, the resting British soldiers filled Gloucester Road, either smoking hand-rolled cigarettes, drinking chilled whiskey, or standing in front of pushcarts trying the local cuisine. There were some conflicts between the Hong Kong police and the British troops, but generally both sides maintained restraint unless in particularly special situations. As long as there were no fatalities, they could fight as they pleased. Moreover, underground fights, this violent and thrilling black game, were quite popular in Hong Kong. Yi Banghua had no interest in those black games. Following in Sun, the seasoned officer, he and his brother Yi Bangyao arrived at a late-night stall maintained by a family of 6. At first glance, the boss was responsible for 2 pots on a cart, one serving beef and the other chilled beer. Another cart was managed by the boss wife, mainly preparing noodles, wontons, dumplings, and tangyuan that were not convenient to boil. The slightly older young master and his brother were in charge of a hot pot, where 2 youtiao were frying, while the sister poured tea for the customers, and the older sister wandered around collecting bowls and chopsticks into a large wooden basin. Uncle, 3 bowls of clear soup, shrimp dumplings, 3 youtiao, 3 bowls of tofu pudding. Sir has arrived. Please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. Such familiar ordering surprised Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao. Curious, they inquired and learned that the stall owner and his family had fled from Shanghai a few years ago. Last year, Sun had helped them deal with a troublesome matter, and through the exchange of favors they became familiar with each other. However, why did Sun keep glancing at the eldest daughter of the stall? Could it be that he was taken by her? Noticing that the stall owner's family seemed indifferent to this scene, the Yi brothers felt a bit suspicious. Singu, you wouldn't be. Well, I'm not young anymore, and my family is urging me. I estimate I'll have a date set soon to hold. Yi Bangyao merely asked out of curiosity, but unexpectedly, it made Sun shy. He secretly exchanged glances with the stall's eldest daughter, who turned beet red, and while being shy came over with their supper for the 3 of them. And Sun's demeanor was quite the sight. Ahua Yao, how is it? The taste isn't bad, right? Indeed, it's quite smooth and the broth is relatively sweet. It seems they used high-quality ingredients. Of course, in business the most important thing is the genuine materials. Under the dim street light, and Sun's 2 prominent front teeth were gleaming as he exchanged a silent glance with the brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao. They continued to savor the shrimp dumplings in their bowls, but Sun noticed their subtly twitching bodies, realizing something was off. He looked down and suddenly became angry. It turned out the 2 brothers were stifling their laughter. What? And Sun was about to scold them when Yi Banghua suddenly stood up, and Yi Bangyao beside him also put down his spoon, his face no longer relaxed and cheerful. Instead, it was replaced by a coldness that Sun rarely saw. Just as Sun was puzzled about whether the brothers were joking, a whistle approached. Brother Sun, take care of yourself. As soon as the words fell, Sun's vision blurred. The chair where the Yi brothers had been sitting was forcefully pulled away, making a loud crash. A small thug holding a sharp knife fell to the ground, while the others froze momentarily. The thug Zhongwan Xuanjing, who was observing from behind, also felt a sudden, inexplicable fear. When they were in the city, the Yi brothers were not this fierce, but outside the city, how could they be so brave? Daring to confront a group of thugs armed with clubs, unarmed. Were they fearless? Or, the sudden chaos made it impossible for Sun's future father-in-law's family to conduct any business. Initially oblivious upon seeing this scene, Sun understood it was clear that enemies were after the Yi brothers. For the safety of his future wife and her family, Sun couldn't care about anything else, and hurriedly led them to the police station for shelter. May you and your family stay here and don't run around. Brother Sun, who are those people? Just stay here safely. Not explaining further to his future wife was because Sun didn't want her to witness the dark side of Hong Kong. All along, her family had been relying on his help to run a small business to make a living. Their lives had been manageable, but tonight they encountered an unforeseen disaster for which he bore part of the responsibility. After briefly calming his future wife's other family members, Sun called Chu Ding, who was resting at home, and informed him that the Yi brothers had been targeted by enemies while having supper outside. Upon learning this, Chu Ding, who had been slightly dizzy, immediately regained his composure. While getting dressed, he hurried towards the police station, also reminding Sun to lead the duty workers tonight to take their equipment and support the Yi brothers. Lanka Chong, I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you dare to find someone to attack our brothers. Crack. Easily disabling a thug armed with a bamboo stick used for pressing noodles, Yi Banghua's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Yi Bangyao beside him was equally fierce. If it weren't for the earlier warning from his older brother, he would have already pierced the limbs of these lowly thugs with the small iron hook in his pocket, instead of merely incapacitating their wrists and ankles. The small vendors who used to do business on the street had long vanished, fearing they would become collateral damage in a fight between gods and mortals. Only the British soldiers who had not yet reported back to the military were pointing and gossiping from a distance, seemingly mocking that the Chinese always relied on numbers to bully the few. However, the ferocity of the Yi brothers completely exceeded their expectations. Moreover, from their perspective, it seemed the Yi brothers still held back some strength. If they went all out, this group of thugs probably wouldn't last 5 minutes, which piqued the interest of the British soldiers. You, don't come over. You are police officers. I don't believe you brothers dare to kill me in public. Oh. All the lackeys had collapsed, and the remaining Lang Kuchong seemed unwilling to escape. He swallowed hard, feigning bravery as he faced the Yi brothers across a broken bench, seemingly unconcerned that they would attack him in the street. Lang Kuchong, when did you gain such courage? Big brother, this is too strange, be careful. Initially, Yi Banghua had no intention of incapacitating Lang Kuchong in the street. However, seeing Lang Kuchang's brazen demeanor made Yi Banghua both astonished and suspicious of whether there were other black hands behind him. Oh dear, isn't this Chu Ding's subordinate? What happened to you? By the way, as police officers, isn't it very bad behavior to beat good citizens in public? Sir Yin, as police personnel, our duty is to maintain social order and protect citizens' property. As for those police department scum who beat good citizens in public, they naturally face severe punishment. Suddenly a voice resembling someone who had eaten a fly came from the crowd of onlookers. Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao looked up to see Yin Tong dressed in a flowery shirt swaggering out with 3 subordinates, casually exposing the identities of the Yi brothers. This revelation caused gasps among the surrounding crowd, who initially thought it was just a typical gang fight, only to realize that 2 police officers were beating good citizens in broad daylight. What a decline of morals. Crack. While the Yi brothers were distracted, several reporters who had been tipped off by Yin Tong immediately captured the scene before them. Yin Tong and his subordinates sneered, pretending to maintain order, and deliberately had the reporters circle behind them to conduct interviews with the so-called victims. Meanwhile, the surrounding citizens regarded the caught Yi brothers with fearful, restrained, and furious looks, seemingly disapproving of their bully-like behavior. As the situation progressed, Yi Banghua also realized that it was Yin Tong, this old fox, who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Needless to say, those thugs, these probably weren't real thugs. They were likely refugees lured by Lang Kuchong from the Wooden House area, having been paid a few hundred Hong Kong dollars to intimidate the Yi brothers with knives and clubs. Those blades and sticks probably weren't real either. Just earlier, when Yi Banghua caught a wooden stick that had been thrust at his side, it felt more like plastic. It was truly a chain of schemes. With a sly grin, Yin Tong finally let out his pent-up anger. Earlier, he had to temporarily set aside his intention to teach Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao a lesson due to Chu Ding's threat. Unexpectedly, Lang Kuchong came to him for protection, hoping to leverage his influence to negotiate with the Yi brothers. However, was Yin Tong the kind of person who would negotiate with 2 lowly black feet? He didn't need to. They were merely 2 slightly more savage ants that he, as Inspector Yin, could easily crush. One should never underestimate a person's determination to do crazy things for the sake of avenging past grievances. Yin Tong was not only mad and unpredictable, but crucially, he had plenty of cunning ideas and connections with the higher-ups in the Hong Kong Police Department. No wonder in the 2 films 5 billion inspectors Lei Luo was relentlessly beaten down by Yin Tong early on. That was purely due to script design. In real historical terms, 10 Yin Tongs together wouldn't stand a chance against 1 Lei Luo. Unfortunately, Yi Banghua was not Lei Luo. He would not choose to bow down and be small. Therefore, he decided, oh dear, my foot. Oh dear, my head. As he fell, Yi Banghua didn't forget to give his brother Yi Bangyao a knowing glance. The latter understood and also crashed to the ground, clutching his head, as if he had been struck by a club during the earlier fight, letting out a piercing scream that stunned Yin Tong, his thugs, and the surrounding citizens. And Sun, who rushed back upon seeing this, was instantly furious. Brothers, capture all those troublemakers. Is this a farce? No, this is a clearly premeditated revenge case. In the lobby of the 2nd floor of the Wan Chai police station, the hurriedly arrived district officer Ku Ding slammed his palm on the wooden table, the loud sound startling Yin Tong, who had just been arrogant, back to his senses, realizing something was off before resuming his defiant posture. District officer, in front of so many people they witnessed your subordinates beating good citizens. You wouldn't want to cover for them. Who do you think you are to speak here, Yin Tong? Don't forget, this is the territory of District Officer Ku. Being spat at by Ku Ding turned Yin Tong's face up-haggard, both hands clenched tightly, wanting to draw his gun to intimidate. However, Ku Ding had already seen through his bluster and stood firm, staring at Yin Tong, while Sun Lu Zhang and others gazed at Yin Tong's lackeys like hungry wolves. As for the loudmouth Chong, he was already locked up in the cells of the Wan Chai police station. Meanwhile, the two parties' foreign superiors were leisurely sipping premium tea from the South Asian subcontinent and enjoying meticulously made Cantonese dim sum in the office. This was indeed a farce. Yin Tong could not simply eliminate the Yi brothers, and they were just ordinary uniformed officers. The foreign superiors from the Yao Ma Ti and Wan Chai police stations would not jeopardize their relationships over such trivial matters. Old Ding, there's no need to be so angry, let this one slide. Oh, Huazai, are you sure you haven't been hit in the head? As parties involved, the Yi brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Banyao had earlier been called in for a talk by the inspectorate. Upon returning, they saw their superior Ku Ding and in Sun Lu Zhang and other veterans bargaining with Yin Tong, quickly stepping forward to stabilize their superior, who wanted to punch Yin Tong. Director, Yin, you are the superior, and tonight my brother and I offended you, please forgive us. Yin Tong, already in a defensive posture, was taken aback when Yi Banghua unexpectedly chose to back down. Director, Yin, this is just a small token of goodwill, please show mercy and let my brother and I go. Seeing Yin Tong still pretending to be aloof, and Sun Lu Zhang and others could no longer stand by. They were about to speak up for the Yi brothers when Yi Bangyao had already pulled them back at the behest of his older brother. Yi Banghua then took out a hastily prepared envelope and respectfully handed it to Yin Tong, causing Ku Ding to change slightly in expression, but he did not intervene and let Yi Banghua handle it himself. Had I known this day would come, why did I bother in the first place? Youngster, this is how it should be. You need to be more aware and show more respect to us old-timers. I accept this gift, but you can take back this envelope. I, Yin Tong, am not the kind of person who covets such petty. All the humiliation endured is merely a foundation for a future reckoning. Seeing Yin Tong's smug demeanor, Yi Banghua's expression tightened slightly before relaxing again, still wearing a flattering smile towards Yin Tong. Finally, seeing Yi Banghua lowering himself, Yin Tong felt immensely pleased, cheerfully greeting Ku Ding and the others before swaggering out of the Wan Chai police station with his subordinates. Ahua, why are you being so submissive? We're not afraid of Yin Tong. Yin Tong's disgraceful behavior from obtaining revenge angered and Sun greatly, and he was perplexed by Yi Banghua's earlier act of admitting fault tinged with disappointment. Meanwhile, Ku Ding remained silent, and at this point everyone was told to go back to their homes, but he did call Yi Banghua into his office, locking the door and drawing the curtains with a swift series of movements, leaving Yi Banghua slightly stunned before meeting his superior's wise gaze. Were you doing this on purpose? To lower Yin Tong's guard against your brothers temporarily? You can't hide anything from you, old Ding. That's right, if we let Yin Tong stir up trouble in our police station, it would be our foreign superior who ends up embarrassed. You are currently in a probationary period for promotion, and if this little matter becomes widely known, I believe the headquarters will have a rather negative perception. So you endured the grievance for my sake. Yi Banghua nodded obediently, but Ku Ding chuckled, his eyes full of the "I already saw through you" expression. However, soon after, Ku Ding sighed. To some extent, Yi Banghua indeed bore the brunt for him. You may not know that our foreign superior is watching this show alongside Yin Tong from his office. If you hadn't taken the initiative to apologize just now, even if it escalated to headquarters, the ones at a loss would ultimately still be your brothers. With a look of "I see now," I almost fell for it. Yi Banghua's heart remained unaffected, for he had already seen Foreign Officer Wood Robinson and another foreign officer watching the show while sipping Indian tea through the window. Knowing that these two foreign officers were merely judges and would not intervene, why should Yi Banghua completely tear his face with Yin Tong in front of everyone? Still, as the saying goes, Yin Tong is the detective while they were merely the lowest foot soldiers. The reason stands clearly on which side isn't that obvious. However, Yi Banghua might have swallowed this silent loss, but he is not the kind to take a beating without retaliation. Since Yin Tong insists on making things difficult for them over that trivial face and dignity, Yi Banghua no longer intends to keep hiding. It was time to let Yin Tong see what a surprise truly is. First, sever Yin Tong's left arm. The Crab King, Yin Tong's brother in burning yellow paper, can finally come in. The reason Yi Banghua was determined to eliminate the Crab King was firstly due to the Crab King and his gang occupying the Sai Kung Pier as roadblocks, causing many boat owners to have their goods stuck at the pier without labor to unload, simply because the Crab King incited them to deliberately raise unloading fees, allowing him to take a larger share of the profits, leading many boat owners to prefer detours rather than unload at Sai Kung Pier, which made local citizens despise the Crab King and his crew to the core. Secondly, Yi Banghua eyed the geographic advantage of Sai Kung Pier, planning to take it as the headquarters for the logistics company he was about to establish. Jointly starting a logistics company was Yi Banghua's proposal to his superior Ku Ding and colleagues in Sun and Lu Zhang, aiming to funnel the collected film fees through legitimate channels back into their pockets. This way, even if the future record traced back to this point, it would be impossible to uncover the exact flow of funds. The logistics industry is a sunrise industry for the next half-century, or even within the world, and the most famous are naturally the four great shipping kings controlling half of the global shipping market. Especially when the first Chinese shipping king Pao Yu just abandoned his shipping business and, leveraging HSBC's capital, gradually encroached on the Kowloon warehouse group. This classic business war is undoubtedly a well-known tale in Chinese society. At this moment, Hong Kong is ultimately one of the overseas leased territories belonging to the British Empire. Moreover, due to various historical factors besides 1 million refugees, a large number of national capital from Shanghai has been flooding into Hong Kong since 1949. Rough estimates suggest around 500 million Hong Kong dollars. And while the current environment in Hong Kong cannot temporarily nurture the so-called four kings of heaven or 10 tycoons occupying the position in advance, is where Yi Banghua can fully utilize the advantage of foresight. Furthermore, no matter how profound the friendship, it is no match for the interests that bind them together. Jointly investing to establish a logistics company in the future, the film fees would become the operational income of the logistics company. Finding a group of professionals adept in finance and law, wouldn't they be able to keep the books looking pristine? Thus, Ku Ding and Sun Luzhong and others would find it easy to use the film fees. Surely, they wouldn't hesitate to buy some luxury items for their families, right? If that were the case, why bother collecting film fees? Yi Banghua aims to use this method to gradually mold and Sun Luzhong, Ku Ding, and others into the core of a team currently, with Ku Ding occupying the upper hand. This is an inevitable choice, as the current Yi Banghua cannot withstand strong winds and rains. To the northeast of the Wan Chai police station stands a small rectangular building, the open side, facing Queens Road east, while another semicircular entrance opens onto Wan Chai Road, both supported by Tuscan columns. The roof has 4 slopes, all covered with tiles, and features a ventilation skylight that brings natural light and air into the interior. This is one of the early markets built in Hong Kong, showcasing a distinct Western architectural style known as the Wan Chai Market. The British colonial authorities developed public markets primarily to prevent street vendors from selling food on the streets, thereby avoiding traffic congestion and maintaining social order. Between the 1840s and 1850s, the British authorities successively implemented a licensing system and a taxation code, granting the market to private contractors. As a result, the British authorities were able to generate more revenue from public markets while shifting the responsibility for construction management and maintenance onto the tax code merchants or license holders. However, this system of private contracting led to a monopoly on food sales in Hong Kong at the time, making it difficult for outsiders to enter the industry. Due to the lack of competition, the quality of food supplied in the markets was severely lacking and prices were exorbitant, with the public unable to obtain proper management from the contractors. As police only intervened in market affairs during serious crimes and incidents, public markets became breeding grounds for crime. In 1858, after the British authorities implemented the Street Market Ordinance and regained regulatory control over public markets, the markets were finally freed from monopoly and managed by local officials. However, even the most perfectly designed system relies on human execution, and in the process of implementation, human nature proves to be the greatest flaw. Over nearly a century of development, the original Street Market Ordinance has undergone countless amendments, but it ultimately cannot eradicate the parasites deeply rooted in public markets, such as gangs, unscrupulous individuals, and corrupt officials. The interior of Wan Chai Market is divided into 50 stalls along with a storage room and an open kitchen. Notably, there are 5 stalls selling pork, all owned by the same person, who is humorously referred to as Pork Ming by the local community. How could someone have 5 pork stalls under the pressure from the Sing, E, and Fucking gangs if they were just an ordinary person? Brother Wa Brother Yu, this is Boss Wu Ziming. Boss Wu, these two are my bosses, Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao. It's rare to conduct a work inspection at the Rongji Talent Service Center next to Leishankan. Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao came after finishing work and dinner only to find a long line of people holding registration forms waiting to sign up. Meanwhile, the messenger Yo Tiao Su hurriedly emerged from the VIP reception room at the back of the hall to greet the two bosses. Upon entering the VIP reception room, they discovered another guest present. This VIP client is somewhat familiar to Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, as the Wan Chai police station is less than 150 meters from Wan Chai Market. Daily, the two brothers go to the market to buy fresh pork, leading to a friendly relationship with the stall owner Wu Ziming. He often gifts them with sausages and cured meats, recognizing the brothers' potential for the future. In the presence of the seasoned detective Yen Tong, Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao are clever and brave. Anyone connected to the police station or trying to make a living in Wan Chai knows about the past grievances between Yen Tong and the Yi brothers. A truly wise person can see through the Yi brothers' temporary submission as a tactical retreat. Can Yen Tong really keep these two brothers down forever? Perhaps Yen Tong should first remove the district chief, but can he really do that? Boss Wu, it's been days since we last met, and you look radiant. Is there some good news? Oh, meeting the two officer Yi tonight is indeed a blessing for me, Pork Ming. As expected from a businessman, he is indeed eloquent. Yi Banghua merely smiled and did not respond to Wu Ziming's straightforward flattery. However, Yi Bangyao, following his elder brother, couldn't hold back a chuckle, prompting Yi Banghua to turn around, helplessly finding his younger brother playfully squinting his eyes and repeatedly waving his hands, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Boss Wu, it's a pleasure to see you here. Now please tell me, why have you come to find me? Closing the door and turning on the lights, Yi Banghua sat opposite Wu Ziming, while Yi Bangyao and Yo Tiao Su guarded the two sides of the door, watching Wu Ziming closely, unaware that they were in a den of tigers. Wu Ziming appeared relaxed and at ease, placing his thick palms on the table, his grayish-brown eyes shifting around. Officer Yi, I consider myself somewhat of a person in the know. A few days ago, I heard an interesting rumor from a friend in the circle that someone is purchasing old cars and boats in large quantities and selecting young men familiar with water and driving from refugee camps in Shek Kip, Maymount Davis, and Neckbreaking Ridge, offering them a high salary of 200 Hong Kong dollars per month, seemingly to engage in a big business. Later, my associate saw these young men being settled in a Tang building in Lai Chi Kok that had recently changed hands. Officer Yi, I remember. You live in Lai Chi Kok, right? With a slight shift in thought, Yi Banghua chuckled, not overly concerned about the trap and tests in Wu Ziming's words. Boss Wu, if you are interested in this business, I would be more than happy to welcome more suitable partners to join us. However, what can you bring to me? Officer Yi, you really are direct and straightforward. Yi Banghua's reaction completely took Wu Ziming by surprise. However, Wu Ziming, a seasoned veteran, remained calm under the scrutiny of Yi Banghua and others. He shrugged his shoulders, wearing a look of helplessness, then pulled up a black leather suitcase he had brought along. With a thud, he opened it, revealing it was packed full of $100 bills. Yi Banghua was not mistaken. These were indeed $100 bills, and they were brand new. $200. This is my hard-earned retirement fund accumulated over 30 years. If Officer Yi doubts the authenticity of this money, feel free to invite an expert in currency to take a look. They'll be right here waiting. $200 lay openly before Yi Banghua, Yi Bangyao, and Yo Tiaosu. Although they were prepared for this, Wu Ziming's bold gesture of going all in still astonished Yi Banghua. Astonishment aside, the money still needed to be verified. Yo Tiaosu, go invite Master Wang in. Okay, boss. Before long, Yo Tiaosu led in an elderly man dressed in a dark blue cloud-patterned Tang suit, who appeared energetic. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully to Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, asking with a reverent expression, "Young master, second young master, how may I assist you?" Bang! Yi Banghua patted the box of new $100 bills. "Master Wang, please help me verify whether these bills are real or not." He then rose and offered his seat to Master Wang, who sat down, without hesitation, taking out a monocle polished through special techniques, and a pair of clean white gloves. With a quick motion, he lit an oil lamp placed on the table, bent down, and began examining the $100 bills in the box through the monocle. Wu Ziming remained calm enough, or rather the $100 bills he brought were genuine, showing no concern for Yi Banghua and the others' cautious and defensive behavior, which might seem offensive regarding his sincerity. However, when Master Wang requested to burn a $100 bill, he was visibly taken aback. Has there ever been such an extreme method to verify currency? Boss Wu, if you mind, we can stop here. No. Wu Ziming raised his hand to stop Yi Banghua's well-meaning persuasion and personally took out 10 $100 bills, burning them one by one on the oil lamp. Seeing this, Master Wang hurriedly leaned in to smell, comparing it with the scent released by real $100 bills from his memory. He then asked Yo Tiaosu to burn a few of their company's $100 bills as well. After comparison, it became evident that the flames and scents released by the two types of bills were quite similar. After a series of tests, Master Wang could basically confirm that the $100 bills Wu Ziming brought were genuine. Once confirmed, the subsequent discussions would be much easier. Boss Wu, I apologize, but it's all part of the collaboration. I'll value your share at $2,000 US. I've arranged for the corresponding subscription agreement and company bylaws to be processed, and you'll receive them shortly. Officer Yi, you are truly a straightforward person. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Ding dong. The system has detected an extraordinarily intense emotion surging within the host's consciousness. Thus, the second recurring mission is hereby issued. Mission objective: eliminate the Crab King. Deadline: 3 days. Reward: 1 ton of 24 karat. Mission assignment complete. The host must fulfill it within the stipulated time frame. Failure will incur punitive measures from this system. It was a deceptively tranquil night. Yi Banghua lay deep in slumber until the chime of the ultimate desire system pierced his mind, jolting him awake against his will. With no choice but to rise, he padded to the kitchen for some ginger cookies to stave off hunger, then warmed a glass of milk to accompany them. Settling onto the plush sofa in the second-floor lounge, he pondered how to swiftly and decisively eliminate the Crab King, and thereafter install his new partner Wu Ziming as the undisputed authority at the Saikong docks. To eradicate the Crab King cleanly and efficiently demanded a plan neither brilliant nor flashy, but meticulously calibrated and rigorously guarded. Perhaps owing to Yi Banghua's recent public apology to Yin Tong before a room full of officers, Yin Tong had ceased assigning surveillance on the Yi brothers, for the time being at least. To him, they were mere minnows incapable of stirring any meaningful tide. What truly gnawed at his pride remained Oh Ding, the rising star of the police force whose recent breakthrough in the Daisheng Silver Bank robbery had earned him glowing media acclaim as the shining star of the force. Such laudatory coverage powerfully rehabilitated the police's image among Hong Kong citizens. Indeed, the commissioner himself had personally appointed Oh Ding as guest host of the radio program Voice of the Force, through which he narrated the force's history, founding principles, and core ethos to the public. Indeed, So long as it bolstered the force's public image and deepened civic trust, Ding's accolades would only. Governments at times craft elegant fictions to gild their public personas, a tactic Yintong understood all too well. Yet what incensed him was not the artifice itself, but the cruel irony that its architect was not him. Considerate with little more than eloquent speech, Ding effortlessly accrued promotion-worthy merit, while Yintong risked life and limb on the front lines just to maintain basic order in his district, polishing his record grain by grain. Tolerable in the short term perhaps, but sustained over years, such disparity could surely kindle an unquenchable envy in anyone occupying that position. Still, Yintong held one distinct advantage: his mastery of extorting district fees, a domain where Ding lagged far behind. Yet even this edge had eroded. Before the Yi brothers joined Ding's command, it had been viable. Now, under their standardized and customized scheme, Triad factions and local syndicates across Wanchai no longer paid chaotic arbitrary levies. Instead, they remitted fixed district fees directly to Ding's faction, which in turn handled all ensuing disputes and enforcement. By comparison, Ding's sole vulnerability appeared sealed. All that remained was the expiration of his probationary promotion period, after which he would ascend triumphantly to senior inspector at the central police station, and after 3 or 5 more years of steady service possibly become the youngest ethnic Chinese superintendent in the history of the Hong Kong police. Thus, even as Yintong seethed with resentment toward the Yi brothers, he could not ignore the chilling possibility, once Ding rose to power, might he deliberately slander Yintong before his British superiors, and thereby strangle Yintong's own path to advancement. Alas, Yintong had miscalculated spectacularly. He failed to grasp Yi Benghua's unyielding creed: an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Had it not been for the scarcity of senior Chinese inspectors like the chief inspector during this era, Yi Benghua would already have orchestrated a flawless, accidental death, with Yintong himself as the unfortunate yet inevitable casualty. Now the chance to sever Yintong's right hand had arrived. The Crab King's mistress had long been concealed by Yi Benghua in a location no one, not even the Crab King, could anticipate. Lately the Crab King had dispatched underlings across the city to hunt her down to no avail. He even enlisted Yintong's official connections to assist, yet after a week of fruitless searching, Yintong reported nothing. Convinced she had simply fled his control, the Crab King abandoned the pursuit. Huh, brother, is that you? Why are you still awake so late? You're back. Go take a shower first. I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. There's a plan I need to discuss with you. A plan? Oh, all right then. I'll go shower first. Exhausted from his night shift, Yi Bengyao flipped on the light switch and found his elder brother reclining motionless on their exquisitely expensive sofa, eyes fixed upward at the ceiling as if deciphering celestial glyphs. He'd intended merely to rest briefly before sleep, but his brother's mention of a plan left him no choice. After a hot shower, he returned to the second-floor lounge and sank into another luxury sofa. Moments later, Yi Benghua emerged from the kitchen bearing 2 porcelain bowls brimming with egg noodles and scallions. Handing one to his brother, he began devouring his own with ravenous relish. Brother, what's this new plan of yours? Oh right. Old Ding and Brother Sin asked me tonight how the logistics company is progressing. They've reviewed all the detailed documentation, but many technical terms baffled them. Still, they said since you're spearheading this venture, they place absolute faith in you and are ready to transfer their funds without delay. Funds can wait. I'll speak with them at the station tomorrow morning. First, we must eliminate the Crab King and every last one of his men ensconced at the Sai Kung docks. Oh, so that's the plan you meant. Having devoured his noodles, Yi Benghua wiped his mouth clean and began outlining with meticulous precision the strategy he had refined over recent days: the total eradication of the Crab King. The Crab King hailed from Chaozhou, yet his volatile temper rendered him persona non grata even among fellow Chaozhou Triad elders. Still, Yi Benghua harbored no fear that the Chaozhou syndicate would intervene on the Crab King's behalf. His operation would allow no reaction window, not for the Crab King, not for the syndicate, not even for Yintong. Once launched, a hermetic cordon would seal the target utterly: the Crab King trapped inside, all others locked out. Sever communications. Enforce total blockade. Strike with overwhelming surprise, straight at the Crab. Yi Benghua's philosophy was brutally direct: seize the head before the body. In his view, these so-called syndicates were little more than fragmented dust. Men who had begun life as downtrodden laborers only to trade one master for another upon joining enduring fresh exploitation and oppression from self-appointed overlords. What then truly distinguished membership from remaining an ordinary office worker? Ancient guilds at least paid wages and offered welfare to their members. Modern syndicates, by contrast, siphoned away 99% of all proceeds, leaving barely 0.1% to be divided among legions of low-ranking Gaojai foot soldiers. Joining a syndicate? No future whatsoever. Far wiser to become a 9-toten employee at Yi Benghua's logistics firm. Upon reflection, Yi Benghua concluded that after eliminating the Crab King and his inner circle, the remaining rank-and-file enforcers could indeed be absorbed and reorganized. First, they possessed invaluable traits: years of grueling dock labor, had forged exceptional stamina, and peerless swimming ability, ideal prerequisites for maritime operations aboard vessels perpetually adrift at sea. Second, though hardened by circumstance, they remained morally salvageable, within Yi Banghua's own taxonomy, a redeemable cohort. Third, most had settled families in Saikong, creating bonds of attachment that rendered them far more pliable and loyal. Brother, you actually intend to absorb the Crab King's entire retinue? Yi Bangyao gasped in disbelief upon hearing his brother's full proposal. Utterly incredulous that Yi Banghua possessed the audacity, let alone the capacity, to execute the Crab King and his lieutenants, then extend mercy to the very foot soldiers who served beneath them. The notion was audacious. Yi Bangyao grasped its logic yet rejected its execution, reluctant to embrace men he considered vanquished foes. His younger brother's vehement reaction had been anticipated. With a quiet sigh, Yi Banghua spoke with deliberate, our logistics company cannot remain an empty shell. It must evolve into a genuine enterprise. Otherwise our accounts will never balance, and the district fees contributed by Old Ding Brother Sun and Brother Lu will remain tainted, unusable funds. But, brother, even if we eliminate the Crab King and his inner circle, over 100 mouths will still demand feeding. Our company hasn't even opened its doors, and already we face massive expenditure. How will Old Ding and Brother Sun react? Yi Bangyao raised no quarrel. He engaged in sober analysis. Yet on this matter he stood immovable, his voice trembling with intensity. Yi Banghua, refusing rigidity, responded with calm patience. I'll handle communication with Old Ding and the others. You needn't worry about that. What concerns me is this: if we fail to seize control of the Saikong docks immediately after eliminating the Crab King, rival syndicates and opportunistic gangs will rush in to claim it. Hong Kong was after all no larger than a tofu block, and the vast reclamation zones of later decades existed only as blank space on today's maps. Yi Banghua acted not from ambition alone, but foresight, securing Saikong docks as their springboard, then methodically expanding their dominion territory by territory. Ahua, since you have expressed your understanding, I have no objections. Before you proposed this plan, how could we have imagined becoming shareholders of a company? Now that I think about it, starting a company and becoming a boss seems like a rather good thing. Perhaps one day in the future we can sit in the grandstands of Happy Valley drinking and watching horse races. Exactly. Ahua, what the boss means is what I mean. Since we have decided to leave this matter in your hands, we will do as you say. As for Ayao, he's young and tends to get stuck in his ways. With a pat on Yi Banghua's arm, and Sun and Lu Zhang along with other oldtimers indicated that Yi Banghua should not worry too much. After all, their money was just sitting idle. It would be better to follow Yi Banghua's plan to start a logistics company and then use its financial system to clean up the film fee they collected, presenting it clearly as their dividends as shareholders. Aside from Chu Ding having an education equivalent to a college diploma in his previous life, and Sun Lu Zhang and the others did not even graduate from elementary school. To put it bluntly, they became police officers only for their daily meals. Before the colonial rule, the recruitment process for the police was not as strict as it is today, but as long as the greeting money was given, even the background check could be skipped. When Sun Lu Zhang and the others joined the force, it was just a month after the liberation of Hong Kong. The British authorities urgently needed a disciplined force to maintain social order, so the requirements regarding education, height, and background checks were much more lenient. However, a lack of education and average culture did not mean that Sun Lu Zhang and the others lacked insight. They vaguely realized that Yi Banghua's idea of collectively investing to start a logistics company was different from their past practice of spending the film fees shortly after receiving them. Instead, it was about changing their mindset and creating a new revenue stream to make money work for money. Doing business, being a boss, they who might not even be able to spell out the 26 English letters could one day wear suits, drink fine wine, and smoke cigars. Thinking about the bright future beckoning them, Lu Zhang and Sun and the others were filled with vigor. With their support, Yi Banghua no longer dwelled on minor emotions. After donning his military uniform and cap, he headed out to patrol the streets. Unknown to Yi Banghua, he thought everything was secure, having previously arranged for Chun Wenjua and Lei Jueqing to handle the logistics company's registration, only to be caught off guard. The mistress of the Crab King he kept in his secret place surprisingly knocked out the 2 guards he had arranged, and quietly returned home only to be caught by the Crab King's men who were lying in wait at her house. Under severe torture, she tremblingly recounted her recent experiences to the Crab King. Through her description, the Crab King vaguely felt that the unfamiliar young man who had been questioning her resembled a certain loser mentioned by his sworn brother, Yin Tong, so he dispatched his men to take her to identify that young man while he observed from the shadows. Damn it! Was it really that loser who captured Ah Fun? No way. What would that loser want with Ah Fun? Could it be that he has taken a liking to Ah Fun? No. Impossible. Yin Yi said before that this loser has high aspirations, but how could he possibly be interested in someone like Ah Fun, a faded flower? Could it be? Could it be that this loser is secretly plotting against Yin Yi, or me? Oh no. Realizing that Yi Banghua and the others might be devising ways to deal with him, the Crab King panicked, and without further thought about how Yi Banghua would handle Yin Tong or himself, hurriedly arranged for his men to invite Yin Tong to the Saikang Pier. Originally, he intended to discuss how to eliminate Yi Bonghua, this loser. However, fate is unpredictable. A subordinate who rushed back informed the Crab King that Yin Tong happened to have urgent business in the neighboring Macau, and Yin Tong's men had no authority to make decisions. They could only send someone to Macau to relay the matter to Yin Tong. Just as the Crab King was growing more anxious, Yi Bonghua also learned through Youtiao Su about the surprise of the Crab King's mistress miraculously escaping. Who arranged this? Two strong men couldn't prevent a defenseless prostitute from escaping. Slap. Youtiao Su, you messed up my big plan. I am sorry, boss. I was careless. I didn't expect that woman to. Shut up. Don't make excuses for your mistakes. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after getting off work and returning home, Yi Bonghua was like a furious lion pacing back and forth in the second-floor hall of Leishinkan with a face full of irritation and rage. He never expected that the guards Youtiao Su brought were so useless. Beside him, Yi Bongyao, Lei Jueqing, and Chen Wenjua were equally furious. The plan was supposed to be foolproof, and once they were ready, they would raid the Crab King's lair tonight. Yet at this crucial moment, something went wrong. Kneeling on the ground, Youtiao Su trembled like a sieve, feeling distressed, terrified, and regretful, and feared that boss Yi Bonghua would kick him out of this thriving small team, turning him back into a loathed lackey. Youtiao Su, I am giving you one last chance to redeem yourself. Right now, immediately go gather the workers you found in the refugee camp over this period, equip each of them with steel rods, and tie 2 red ribbons on their left arms. They must assemble before 3 p.m. Then Wenjua, you lead the charge on Saikang Pier. Don't let Yin Tong's men rescue the Crab King. Do you all understand? Understood. Got it. Sitting on the sofa, releasing his pent-up frustration, Yi Bonghua waved his hand, signaling Youtiao Su and Chen Wenjua to get to work. Yi Bongyao and Lei Jueqing exchanged glances, both seeing the worry and tension in each other's eyes. Don't worry. My thoughts are still clear, and Yin Tong hasn't received any news yet. Even if he does, he won't be able to return so quickly. The boss has some relatives over in Macau who will help us stall Yin Tong. Seemingly sensing the fluctuating emotions of his brother and Lei Jueqing, Yi Bonghua smiled, contentedly patted his brother Yi Bangio's neck, and then looked at Lei Jueqing. Ah Chung, I need you to make a trip to Wanchai Market to notify Wu Ziming. Before 4 p.m. today, if he still wants a piece of the action, he should immediately gather all his men and head to Saikang Pier to assist our people in capturing the Crab King and thoroughly dismantling his lair. Lastly, we will plant the flag of Tongyan Logistics at Saikang Pier. Anyone who dares to come out halfway to snatch this fat meat will be dealt with. Boss, I got it. He'll find Wu Ziming right away. Meeting Yi Bonghua's eyes filled with killing intent and ruthlessness, Lei Jueqing shivered uncomfortably, feeling somewhat flustered, but more so excited and agitated, for he knew he had not followed the wrong person. This time they were destined to take a big risk. All idle people had left, leaving only Yi Bonghua and his brother Yi Bongyao sitting on the large, comfortable sofa. They looked up at the ceiling, and soon after they sprang up and hurried back to their respective rooms. From the drawer beneath the bedside table, they retrieved 2 self-defense weapons along with 100 rounds of ammunition, as well as 2 specially made foldable grooming knives. Ayao, are you afraid? Since leaving the city, brother, I have only one thought: to survive. To live until we both reach a ripe old age. Ha ha ha. This road, after all, can only be walked by us brothers hand in hand. Embracing his brother Yi Bangio's shoulders, Yi Bonghua laughed heartily. The old Chinese medicine practitioner Chen Zhongwang, who was diagnosing and treating patients in the pharmacy downstairs, sighed silently. After checking the pulse of a middle-aged housewife living nearby, writing a prescription and preparing medicine, he instructed the pharmacy staff to hang up the sign that read "Closed for business," then boarded up the doors, closing up shop, and moved to the back kitchen of the pharmacy. Everyone, remember, from now on, all herbs for treating injuries must be on standby, and the medicine furnace should be kept hot. Methodically giving out instructions, the old Chinese medicine practitioner Chen Zhongwang did not see off the brothers Yi Bonghua and Yi Bongyao. Letting a doctor escort them out is a very ominous sign. Moreover, being an old hand, he was well aware of the myriad feelings of compassion and reluctance in his heart, yet he still preferred not to appear childish in front of the younger generation. It was better to let go completely and wait for them to return home covered in wounds. Plans can never keep up with changes, for unexpected events are the natural enemy of plans. Receiving the news, Wu Ziming did not have time to be frightened, let alone to blame anyone. Since he chose to bet everything on the Yi brothers, he could only go all out. Being cautious, as an old gambler, Wu Ziming understood well that when the situation became critical, only by keeping calm could one survive to the end. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned over 200 relatives and students, following Yi Bonghua's instructions conveyed by Lei Jueqing. Taking steel rods and tying 2 red ribbons on their left arms, they boarded more than 20 pig transport trucks and charged towards Saikang Pier with momentum. Chief Ahua and I, you have gone to Saikang, should we? In Wanchai Police Station, second floor lobby. Chu Ding held a Camel cigarette between the fingers of his right hand, his right arm tucked beneath his left armpit. His gaze appeared unfocused, distant, as if weighed down by deep preoccupation. Senior inspectors and Sun and Lu Zhang stood flanking him, their faces etched with anxiety and restless agitation. Life and death are decreed by fate, wealth and honor ordained by heaven. Ahua once told me that. We will not go to Saikong. Our task is to keep watch on Yin Tong and his underlings. Do not interfere with Ahua's deployment. But, there is no but. Remember this in Sun and Lao Lu, this battle we must win, and can only win. He whirled around abruptly. For the first time before his subordinates, Chu Ding revealed the raw ferocity, manic obsession, and unyielding resolve buried deep within his bones. A chill ran through Lu Zhang and in Sun. Something inside them lurched as if they had just glimpsed a transformation they had never before perceived. And Sun and Lu Zhang were correct in their suspicion. This logistics company had other shareholders, including their direct superior British Inspector Wood Robinson and an assistant commissioner who preferred to remain unnamed, widely rumored to be the deputy commissioner of police. Thus the logistics firm, named Tongyun Logistics, possessed formidable backing. Should brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao fail to deliver tangible results, this time those foreign superiors might simply withdraw, offering no further assistance. Yet should the Yi brothers seize control of the entire Saikung Pier, they would gain the leverage to secure for Tongyun Logistics a 999-year lease on the pier, a highly specialized assignment reserved for none but the most capable. Yi Banghua himself had proposed this avenue. At first Chu Ding had been skeptical, but later grasped the brilliance of the strategy. Securing a 999-year lease on Saikung Pier would place the pier, de jure and de facto, firmly under their dominion forever. Fine steeds and sable furs. I bid my boy exchange them for fine wine that we may together drown our timeless sorrows. Driving a modified diesel truck towards Saikung Pier, Yi Bangyao listened as his elder brother Yi Banghua recited in Cantonese an ancient poem he did not recognize. As the verses lingered, their rhythm seeped into his bones, stirring within him a surge of heroic fervor. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, eyes blazing with renewed intensity. Brother, Saikung Pier is here, and in truth no reminder was needed. Yi Banghua already heard the cacophony, the roars, curses, and clashes echoing from ahead. Glancing up, he saw the pier bristling with masts, its waters shimmering under the sun. Families living aboard ships had long sensed the gathering storm. Now they hurried their kin below deck, bolted shut their hatches, and dared not witness the terrifying spectacle unfolding ashore. Brothers, this is our moment, victory or ruin. Follow me, charge, and damn it. Brothers, don't let these mainlanders break through. This is our turf. Charge, and kill. Street brawls demand no finesse. Leading the vanguard were Wu Ziming and over 200 meat market workers he'd brought along. Fueled by surging adrenaline, Wu, though past 50 and thickened by years of accumulated weight, swung a 25-kilogram steel club with astonishing vigor, felling 5 or 6 of Xia Wang's enforcers in rapid succession. His martial prowess rivaled his prime. Chen Wenjua and Yu Tiao Su led the strike force behind Wu Ziming's line. Some among them paled with fear. These were ordinary young men recruited from refugee camps. Yet others wore easy smiles, utterly unruffled. These were elite remnants of the Kuomintang army, personally selected by Chen Wenjua after he infiltrated the camp disguised as a suspect. They had fought on real battlefields, slain Japanese soldiers, averaging 30 confirmed kills each. Now their rifles had been replaced with steel clubs. With minimal adjustment, they wielded them like extensions of their own limbs, especially since the foes they faced today were no ruthless, battle-hardened carrot heads. Huh, Sanner, look over there. Where did those monsters come from, in Shu? No way. 2 men just took down a dozen burly thugs armed with iron hammers. Hong Kong truly teems with hidden tigers and coiled dragons. Such warriors, must buy them a drink later, in thwack. Ouch, who hit me? Commander Chun. Oh no, Captain Chun. Why did you strike me? Those 2 are your employers, the ones who feed you, clothe you, house you, and pay your wages. No, surely not. Our bosses are that young, and that fearsome. When Chen Wenjua revealed the true identities of the 2 young men, who had stormed in from the flank and instantly overwhelmed over a dozen burly dockworkers, his men were struck dumb, stunned, disbelieving, even faintly absurd. But meeting their captain's stern, commanding gaze, they shuddered involuntarily and reluctantly accepted the truth. Huff, tired Ayao, brother, I'm not like you. Bursting with inexhaustible energy. Let me catch my breath. Fine, let me, your elder brother, show you what true formation breaking looks like. Shaking out his slightly fatigued wrist, Yi Banghua instructed his younger brother to rest briefly beside Chen Wenjua. Seeing the second boss approach, Chen Wenjua hurried forward to help the exhausted man sit upon a smooth bluestone slab, then turned sharply and barked orders. It's your turn. Advance in staggered waves. Leave the bosses to us. At his command, the crescent-shaped formation advanced with disciplined precision, constricting the combat zone where Wu Ziming's men clashed with Xia Wang's gang. Spotting the tightening vice, Wu shouted urgently, brothers, find the gaps and fall back. With that, he seized a nearby worker by the collar and darted through a narrow opening in the formation, a maneuver Chen Wenjua had briefed him on beforehand. Those few who failed to escape paid the price demanded by ultimate victory. Yes, it's me, and damn your mother. I slaved for decades to build this pier. How dare you, you wretched runt, steal it from me? Brothers, if anyone strikes this wretch down first, I'll reward him with HG1. And roar, 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 and charge, charge, charge. As the formation pressed relentlessly forward, Wu Ziming's workers withdrew one by one. Only a handful trapped, and ultimately cut down by Xia Wang's men. Meanwhile, Yi Banghua, brandishing twin steel clubs wrapped at the grips with thick, coarse white cotton cloth now stained deep crimson, stood amid the fray. Stray strands of hair veiled his face as he flashed a sinister grin, spat a thick wad of phlegm at Xia Wang's desperate cornered men, and slipped away through a gap in the formation. Boss, are you all right? Nothing serious, just sore arms. A short rest will suffice. Clean up the aftermath swiftly. Understood, boss. I'll see to it immediately, That formation of 108 men under Chen Wenchua's iron discipline had each stained their steel clubs with enemy blood. Only Xia Wang, their foe's leader, still clung to life, his face so brutally mangled that only fragmented sounds reached him. Please curse his chaos. Noise so overwhelming, he longed only to flee. No, he could not fall yet. Not before he'd felled Yi Banghua, that wretched runt. Not before he'd splashed. Xia Wang, the tyrant who had ruled Saikung Pier for 20 years, drew his final breath, then sank into the sea. Chen Wenchua gave a curt wave. Waiting nearby, the cleaners rushed forward with brooms, brushes, and buckets. Yin Tong and his men, arriving too late, witnessed the grim scene from afar and fled in terror. Just now you asked, what is your name? Boss, my name is Wu Sangu. I come from a small mountain village near Xiangyang, Hubei province. I am 37 years old and have served as a soldier for 20 years. And you, what is your name? Boss, my name is Wang Kadi. I come from Yinzhou, Sichuan province. I am Tibetan, 28 years old and have served as a soldier for 5 years. Boss, my name is. The Saigon Pier is facing an unprecedented major cleanup. Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao, who had already taken leave in advance, were sitting cross-legged on the bluestone slabs under an ancient banyan tree at the Saigon Pier, watching and listening as one member after another of the martial force group stepped forward to introduce themselves, providing their names, ages, and basic information. Lei Jueqing called over temporarily acted as the recorder, while Yu Qiao Su distributed stacks of Hong Kong dollars to the workers who participated in today's cleanup and had verified their identities, with Wu Ziming's subordinates also receiving their share. Boss Wu, thank you for your hard work today. Come have a bowl of wonton. These are freshly caught seafood from the fishermen at Saigon Pier today, and the broth is exceptionally delicious. If you find it good, take some home for your family to try. Sure. It's indeed sweet and fresh. This operation to eliminate the Crab King and his gang can be considered a surprise attack. It began while Yin Tong was absent from Xiangyang, and the Crab King was in a state of extreme anxiety and fear, aware that Yi Banghua was plotting against him or Yin Tong's secret plan. Yi Banghua decisively gathered his martial force group along with Wu Ziming's pork vendor group, rushing towards the Saigon Pier. Although they might face strong resistance from the Crab King and his subordinates in the early stages of the surprise attack, as the intensity of the battle increased, the side that was well-trained would ultimately achieve victory. However, this operation caused Wu Ziming to permanently lose 12 followers who had come with him from his hometown to Xiangyang to fight. His full commitment to the decision of Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao naturally raised questions and resistance from other elders within the group. Otherwise, he could have led more workers to participate in the operation and perhaps lost fewer old subordinates. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of eliminating the Crab King within the prescribed time. The corresponding rewards have been issued to the host's personal space. Please check it yourself. Ding dong. A supplementary task is now issued. Please pay attention. Task content: within 3 months, transform Tongyun Logistics into the strongest logistics company in both Hong Kong and Macau. Task deadline: unlimited. Task reward: 1 chance to draw from the ultimate roulette. Ding dong. The supplementary task has been issued. Please complete it yourself. Under the pleasantly tipsy sunshine, sitting on the bluestone slabs by the sea, Yi Banghua ate his wonton while chatting with Wu Ziming about trivial anecdotes. The ultimate desire system once again sensed Yi Banghua's deep-seated hopes for Tongyun Logistics, the new company soon to set sail, and thus issued a new supplementary task. At the current time, there is not a single truly modern logistics company in both Hong Kong and Macau, and Yi Banghua aims to make Tongyun Logistics the first and only all-encompassing logistics company in these regions. Logistics, as the name suggests, involves the movement of goods. This is a narrow interpretation. In the past life, with the rapid development of the internet-era, logistics companies not only bear the function of facilitating the rapid movement of goods, but also play a role in transmitting corporate values, local cultural customs, and other aspects of consciousness. However, at present, Tongyun Logistics lacks those high-end corporate cultures. The first thing that needs to be done is to quickly master the shipping logistics between Hong Kong and Macau. Whether it's the transactions between the two places or their connections with overseas markets during the underdeveloped aviation industry of the 1950s, shipping was truly the king of logistics. Boss Wu, I heard you know some water smugglers from Nanyang merchants who transport goods. Where do they usually deliver and store? Is it in Kowloon or Central? Yida Shao, if you're asking about ordinary water smugglers, then their goods are generally stored in the two places you mentioned. If it involves smuggled items, they usually first store the goods in the new territories and then arrange for manpower to transport them back to Hong Kong Island. In that case, the loss and transportation costs are not low. No way. The Coast Guard patrols and searches the sea in Central and Kowloon every few days. If they don't first divert to the new territories landing there, makes it easy for the Coast Guard to discover them, at which point they would be caught red-handed. So those smugglers of contraband goods generally do not rent long-term warehouses at the piers in Kowloon or Central. They are like ancient merchants. Unless they are regular customers or introduced by acquaintances, they typically do not deal with outsiders and do not need to use outside warehouses. There are quite a few tricks, huh? Handing the chicken bowl to the fisherman collecting dishes, Yi Banghua lit a Camel cigarette for himself, while Wu Ziming, unable to get accustomed to American cigarettes, took out some loose tobacco and rolled a hand-rolled cigarette. With a whoosh, a hand-rolled cigarette was lit, and the stimulating smell of smoke made Yi Banghua feel a bit uncomfortable, but he could still manage to accept it. From Wu Ziming, this old hand, Yi Banghua gained a vague understanding of the Nanyang smugglers who traveled between Hong Kong and Macau. However, he did not intend to fully comprehend the underlying principles of these smugglers' business. Rather, he was interested in the numerous smuggling routes they controlled. Since ancient times, those who dared to engage in maritime trade were all ruthless characters. For example, during the late Ming Dynasty, wealthy merchants along the southeastern coast conspired with wandering samurai from Japan to resist the sea ban, leading to decades of chaos, known as the Wokou Rebellion, which in turn gave rise to national heroes such as Yu Dayo and Qi Jiguang. To recruit a large and complex group of smugglers is undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, Yi Banghua is quite persistent. Even if he cannot recruit the entire smuggler community, recruiting a portion of it could still serve to divide and utilize them right. The logistics industry, in essence, maximizes the utilization of various product information through collection, mastery, analysis, and coordination to create profit. Those Nanyang smugglers are well aware that the supply of goods in Hong Kong and Macau is extremely scarce, so they import cheap goods from Nanyang via waterways, raise the prices, and then sell them through special channels to the market. Currently, what is most lacking in Xinjiang? First is food, second is water resources, third is clothing, and fourth is housing. Xinjiang itself does not produce rice. The yield is extremely low and previously relied on supplies from the mainland for food. However, after the war in mainland China ended, the Hong Kong British authorities were forced to change their food policy, not only limiting purchases in terms of time and quantity, but also needing to coordinate rice purchases with the British colonial government in the Malay region of Nanyang, which is the crucial food supply channel. Looking back at the 1950s and 1960s, Xinjiang was in a state of severe water shortage. The governor's office required all citizens to only collect water for 4 hours a day, which created the most spectacular scene in modern Xinjiang history, leading various containers, including buckets and tubs, queuing every afternoon from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at the water tap to fill up water to take home. Another historical tidbit is that while citizens were queuing to fill water, the community organizations in Xinjiang showed kindness by forcibly taking the citizens' buckets and basins to fill water for them. After filling, they would charge the citizens a service fee of $2 per trip, creating a cycle that generated over $400 in profit without cost every day. Over $400. An ordinary uniformed policeman earns a monthly salary of only $140. A bowl of small wonton costs just 30 cents, and a newspaper is only 10 cents. Fetching water for others is practically a zero-cost business, simply exorbitant profits. Due to the continuous influx of mainland refugees into Xinjiang, the housing resources suddenly became tight. Furthermore, the presence of speculators in the market continuously inflated the prices of both new and old tenement buildings. Unless someone arrives in Xinjiang with a fortune to temporarily settle or establish permanent residence, ordinary refugees could only stay in the dirty, messy, and shabby wooden house areas until 1952, when the Hong Kong British authorities built the Shek Kip Mei estate to accommodate the original residents of Shek Kip Mei after a major fire, which opened the history of the Hong Kong British authorities using administrative means to construct large public housing. However, public housing projects also turned out to be a lucrative business. Yi Banghua vaguely remembers that in 1986, the Hong Kong High Court had tried 2 cases of corruption related to public housing involving amounts of 2.3 billion Hong Kong dollars, along with several construction. The second-hand clothing stores in Xinjiang offer a wide variety of goods, selling not only old clothes, but also old quilts, old hats, old shoes, and old mosquito nets, some old fans from the Wasang and Diamond brands, second-hand electrical appliances, gold, silver jewelry, and watches. Even just the clothes are categorized into tang suits, long gowns, formal wear suits, kipeos, and children's clothing. It can almost rival a department store. Where do the clothes worn by refugees come from? Hospitals also have second-hand clothes, but those are the second-hand clothes of the deceased. From today onwards, you two gangs are not allowed to send anyone to the streets to fetch water for the neighbors. This business will be handed over to Tonyan Logistics. If anyone has an objection, feel free to speak up. Here I have 1,000 to split between you two. Now give me a clear answer. If you can't, then you'll stay here with me to have the royal meal from the cafeteria today. While Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao were still tidying up the remnants at the Saigon Pier, and Sun and Lu Zhang from the Wanchai police station were sent to summon Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu, the heads of the two biggest gangs in Wanchai, to discuss matters. The goal was to restrain their underlings from intercepting water supply lines and forcibly delivering water to the neighbors, which violated the rules set by Chu Ding. Chu Ding demanded an explanation, placing a gun on the table, smoking a double happiness cigarette, and watching the silent Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu with a condescending demeanor, clearly implying that any disagreement would lead to violence. After all, these two were scum of society, a mere inconvenience to the bigger picture. Since you, District Sir, have spoken, how could I not comply with your wishes? Thank you for your generous offer, District Sir. After saying this, the seemingly portly Hong Dafu was the first to grab the 5 Hong Kong dollars on his side, while Huang Laojiu, who had been observing, silently cursed Hong Dafu as a shameless rat before smiling and picking up another stack of 5 Hong Kong dollars. He then glanced behind him to see his subordinate carrying a beautifully packaged gift box, which was gently placed on the table. Seeing this, Hong Dafu felt a sudden unease. District Sir, this is a century-old ginseng I bought from an officer who fled from the northeast to Hong Kong Island. I heard that you have been working hard for social order in our district. This is my small token of appreciation. I hope you won't dislike it. Laojiu, quite thoughtful. Thank you for your concern. The gift is delightful. Whoa. As Chinese, we value reciprocity. How about this? Last week, those few underlings from your big establishment who were arrested for causing trouble have been educated. Son. Old chief, you may issue your orders. Let them go later. Laojiu is still a good boss. Understood. Thank you, District Sir. Huang Laojiu was quite excited. The ones arrested last week at the police station were not just any underlings, they were his own little brother-in-law who his wife was insisting he rescue. To be honest, Huang Laojiu wished this troublemaking little brother-in-law would be locked up for life to avoid any future big-head Buddha incidents. This time, to save this untrustworthy little brother-in-law, Huang Laojiu had surrendered his long-preserved Changbai mountain ginseng, because this little brother-in-law had offended a relative of the Li family last week. The Li family is known as the king of smoke in this part of Hong Kong. Many of the underworld have thrived thanks to them. Having offended such a powerful family, Huang Laojiu was almost scared into fleeing to the South Seas. Fortunately, the Li family seemed to not pay much attention to the matter and allowed the relative to handle it, giving Huang Laojiu a slim chance of escape. District Sir, you mentioned a company called Tonyan Logistics. Excuse me, is that your company? My. Hong Dafu's question suddenly made Huang Laojiu realize that Chu Ding had just stated that their two gangs were not allowed to fetch water at the neighborhood water supply points, and had instead tasked a company called Tonyan Logistics with the job. Hong, it seems the fat on you hasn't squashed your brain. You have a bit of wits after all. Chu Ding did not provide a clear answer, but this teasing was enough to make Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu speculate. They were not fools. They cautiously asked, District Sir, may I ask what your relationship is with this Tonyan Logistics? After asking, the two looked nervously at Sun and Lu Zhang, who stood like gatekeepers on either side, and noticed the mockery on their faces. Without needing Chu Ding's reply, they understood that this Tonyan Logistics was a venture created by these Chinese detectives from the Wanchai police station. Damn, collecting their protection fees was not enough. Now they were creating a logistics company to intercept their income. Wasn't that too blatant? Confirming this inner suspicion, Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu's expressions turned from sunny to gloomy, and they dared not linger any longer. They hurriedly called their underlings and left, their backs appearing desolate. But what could they do? Don't get me wrong. Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu are not afraid to kill detectives. They just cannot bear the serious consequences of killing a detective. Having been in the underworld for decades, the number of times Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu had suffered silent losses in front of Chu Ding and Sun seemed to be the most in their lives. The two hurriedly left, unaware that they would face various inhuman torments in the future. Old Chief, I don't think these two will let it go easily, or will there be a lot of trouble down the line? Trouble? It's always us looking for trouble with others. Since these two are willing to comply outwardly, but not inwardly, we will arrest a batch, detain a batch, release a batch, and pull in another batch. I refuse to believe that everyone in the gang will listen to these two. Understood. With this instruction, and Sun Lu Zhang and the others understood the latest directive from their superior Chu Ding. Being part of the violent apparatus governing Hong Kong under British rule, the Hong Kong Police Department never needed to seek calm or compromise. Since Hong Dafu and Huang Laojiu had already harbored improper thoughts, they would have to painfully accept the iron fists and batons from the detectives. At 11 p.m. that night, it was the deep of night. The streets were bustling with street vendors and beautiful streetwalkers casting flirtatious glances at passing male customers. Those lacking self-control were naturally drawn in and obediently followed into the brothels, spending their cash quickly, at least dozens to hundreds in a night provided the goods were attractive enough. In front of a 3-story old tenement on Gung Ki Street, about 10 dressed-up streetwalkers were clutching handkerchiefs, as if calling souls their lips, painted with bright makeup, their faces adorned with cheap cosmetics bought from the street. Getting closer, one might even catch a whiff of perfume from a department store. Oh, isn't this Officer Liu? What brings you here to find Xiao Cui again? Xiao Cui. Officer Liu is here to pick you up. Bang! Shut up. Now I am giving you a way out. Tell me, is Hong Dafu the one smoking opium? Ah, this. Officer Liu. We. Got it. Scram. Liu Sun was a regular here, but tonight he would transform into the little devil under Yama to destroy this den. The streetwalkers downstairs were completely awakened by Liu Sun's sudden slap, looking up to see that accompanying him was a fully armed team of 150 police officers from the Wanchai police station, led by Chu Ding, the rising star of the Hong Kong Police Department. Just kidding, the real leader was Superintendent Wood Robinson. Without the superintendent leading, Chu Ding would not have been able to mobilize 150 fully armed officers, including 50 from the Weihai Vanguard. Even if Chu Ding had fame, his official rank was still that of a sergeant not yet promoted to inspector. Moreover, mobilizing over 5 officers required reporting to the superintendent, making it impossible for Chu Ding to lead the team alone. Vanguard charge. Hurrah! In the Hong Kong Police Department, there is a special unit called the Weihai Vanguard specifically tasked with breaching defenses. Those in the Vanguard are almost exclusively from Weihai Shandong, as it is believed that Shandong people are hardworking and physically strong, making them suitable for assaults. Hence, such a special unit was established long ago as a ballast for the Hong Kong police. Unless faced with major riots, this unit usually remains stationed at the big prison, and only high-level police officials can order their mobilization. It is quite coincidental that Wood Robinson's direct superior is a certain deputy police commissioner. A warm welcome to all friends from the press at the press conference hosted by Mr. Wood Robinson, the police chief of Wanchai. Now let us give a hearty applause to welcome Chief Robinson to deliver his speech. Clap, clap, clap. The enthusiastic applause erupted in the makeshift press conference set up in front of the Wanchai police station. Yi Bonghua, who was present, glanced around and found that most of the well-known media from Xiangjiang had arrived. He even spotted some rising stars who would later become top tycoons in the Chinese community. His presence among these future big shots was entirely due to the strong recommendation of his superior Chu Ding, an outstanding representative of the Wanchai police station during the recent 10-day crackdown on organized crime operation. Yi Bonghua led a group of righteous men to tirelessly eliminate the notorious bully the Crab King and his criminal gang that had been entrenched at the Saikung Pier for over a decade. Such a glorious achievement surely warranted him a seat. Esteemed friends from the press, dear colleagues. First, I must express my gratitude to Deputy Commissioner Mike Siwei, who personally formulated and commanded the operation on the front lines. It is thanks to his unwavering support along with Director Mai Jingtao that all personnel at the Wanchai police station have the absolute confidence and determination to engage in the most formidable and thorough battle against the criminal forces in our jurisdiction. Clap, clap, clap. Under the watchful eyes of the guest, Deputy Commissioner Mike Siwei, dressed in a director-level uniform of the Hong Kong police and wearing a police cap adorned with the Xiangjiang police emblem, slowly rose. He first saluted Chief Robinson on stage with an English military salute, and then turned to salute the attendees, his face a blend of smiles and solemnity. This time the Wanchai police station greatly enhanced his prestige and did not forget to have him personally present. Secondly, I extend my gratitude to all my colleagues at the Wanchai police station and the Weihai Vanguard. It is their fearless courage at the front line of combating crime that has forged a solid line of defense for the citizens of Xiangjiang. Clap, clap, clap. Another round of crisp applause erupted. This time, as a representative of all the officers at the Wanchai police station, Yi Bonghua calmly and confidently walked up to the podium from the last row. Deputy Commissioner Mike Siwei had already been waiting nearby. Seeing this, Yi Bonghua quickly stepped forward and saluted respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Commissioner." Mike Siwei had known from Chief Robinson's words that this subordinate was clever and valiant. Now looking at Yi Bonghua, he truly appeared to be talented and impressive, standing in stark contrast to the slick, short local officers. Yi Bonghua faced Mike Siwei with nothing but respect, exuding calm and composure, clearly destined for great achievements in the future. Yi Bonghua followed Mike Siwei to the center of the podium to receive the honor medal personally awarded by the Deputy Commissioner. Click. As Yi Bonghua and Deputy Commissioner Mike Siwei stood on either side, holding the certificate awarded to the Wanchai police station, a reporter from Chung Pao captured the moment. Years later, someone joked about this reporter questioning why he had made Yi Bonghua look so remarkable. The reporter felt quite embarrassed, as he had intended to make Deputy Commissioner Siwei look impressive, only to have the spotlight inadvertently stolen by Yi Bonghua, who was then just a low-ranking uniformed officer. Turning, saluting, and then stepping down. Yi Bonghua's graceful demeanor as a uniformed officer surprised some guests who began inquiring about his background. Unfortunately, the only thing they knew was that Yi Bonghua had a brother named Yi Bonyao, leaving them completely in the dark about any other details. This sparked further curiosity among many guests, especially those minor representatives with some wealth who could not help but wonder how to create an opportunity for Yi Banghua to have a fateful encounter with their aging leftover girls. Yi Banghua, who seemed to have become the main course for certain small bourgeois families, was oblivious to the true thoughts of the people around him. At this moment, he was pondering the words whispered by Deputy Commissioner Mike Siwei. Just before he stepped down, he is indeed an outstanding young man. Did his tone carry a hint of regret? Could it be because Ye's rank was too low? If he were now a chief inspector, Yi Banghua would dare to confront Deputy Commissioner Mike Siwei directly, half forcefully and half affably, asking him to marry his only daughter to Yi Banghua. Deputy Commissioner Siwei's daughter was famously known as the Snow Mountain Ice Lotus in the elite circles of Xiangjiang, proud and disdainful of the vulgar local girls. These amusing anecdotes were diligently inquired about by Yu Qiaosu every day and then meticulously recorded by Master Wang at the Ronghui Talent Service Center in a large black notebook. In the evenings, he would bring this notebook to Leishinkun for Yi Banghua to review. There was always a sense of absurdity, as if Yu Qiaosu was born with the talent of a paparazzo. In fact, after receiving the honor medal and the certificate awarded to all officers of the Wanchai police station, Yi Banghua had no need to stay at the press conference any longer. However, he ultimately sat in the last row closest to the media. Invited journalists were arranged in the aisles on both sides for interviews, and Yi Banghua just happened to sit at the farthest right of the last row. Officer Yi, hello, I am Chong Ming from Ta Kung Pao, here's my business card. Reporter Chong, you're faced with a stranger suddenly handing him a card with their name, work unit, and contact information. Yi Banghua first displayed a strong sense of vigilance. Once he confirmed that this person was indeed a reporter, he relaxed slightly, but still dared not let his guard down. With so many big names around, why would they seek out him, a mere uniformed officer who just finished making a splash? Too unusual. Officer Yi, I know you have your doubts. How about we discuss this over tea after the press conference? All right. Accepting the business card, Yi Banghua did not refuse the invitation from the reporter named Chong Ming. He was curious to see what this reporter was truly after. Perhaps befriending a reporter could be somewhat helpful in the future. On stage, Wood Robinson seemed eager to express everything he had bottled up inside for a lifetime. Originally intended to last half an hour, the press conference was extended to an hour and a half due to his insistence. This gave Yi Banghua a deeper understanding of his foreign superior's personality. A middle-aged man with extreme introversion always needed an outlet to vent his inner frustrations, or else he would not be able to maintain his authority. Perhaps realizing he had been talking too much, Wood Robinson quickly redirected the conversation, summarizing briefly before reaching a conclusion regarding the 10-day crackdown on organized crime operation. This is a righteous action. The next morning, Wood Robinson's speech became the headline news across various media outlets, with the title naturally reflecting his conclusion, "This is a righteous action." Such an uplifting event, while not the first of its kind in Xiangjiang, was indeed a rarity. At least in the long-standing stubborn impression of Xiangjiang citizens, the police force's image was worse than that of the gangs. However, this time the Wanchai police station had indeed done a great deed, clearing out Dan Yi and eradicating Fu Yixing, thereby transforming the security landscape of the Wanchai district. Regardless, ordinary citizens who had long suffered under the oppression and intimidation of the gangs had to appreciate the positive changes brought by the Wanchai police station's thunderous actions. After all, who knows when another gang might come to raise their flag? In traditional Chinese culture, there is a principle of yin-yang balance. When the forces of evil significantly diminish, it signifies that the forces of justice are regaining their peak. There is no absolute evil or absolute justice. Everyone has their own scale to judge evil and justice. However, for the citizens of the Wanchai district, although the powers of Dan Yi and Fu Yixing had been severely weakened by a surprise raid, the remnants of these gangs still could not be ignored. Consequently, the citizens of the Wanchai district could only rely more on the Wanchai police station to maintain their hard-won peace and stability. Therefore, the protection fees were still collected, but not directly given to the patrolling Chinese officers. Instead, they were paid to a company called Tongyun Logistics. It is still unclear what this company's background is, as it is somehow authorized to collect protection fees on behalf of the Wanchai police station. Moreover, the protection fee had changed its name to something like security fee, making it seem as if the law and order in Wanchai was quite good. This was absurd, but what was somewhat fortunate was that this security fee was not as varied or extensive as the previous protection fees. With fixed amounts every Monday, people would pay this security fee at the Wanchai branch of Tongyun Logistics, located next to the storage room in the Wanchai market. It was charged per head at 20 Hong Kong dollars per person to be paid twice a month. As for vendors and businesses, they were required to pay a unified amount of 1,000 HKD payable 3 times a month. This security fee would not be accounted for in the Wanchai police station's financial budget. It was entirely considered additional reasonable income for all personnel at the Wanchai police station. Meanwhile, Tongyun Logistics paid 300 Hong Kong dollars per person as bonuses to all personnel of the Wan Chai police station on the 15th of every month, with the remaining amount retained as shareholder equity, as capital for Tongyun Logistics. Elegant and refined, handsome and graceful. As the saying goes, the character reflects the person, and the person embodies the character. Officer Yi, which esteemed master taught you this brilliant cursive script? He, am not in a hurry to reveal who taught me this cursive script, but may I call you Chong Ming? Or should I call you Charlie, or perhaps Mr. Cha Yang Yong? You know my identity. In the Cantonese tea house located in central, the Yixing Tea House is undoubtedly a leader in its field, primarily frequented by scholars, high-ranking officials, and distinguished guests for tea and discussions. After the press conference, Yi Banghua happened to be off duty today and accepted the invitation of a reporter from the Ta Kung Pao, who claimed to be Chong Ming, choosing a private room on the second floor of the tea house. As soon as he sat down, he was asked by Chong Ming to write the 8 characters elegant and refined, handsome and graceful on a piece of white paper with a Parker pen. Subconsciously, Yi Banghua used the cursive script he had practiced diligently in his past life. Unexpectedly, Chong Ming recognized the style of the script at a glance, leaving Yi Banghua somewhat stunned. He then carefully observed the man who called himself Chong Ming, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't recall until he focused on Chong Ming's brows and eyes, which intensified the sense of familiarity. He then remembered that Chong Ming had said he was a reporter from the Ta Kung Pao, and a guess surfaced in his mind. Having been exposed by Yi Banghua regarding his true identity, the Chong Ming, who was initially admiring the calligraphy, was taken aback and soon filled with suspicion. In his past life memories, he was certain he had never met or spoken with Yi Banghua. So how did Yi Banghua know his true identity? Officer Yi, I sincerely apologized. It was not my intention to conceal my identity. As for how Yi Banghua learned his true identity, that could be set aside for now. The man who had not yet adopted the pen name Jin Yong Cha Iguan was earnestly apologizing to Yi Banghua. Mr. Cha, you need not be so formal. Stepping forward, Yi Banghua gently held the bowing Cha Iguan, who could clearly feel the solid strength in Yi Banghua's arms, causing a stir of surprise in his heart, deepening his curiosity about Yi Banghua. Mr. Cha, you are older. How can you bow to me? Even if there was a misunderstanding, now that it's cleared up, Cha Yiguan's Cantonese skills had yet to awaken, and he still spoke in perfectly articulated Mandarin. In response, Yi Banghua adjusted his speech to a slightly archaic, elegant Mandarin accent. Upon hearing this, Cha Iguan was astonished, as he had presumed Yi Banghua to be a local native. From his demeanor and poise, Yi Banghua's performance was extraordinarily outstanding, like a crane among chickens, shining brilliantly, which caught Cha Yiguan's attention. Today he had only come to the police station in Wan Chai to attend a press conference at the request of the editor, intending to collect some material before returning home to report back. By a twist of fate, he encountered Yi Banghua, the Chinese officer in uniform representing all staff of the Wan Chai police station, to receive recognition. He felt a sense of wonder and proactively engaged in conversation for a couple of exchanges. He had thought that Yi Banghua would decline his invitation, but to his surprise, Yi Banghua accepted and even sought out a quiet room here. Then he unveiled Cha Yiguan's true identity and even mentioned the pen name he had once used, raising Cha Yiguan's curiosity about Yi Banghua to its peak. Upon slight contact, he strongly felt that Yi Banghua was far from being a weakling. His powerful arms were solid and sturdy, and his bright eyes sparkled as if filled with countless stars. Such an appearance, combined within a scion of a prominent family, may not surprise Cha Iguan, but it was exceedingly contradictory, yet naturally present in the ordinary family background of Yi Banghua. Mr. Yi, are you someone who has fled from above? This question was quite presumptuous. If it were an ordinary person, they might have already left in indignation. However, Yi Banghua was not an ordinary person and did not mind the slight offense in the words. Perhaps this held some probing intent from Cha Iguan, and Yi Banghua could see through it. With a slight smile, Yi Banghua pressed his lips together, seeming to have some unspeakable secrets. Seeing this, Cha Iguan felt regret for his earlier indiscretion, having encountered many cunning individuals in the harsh world, realizing he should not be overly obvious in his probing. This depth of conversation, it's too deep for casual acquaintances. Cha Iguan raised his head, his face filled with shame, just about to apologize when Yi Banghua, after a long silence, said again, "We are both wanderers in this world, Mr. Cha. Our meeting here is fate. If you don't mind my rambling, I would like to take some of your time to recount a few past events. Let it be a conclusion to some lingering sorrows." "Oh, Mr. Yi, I have no intention of prying into your private thoughts." Cha Iguan was taken aback again, startled by Yi Banghua's resolution. Clearly he was the elder, yet he was continually led by the younger Yi Banghua. This was truly astonishing. Just as he was regaining his composure, he heard Yi Banghua say, "Mr. Cha, to be honest, my brother and I originally came from a well-off family. However, due to years of war and calamity, our family fell into decline. We intended to flee to Hong Kong to seek assistance from relatives, but fate had other plans. While traveling from the provincial capital to Hong Kong, we were robbed by pirates. Out of 121 people on the ship, only my brother and I survived by hiding in a wooden barrel in the cellar. Everyone else was slaughtered by the pirates, including my blood relatives. After surviving countless hardships to arrive in Hong Kong, I was disheartened to learn that my relatives had already fled to Nanyang to escape. With no money, my brother and I could only beg to survive. Fortunately, a kind family took us in, and we managed to study for a few years in a private school. To become self-sufficient, we followed the elders' advice and found a job in the public sector, finally securing a place to stay with 3 meals a day without worries. As he spoke, this big man couldn't help but wet his sleeves with tears. The deep sorrow he expressed seemed to resonate with Cha Iguan. Before leaving Beijing for Hong Kong, he had been waiting for a chance in his hometown of Haining. However, after failing to secure a job at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the capital earlier this year, he had no choice but to head south to join his uncles. Ambitiously, he had to temporarily accept his uncle's suggestions to stay in Hong Kong and work as a political reporter for the Ta Kung Pao. Although he earned a meager salary of 150 Hong Kong dollars per month, which was insufficient for family support or entertaining friends, he was fortunate that his elderly father back in his hometown frequently sent him money, allowing him to maintain a normal standard of living as he had in the mainland. Upon hearing Yi Banghua mention his deceased parents, Cha Iguan thought to offer some words of comfort. However, he then considered his elderly father, who was still in Haining and had been feeling uneasy lately. He was already contemplating bringing his father to Hong Kong to settle down. Although life in Hong Kong was not as easygoing as in his hometown, the failure to find a job in the capital had cast a shadow over his heart. "I'm sorry for making Mr. Cha laugh at my expense." Wiping away the tears that had slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes, Yi Banghua regained his previous calm and confident demeanor, as if the momentary sadness was merely a seasoning of life to be tasted and then set aside. This nonchalant attitude earned a slight admiration from Cha Iguan, who initially thought Yi Banghua was a rough figure, but upon closer contact revealed the genuine personality hidden beneath. "Mr. Yi, at first it was indeed I who intentionally concealed my identity. This cup of tea is my apology to you." "Ah, Mr. Cha, let's not dwell on the past. This cup of tea should be a toast to our fateful encounter. I am not as magnanimous as Mr. Yi. That being said, I Cha boldly invite you to tea. Please." After finishing the cup of black tea, Yi Banghua and Cha Iguan exchanged smiles, as if two destined confidants were finally fated to meet one day. In their hearts lingered a sincere friendship untainted by the complexities of the mundane world. Then Yi Banghua vaguely recalled that next year Cha Iguan's elderly father, who remained in Haining, seemed to be facing execution. In a flash of inspiration, he asked, "Mr. Cha, may I speak frankly? Did you come to Hong Kong all alone?" "No." Mentioning family made Cha Iguan's mood inevitably low. Especially after his divorce from his wife Du Yafan in recent years, it had a tremendous impact on his life and career. That was the first time he personally experienced what betrayal and the pain of love truly meant. However, since settling in Hong Kong and working for the Ta Kung Pao, his mood seemed to have improved. After all, it was not the excruciating pain he had endured years ago. Did he hate his ex-wife? Perhaps he did, but there were also reasons related to himself. Thus, what he worried about more now was his elderly father Cha Shuqing, who remained in Haining. Although his ex-wife, Du Yafan's family, and some of the Cha clan were caring for him, he was still his biological son and could not let outsiders replace him in caring for his father. "Sigh. Mr. Yi, born in turbulent times, we are both helpless. If possible, I hope to bring my father here to care for him." His tone was filled with frustration as Cha Iguan finished cup after cup of black tea, calling for the waiter to bring a new pot, as if he wanted to pour all his grievances into the tea. Yi Banghua furrowed his brow, already pondering certain matters. Some matters are not about right or wrong, but solely about one's stance. Just like Cha Iguan, who once was a member of the Kuomintang party proposed by the father of the nation, but due to differing ideologies, he had a dispute with the school's leadership at the end of 1944 and reluctantly withdrew from the party. In early 1950, he accepted an invitation from Mr. Mei Ruo to seek employment at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the capital, initially hoping to serve as a diplomat for the new regime. Unfortunately, due to his class status, he was ultimately regrettably rejected. After some twists and turns, he arrived in Xianjiang, where he worked as a journalist and writer for the Ta Kung Pao, leaving his elderly father Cha Shuqing to live a pastoral life in their hometown of Haining. From friends and relatives still actively serving in the new government, Cha Iguan occasionally received letters from his father Cha Shuqing, which mostly brought good news. However, through his connections in the mainland, he learned that the land reform policy was being implemented there, and their family in Haining was a major landlord with over 1.0 mu of fertile land. He was deeply worried that this land reform policy would bring trouble to his father. However, his father Cha Shuqing was also a stubborn and traditional man, often writing to him in letters that after death, one should return to their roots. Even if faced with unavoidable disasters, it was fate. Ultimately, one would die in their hometown. While his father had a broad mind, Cha Iguan could not just watch as his father might encounter trouble without preparing in advance. This is not something a son should do. "Mr. Cha, are you planning to bring your father to Xianjiang to settle?" "Well, I hope you won't laugh, Mr. Yi, but I have tried many times to persuade my father. He is very stubborn and insists on staying in his hometown. He says he doesn't want to be unable to be buried in his homeland after 100 years. This time I am reaching out to you because I want to inquire if there's a way to bring my father from our hometown to Xinjiang. Upon mentioning this matter, Cha Yiguan inevitably showed some awkwardness and regret on his face. He did not think that Yi Banghua had extraordinary abilities, rather he had learned that Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao had been working at the Wanchai police station for just a month when they started arresting several smugglers. There were even rumors that the Yi brothers had made a fortune from these smugglers, knowing many of their common routes, which allowed them to keep capturing more smugglers. Cha Yiguan had the thought of asking Yi Banghua for help, which involved using unconventional means to bring his father Cha Shuqing from Haining to settle in Xinjiang. Mr. Cha, are you making a joke at my expense? Yi Banghua's face was filled with hesitation. He did not dare to make promises easily. Haining was nearly 2,000 kilometers from Xinjiang, and to bring Cha Yiguan's father safely from Haining to Xinjiang, unless Yi Banghua personally escorted him, he could not guarantee that an elderly man could endure the journey unharmed. That would not be saving a life, but endangering it. It really won't work. Cha Yiguan had long prepared himself for Yi Banghua's implicit refusal, but he still felt a pang of disappointment. If he couldn't bring his father to Xinjiang through unconventional means, he did not believe anyone could persuade his father through normal channels. Oh, my father, why are you so stubborn? He lifted a cup of black tea and gulped it down. If he weren't still at work, he would probably be drinking red wine instead. Seeing Cha Yiguan's expression of pent-up frustration, Yi Banghua sighed internally, ultimately unable to stand by idly. Mr. Cha, if you can arrange for your father to visit Yangguang City Zhou for sightseeing, perhaps I have a way to help bring your father from Yang City to Xinjiang, provided he does not resist. Mr. Yi, are you serious? Originally thinking that Yi Banghua had no solution, Cha Yiguan was suddenly filled with hope upon hearing what Yi Banghua said next. He stared at Yi Banghua, in surprise, the veins on the hand gripping the teacup becoming pronounced, and he sprang up, nearly knocking over the tea table. He awkwardly scratched his head, and seeing this, Yi Banghua couldn't help but smile. Mr. Cha, I don't think there's any need for me to deceive you, right? Mr. Yi, I truly do not know how to repay this life-saving grace. Whatever you need in the future, I will certainly do my utmost. No need for that. Mr. Cha, we share a mutual understanding today. I assist you, and perhaps one day you will come to my aid. Without delay, Cha Yiguan and Yi Banghua bid farewell for now. The former returned to the Ta Kung Pao to report back, while Yi Banghua headed back to Leishinkun and Lizzie Corner, just in time to run into his younger brother Yi Bangyao, who was about to leave for his night shift. Yao, have Yu Tiao and Su arrived? Big brother, it's you. Yu Tiao and Su have been waiting for you in the lobby on the second floor. By the way, a manager from Hang Seng Bank came by. I forgot his name, but he looks quite refined, dressed in a black and white suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and always carrying a black briefcase. I've heard he has a good relationship with the Lei family, and Ah Chung is attending to him. The manager of Hang Seng Bank. Interesting. Alright, you go to work. When you get to the police station, by the way, just tell the seniors that the share subscription documents I gave them have been signed and fingerprinted. Bring them home tonight. Ah Chung will take them to the company registration office to sort out all the registrations. Got it, you little rascal. Seeing his brother Yi Banjiao's somewhat impatient expression before leaving, Yi Banghua teasingly scolded him. He carried the daily necessities he bought from Wing-On department store and went up to the second floor through the side entrance. Upon reaching the second floor, Yi Banghua saw Yu Tiao Su awkwardly handling the tea set in the kitchen. Yu Tiao Su, help me hold this. Boss, you're back. Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Yu Tiao Su was overjoyed and quickly took the two large paper bags from the boss' hands. After being scolded by the boss last time, Yu Tiao Su had become much more perceptive, realizing that he couldn't compare to talents like Lei Jueqing and Wu Ziming, who possessed strong capabilities in certain areas. Only by being diligent, hardworking, and earnest could he keep up with the two bosses and not return to being a caged man in the walled city. Gulp, gulp. What's the situation now? After downing 2 cups of cool boiled water, Yi Banghua let out a satisfying burp, turned his head, and asked Yu Tiao Su about the Hang Seng manager. The latter recounted everything in detail. Boss, this Hang Seng Bank manager heard from Ah Chung that we have another batch of high-quality gold and some miscellaneous jewelry antiques to sell, so he took the initiative to come visit. Ah Chung didn't dare to make decisions on his own, so he kept him waiting for you to return and handle it personally. However, I heard Ah Chung say that Hang Seng Bank is preparing a big plan, but I don't know the specifics. It seems to be a shareholding system reform to turn the bank into a commercial bank. The two should not be too different, right? After piecing together the information from Yu Tiao Su, Yi Banghua finally understood the situation. After completing the task of eliminating the Crab King, the amount of gold he possessed was astonishing, even startling. Lei Jueqing, the chief accountant of the Ronghui and Tongyun companies, who instinctively thought that the boss had robbed the vault of HSBC. Although he couldn't explain how the 2 tons of 24K gold came to be, Yi Banghua didn't need to justify it to Lei Jueqing, Yu Tiao Su, and the others. After all, the two brothers had captured so many smugglers and remnants of the Guomindang, extracting a considerable amount of wealth from them, it seemed quite normal, didn't it? Therefore, what Lei Jueqing needed to do was to gradually convert this gold into cash, while still keeping a portion. Yi Banghua planned to use it to create various solid gold items for his family to wear. Regarding the news that Yu Chaosu heard about Hang Seng Bank, seems to be preparing a big plan. Yi Banghua recalled the development history of Hang Seng Bank. He vaguely remembered that 2 years later in 1952, Hang Seng Bank would undergo a shareholding reform to become a modern commercial bank, no longer adopting a partnership system, but instead implementing a modern board of directors system, significantly increasing the total capital. A bank reform. This indeed is a big plan. Yi Banghua learned that several founders of Hang Seng Bank had recently traveled abroad to investigate the banking industry, taking 2 years to officially launch the reform. They must have gained a lot, otherwise how could He Shan Huang and the other founders have the confidence to make Hang Seng Bank the premier Chinese-funded bank in Xinjiang, even establishing the Hang Seng Index that symbolizes the Hong Kong stock market? So what opportunity could Yi himself seize from this? If the East Asia Bank was established with Western modern banking as its model, then in the early 1960s, Hang Seng Bank, which rose to become the largest Chinese-funded bank in Hong Kong, was merely an inconspicuous entity among the many old-style banks on Wan Chai Street and Wing Lok Street in its initial phase. It is believed that even its founder could never have anticipated that Hang Seng would evolve into the grand institution it is today, becoming the second largest bank in the Hong Kong region after HSBC. Hang Seng Bank's predecessor was Hang Seng Silver House, founded on March 3, 1933, with an initial paid-up capital of only $1 Hong Kong dollars, which later increased to $1.50 Hong Kong dollars with the addition of new shareholders. The founders were Lin Bingyan, He Shanhe Liang Jiwei, and Sheng Chunlin. The name Hang Seng is explained in a commemorative booklet published by Hang Seng Bank as meaning eternal life. However, according to He Tian, who once served as the vice chairman of Hang Seng, the two characters Hang Seng were derived from the Hang Hing Silver House opened by Sheng Chunlin and the Sheng De Silver House established by Lin Bingyan, making Hang Seng Silver House a combination of both. Lin Bingyan, the main founder of Hang Seng Silver House, hailed from Qingyuan in Guangdong province and made his fortune in Shanghai, living a life full of legends, traversing the rivers and lakes with a strong sense of chivalry, never concerned about immediate gains or losses. In his early years, he opened Sheng De Silver House in Shanghai, specializing in foreign exchange and gold trading. In 1929, after being kidnapped in Shanghai, Lin Bingyan decided to develop in Hong Kong and subsequently founded Hang Seng Bank in collaboration with friends He Shanhe, Sheng Chunlin, and Liang Jiwei. Among the four founders, He Shanhe had the most profound impact on the development of Hang Seng Bank. He Shanhe, who was born in 1900 in Panyu, Guangdong, came from a humble background and had only attended a few years of private school, acquiring much of his commercial knowledge through self-study. After his rise, thus, he emphasized education when he became successful. In 1978, he founded the Hang Seng School of Commerce to provide business training for underprivileged students before they entered society. In 1985, he donated 20 million Hong Kong dollars to establish the He Education Fund to support educational causes. At the age of 14, He Shanhe stepped into society working as a laborer in a salt factory in Guangzhou, and later moved to a gold shop to learn business, where his diligence led him to become the manager of the shop at the age of 22. Later, he gave up this favorable position to become an independent financial broker with some savings. At the time of the establishment of Hang Seng Silver House in 1933, he contributed the least capital, only 100 Hong Kong dollars. However, He Shan's participation in the founding of Hang Seng not only influenced his life, but also affected the development trajectory of Hang Seng Bank. Today, when people mention Hang Seng Bank, many citizens associate it with the image of being diligent and providing attentive service, a style highly influenced by He Shan's approach to treating others. Hang Seng Silver House was initially established in a traditional building at 70 Wing Lok Street, an area filled with banks and money changers with an area of only 800 square feet. According to He Shan's recollection, the design of the shop was very traditional. Customers only needed to take 3 steps to reach the counter. At that time, the chairman of the Silver House was Lin Bingyan, while the manager and deputy manager were He Shanhe and Liang Jiwei respectively, with a total of only 11 staff members, making it quite small in scale. Initially, the business of Hang Seng Silver House primarily involved gold trading, foreign exchange, and currency exchange, following traditional practices, such as using an abacus for calculations with accounts written with a brush and ledgers stamped with the Silver House's red seal. In its first year of operation, Hang Seng Silver House earned a profit of 10389 Hong Kong dollars. Shortly after its establishment, Hang Seng Silver House expanded its business from Hong Kong to major cities in the mainland, with Chairman Lin Bingyan frequently traveling between Hong Kong provincial capitals and Shanghai to coordinate operations, while He Shanhe focused more on business in the provincial capitals. Under the leadership of Lin and He, Hang Seng steadily developed in its initial years, gradually getting on track. In 1937, when Japan launched the invasion of China, wealthy merchants in major cities of the mainland hurried south eager to exchange silver dollars for Hong Kong dollars, leading to a surge in currency exchange between Shanghai provincial capitals Hankow and Hong Kong, where Hang Seng Silver House had already established a comprehensive business network, resulting in booming business. According to He Tian's recollection, at that time trucks were transporting boxes of silver dollars from the mainland. As various levels of government in the mainland urgently needed foreign exchange to pay for military expenses against Japan, we frequently acted as exclusive agents to exchange these silver dollars for Hong Kong dollars and collected commissions, allowing Hang Seng to earn significant profits. In 1941, Japan brazenly launched the Pacific War, leading to the fall of Hong Kong. Faced with the rapid changes, Hang Seng Silver House, like other peers, was forced to suspend operations. Lin Bingyan, He Tian, and others transferred their funds to Macau, taking 18 employees with them to seek refuge. At that time, Macau, due to Portugal's neutral stance in Europe, was not embroiled in the war and could maintain a semblance of peace. However, there was already a Hang Seng Silver House in Macau, owned by the EU family. Thus, Lin, He, and others operated under the name Yonghua Silver House. The name Yonghua reflected the patriotic sentiments of the four founders of Hang Seng Silver House and did not change despite their difficult circumstances. Thus, Hang Seng Bank endured a difficult 3 years and 8 months in Macau. After Hong Kong was liberated in 1945, Lin, He, and others returned to Hong Kong to regroup, relocating Hang Seng Silver House from its old site on Wing Lock Street to a cell phone property at 181 Queens Road Central. The new premises were significantly larger than the old ones. During this period, Li Guowei, who would later play an important role in Hang Seng Bank, also joined. Li Guowei had previously worked at Guohua Bank and assisted Hang Seng shareholders with business in Macau during the war, so in 1946, he was invited to join Hang Seng, responsible for handling overseas gold trading. After the war, Hong Kong's economy rapidly recovered, and the exchange of goods and currency between the North and South flourished. Hang Seng Silver House seized the opportunity to leverage its previously established network, once again showcasing its prowess in the gold trading, currency exchange, and money-changing markets. During this period, Lin Bingyan continued to frequently travel between Hong Kong provincial capitals and Shanghai to coordinate efforts. In 1946, the mainland civil war reignited, and the Kuomintang army retreated, leading the government to issue large amounts of gold and silver notes to siphon off wealth from the populace, causing significant currency devaluation. Wealthy families in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, as well as affluent merchants in southern China, began to exchange their paper currency for foreign currency and gold. Amidst the tidal wave of selling off domestic currency to preserve value, Hong Kong became an important hub, and the financial industry flourished. Before 1947, He Tian had been in charge of business in Guangzhou. However, as gold trading in Hong Kong became vigorous, he returned to Hong Kong to oversee this aspect of the business. He Tian was an expert in gold and commodity futures trading and served as the chairman of the Hong Kong Gold and Silver Exchange from 1946 to 1949, gaining significant fame in the American futures trading community at that time. Under He Tian's leadership, the relevant business of Hang Seng Silver House naturally flourished. In February 1949, Lin Bingyan passed away in Hong Kong, leaving one of the four founders gone. Hang Seng Silver House was then taken over by He Tian, who served as chairman with Liang Zhuwei as vice chairman and He Tian as general manager, forming a new management team. In October of the same year, the People's Republic of China was proclaimed in the Forbidden City. On June 25, 1950, the Korean War broke out, and the United Nations, led by the United States, imposed a trade embargo against China. The sudden change in the situation caused Hong Kong to abruptly lose its transshipment trade and currency exchange business with the mainland. Gold and foreign exchange trading also plummeted, leading to a period of economic downturn. Hang Seng's currency exchange and remittance business were also affected. Fortunately, during this period, Hong Kong's economy began to embark on an industrialization path, with factories in textiles, garment manufacturing, and plastics emerging in large numbers, marking the arrival of a new era of industrialization. Various signs indicated that traditional silver houses, which had long played an important role in Hong Kong's Chinese merchant economy, were gradually declining, while modern banks were becoming increasingly important in promoting Hong Kong's industrialization process. This change was reflected in 1948, when the British authorities in Hong Kong first formulated banking legislation and issued licenses to banks. In the same year, the number of banks in Hong Kong surged to 143, more than doubling from 46 in 1946. In response to this transformation in the Hong Kong banking industry, the leaders of Hang Seng Silver House promptly adapted to the situation and actively planned to restructure the bank. From 1950 to 1952, He Tian, along with He Tian and Li Guowei, made 3 visits to Europe and America to investigate banking operations covering North and South America, Malaya, Singapore, South Africa, and Europe. According to Li Guowei, who served as a translator at the time, He Tian once considered where Hang Seng could develop if there were any changes in Hong Kong. However, in the end, he firmly believed that Hong Kong was the development base for Hang Seng, having more confidence in Hong Kong than in other unfamiliar places. On December 5, 1952, Hang Seng was registered as a private limited company with a registered capital of 10 million Hong Kong dollars and a paid-up capital of 5 million Hong Kong dollars, forming a new board of directors still led by He Shanhe as chairman, Liang Zhui as vice chairman, and He Tian as general manager. The following year, Hang Seng relocated to a five-story cell phone property at 163165 Queens Road Central, fully launching commercial banking operations. At that time, Hang Seng had effectively become a modern commercial bank. This restructuring coincided perfectly with the rapid economic development of Hong Kong in the following decades. At that time, in order to break through the fierce competition in the banking industry, Hang Seng was determined to establish itself with the mission of serving the public, targeting small and medium-sized industrial enterprises and businesses in Hong Kong, as well as the general populace. He Shanhe stated, from the very beginning we adhered to the spirit of customer first, constantly reminding our staff that whether they are grassroots or laborers, once they step into Hang Seng Bank, they become our distinguished guests. According to He Shan's principles, Hang Seng established a series of service guidelines, such as requiring employees to be diligent and responsive, cultivating qualities of patience, loyalty, neatness, and a willingness to help others, among others. Thus, whenever customers entered Hang Seng Bank, they would receive enthusiastic reception and assistance from the staff, such as filling out forms and directing them to the appropriate counters. In this way, Hang Seng, through a series of thoughtful services rich in traditional human warmth, bridged the gap between the bank and the public, establishing a unique image among numerous banks and winning customers. At that time, ordinary citizens and small manufacturers in Hong Kong still found the major banks to be unapproachable and difficult to reach, thus turning to Hang Seng. These new customers were mainly manufacturers in the garment, toy, plastics, hardware, and electronics industries, most of whom were from Guangdong. They sought the bank's credit, but lacked company balance sheets and sufficient conditions to support their loan applications. However, Hang Seng Bank did not mind, as He Dajin, a former vice chairman of the bank, said, because we not only knew them, but also understood their backgrounds, family situations, and business operations, we were willing to lend them a helping hand. The achievements of Hong Kong all relied on the efforts of this group of people. Many small companies that received assistance from Hang Seng in their early days gradually rose to become large companies and conglomerates, becoming the backbone of Hong Kong's manufacturing and export trade, and Hang Seng's business grew alongside them. Li Guowei once stated, these companies have always remembered the early assistance they received from Hang Seng and are still significant clients of Hang Seng to this day. This is a crucial factor in Hang Seng's rapid rise thereafter. Mr. Li, greetings. I am Yi Banghua. Please enjoy this tea. Mr. Yi, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with me. And thank you for the tea. How then might one describe Li Guowei? In Yi Banghua's first impression, Li Guowei embodied the pinnacle of elite education, steeped equally in Chinese tradition and Western refinement, a product of the Comprador Li family. Slightly shorter than Yi Banghua, he wore an affable smile and gold-rimmed spectacles. His impeccably tailored suit gleamed with quiet elegance. Its texture surely as smooth as silk. He showed no condescension, no aloof superiority, only courteous grace. Even his sipping of tea was measured, a delicate silent sip utterly devoid of noise. And what then was Li Guowei's first impression of Yi Banghua? Simply put, an enigma veiled in verisimilitude. Li Guowei sensed instinctively that the Yi Banghua before him diverged sharply from the figure he had heard described, like a man wearing layer upon layer of masks, concealing his truest self beyond all perception. Li Guowei hailed from the prestigious Li family of Hong Kong. His elder cousins included Li Ming's, a chairman of Lixishan Industrial Development Co., Ltd., an unofficial member of both the executive and legislative councils under British colonial rule, and Li Xiaoan, founder of Television Broadcasts Limited (TVB). An ordinary person, upon learning of Li Guowei's illustrious lineage, might well tremble with awe, but Yi Banghua sat at ease, composed and unflustered. This poise startled and unsettled Li Guowei. Though today he represented Hang Seng Bank in negotiations with Yi Banghua's group, Li Guowei himself was no mere delegate, a seasoned tycoon who had weathered both triumph and ruin. He carried inevitably a measure of quiet pride. To encounter a young man like Yi Banghua, unintimidated, unyielding, radiating calm self-assurance, felt subtly yet unmistakably like an erosion of his own authority. Even so, there were no outsiders present. Please, Mr. Li, this Longjing tea from Westlake was sourced only after I visited countless tea merchants. Connoisseurs assure me it was plucked during the Qingming period last year, crisp, tender, and unparalleled in flavor. Do try it. Haha, it appears Mr. Yi possesses profound knowledge of tea. Not at all, not at all. Merely theoretical musings. Besides, tea appreciation is but a refined pastime far removed from the grand affairs you gentlemen conduct, the true great business. Matters are not ranked by scale, Mr. Yi. In my view, your service upholds social order, while Hang Seng Bank's lending initiatives empower Chinese enterprises to advance swiftly. By this reckoning, we are both engaged in great undertakings. Seeing Yi Banghua deflect and glide away from direct engagement, Li Guowei chose instead to steer the conversation toward Hang Seng Bank. Yet he remained unrushed. For him, this deal was optional. His personal presence stemmed not from urgency, but from his partner's desire to leverage his discernment and experience to assess firsthand the true nature of Yi Banghua. What kind of man could repeatedly acquire vast quantities of high-purity gold? Rumors were unreliable. If merely arresting smugglers yielded such gold, Hang Seng Bank staff might as well abandon their offices and wait nightly at the docks, like idle hunters awaiting prey. Though Hang Seng Bank cared little for the provenance of Yi Banghua's gold, a sliver of caution remained. Thus they dispatched Director Li Guowei himself to visit Yi Banghua at home, ostensibly to negotiate business, though that pretext was merely a means to meet him. If not today, then tomorrow, or the day after, they would meet. Only then, only with answers could their minds find peace. Yi Banghua smiled inwardly. He had long suspected Li Guowei's underlying intent. Now, as Li Guowei pivoted the discussion toward Hang Seng Bank, Yi Banghua sensed it was he probing the origin of the gold, or observing him, assessing the man behind the mask, or perhaps both. Yet none of that mattered. What mattered was what came next, a proposal that would leave Li Guowei utterly astounded. Mr. Li, I hear your bank is raising new capital. Might a humble fellow like myself have the honor of subscribing a share? True to expectation, Li Guowei recoiled, shocked, irritated, deeply uncertain. Yi Banghua's abrupt pivot had shattered his assumptions. He could no longer fathom the young man's true purpose in meeting him face-to-face. Watching this pillar of the Li clan falter, once immovable as a mountain, Yi Banghua's eyes flickered with quiet amusement. Mr. Li, is this arrangement inconvenient? Feigning innocence, Yi Banghua asked again, deepening Li Guowei's discomfiture. Could it be? Was Yi Banghua genuinely serious about investing in Hang Seng Bank? But how had Yi Banghua learned of their internal equity reform initiative? Could it possibly be? Mr. Yi jests. Hang Seng Bank has always kept its doors wide open. I understand you and several colleagues from the police force have co-founded a new firm, Tongyun Logistics. Might you require working capital? Ultimately, he chose evasion, dodging the weightier issue. Hang Seng Bank was no autocracy ruled by Li Guowei alone. Even if Yi Banghua had somehow uncovered their confidential equity restructuring. At that thought, Li Guowei's gaze involuntarily slid toward Lei Juqing seated silently beside him, suddenly suspecting he had leaked the secret. But did Lei Juqing even know about the reform? Impossible. The decision rested solely with the board directors. A cold shiver ran down Li Guowei's spine. His suspicions spiraling inward now landed squarely upon his own directors. Had Yi Banghua anticipated even this? Even if he admitted to leaking information himself, Li Guowei would never suspect his fellow directors. Hang Seng Bank was their shared creation, forged in collective vision and trust. Sensing Li Guowei's gaze, Lei Juqing turned, offering a warm, sincere smile. That very sincerity rekindled doubt. Perhaps the source lay elsewhere entirely. His thoughts churned endlessly, but regardless of who had spoken, Li Guowei resolved today he would yield not an inch. Since Mr. Li has graciously come to my door, I cannot let him depart empty-handed. Achung, tomorrow please open a corporate account for Tongyun Logistics at Hang Seng Bank, and 2 personal accounts for myself and Ayao. Deposit the proceeds from my consigned gold and earlier sales into those personal accounts. For the corporate account, begin with HK50000. Mr. Li, by Hang Seng Bank standards, does Tongyun Logistics qualify as a major client or a... Mr. Yi, every client who opens an account with Hang Seng Bank, regardless of size, is our most valued client. Every employee treats each patron with equal respect and diligence. At last, Yi Banghua had been persuaded to open a corporate account for Tongyun Logistics at Hang Seng Bank. Yet he further instructed Lei Juqing to establish 2 personal accounts for himself and his brother. Across all 3 accounts, the projected initial deposits totaled HK2487600. This sum placed Tongyun Logistics among the bank's largest depositors of the era, exceptional in both immediate value and future potential. The precision of this figure was no accident. Li Guowei oversaw this very domain. In matters of professional expertise, he tolerated no margin for error. Mr. Li, since our negotiations are concluded, might you stay for a simple dinner tonight? No, Mr. Yi, I have other commitments. Perhaps another time we might share morning tea. Very well. Achung, please see Mr. Li out. Yes, boss. Boss. This was the first time Li Guowei had ever heard Lei Juqing address Yi Banghua as boss in front of him. Such a title was no casual appellation. Within traditional Chinese hierarchies, employer-employee relations extended beyond mere labor contracts into bonds of deep personal allegiance. Families like the Li's still maintained household retainers and sworn vassals. Yet Li Guowei could not fathom why Lei Juqing, a scion of the collateral branch of the Lei family, would willingly submit to another's authority. Could it be that Yi Banghua possessed some extraordinary ability, some hidden mastery, that commanded even Lei Juqing's awe and loyalty? His visit to Yi Banghua had begun with a clear objective, Yet before he could achieve it, Yi Banghua had pierced through their most closely guarded secret, the equity reform. That single revelation unsettled him profoundly. Every subsequent observation, the poised demeanor, the calculated words, the unexpected ties to the Kowloon motor bus lay family, only deepened his conviction Yi Banghua was no ordinary uniformed officer. Truly a tangled web, impossible to sever, impossible to unravel. Acheng, though I do not know why you serve Mr. Yi as your elder, I offer this gentle counsel: the lay family is your root. Never forget your origins. Return often to pay respects to your elders. Thank you, uncle, for your kind advice. I will visit my elders regularly. Seeing Lei Juqing's compliance ring hollow, Li Guowei nearly spoke further, but sighed instead and departed. No. Ahua, we are fellow villagers. Brother Chang, do you still remember? We are fellow villagers. Then let me ask you, why did you send someone to kill me? Why did you even embezzle the money I used to buy grain for Ayao? I was bewitched. You have a magnanimous heart, please. Let me go. Brother Chang, why won't you tell the truth, even in this predicament? I am telling the truth. You think I didn't see it? What? Ahua, what are you talking about? Back then on the boat, it was you who leaked information to the pirate informants hidden among the refugees, saying that the bundle carried by my parents contained some small goldfish. When the pirate ship approached, that informant came directly to rob the package that my parents had hidden in their bellies. That was our family's lifeline after arriving in Xiangjiang, and you colluded with the pirates to stole it. No, Ahua, you must have seen it wrong. You saw it wrong. I might be mistaken about everyone in my life, but I could never be mistaken about you. Brother Chang, you are the one who caused my parents' deaths. So to atone, please go to the Underworld and report to our deceased family members on behalf of us brothers. No. The piercing cries of pain echoed endlessly in the abandoned warehouse. Bloodied Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao discarded the greasy, slippery butcher knife aside, tilted their heads back to hold back their tears, and walked out of the warehouse. They were greeted by the light and shouted loudly towards the sky. Dad, Mom, Ayao and I have avenged you. Silent, weeping, the two brothers slumped on the ground, feeling no exhilaration from avenging their great enmity, only an endless sorrow lingering in their hearts. Even if they killed their enemies, what did it matter? Their loved ones were no longer in this world. Who could they share their grief with? The child who lay in his mother's arms has grown up. The toddler who sat on his father's shoulders has matured. Everything could not return to the way it was. Elder brother, let's go. Dragging their blood-soaked bodies away from the abandoned warehouse, each step left a crimson footprint on the ground. If not for his brother Yi Bangyao supporting him, Yi Banghua might have fainted on the spot due to mental exhaustion. The fact that the sly Lang Ko Chang had escaped from his hands earlier had already cost Yi Banghua 1 year of his lifespan from the ultimate desire system. He clearly understood that he could no longer let Lang Ko Chang live, whether to compensate for the original owner's regret of not being able to kill his enemy, or to quell the fury from the loss of 1 year of lifespan. Lang Ko Chang was indeed a treacherous scoundrel surviving under the protection of Yin Tong, while arranging his trusted subordinates to manage daily operations in the Great Archives. Secretly, he packed up all the wealth he had plundered over the years, preparing to escape to Nanyang on a smuggling ship to continue living. Lang Ko Chang was inactive, and perhaps the Yi brothers would not find him immediately. However, Yu Tiaosu had already placed spies at the docks in central Kowloon Wanchai, and Sai Kung, according to the orders of the two bosses, observing the changes in the number of ferries, cargo ships, and coolies daily. Close to the dock, near the ancestral Hall Stanley prison, they discovered Lang Ko Chang's whereabouts and immediately reported to the two bosses, preventing him from escaping again. Clean this place up, don't leave any trouble for the bosses. Yes. After the two bosses left, Chun Wenjua, who had been on guard around, led the workers of the Martial Force Group to enter, each holding mops, brooms, and dustpans, and brought a bucket of clean water to wash away all traces of blood on the ground. As for the now completely dead salted fish Lang Ko Chang, he was handled by the following Yu Tiaosu, either to be sunk into the sea, buried in concrete pillars, or dismembered and burned to ashes. In short, all traces of his existence had to be erased. During this time, Chen Wenjua and the Martial Force Group were responsible for clearing out the remnants of the Crab King at Sai Kung's dock, while Lei Jueqing, according to Yi Banghua's instructions, went door to door to talk to the residents near Sai Kung's dock, mainly discussing two matters. First, from now on, those boat people no longer needed to live on boats. Their Tongyan Logistics would select a suitable wasteland in Sai Kung and build a residential area on it. The initial estimate was to build 200 units, each unit totaling 560 square feet, about 52.03 square meters, designed to include 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 balcony, which consists of a small living room, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony. The internal design is laid out in a rectangular manner, with the kitchen, balcony, and bathroom distributed proportionally as 7:3, with the small living room occupying around 35 square meters. Such a design is already quite spacious. For the future, where every inch of land is precious in Xiangjiang, having a private unit covering 52.03 square meters is sufficient for a family of 3. If they squeeze a bit, perhaps even a family of 6 could fit in. The villagers living in Sai Kung the market only need to pay a 999-year land lease agreement obtained from the British Hong Kong authorities with a lease term of 9,999 years, which is temporarily held by Tongyun Logistics. In return, Tongyun Logistics would recruit the villagers of Sai Kung to enter Tongyun Logistics for job training, providing formal salaries, monthly salary of 3,000 Hong Kong dollars, and 2 types of insurance: personal accident insurance and property insurance, until all labor relations between the 2 parties are dissolved. Each agreement and each certificate were repeatedly reviewed by professional lawyers hired by Lei Jueqing, and only after both parties reached an agreement were they signed, stamped, and fingerprinted, then sent to the new territory's administrative office for filing. In this way, Tongyun Logistics acquired temporary usage rights to 80 square kilometers of Sai Kung City for a period of 999 years. This term aligns with the validity period of the land lease held by the villagers. According to the new territory's administrative offices ruling, the rights to use the land were transferred from the villagers to Tongyun Logistics once the agreement was signed. Sai Kung City covers an area of approximately 80 square kilometers, which is about 86,111 to 833, 34 square feet. Most of the land lease agreements indicate the land attribute as farmland or residential land, with only the seafood street close to Sai Kung Sea categorized as commercial land. Land attributes can be applied for change, and such minor matters are naturally handled by Mr. Lei Jueqing, the chief accountant of Tongyun Logistics, who is more familiar with the nature of the British Hong Kong authorities than the Yi brothers and others in the team. Leveraging the Lei family's reputation, it is also easier to obtain opportunities to negotiate with British officials. Initially, the work of land lease acquisition did not proceed smoothly. At this time, Wu Ziming and the workers from his pork stall stepped in to chat casually with the villagers of Sai Kung. If they remained stubborn, Tongyun Logistics would not force them. The future welfare community would not have a place for these stubborn ones, and Tongyun Logistics would not offer high-paying positions with a monthly salary of 3,000 Hong Kong dollars to recruit these stubborn ones. If faced with such favorable conditions, they remained indifferent. Yi Banghua truly did not know how to arrange for his subordinates to persuade a small group of villagers to transfer the land lease. Since ancient times, land acquisition has always been a significant challenge, especially in a densely populated place like Xiangjiang. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task completion has been extended. The original reward has been cancelled and replaced with a chance to draw from the ultimate roulette. Please choose quickly: accept or decline. Accept. Ding dong. Ultimate roulette is starting. Please. Ding dong. The draw is complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the manufacturing process, special materials, and a collectible version of the ultimate jet boat, which has been stored in your personal space. Please check it yourself. As soon as Yi Banghua returned home, he and his brother Yi Bangyao took off their bloodstained clothes, returned to their respective bathrooms, and took a quick hot shower. After coming out and changing into a cream-colored cashmere robe, the prompt sound of the ultimate desire system echoed in Yi Banghua's consciousness. A smile rose on his face. It turned out that avenging the blood feud of his biological parents could yield such generous rewards. For him and Tongyun Logistics, this was simply a timely blessing. The so-called ultimate jet boat is in fact a 3-environment transport vehicle developed by scientists from a mysterious world, offering more comprehensive functions, superior performance, and almost limitless power compared to the jet boats on Earth. It can carry 120 passengers at once, making a round trip of 100 kilometers in just 20 minutes. Is this the limited edition of the ultimate jet boat? It's not an exaggeration to call it a nuclear-powered destroyer. That night during a patrol break, Yi Banghua found an excuse with his fellow officer and came alone to Wan Chai Wharf to test the treasured ultimate jet boat drawn from the ultimate roulette. In a fleeting thought, a jet boat measuring 203 meters in length and 108 meters in width appeared in a vacant spot at the wharf from his spatial pocket. With his perspective ability, Yi Banghua could see clearly that this jet boat was divided into 3 levels. The control room was located in the front of the middle second floor. The rear cabin contained a dining area and entertainment room. The upper deck was for sunbathing, with a massive swimming pool. The water is drawn from the sea by a pump, and the lower level featured luxurious suites for rest. Overall, the jet boat exhibited a crimson hue adorned with many strange and ancient patterns reminiscent of the various mythical beasts mentioned in the classic Chinese text, the classic of mountains and seas. The reason this jet boat's materials are considered special is that its overall structure is not made of the stainless steel alloys like fine steel or fine iron found on Earth, but rather crafted from the unique Xianjin of the Ziwei universe. Moreover, the core engine is neither a diesel engine nor an internal combustion engine, but an airflow perpetual motion engine, capable of achieving the perpetual motion that Earth scientists could never realize in their lifetimes. This jet boat's power source is air, and unless one travels to the thin atmosphere of outer space, Yi Banghua can take this jet boat anywhere on Earth. However, the airflow perpetual motion engine is the exclusive power source of Yi Banghua's treasured ultimate jet boat, while other ultimate jet boats still rely on diesel or internal combustion engines. Compared to ordinary jet boats, the power system of the ultimate jet boat boasts an energy utilization rate of 99, meaning that when piloting an ultimate jet boat, it can outrun an armed helicopter on the water unless that helicopter is equipped with tracking missiles, otherwise it can still escape. Furthermore, whether it's Yi Banghua's treasured ultimate jet boat or the ultimate jet boat, they can not only traverse the waters with ease, but can also unleash a super speed of 300 meters per second on land and in the air without any need for preliminary preparations like running or taking off. With a simple activation of the power, they can whoosh away, making it undeniably the dream vessel of every smuggler. In his past life, the jet boat fleet of the Gambling King was used to transport guests, but Yi Banghua's ultimate jet boat can transport not only guests, but also cargo with a corresponding weight limit of 2 tons. To compare, the old yellow cattle, large white pigs, and 3 yellow chickens from the villagers in Saigon, an adult yellow cow typically weighs around 2,400 jin, which is about 1,200 kilograms. An ultimate jet boat can carry 1 adult yellow cows, while 1 adult yellow cow is equivalent to the weight of 2 to 12 pigs, 2 to 3 donkeys, or 300 chickens. With slight modifications, the ultimate jet boat can transform into a high-performance, power-packed bulk carrier suitable for transporting grains, livestock, sand, cement, steel, and other bulk goods, making it easy to bypass the smuggling interceptions of the British Hong Kong Water Police. Moreover, the water police vessels they use are merely diesel-powered. Attempting to intercept the ultimate jet boat would indeed feel absurdly unrealistic. Additionally, the radio transmission signals used by the ultimate jet boat are completely different from those of any vessel on Earth, belonging exclusively to the internal channels and signals of the ultimate jet boat. Even if the American Aerospace Agency attempted an intervention, they would be unable to intercept it. Otherwise, how could it be called an absolute bug? In Yi Banghua's view, his treasured ultimate jet boat leans more towards the role of an escape tool. After all, it is nearly impossible for him to personally operate the boat or transport guests back and forth between Hong Kong and Macau. The best time for this treasured ultimate jet boat to be of use would be either when he travels overseas or when he leads his brother Yi Bangyao on the run. Normally, Yi Banghua wouldn't use this treasured ultimate jet boat. However, he happens to need it during this period because yesterday afternoon the long-lost Cha Yiguan suddenly appeared, inviting him to the Shangxing tea house for tea and discussion. It turns out that Cha Yiguan's elderly father had been persuaded and was already embarking on a train to Yangqing for sightseeing, accompanied by the Cha family members, while also visiting some old friends living in seclusion in Yangqing. They were now staying at a Yangqing and planning to appreciate the 8 scenic spots of Yangqing in the coming days. After confirming his father's situation multiple times through family members, Cha Yiguan hastily sought out Yi Banghua, prompting Yi Banghua to start making preparations. System: can my treasured ultimate jet boat change its external appearance? Yes, it requires the payment of 1 day of lifespan. Payment confirmed. This system has temporarily changed the appearance of the treasured ultimate jet boat to that of an ordinary fishing boat, according to the host's request, valid for 10 natural days. Please be mindful of the deadline. Under Yi Banghua's gaze, the originally crimson treasured ultimate jet boat quickly transformed into a shabby black ordinary fishing boat. However, the internal power and accessories remained the same. The next morning, when he invited Cha Yiguan on board for a tour, the inexperienced Cha Yiguan was immediately shocked by the extravagant interior decorations. After Yi Banghua personally navigated them around Sai Kung, Cha Yiguan gained an astonishing understanding of the terrifying power and super speed of the treasured ultimate jet boat. This. Mister, where did you get this boat? This is too extravagant, isn't it? Mister Cha, please don't look at me with that bewildered gaze. This boat was found in the treasure trove of the Qing dynasty pirate Zhang Baozai, which I gleaned from a smuggler during a capture operation with my brother. I merely hired some engineers to completely overhaul its internal power and brought in designers to redecorate the interior. That's too extravagant. But does Zhang Baozai's treasure really exist? Of course it does. Mr. Cha, whenever you have time, I will take you to see it. After some interaction, Cha Yiguan found himself unable to see through Yi Banghua. He felt that there were too many mysteries surrounding Yi Banghua, but he couldn't muster any feelings of aversion. Instead, he felt a strong sense of kinship, as if they were kindred spirits from distant lands. Perhaps due to excessive worry about his father Cha Shuking's safety, Cha Yiguan didn't have time to ponder the astonishing secrets hidden within Yi Banghua. At 3 a.m. the next day, after finishing his shift at the Wanchai police station, Yi Banghua quickly briefed his brother Yi Banya Youtiao, Su Lei Jueching, and others before heading to Sai Kung Wharf to meet Cha Yiguan. The treasured ultimate jet boat had already been hidden in a spacious berth. At 3:30 a.m. Yi Banghua started the treasured ultimate jet boat on time, heading north with Cha Yiguan while bypassing the layers of interception by the British Hong Kong Water Police. At 4:05 a.m. Yi Banghua and Cha Yiguan arrived punctually at the Zhujiang port in Yangqing, where Cha Yiguan's father Cha Shuqing had taken a tranquil sleep after consuming traditional medicine with calming effects. He had been secretly brought to a temporary inn at the Zhujiang port by the Cha family members patiently waiting. As the family members stationed at the port waved a flashlight towards the inn, those responsible for watching over Cha Shuqing realized that Cha Yiguan had arrived from the northern side of Shangjiang. They waited for the signal to dock on the waters of Zhujiang port, promptly placing a nearly burnt-out red candle in the window to inform the family members monitoring the surroundings that Cha Yiguan could come ashore to pick up his father. At 4:25 a.m., without alarming the troops stationed at Zhujiang port, Cha Yiguan personally disembarked to carry his father, who had undergone a disguise, back to the treasured ultimate jet boat. Accompanying them were several cousins and the maidservants who had long been serving his father. The remaining members of the Cha family discreetly returned to the Yangqing in planning to take a train back to Haining at around 9 a.m. to continue handling the family's remaining assets. Once converted to cash, the funds would be wired to the account of Cha Yiguan's family at the Bank of China Shangjiang. Thus, the genealogy of Cha Yiguan's family was considered transferred to a new branch in Shangjiang, marking a new chapter in the legacy of the Cha clan. When Cha Yiguan's cousins and the Cha family's servants arrived at the second floor of the treasured ultimate jet boat, they were equally stunned by the exquisite decorations that left them stuttering. After learning from Cha Yiguan that this boat belonged to a friend of his, they were further shocked, unable to even sit on the sofa. Their shallow understanding led them to believe that all sofas were made from the royal dragon skin and composed of precious woods like 100-year-old agarwood, sandalwood, and yellow sandalwood, with the intricate carvings clearly crafted by skilled hands. It even had a cloud dragon pattern. Yiguan, your friend can't possibly be a descendant of the Manchu royal family, right? Liang, you worry too much. He is just an ordinary person, at least he believes he is. Mr. Yi, great kindness requires no thanks. Mr. Cha, you are too polite. If you or your family find it uncomfortable to stay here, please let me assist you in finding another place. This place is spacious enough, Mr. Yi. I know it is not easy to find a house in Shangjiang that can accommodate so many people. Your great kindness to me and my family will never be forgotten, and I will surely repay you. Haha. To be honest, Mr. Cha, I happen to have a small favor that you can help with right now. Oh. Mr. Yi, please speak. I will do my utmost. Write a novel titled The Legend of the Condor Heroes for me. I have long thought about the outline and theme of this work, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This is a fictional martial arts novel that tells the story of patriotism and familial love. For specifics, please take a look first. Alright, since Mr. Yi has given an order, I will write such a novel for you. Delivering the Buddha to the West, a good person goes to the end. Since Yi Banghua had already helped Cha Yiguan take his elderly father from the heavily guarded Zhujiang port, he did not mind inviting Cha Yiguan's family to rent a place next to Leishinkun. The first floor is the office of the Talent Service Center, with rent due at the end of each month, and the rent was not expensive at 200 Hong Kong dollars per month. For Cha Yiguan's large family, 200 Hong Kong dollars was a rock-bottom friendship price. Although Cha Yiguan's cousins had sold many properties back in Haining to bring home a large sum of cash, the current prices in Shangjiang had skyrocketed, with a rise of rice being sold for 120 Hong Kong dollars. If Yi Banghua hadn't controlled some relatively secretive food smuggling channels, they would have to tighten their belts to get by. Yi Banghua had no intention of lending money to Cha Yiguan, and Cha Yiguan would not accept Yi Banghua's cash assistance, as scholars inherently possess a certain pride, always believing they can earn big money with their own talents. Thus, Yi Banghua used a novel, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, to open a new source of income for Cha Yiguan. The reason for choosing this grand masterpiece was that Yi Banghua had the deepest impression of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. In his past life, he had spent 3 months' salary, about 1.0 HKD, to buy over 30 versions, including the first edition, anniversary edition, revised edition, collector's edition, and co-branded edition of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. He would flip through them whenever he had free time after work, thinking he would read all the different versions in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, he found himself reborn on the streets of Shangjiang in 1950. Those copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes were probably sold off cheaply by the landlord as rent. Now that he met the author of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he had to get Cha Yiguan to write this grand masterpiece ahead of time. After all the detailed outline, beginning, and character sketches of The Legend of the Condor Heroes were all prepared, Yi Banghua did not believe that Cha Yig. In the 1950s, entertainment activities in Shangjiang were extremely scarce. Those with a little money would go to the Li Chi dance hall to find dancing girls and drink, or they would cross the sea to Macau to try their luck. However, most would return empty-handed, while the vast majority of Shangjiang citizens remained at an extremely impoverished level. This was an era when a small bowl of wonton noodles cost only 10 cents. Not everyone had an advantage like Yi Banghua. Previously, the director of Hang Seng Bank, Li Guowei, even tried to figure out the source of Yi Banghua's gold. If The Legend of the Condor Heroes could be as popular in the Chinese world as in his past life, Yi Banghua dared to guarantee that Cha Yiguan's income would be 5.0 HKD per month. One must be cautious. All the copyrights of The Legend of the Condor Heroes were in Yi Banghua's hands, and he had long instructed Lei Jueqing to register the copyrights, trademarks, and reputation rights of The Legend of the Condor Heroes in various countries. To this Cha Iguan also expressed understanding as long as he could receive permanent dividends. According to the agreement signed between Yi Banghua and Cha Iguan, the complete copyright of the Legend of the Condor Heroes belongs solely to Yi Banghua, while Cha Iguan has permanent dividends, 49 from the Legend of the Condor Heroes and its derivative works. If Cha Iguan were to pass away, this permanent dividend right would automatically transfer to his immediate family within 3 generations until the patent protection period expires. Perhaps Cha Iguan did not care much about the income generated by the Legend of the Condor Heroes, as he had a proper job at the Ta Kung Pao in Xianjiang. Though his monthly salary was not particularly high, compared to his close friend Yi Banghua, Cha Iguan's salary was merely a drop in the bucket. Both of them tacitly agreed not to inquire about each other's sources of income unless it concerned mutual interests. Brother Iguan, if you and your family ever need help in the future, feel free to come to me or my family next door. Don't hesitate, you should have inquired. My family's first floor is a pharmacy, and there is an old Chinese medicine doctor stationed there. I believe your father can have many topics of conversation with that old doctor. If you need rice, freshwater, oil, salt, or other daily necessities, you can also ask my steward where to buy them. As the saying goes, one drop of water must be repaid with a fountain of water. After experiencing the hardships of society, Cha Iguan no longer held onto the lofty demeanor of a scholar in front of his friends. Ultimately, he bent down 4-5 pecks of rice. Compared to Yi Banghua, who dealt with street vendors daily, he knew very little about the necessities of life, like firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Even the servants who came with his father to settle in Xianjiang were unfamiliar with the area and needed Yi Banghua and his family to provide much guidance, otherwise it would indeed lead to a great joke. Speaking of his father Cha Shuqing, Cha Iguan felt quite troubled. Ever since his father woke up and found himself in Xianjiang, he did not explode in anger, nor did he cry and make a scene. He appeared very calm, as if he had anticipated it all. To this end, Cha Iguan tentatively asked his father, and his father helplessly and calmly replied that since he had returned to his son's side, why could he not accept the new living environment and lifestyle? Is it just because life in Xianjiang cannot compare to the landlord life in Haining? How can one calculate the accounts of life so clearly? Cha Iguan was greatly shocked after hearing this. He had always thought that his father's mindset was stubborn and conservative, holding onto the belief of returning to one's roots. But after a profound conversation, he realized he seemed to have underestimated his father's adaptability and foresight regarding certain developments. The wisdom of the elderly should not be underestimated by the young. On the other hand, his father was very interested in his close friend, Yi Banghua, who had secretly helped him go to Zhujiang port to rescue the whole family. After waking up, he actively visited Leishinkun next door, without any disdain for the youthful Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao brothers. Instead, he solemnly paid his respects to Yi Banghua. Though he did not kneel, a 90-degree bow was considered a great courtesy. After all, Cha Shuqing was already 53 years old and had indeed experienced the tumultuous times of the Republic of China. Upon returning home, Cha Shuqing said to his son Cha Iguan, "Iguan, that Mr. Yi Banghua has the appearance of heavenly fullness and earthly square, indicative of power and wealth. He will surely achieve great accomplishments in the future. Perhaps he is a noble person you are destined to meet in your life. Isn't he a noble person? If it were anyone else who would dare to accompany you to risk the immense danger of being captured by both the British colonial authorities and the Guangzhou side to go to Zhujiang port to rescue your father and family. If caught doing such a thing, one could be executed." Even if Yi Banghua came to him with the draft of the Legend of the Condor Heroes to ask him to be a ghostwriter, this is the most hated behavior among scholars. Cha Iguan did not reject Yi Banghua. He vaguely sensed some good intentions. Perhaps the gains from the serialization of the Legend of the Condor Heroes would be far less than Yi Banghua expected, but Yi Banghua would certainly pay him 50 HKD as royalty each month according to the agreement. This was not charity, but an equal transaction. To support his family, Yi Banghua, a friend of short acquaintance, had certainly put in a lot of effort. Therefore, Cha Iguan could think of no suitable reason to decline this easy and pleasant part-time job. However, this did not mean that Cha Iguan abandoned his principles. He would only accept the ghostwriting work offered by his close friend Yi Banghua. If anyone else came to inquire about it, his attitude would only be one, an emphatic refusal. However, Cha Iguan did not inform his father about this agreement. After all, his father was very principled regarding certain matters, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he could only slowly complete this work when his father was not looking. At first, Cha Iguan did not seriously read the detailed outline and character sketches of the Legend of the Condor Heroes that Yi Banghua had handed to him. It was not until he reopened the file bag and took out the first page to read carefully that he was immediately captivated by the opening. The mighty waters of the Qiantang River flow endlessly day and night past Nujiakan and Linen, flowing eastward into the sea. Along the riverbank stood dozens of dark cypress trees, their leaves a fiery red, just right for the weather of August. The wild grass in front and behind the village had just begun to turn yellow, and under the slanting rays of the sun, it added a touch of desolation. Under two large pine trees gathered a crowd of villagers, men and women along with a dozen children, all intently listening to a thin old man speak. The speaker was in his 50s, wearing a blue cloth long gown that had faded to a grayish blue. He struck a small drum with a bamboo stick in his left hand, making a rhythmic sound. Singing, "The little peach blooms, unowned the misty tobacco brings the evening crow." A few broken walls surround the old well, and invariably they all belong to a household. "Boss, I've received intelligence from some of my former subordinates. Guxiao Wang and his 8 iron warriors have secretly arrived at Unit 2-112, Changshabei Road in Kowloon. They are plotting an uprising to intimidate both the British colonial authorities in Hong Kong and the leftist forces operating there. Over 500 individuals are expected to participate, led by veteran secret agents long embedded in Hong Kong and Macau, and joined by local ruffians and Green Gang members who fled Shanghai during the war. The demonstration is scheduled to begin the day after tomorrow, marching down Changshabei Road while vandalizing storefronts along the route, aiming to coerce ordinary citizens into joining their cause. Wenjua, is this intelligence credible? Boss, based on my assessment, it is highly likely authentic. Although I've never had close ties with Guxiao Wang, a classmate of mine from the Guangzhou Operations Command once told me that he is fanatically loyal, even blindly so, to the principal. He carries out every direct order issued by the principal without hesitation or compromise. This time Guxiao Wang has secretly returned from Taiwan to Hong Kong to lie in wait, surely bearing the principal's personal written directive. His objective is large-scale sabotage across Hong Kong and Macau, pressuring both colonial administrations into political silence. A stray dog dares bark so brazenly. It overestimates itself far too much. That morning Yi Banghua had barely begun breakfast when his chief security officer rushed in, breathless, clutching a top-secret intelligence report. Setting down his chopsticks, he immediately took the document and scanned its contents with swift intensity. It revealed that Guxiao Wang, the so-called founding patriarch of Hong Kong's 14K Triad, and his inner 8 hall masters were covertly orchestrating an uprising. Such underhanded tactics clearly bore the hallmarks of a certain intelligence agency's legacy. A pack of disgraced dogs, having lost their empire, now dared stir up chaos in Hong Kong. Is this truly all they're capable of? Perhaps Yi Banghua had overestimated the capabilities of the military intelligence service at this time. Wenjua, instruct your people to monitor Guxiao Wang's movements closely. Daily reports, starting now. Understood. After Chun Wenjua departed, Yi Banghua lost his appetite. He hastily tidied himself and donned his police uniform and cap before heading to Wanchai Police Station. As he walked, he reflected bitterly how absurd that a low-ranking uniformed officer like himself should bear responsibility for tracking down remnants of the former nationalist military, such as Guxiao Wang, deemed high-risk threats by those comfortably ensconced in power. What restless impulse drove him? Perhaps a lingering sense of patriotic duty or civic conscience. Soon Yi Banghua entered the ground-floor lobby of Wanchai Police Station. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs to brief his superior, Inspector Chu Ding, on the latest developments regarding Tongyun Logistics land acquisition and warehouse construction in Sai Kung, a female colleague from the reporting office called out to him. "Ahua, we've just received word from the Shek Shui Chen Street Unit 2. Explosive devices were discovered inside a wooden shack. We need bomb disposal experts dispatched immediately and additional officers to evacuate the surrounding crowd. It's rare you're free today, Ahua. Go straight to Shek Shui Chen Street with Senior Sun and assist." Oh, a wretched laborer's fate. At the mere mention of explosives, Yi Banghua knew instantly, if not planted by the left, then surely by the right. In the 1950s, unstable bombs were the most frequently encountered hazards on Hong Kong streets. Shek Shui Chen Street lies in Wanchai District on Hong Kong Island, running parallel to Wanchai Road and Tai Yuan Street, and intersecting perpendicularly with Queens Road East and Johnston Road. Its southern terminus opens onto Shek Shui Chen Street Garden and the Wanchai Pak Tai Temple on Lung On Street. A flight of stairs above the garden leads directly to Kennedy Road. The northern stretch of Shek Shui Chen Street teems with street vendors, rendering vehicular traffic impossible, including fire engines essential for firefighting operations. From Wanchai Police Station to Shek Shui Chen Street, Yi Banghua could cover the distance on foot in under 5 minutes. Yet today he served merely as a uniformed officer trailing plainclothes detective and son, tasked only with handling routine logistical matters. Bomb disposal demanding specialized expertise fell entirely outside his purview. Compounding the issue, qualified bomb disposal experts were critically scarce across all districts. Thus, upon detecting explosives, Wanchai Police Station routinely contacted the military's bomb disposal unit stationed at the King's Road Barracks. Ordinarily, such coordination would not fall to Yi Banghua, but today the sole bilingual Mandarin Cantonese and English senior officer had been deployed elsewhere. Consequently, Yi Banghua was dispatched to the King's Road Barracks to request assistance from 2 military bomb disposal experts. With a low hum, he sped off in his olive green Jeep, carrying 2 middle-aged Anglo-Saxon experts whose expanding waistlines betrayed years of sedentary service, reaching the scene in under 2 minutes. Ugh, please, Next time drive more steadily. My sincere apologies, gentlemen. I'll be far more cautious next time. Snap. With practiced nonchalance, Yi Banghua slammed the jeep door shut and offered a faint apologetic smile. The two British experts retrieved handkerchiefs from their pockets to wipe vomit from their lips, recalling with visceral discomfort every prior ride in Yi Banghua's jeep, not quite life-threatening, yet nauseating enough to expel even last night's dinner. Ahua, your driving is far too reckless. You must rein it in. Senior son, I'm merely prioritizing public safety. If those bombs detonated, the blame would fall squarely on us. Indeed. Those foreign devils excel only at shifting blame. No standardized blast-resistant suits yet existed for bomb disposal personnel. Officers like Yi Banghua and Insan, who lacked even basic knowledge of explosive mechanisms, dared not approach the wooden shack where the devices lay hidden. Instead, they formed a human cordon at the outer perimeter, shielding journalists and gawking bystanders from sight. Should anyone breach the line and trigger catastrophe, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon these rank-and-file officers. Yi Banghua could not determine which faction had planted the bombs. Though Chen Wenjua had earlier reported Gu Xiaohuang's conspiracy, no movement had yet emerged from Ji's operatives. Had Ji's men placed them here as a preemptive show of force, his network of street informants would have alerted him immediately. The fact that no such warning had arrived meant the devices were almost certainly planted by an unknown third party, perhaps during a momentary lapse in Ji's surveillance network. Their motive remained unclear. Given the frequency of bombing incidents, senior officers at Central Police Station remained unmoved, dispatching only a single phone call ordering Chief Inspector Wood Robinson of Wanchai Police Station to assume temporary command on site. Success would bring collective credit, failure, however, would rest solely upon Robinson's shoulders. You are Banghua Yi. Yes, sir. I am Banghua Yi. Yes, sir. I am Yi Banghua. Your spoken English is remarkably fluent and seems tinged with a London accent. Thank you for the generous compliment, sir. Thank you for the generous compliment, sir. A quick glance confirmed what his subordinate Chu Ding had claimed. Yi Banghua was indeed strikingly handsome, though leaner than ideal, lacking robust physical presence. Fresh from home, Chief Inspector Wood Robinson surveyed the scene like a lion surveying his domain and subjects, grasping Ye's bare arms and testing the firmness of his biceps, not massive, but impressively taut and resilient. You've done well, on behalf of that company. Switching effortlessly into imperfect Cantonese, Robinson tapped Yi Banghua's shoulder 3 times with his baton, a gesture of commendation, his expression warm and genuinely pleased. Tongyun Logistics, operational for barely a month, had already delivered HK500 in dividends. Such astonishing profitability nearly made his jaw drop. Life evidently had grown exceedingly comfortable. All our success stems from your wise guidance, sir. Responding in equally deferential Cantonese, Yi Banghua delivered a polished compliment, prompting Robinson to beam even more broadly. So Chu Ding had not misjudged the man. In 2 or 3 years' time, Robinson could quietly engineer Chu Ding's promotion to Central Police Station as his trusted liaison, while Yi Banghua stepped seamlessly into Chu Ding's current post, overseeing law and order across Wanchai. And Robinson himself, he would remain serenely atop the hierarchy, profiting handsomely, ascending steadily, and indulging discreetly in personal pleasures. Wanchai's future would remain firmly within their grasp. A modest suggestion, perhaps. Robinson recalled how just days earlier Chu Ding had visited his residence to discuss Tongyun Logistics' rapid growth, and subtly advised him to cease accepting any form of protection money. So long as Tongyun Logistics thrived, Robinson would continue receiving substantial dividends even after retirement. More crucially, his official record would remain unblemished, allowing him to rise through the ranks untarnished, ultimately becoming Wanchai Police Station's revered protector. Later, Robinson learned this modest suggestion had originated not with Chu Ding, but with Yi Banghua, conveyed discreetly through Chu's mouth. To serve as an official with integrity and earn a living honestly. In the past, Robinson would never have dared to imagine such a fortunate situation. Since Yi Banghua joined the Wanchai Police Station, although he initially underestimated this ordinary Chinese subordinate, Yi Banghua has consistently provided him with numerous unexpected surprises. Changing the film fee to security fee somewhat infringed upon the original rights of the tax department. In contrast, the police force controlling violence finds it much easier to collect taxes. Not only can he earn substantial money, but he can also assist his superior in being promoted cleanly. With such a considerate and reliable subordinate, how could a superior not appreciate him? Moreover, Wood Robinson is not one of those pedantic and ignorant English nobles. He comes from a very ordinary background. His grandfather was merely a cotton farmer from Lancashire. It wasn't until his father participated in World War II that he gained some merits and returned to his hometown to become a deputy chief in the police department. Following in the footsteps of his grandfather and father, he served in South Africa, North America, British Malaya, and Australia. After completing his service, he joined the London police force and was transferred to the overseas colony of Xiangjiang in 1947. He has not been transferred since, eventually becoming the inspector of the Wanchai Police Station. By mid-next year, if he passes the promotion exam, he will smoothly become the chief superintendent of Wanchai, overseeing all police work in the district. In fact, the so-called promotion exam is merely a gimmick. It's a trick to placate various sectors of society in Xinjiang and the Chinese officers within the police force aimed at avoiding unnecessary public relations crises as much as possible. As the saying goes, as long as the money and attitude are right, promotion is merely a trivial matter. Limited to British officers, the promotion process for non-British officers remains quite harsh. Take Yi Bonghua, a Chinese officer in uniform. He cannot be promoted even a single level without spending 2 or 3 years on the front line, let alone become a squad leader sergeant. Furthermore, every promotion requires exams and background checks. On these matters, Yi Bonghua is not too worried, as he has the British Chief Superintendent Wood Robinson backing him. The most crucial factor is still seniority. To this end, Yi Banghua's direct superior Chu Ding has officially been dispatched by the police department to the Bramshill Police Staff College to study a course designed for senior police personnel lasting 6 months. Once Chu Ding returns from London, he will become one of the few Chinese senior inspectors at the Wanchai Police Station with 2 stars on his shoulder, advancing 2 ranks from probationary inspector to senior inspector, a powerful buff from his education. Currently, Wood Robinson has appointed a son to replace Chu Ding as the Chinese detective sergeant at Wanchai Police Station. If all goes well, when Chu Ding is promoted to senior inspector, and Sun will be able to officially take his current position, removing the word acting. When Sun retires or is promoted, the position of squad commander, probationary inspector, and detective sergeant will pass to Liu Zhang or Yi Bonghua. Compared to the aging Liu Zhang, Yi Bonghua has a greater advantage as he has obtained 2 somewhat fake, yet somewhat real university diplomas, through the help of British Chief Superintendent Wood Robinson for himself and his brother Yi Bongyao, while Liu Zhang has only a primary school education. The bomb case received today is just one of the recent bomb incidents encountered by Yi Bonghua and others. Its danger level is even lower than the 6 pressure-activated bombs they discovered a few days ago in a large store in Causeway Bay. If it can be detonated on site, then it will be, if not the bomb disposal expert will try to disarm the bomb's detonation mechanism. Generally speaking, bomb disposal experts during this period choose to detonate the bombs on site, as these discovered bombs do not possess the explosive power and destructive capability of professional bombs. They are mostly makeshift, homemade bombs created by individuals with a slight understanding of explosives and devices. The most powerful among them could only shatter a fort into pieces. As long as the onlookers do not approach the explosion range of these homemade bombs, under normal circumstances there should be no casualties unless someone foolishly wishes to witness what a bomb is. Yi Bonghua, Wood Robinson, and others at the Wanchai Police Station are stationed at least 500 meters away from the 2 homemade bombs, and the crowd has long been intercepted 500 meters away. Moreover, no media reporters are allowed to conduct interviews or take photos at the scene. If discovered, Yi Bonghua and the Chinese officers will step forward to stop them. If they encounter an inconsiderate reporter, they will have to use unconventional methods to temporarily confiscate the reporter's camera, notebook, and other interview tools until the danger is cleared before returning them. However, this approach will inevitably lead to complaints to the Wanchai Police Station and the police department. Regarding those media reporters who constantly seek attention, Yi Bonghua has always been quite blunt and rough, simply admitting fault and accepting punishment without a second thought. After all, his verbal skills cannot compete with media reporters who have dealt with public opinion for years. It is better to strategically yield and wait for the storm to pass than gradually regain momentum, at most being cautious not to be complained about again. To be fair, Sun, the successor, is very proactive in front of British Chief Superintendent Wood Robinson, reporting the situation in thick local accented English. Wood Robinson shows no impatience, as there are a lot of news reporters nearby. Any inappropriate expression or speech could lead to a sensational defamation article by these reporters. In fact, Wood Robinson understands Cantonese and speaks fluent Mandarin. However, since his subordinate wants to showcase his English-speaking ability in front of him, he does not mind indulging this little whim. Then he glanced at Yi Bonghua, who has been standing guard beside him, and couldn't help but compare Sun's speaking skills to Yi Banghua's. Upon comparison, he immediately realized that Yi Banghua's speaking ability is indeed top-notch within the entire police station. As a British chief superintendent possessing a motivating drive for improvement, how could his subordinates like Sun and Yi Bonghua remain indifferent? Thus, under extreme pressure, Sun, Liu Zhang, and others who may not have even completed primary school and cannot fully recognize the 26 letters of the English alphabet eventually exhibited a shocking learning ability that startled other Chinese officers in the police force, managing to articulate some English dialogues within 10 days or half a month. This is undoubtedly thanks to the assistance of Yi Bonghua, the young man who has opened in external aid. Whether you are an old officer or a rookie, once you fall into teacher yes hands, don't expect to graduate smoothly without shedding some skin. English, after all, is a language. The more you speak, the more you will use it. However, teaching certainly comes with a fee. Based on headcount, Yi Bonghua charges his colleagues who know nothing about English 12 Hong Kong dollars as tuition for a 45-minute English class every evening. As for the English textbooks to be used in class, they are charged separately at 45 Hong Kong dollars each. If one desires unknown training, it costs 120 Hong Kong dollars per hour. For most Chinese officers, such fees are already considered astronomical. Before they received regular dividends from Tongyun Logistics, they certainly would not spend so much money on an English class. However, once the dividends started coming in regularly, their minds became more agile. Even the most naive and innocent Chinese officer, after spending enough time in the police force, is likely to realize the immense help that understanding English can provide for their career, as there are plenty of real-life examples. Moreover, Yi Banghua is also subtly telling his colleagues through this method that knowledge cannot be easily granted to others. If one wishes to learn genuine skills, they must pay any price they can, including, but not limited to, money, time, energy, and thought. Otherwise, why should he waste his time and energy teaching English classes? Is he just idly sitting around? Because of this, after learning about this little anecdote, Wood Robinson also had some thoughts. Every noon, he gathers his subordinates and announces that he will also teach English, but at a much lower fee than Yi Banghua, and with more time. Most of the time, he shares a fable in English with his subordinates, taking about 10 minutes. To put it plainly, Wood Robinson is not doing it for the money. He seeks the good reputation of being loved by his subordinates. After all, which British official deep down does not harbor contempt or disdain for their Chinese subordinates? No joke, one for one. Any official from London who comes to Xinjiang carries the attribute of John the Proud from the Celestial Empire. Such behavior as Wood Robinson's likely serves as a joke among the British high-ranking officers in the police force. They can somewhat perceive the deeper meaning behind Wood Robinson's actions. However, they do not believe that fostering good relations with Chinese subordinates will make it easier to obtain promotion opportunities. In the end, what needs to be assessed is still the ability to manage one's jurisdiction. What does management capability of one's jurisdiction mean? It's easy to understand the crime rate in the jurisdiction and the amount of bribes collected. Police management, when all is said and done, is about who can maintain the stability best. As long as the jurisdiction is stable, it leads to commercial prosperity, residents' happiness, and consequently more wealth accumulation within the jurisdiction, which results in more bribes collected. In this way, merchants are at ease, citizens are happy, superiors are pleased, and one can also enjoy a comfortable life. Traveling thousands of miles from London to Xinjiang is not solely to promote the so-called democratic spirit, nor is it entirely to show loyalty to the Queen. One must earn some small money to improve their living standards for themselves and their family, right? B.M. And Sun, who was reporting to British Chief Superintendent Wood Robinson, was startled by a sudden explosion, turning pale. However, Wood Robinson, who had been on the battlefield, was not frightened by the explosion. Instead, he looked at the figure of Yi Banghua, who suddenly dashed past him, feeling somewhat surprised and shocked. Even he, a retired veteran, did not have such quick reflexes. Before the explosion occurred, he had vaguely sensed that something was off, as normally two bomb disposal experts would not take more than a few minutes to disarm a homemade bomb. However, this time it took nearly 30 minutes, and the blast was too loud. Damn it. So someone deliberately caused destruction within my jurisdiction. Though Wood Robinson was neither a professional bomb disposal expert nor a retired intelligence operative, his battlefield-honed instincts screamed one clear truth: this explosion was no ordinary incident. Yi, what's the situation? Mr. Robinson, I must deliver grave news. The two explosives experts seconded from the barracks have been killed in the blast. Fuck. Rushing to the scene, Wood Robinson erupted into furious curses upon hearing Yi Banghua's report. His face paled instantly. He immediately dispatched Anson and Lu Zhang to reinforce the cordon. Absolutely no journalists were to photograph the horrifying aftermath. Not only had both bomb technicians perished, but the wooden shack housing the devices, and over 10 adjacent shacks, had been obliterated. 2 left-behind children and 3 elderly widows lay critically injured beneath the rubble. When Yi Banghua arrived at full speed, tragedy had already struck. He failed to rescue the little girl hidden inside the shack where the bombs were planted. An accident born of insufficient reconnaissance of the area and superficial perimeter security, with no systematic search conducted across the cluster of shacks. No, Minu Anyuan. Mother, where are you? Answer me. Heaven above. Why do you treat us thus? Why? Piercing wails suddenly pierced the air. Yi Banghua turned to see local residents returning home, only to freeze in horror before the ruins of their homes. Moments later, they plunged sobbing into the debris, clawing desperately with bare hands to unearth their loved ones. Yet the blast's ferocity had buried them deep beneath collapsed timbers, crushed by flying debris. Survival odds were vanishingly slim. Even veteran firefighters summoned on short notice stood stunned, speechless at the devastation. This is a deliberate catastrophe, Yi. You will identify the perpetrator and the mastermind behind it. Yes, by bypassing Anson entirely and issuing the order directly to Yi Banghua, Wood Robinson revealed his lack of confidence in his subordinate, an oversight he ignored in his fury. At that moment, Yi Banghua stood as the sole investigator he trusted implicitly to unravel this bombing case. Had Chu Ding been present to brief him on-site, Robinson would unquestionably have assigned the task to him instead. Command of the scene had already slipped beyond Yi Banghua's reach. As the highest-ranking Hong Kong police officer present, Wood Robinson assumed full operational control. He ordered Anson and Liu Zhang, alongside other Chinese officers, to maintain crowd dispersal at the outer perimeter while the hastily deployed Weihaiwei tactical unit assumed riot control duties, sealing the destroyed shacks as a temporary restricted zone. No personnel or vehicles permitted entry or exit. Meanwhile, the Wanshai police station's forensic unit, assisted by auxiliary officers, commenced meticulous evidence collection. Robinson simultaneously delivered an urgent briefing to Deputy Commissioner Maxwell at Central Police Station. Upon learning of the bombing in the Wooden Shack district along Shek Shui, Kuei Street, Maxwell was visibly shaken and immediately decided to proceed to the site to oversee subsequent operations in case progression. The site, now a flattened wasteland, had already lost any trace of the suspect's trail. Colleagues darted across the ruins, unknowingly obliterating whatever fragile evidence remained. With no viable leads left on site, Yi Banghua requested permission from Superintendent Robinson to conduct off-site inquiries. Robinson granted approval instantly, and specially authorized Yi Banghua to draw a temporary service firearm from the Wanchai police station armory, anticipating potential danger during the investigation. Though Yi Banghua maintained a private small arms collection at home, its variety even surpassing the station's official armory, only criminal investigation department officers were authorized to carry service firearms on patrol or off-duty. This strict protocol stemmed from a grim lesson of the 1970s. A rogue officer armed with his issued sidearm after hours opened fire indiscriminately on civilians, killing and injuring over 100 people. It remains among Hong Kong's most catastrophic public safety failures. Ordinary uniformed officers lacked personal service firearms, not due to policy but constrained budgets preventing standardized issue of both weapons and uniforms. This was an era when officers often bore the cost themselves. While Yi Banghua and his younger brother Yi Bangyao faced no such hardship, recruits from modest or impoverished families confronted stark choices: abandon policing altogether or raise funds to secure formal appointment. Uncle Chung, I'm here to collect my firearm. This is a direct authorization note signed by Superintendent Wood Robinson. Let me examine it. Yes, indeed. It bears Superintendent Robinson's authentic signature and, well, now, you're cleared for street patrol already, Waji. A bomb attack struck Shek Shui Kuei Street. I'm drawing this weapon to investigate the case. What? A bombing on Shek Shui Kuei Street? Was that the commotion we heard earlier? Exactly. Uncle Chung, please hurry. I'm racing against time to begin my inquiry. All right, don't fret, Waji. I'll process your firearm registration right away. Racing back to the station, Yi Banghua composed himself before approaching Uncle Chung, the veteran armorer, presenting Robinson's hastily penned authorization. Learning the purpose was to investigate the Shek Shui Kuei Street bombing, Uncle Chung prioritized urgency over banter. Calmly, he stamped, sealed, and logged the transaction, then handed Yi Banghua a brand new .38 revolver, though no holster those officers supplied themselves. Having collected his service firearm, Yi Banghua strode straight to the second-floor lobby, retrieved from his desk drawer a pre-prepared black shoulder holster, the kind iconic in Hong Kong cinema, evidence he'd long anticipated this day. A single .38 revolver stood little chance against whoever had engineered and planted two powerful improvised devices in Shek Shui Kuei Street's wooden shacks. Such capability implied formidable firepower, likely possessed by the perpetrator or perpetrators. Leaving the station, Yi Banghua did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he headed directly to the reserved second-floor private room at Bishing Tea House to meet Cha Yiguan, his close friend and correspondent for Hong Kong's Ta Kung Pao. No sooner had they sat than Cha Yiguan urgently pressed him. Banghua, what truly happened this morning on Shek Shui Kuei Street? I've heard multiple casualties resulted from the blast. Correct. Under Cha Yiguan's horrified, incensed gaze, Yi Banghua concisely recounted the morning's events. When he voiced suspicion that local leftist or rightist factions might have orchestrated the atrocity to influence the British colonial government's stance toward mainland China and Taiwan, Cha Yiguan recoiled in shock. As Ta Kung Pao served as the principal leftist mouthpiece in Hong Kong, such a move would never occur without prior coordination. Neither Guangzhou nor Beijing would tolerate unilateral action by Hong Kong's leftists. Banghua, if the leftists were behind this, I'd have warned you in advance. Brother Yiguan, I trust your integrity, but the repercussions are catastrophic. Within days, the governor, and perhaps even Her Majesty the Queen at Buckingham Palace, will be briefed. To mitigate this crisis, I must solve the case without delay. Therefore, I ask you, and Ta Kung Pao, to confirm unequivocally, does this bombing bear no connection whatsoever to Hong Kong's local leftist forces? This, Banghua, I. Watching his friend's solemn, unyielding expression, Cha Yiguan's own face flickered, alarmed, indignant, guilty, frustrated, bewildered, each emotion surging in rapid succession. Truthfully, he could not rule out any link between the bombing and local leftist elements. Yet from his vantage point, such barbarity lay far beyond their moral boundaries. Banghua, I swear to you this act bears absolutely no relation to Hong Kong's local leftists. Brother Yiguan, if you say so, I believe you. But please convey this to your comrades: cease all agitation for now, and avoid provoking the rightists. Should tensions escalate further, the British garrison stationed in Hong Kong will intervene without hesitation. With that, Yi Banghua departed swiftly, leaving Cha Iguan alone in the tea-house suite, immersed in thought. He knew it was time to activate his covert assets. Boss, I'm sorry. This time I let you down. I didn't expect him to slip away. Haha. Never mind, Wenjua. There's no need to worry too much. As long as he's still in Xiangjiang, we'll find him sooner or later. By the way, boss, my cousin has been showing some signs of loosening up recently. With a little more effort, he should be able to make up his mind. That's great. Wenjua, no need to rush your cousin. After all, Tongyuan Logistics isn't short on funds for the time being. Kicking aside the already silent military intelligence agent, Yi Banghua walked along the rural path in the new territories accompanied by Chen Wenjua, the chief security officer, surrounded by the workers of Taidun who had just completed their graduation task. Taidun was an organization secretly established by Yi Banghua under Chen Wenzuo's direction, akin to a severely weakened version of the Military Affairs Commission engaged in special tasks. Chen Wenjua was the #1 worker and deputy supervisor of Taidun, while Yi Banghua held the title of the 0 worker and supervisor. The 10 workers who completed the graduation task tonight were designated as workers 2 through 9. They had abandoned their original identities and would henceforth only have code names and the aliases used during missions, with no real names, no real ages, and no accurate addresses. The only one who could summon them together was Yi Banghua. However, as humans are endowed with emotions, Yi Banghua could not completely erase the feelings of Taidun workers. Therefore, he permitted them to marry and have children. If they unfortunately perished during missions, their descendants and families would be collectively raised by the Yi family until the age of 20. Then when they reached adulthood, the descendants would inherit their code names and become reserve workers of Taidun. They would enter the formal ranks of Taidun only after completing death training and the graduation task, continuing this legacy for generations to come, ensuring that Taidun became the strongest shield to protect the Yi family at all costs. Yi Banghua had not yet informed his brother Yi Bangyao about Taidun's existence, as he was somewhat uneasy about him. Firstly, Yi Bangyao did not possess the same advantages as Yi Banghua. Secondly, although Yi Banjiao's horizons had broadened under his guidance, they were still subject to the limitations of the times, making it difficult for him to see many future historical trends. In contrast, Chen Wenjua, an outsider, had become Yi Banghua's most loyal and capable right-hand man after taking the little red pill provided by the ultimate roulette. For this reason, Yi Banghua chose Chen Wenjua to serve as deputy supervisor of Taidun, hoping he would lead the first generation of Taidun workers to grow rapidly and help him find a clear trajectory amidst the fog of history. According to the ultimate desire system, after taking the little red pill, Chen Wenjua could also undergo partial physical optimization, such as improvements in vision, smell, and muscle density. Yi Banghua could not fully grasp the specifics. He could only observe daily life closely to draw some conclusions. Nonetheless, the little red pill was a special drug from the Ziwei universe, and even the technology of 21st century Earth could not completely analyze its composition. At present, Chen Wenjua showed no abnormalities and had not become particularly outstanding in any aspect. Overall, he remained stable. Every worker selected to join Taidun had seen real battle. This was Yi Banghua's primary requirement for Taidun workers. Only those who had experienced the battlefield understood the preciousness of life, the brutality of war, and the vastness of the situation. However, on the other hand, Taidun workers would inevitably encounter more slaughter and violence in their future lives. Therefore, Yi Banghua set a graduation task for each Taidun worker, which involved independently or collaboratively completing a task named Death without using any external tools. Death training was a prerequisite for commencing the graduation task, lasting for 1 month, with possible adjustments later due to limited space funds and trainers. When soldiers who laid down their weapons were forced to pick them up again and step into an endless kill zone, this was the brutality of Taidun. Yet if they became formal workers of Taidun, each worker would receive nearly unlimited operational funding, unfettered access to firearms, and a comfortable urban lifestyle. Disciplined, yet carefree, cold, yet flourishing, enduring the cold and snow while indulging in pleasure. Just like tonight, after several days of investigation and tracking, Yi Banghua had already identified the true culprit behind the bombing incident on Shishweek Street in his jurisdiction. It was the second military intelligence line lurking in Xiangjiang and Haokong, aside from Xiaohuang. Compared to Xiaohuang, who had nearly become a beacon in the night, this military intelligence line's agents had infiltrated deeper and for a longer time. It was estimated that they had settled in Xiangjiang since the founding fathers sought to raise funds for the Xinhai Revolution overseas. After decades, if it weren't for Principal Jiang taking over the power of the Guomindang, the existence of this intelligence line would have likely gone unnoticed. What surprised Yi Banghua slightly was that this intelligence line did not fully endorse the ideals represented by Principal Jiang. This was information Yi Banghua had obtained only after coercively interrogating them. They planned the bombing incident because they could not tolerate the Hong Kong British authorities' treatment of the Guomindang members who fled to escape deportation. In the eyes of these agents, those who had survived the battlefield were still their compatriots, still part of the Chinese nation. Xinjiang had historically been Chinese territory, yet the incoming colonizers dared to expel their compatriots. Such actions were tantamount to a severe violation of sovereignty. If the founding father were alive, he would not tolerate such brutal and shameless acts. It was precisely because of this pure ideology that these intelligence agents did not underestimate Principal Jiang, who had fled to the island and recklessly planned this bombing incident resulting in the deaths of 43 ordinary citizens, including 6 children. There was no great or righteous reason or excuse. Yi Banghua simply wanted to hold these ideologically pure agents accountable for the innocent casualties of the 43 ordinary citizens. From the moment Taidun was established, Yi Banghua had already seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Privately, he could resolve this intelligence line, but officially Yi Banghua was still a formal officer of the Hong Kong Police Department. He had to provide his superior superintendent Wood Robinson with a reasonable explanation and could not involve the island or the mainland for the time being. Therefore, Yi Banghua could only state that this was a group of ruthless anti-humanity criminals who in a twisted mindset committed this shocking bombing incident to take revenge on society. The corresponding tools and suspects were all handed over to Superintendent Wood Robinson for handling, and the case was no longer his concern. However, a small loophole had emerged in the graduation task of the first generation of Taidun workers, as the main suspect behind the bombing incident, Songgu alias, had unexpectedly escaped and was currently at large. The 3 teachings and 9 streams tasked with gathering information on the outskirts were actively searching for his whereabouts. Unfortunately, ever since Yi Banghua led workers 2 to 9 of Taidun to raid this intelligence line stronghold in a village in the new territories, Songgu seemed to have evaporated from the world, making him impossible to locate. However, Yi Banghua believed that Songgu must be hiding in some backup stronghold. Otherwise, wouldn't all those years of intelligence work have been for nothing? Given the steadfast beliefs of such long-term infiltrators in Xinjiang, he dared not let his guard down. Therefore, he arranged for Taidun workers to protect him and his brother Yi Bangyao within a 50-meter radius whenever he went out, just in case. Yi, are these people really criminals? Mr. Robinson, these people are indeed criminals and can only be criminals. Yi, you have a talent. When District Ding gets promoted to Central District, you can take his position. Mr. Robinson, doing so will likely arouse jealousy and resistance from other colleagues. No. You, what I need are capable and intelligent subordinates, understand? Then let me thank Mr. Robinson in advance for the promotion. You're welcome. Compared to others, we are truly a team. Having successfully investigated the bombing incident on Shishweek Street, a rare big case in daily life, Superintendent Wood Robinson also gained some prestige with his superiors at the Central District Police Station. Ultimately, Wood Robinson was not a fool. Upon examining the hands of the so-called ruthless criminals handed over by Yi Banghua, he discovered calluses indicative of years of gun use. This was neither Yi Banghua's oversight nor Chun Wenzuo's, a former Guomindang colonel, fault, but rather a deliberate flaw left by Yi Banghua. Any veteran who had seen battle would certainly know how those calluses came to be, and Wood Robinson saw through this immediately. Therefore, Yi Banghua firmly asserted that these were ruthless criminals who perpetrated the bombing incident on Shishweek Street to take revenge on society. This excuse was utterly hollow and powerless. Yet the Hong Kong British authorities needed such a pretext to soothe the psychological unrest caused by this case among the citizens of Xinjiang, while also silencing certain voices of dissent. Since the case had been solved, corresponding rewards for the investigating officers must be given. First, Yi Banghua, who had nearly single-handedly cracked the case, finally caught the attention of the bigwigs in the Hong Kong Police Department. Even the heads of the Hong Kong British departments, such as the Secretary of Justice and the Secretary of Finance, privately praised the emergence of such an excellent Chinese police officer and proposed to promote Yi Banghua to trainee inspector, directly bypassing the examination and background checks as a reward. Given the enthusiasm from the bigwigs, Wood Robinson, as Yi Banghua's direct superior, also took the opportunity to recommend Yi Banghua vigorously to his superior Deputy Commissioner McKay after the commendation ceremony. Following some negotiation, the then chief of the Hong Kong Police, Ma Jingtao, personally awarded Yi Banghua a medal for outstanding police officer and promoted him to senior inspector of the Wan Chai Police Station, while concurrently appointing him as the acting police chief of the Criminal Investigation Department. Senior inspector, acting sergeant. To be honest, Yi Banghua was stunned for a long time after receiving these 2 appointments. He never expected that the current commissioner of police would personally appoint a recently confirmed Chinese officer to serve as senior inspector and acting sergeant in charge of a police station's criminal investigation unit. The rank of inspector was somewhat acceptable as several Chinese inspectors had emerged, but to be appointed as the acting sergeant in charge of a police station's criminal investigation unit. This was a position of real power usually held by a British inspector who would also oversee 1 or 2 Chinese inspectors for assistance. There might be significant implications behind this. Mr. Robinson, although I am not sure why Director McStowe directly promoted me to the acting sergeant of the criminal investigation unit at our station, I believe it must be due to your relentless efforts to advocate for rewards for your subordinates in front of Director McStowe. No, you misunderstood. I also didn't know in advance that Director McStowe would act this way. Or rather, I had an inkling of the reasons behind Director McStowe's actions. Firstly, like the ancient Chinese fable, 1,000 gold for a bone, and secondly, he needs to reward you, the Chinese officer who solved the bombing case, to silence certain high-ranking officials and Chinese dignitaries. Accepting the whiskey offered by Yi Banghua with a clear conscience, Wood Robinson didn't intend to take all the credit for Yi Banghua's extraordinary promotion. However, as he said, Director McStowe, being the top official of the Hong Kong police, needed to provide a good excuse to the governor and concerned Chinese elites, such as increasing the recognition for the Chinese officer Yi Banghua, not only to demonstrate that the Hong Kong police had the capability to maintain social order, but also to send a signal to the Chinese elite community that the Hong Kong police treated officers of all skin colors and nationalities equally. They would punish when necessary and reward when due. They should not be criticized in the newspapers for discriminating against Chinese people. However, this move by Director McStowe slightly disrupted the power succession order within the Wan Chai police station. Originally, Wood Robinson intended for Yi Banghua to continue honing his skills on the front lines for another 2 to 3 years, as Yi Banghua had indeed not been in the job for long and was still unfamiliar with many frontline tasks. Now that Yi Banghua had become senior inspector and acting sergeant of the criminal investigation unit, he felt that the previous arrangements needed to be adjusted. At the very least, he couldn't leave another subordinate currently training in London Chu Ding without a place when he returned. He was worried that the two capable subordinates might get stirred up by outsiders, which would be an awkward situation. Come. Ahua, today is a great day for you brothers. Don't just drink with Mr. Robinson, you have to share a drink with us old buddies too. Don't worry, Brother Sun and Brother Lu, tonight we won't leave until we're drunk. But I'm worried you can't get us drunk. Bring it on. Such big talk won't do. Come on everyone, let's all join in. Ha. Tonight's celebration at the Thai Sam Yuen restaurant is also a joyful occasion for the Yi brothers, as Yi Banghua is set to marry the twin daughters of Wu Ziming, Wu Xiufan, and Wu Xiurong, while his brother Yi Bangyao will marry Wu Xiuqin, Wu Ziming's niece. This can be seen as arranged marriages, as both brothers have reached the age of starting families. Initially, Yi Banghua did not plan to marry so early, but since close friends like Chun Wenjua and Shun Bo Chen Zhongwang urged him to settle down sooner, he didn't mind becoming part of an arranged marriage. After all, he had hardly met Wu Ziming's twin daughters a few times. Initially, Wu Ziming casually tested the waters, and upon realizing he didn't seem opposed to arranged marriages, intentionally arranged for the daughters to meet him. Roughly speaking, they had only met a few times, shared a few meals, and the most intimate action was just holding hands and a peck on the lips. They hadn't even taken their first flower yet. The officiant for Yi Banghua's wedding was naturally his superior superintendent Wood Robinson, while seated in the position of the groom's family was the old Chinese medicine practitioner Uncle Chun Zhongwang, who was the father of the riverside doctor who had once pulled Yi Banghua back from the brink of death. Uncle Chen's family had a long-standing heritage of traditional Chinese medicine spanning 11 generations. Uncle Chun had previously worked as a resident doctor at Leishankun, and after Yi Banghua took over Leishankun, he accidentally learned about this connection he had with the two brothers. However, according to Uncle Chun, he had severed ties with his unfilial son who had become a rogue doctor hiding in the city long ago. The reason was that this unfilial son had stolen all the family's savings to redeem a woman of the night, nearly leading to their family's ruin. Therefore, they had not been in contact for many years. During the days when Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao had just donned their uniforms and patrolled the streets, the two brothers had engaged in close combat with various gangsters, multiple times, constantly getting injured. If it weren't for Uncle Chun treating them, the situation could have been dire. Thus, it was most appropriate for Uncle Chun to take the place of the brothers' deceased parents at the groom's family position, while the bride's family was naturally Wu Ziming, whose wife, the mother of the twin daughters, had passed away due to illness during the Japanese occupation. Although Wu Ziming had many concubines, perhaps due to his many past misdeeds, his offspring were few. Only Wu Xiufan, Wu Xiurong, and his only son Wu Xiurong, born to his wife, Qin Yuexiao, remained alive. The rest of his children either died young or met with accidents, which led Wu Ziming to begin practicing Buddhism in recent years. The thought of marrying off both his beautiful daughters together to Yi Banghua arose after Wu Ziming cleaned up the Crab King gang that had entrenched itself around Saigon. He was getting old, and if he couldn't arrange a good future for his two daughters, an only son he feared, he would have no way to explain to his late wife in the afterlife. Hence, he was so eager to persuade those close to Yi Banghua and the brothers to quickly choose suitable girls for marriage. As the core of the team, the issue of progeny for Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao was of utmost importance. For this reason, people like Youtiao Su Chen Wenjua and Lei Jueqing either proactively or passively brought up these matters to the brothers. However, before the joyful day arrived, they truly did not expect Wu Ziming to have the courage to marry both twin daughters to their boss Yi Banghua. In contrast to the arranged marriage between Yi Banghua and the twin sisters Wu Xiufan and Wu Xiurong, Yi Banjiao's relationship with his new wife Wu Xiuqin had gradually developed into affection before they took this step. As for the love story between the younger brother and his sister-in-law, Yi Banghua never inquired. That was their private matter, and prying too much would feel intrusive. Although it was their first marriage, Yi Banghua did not hold an extravagant wedding feast to celebrate. Firstly, the brothers' families had virtually all passed away, so inviting more guests would just be for show. Secondly, Yi Banghua wanted to keep a low profile, though recently due to his promotion, he had already attracted the attention and jealousy of his lurking enemy Yen Tong. He did not want any unexpected incidents to occur during the wedding, so he only invited colleagues from the Wanchai Police Station and employees from the two companies Tongyun Logistics and Ronghui Talent Service Center to hold a traditional Chinese wedding at the Tai Sam Yuan restaurant. As for the bride's side, they were also reminded by Yi Banghua not to invite distant relatives like the third aunt and sixth uncle, but all necessary rites were fully observed. In fact, it was even more elaborate than weddings in wealthy families. For instance, both brothers prepared a complete set of gold jewelry, gold brack. First, bow to the spirits of heaven and earth on the stone of 3 lifetimes. There is a bond, 1 bow. Second, bow to the essence of the sun and moon. All life grows thanks to them, 2 bows. Third, bow to spring, summer, autumn, and winter. May the winds be gentle and the rains abundant for a bountiful harvest, 3 bows. The ceremony is complete. Send them to the bridal chamber. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, congratulations. After a perfectly executed ceremonious wedding, Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao took their bride's hands and temporarily left the main hall, returning to the prearranged private room to change into wedding attire. After changing, they would return to the hall to toast the guests. Yi Banghua truly could manage to drink without getting drunk, but his brother Yi Bangyao had a slightly weaker alcohol tolerance. Thankfully, the best man was there to support him, otherwise he would have been drunk after the 10th cup. To prevent this, he discreetly signaled to Lei Jueching beside him, who quickly understood and replaced Yi Bangjio's liquor with plain water. After a round of toasting, he didn't end up drunk. Watching Yi Banghua marry a pair of twins at once, Wood Robinson, seated at the front table, felt a deep envy. Unfortunately, he was not Chinese and was subject to British marriage laws. If he were a local Chinese in Xinjiang, he could also marry 2 wives at once, as according to the Great Qing legal code, men are permitted to have 1 wife and multiple concubines, or even multiple wives and concubines. To his knowledge, prominent Chinese families in Xinjiang and Macau generally adhered to this tradition to expand their family lines. Perhaps it was the magpies nesting at the entrance of Leishinkun, but just half a month after Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao got married, their 3 brides began to experience morning sickness. After Uncle Chun carefully diagnosed them, it was confirmed that all 3 brides were pregnant. This meant that the Yi family would finally have descendants. Yi Banghua could be said to have lived up to the parents of this body. Ding dong. The system detected a strong fluctuation in the host's emotions and has issued a new regular task. Details: capture Yi Keqing Song Gu. Task deadline 2 days. Task reward 1 ton of 24k gold. Task penalty: deduct 10 cosmic days from the host's lifespan. Ding dong. The task has been issued. Please complete it in a timely manner. Perhaps unable to see Yi Banghua at leisure, the Ultimate Desire system issued a new regular task, while the previous task of making Tongyun Logistics the #1 logistics company in East Asia still lingered on the task panel, with its completion progress displayed as 0. This was due to Yi Banghua's recent lack of attention to the development of Tongyun Logistics, partly because the demolition work of old buildings in Saigon had yet to be completed, causing the repair work at the Saigon docks to stall. Additionally, Yi Banghua had been busy tracking the origins of the bomb explosion case at Shishui Chu Street, personally leading Iron Shield workers No. 2 to 9 to a village in the New Territories to eliminate the true culprit behind the explosion. After a series of events including promotions and marriage, Yi Banghua finally found a moment to rest, only to be met with a new task from the system. It's not that exaggerated. Honey, what are you talking about? By the way, we're making chicken soup at home tonight. You and I remember to come back early. Got it. You and our Rong are pregnant, so you don't need to do the heavy work, just let the maids handle it. I knew my husband cares about us sisters the most. We won't harm the baby. Just as Yi Banghua was sitting on the sofa in the 3rd floor hall reading the newspaper, a charming young woman dressed in loose maternity clothes with a beauty mark below her left cheek and a captivating figure walked out of the room. She affectionately leaned beside Yi Banghua, causing the anger in his lower abdomen to rise again. Seeing this, the young woman's face turned slightly red as she recalled the blood from their wedding night, feeling somewhat anxious, especially considering her husband's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Gently stroking the soft hair of his first wife, Wu Xiufan, Yi Banghua enjoyed the moment. It was he who personally taught his 2 wives the intricacies of their relationship, and since their marriage frequent practice had finally allowed both wives to grasp the basic principles. Not long after, Yi Banghua saw another young woman identical to Wu Xiufan emerge from the room, rubbing her eyes and wearing a light pink silk nightgown barefoot. Upon opening her eyes and seeing him, her face instantly flushed. She waved her hand, and Yi Banghua smiled, letting the somewhat shy. The soundproofing between the floors and rooms of Leishinkun was exceptionally thick, as the partitions were made of marble brought in from Yunnan province. In fact, Leishinkun underwent a major renovation, completely dismantling the original structure and replacing it with marble and a special steel similar to titanium combined with jade brand cement, produced by Qingzhou Ingni Factory, along with premium river sand from the East River washed into Hong Kong. After 6 months of work, Leishinkun transformed from a 3-story Tang-style building into a 12-story Baroque building covering over 1,200 square meters. Surpassing the height limit of 5 stories, this led to a fine of 5,000 Hong Kong dollars for Yi Banghua. However, in comparison to the material costs required for Leishinkun's renovation, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, the first floor remained a large pharmacy and also an activity area for Chun Bo and his apprentices. From the 2nd to the 12th floors were the living quarters for Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao, with the 2nd floor serving as a conference hall, the 3rd to 7th floors as the private area for Yi Banghua and his 2 newlywed wives, while the 8th to 12th floors were left for his brother Yi Bangyao to handle. After all, Leishinkun was equipped with a Siemens elevator, making it more convenient for family members to move up and down without daily stair climbing. In the 3rd floor hall, Yi Banghua was left sweating profusely, lying on the sofa, gasping for breath, completely. Although she was pregnant, as long as precautions were taken, their intimate life could still proceed normally. As a vigorous young man, Yi Banghua's energy was exceptionally abundant, leading him to wonder if he had taken the wrong medicine. However, Yi Banghua was not someone lacking in restraint. He deeply understood the principles of balancing hardness and softness, yin and yang. Each time they were intimate, he maintained control, fearing that too much intensity would affect the child in her belly, thus being exceedingly careful. Returning to the bathroom, he quickly washed his body with warm water, and not daring to linger in the bathroom, he found a white robe and some intimate clothing from a wardrobe large enough to fit a truckload of clothes. He also retrieved a dry towel to gently wipe away the moisture from his nearly sleeping wife, carefully changing her into new intimate clothing and the robe. After kissing her forehead, he left the room and went to the dressing room next to the master bedroom. Yi Banghua took out the gun he had stored in the bookshelf and placed it in the holster at his left hip, then donned a tailored suit. After a brief chat with the maid handling the kitchen ingredients, he took the elevator downstairs and headed to the garage behind the 1st floor hall, driving his Ford to work at the Wanchai police station. While driving, Yi Banghua pondered the deeper meaning behind the system suddenly issuing the regular task to capture Yi Keqing. Yi Keqing was the operative who had escaped from the new territories that night. The original Song Gu was indeed an alias, and the system actually used the true name, Yi Keqing U perhaps. The system could also act as a detective. System Hee. Asen, what's the situation? How many are dead? Brother Hua, you're here. It's serious. 1 foreigner and 2 accompanying Chinese officers are dead. So, who found it? It's that gentleman standing over there looking rather cultured. He claims he stumbled upon the foreigner and the 2 Chinese officers extorting a gang while on his way to sell drugs. It seems the 2 groups couldn't reach an agreement, and then a shootout ensued. Extortion. Shootout. Did I hear that right? On my turf they dare to do this. Brother Hua, you may not know those selling drugs are fearless. I suspect that foreigner has backing. He, quite bold. However, on my turf, no matter how bold, it won't help. Since the opening of Hong Kong, Wanchai has been one of the richest districts. Otherwise, so many British police officers wouldn't be fighting over positions there. Wood Robinson's ability to maintain his position is indeed commendable. Parking the Ford by the roadside, Yi Banghua turned off the engine and got out of the car. Not far away, Asen quickly approached him to report the situation on the scene. It's very serious. This time a foreigner and 2 of his Chinese subordinates have died. No wonder upon returning to the station, he was summoned to the office for a serious talk by his superior, Wood Robinson. Apparently, a British officer had been killed. According to the information collected by Asen, the foreigner, accompanied by his 2 Chinese subordinates, had quietly come to the Tin Hao Temple in Causeway Bay, Wanchai district, to meet with a gang involved in drug dealing, presumably to collect a cut. Although Yi Banghua secretly orchestrated a justice operation targeting both major and minor gangs within Wanchai, which severely struck their power and forced these gangs to shrink their businesses significantly. At least no street prostitutes could be seen on any street in Wanchai, nor could any friends be found dealing drugs with the gangs. If Yi Banghua discovered any, he would eliminate them, and after 3 warnings, those who continued their activities would be immediately apprehended. After a period of rectification, the streets of Wanchai looked much better than before, but the most visually disruptive aspect was the stalls occupying the roadways, mostly set up by small citizens to make a living. Yi Banghua wished to regulate them, but unfortunately there had been no significant updates from the planning department, leaving him waiting in vain. Even complaints yielded no results. In desperation, Yi Banghua could only instruct the patrolling uniformed police to pay extra attention during the day, ensuring those small vendors did not occupy the roadways. At night, however, it was a matter of turning a blind eye. After all, those who dared to roam the streets at such late hours were either soldiers, uniformed police, or gangsters. The small vendors catered to these people's business, and Yi Banghua would not deliberately obstruct them. He still needed to rely on the vendors to pay their security fees regularly. Crossing the police barricades surrounded by uniformed officers, Yi Banghua followed Asen into the crime scene. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but cover his nose as a foul smell of decay instantly assaulted his senses, nearly making him gag. Asen, having been prepared, quickly handed Yi Banghua a simple gas mask, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Damn, what kind of hatred is this? They even disfigured the face. Upon closer inspection, Yi Banghua couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for the cruelty of that gang. The foreigner's entire face had been doused in scalding hot oil, making it nearly unrecognizable, with a bottomless iron pot lying nearby. Yi, what is the situation with today's case? The director has personally called to inquire. Mr. Robinson, please forgive my directness. This homicide case is quite simple. It's merely a matter of unequal distribution of spoils. I cannot report this to the director, nor can I let the reporters write it this way. Ye handle it quickly. Understood, Mr. Robinson. As the saying goes, when the boss speaks, the subordinates run until their legs break. After carefully inspecting the scene, Yi Banghua returned to the Wanchai police station with Sun and others to report to Superintendent Wood Robinson. In Yi Banghua's view, this was merely a homicide case with clear logic. Its cause was the unequal distribution of spoils. However, the official report could not state it this way, or it would slap the Hong Kong police in the face. After giving Superintendent Wood Robinson a standard British military salute, Yi Banghua stealthily left his superior's office. Upon returning to the second-floor lobby, he saw the fellow Daoist reporter that Sun had pointed out earlier sitting across from a female colleague recording a statement. What is your name? Which newspaper are you from? Yi. Yes, my name is Zhou Ming, the deputy editor of the Daily News, not a small reporter. Oh, you're a deputy editor. How did you end up buying powder near the Tin Hao Temple? Was it through an acquaintance? Well, yes, Jara. The man claiming to be Zhou Ming, the deputy editor of the Daily News, indeed had a genuine press card on him. Faced with Yi Banghua's imposing scrutiny, Zhou Ming trembled all over. He had merely caught a glimpse of that gray-headed individual talking to a Triad member in a narrow alley, and unexpectedly witnessed that Triad member in a fit of rage slay the gray-headed person. This made him the deputy editor of the Daily News, an unwilling eyewitness to the homicide, leaving him no chance to escape. Now he had fallen into the hands of the renowned detective Yi Banghua of the Wanchai police station, and he felt his life was in jeopardy. Selling powder and consuming it were essentially the same. Don't be so nervous, I'm not a monster. Just tell me who was that person. Yi Banghua smiled and patted Zhou Ming on the shoulder. However, the frail Zhou Ming couldn't even withstand this gentle pat, collapsing onto the floor, which caused a burst of laughter among the officers present. Shaking his head, Yi Banghua suddenly grabbed Zhou Ming from the floor, pushed him back into the chair, and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Mr. Zhou, you are an educated and intelligent person. You should understand the consequences of failing to report information right. I understand, but Officer Yi, I really don't know who that person is. I heard from a friend that the stall near the Tin Hao Temple sells powder at a low price and has better effects than other stalls. Out of curiosity, I just want to take a look, and unexpectedly encountered this situation for the first time. Yi Banghua remained silent, quietly observing Zhou Ming as he cried and pleaded. After a moment, he confirmed that Zhou Ming indeed did not know who the Triad member was, as Zhou Ming's terror was genuine. Although he did not arrange for Sun Lu Zhang and other veteran officers to take Zhou Ming to the interrogation room for a taste of their police station's specialized interrogation package, Zhou Ming could not have been unaware of its effectiveness. Only when faced with the threat of death does one involuntarily reveal true feelings. Those who remain unfazed under severe torture typically have undergone harsh special training, much like Yi Banghua's Iron Shield. Every member of the Iron Shield is a cold-blooded butcher who sees life and death lightly. Mr. Zhou, feel free to visit our police station for some tea. Don't worry, just tea. Officer Yi, can I leave now? Of course. Go ahead, but remember, if you recall anything you haven't mentioned, come back and tell me. Collaborating with the police, Officer Yi, I will definitely remember your guidance. Having received Yi Banghua's permission, Zhou Ming immediately rushed out of the Wanchai police station with his belongings, as if the police station behind him were hell on earth. And Sun Lu Zhang and the others could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. They had realized that Yi Banghua had merely been teasing Zhou Ming. In reality, they had already discovered Zhou Ming's true identity, home address, and other personal information. They also knew that Zhou Ming had never met the Triad member who had slain the gray-headed individual and had no relation to him. However, that Triad member had vanished after the incident, making things quite tricky for them. Selling and consuming powder will never be completely eradicated. Yi Banghua cannot prohibit all related illicit businesses in his jurisdiction. Thus, he had previously arranged for informants to infiltrate those Triads and gather intelligence, and now those leads would finally come in handy. Brother Hua, we found them. Currently, there are only a few well-known Triad members operating powder stalls near the Feizai Kuan Bo Jiao Hao to Shao Ma Heroin Men Yakai. These bastards are quite bold. With a slap, Yi Banghua slammed the paper handed to him by Sun onto the table, his eyes burning with intense fury and a surge of murderous intent rising within him. While he did not mind those Triad members operating under his nose, everything had to adhere to his rules. Otherwise, why should these bastards be allowed to survive in Wanchai? Just as the character Chief Sure in the Hong Kong film The Black Society 2, Harmony is Precious stated, "It's not that we don't allow you to survive, but you must know your limits." The implication of this statement is already quite clear: do not offend certain lines that must not be crossed. And Sun Old Lu, each of you take a team, and starting tonight seal off all the stalls of these bastards listed on this paper. If there is resistance, eliminate them on the spot, and bring back all the illegal gains. Understood. Well, arrange it now. Brother Hua, should we inform Mr. Robinson in advance? Before you set off, I will request a search warrant and an arrest warrant from Mr. Robinson. Don't worry. Every operation Yi Banghua would not allow himself or his colleagues to act without a name. On this piece of land in Hong Kong, the importance of procedure and name is paramount, as it concerns Yi Banghua's image in certain circles. Currently, Yi Banghua is merely a luck-defying detective, but what he aspires to be is not just a detective. While Yi Banghua was mobilizing his troops at the Wan Chai police station, a young man with a cane in his mouth and a rebellious gaze was sitting at a wonton stall diagonally across from the entrance of the police station. Next to him sat a man dressed in a blue work uniform, bearing the 4 white characters Man Chung Rice Shop, aged approximately 28 to 33, with a bald head, leisurely eating his bowl of wontons. Slightly shifting his gaze to the left, he noticed that the bald man had already piled up 10 large bowls, meaning he had consumed 11 big bowls of wontons. How go I? Slurp slurp. What exactly are we watching here all morning? Big Shrimp, don't be anxious. We'll just take a look and leave. You keep eating. As soon as he stepped out of the police station, Yi Banghua's sharp intuition told him that someone seemed to be watching him. Looking up, he did not spot any suspicious targets, feeling puzzled, but not overthinking it. He got into a Ford car and left the Wan Chai police station. He needed to find his chief security officer Chen Wenjua to retrieve the detailed intelligence gathered by informants placed among the triads and gangs in Wan Chai. The information collected by the informants at the police station was too superficial to meet the needs of tonight's operation, so Yi Banghua required more detailed intel to prevent unnecessary casualties among his colleagues during the operation. Those who dare to sell powder are without exception ruthless thugs. Yi Banghua does not mind letting the Iron Shield intervene, but doing so would easily expose the existence of the Iron Shield. It is better to use tonight's operation to properly train his colleagues. Phew. That was close. Almost got discovered. No wonder he's a detective, his intuition is spot on. How good, who is that person? Fortunately, we ran fast. I think that person is very dangerous. Big Shrimp, remember, if you encounter this person in the future, make sure to steer clear, otherwise we will be the ones suffering losses. How go I understand? They'll be careful from now on. Hiding around the corner where Yi Banghua could not see the man called Hao Gu and the bald man who had been eating wontons at the stall were panting heavily, feeling terrified. If they hadn't escaped quickly, they would have likely drawn Yi Banghua's attention. Hao Gu is the legendary drug lord known as Bo Hao Wuxihua. However, at this point he is yet to be shot and have the nerves in his right leg damaged by a hitman. He is still lively and does not yet bear the image of a middle-aged man with a big belly. Beside him is his underling Big Shrimp, one of the 4 great kings. At this time he has developed a muscular physique, but facing the terrifying near encounter with Yi Banghua, Big Shrimp's intelligence returned to normal levels. This was truly frightening. He had never seen a police officer with such accurate intuition, and he had a premonition that if he and Hao Gu were targeted, they would certainly not be able to escape. He had already seen Yi Banghua's hand resting on his gun holster. This is a man who spares no effort to eliminate potential dangers in their infancy. Wuxihua finally understood the street saying Yi Banghua is a complete madman. This is not a rumor. In Wu Zihua's view, if they are deemed dangerous elements by Yi Banghua, what awaits them are only 38 caliber bullets. Damn you. Choose I, be careful, don't rush too fast. Bang bang bang. Damn. I knew it, this bunch of bastards is hiding a lot of hard goods. Hold the line, guys. Asen, when is the assault team arriving? Didn't Huaga say they'd be here within 15 minutes? Old Lu, find a good place to defend, don't waste your breath there. Not every operation starts and ends perfectly. Just like tonight's raid on the various powder stalls in Wan Chai, Yi Banghua was merely sitting in the patrol car directing operations, while his brother Yi Bangyao, colleague and son Lu Zhang, and others were on the front lines fighting desperately against the white powder dealers who only reacted after the police's encirclement was formed. Both sides exerted all their strength to avoid letting any of the powder stalls escape. To prevent any from slipping away, Yi Banghua specifically requested Superintendent Wood Robinson to call in the Weihaiwai assault team to clean up the dealers trying to escape from the core battle zone. Unfortunately, the real decision-makers were not easy for Yi Banghua to capture, just like the Big and Small Ma, who have escaped to Taiwan for decades without a hitch until the 2 brothers passed away one after another, shamelessly leaving behind a will expressing their desire to return to Hong Kong for burial. Damn it. Brothers, these dead cops come to sweep us every few days. It's either death for us, let's fight them. Exactly. Brothers, we are all unfortunate people. This world is already pressing us to the brink, and now these dead cops are cutting off our livelihood. What's the difference from killing us? Before dying, we must take a few dead cops with us. Let's fight the dead cops. Brothers, charge with me. In this day and age, most of the gangsters daring to sell powder are ruthless, heartless fugitives. For this reason, Yi Banghua specifically requested Superintendent Wood Robinson to take out all the firearms in the armory for maintenance and deploy them for tonight's temporary operation. These included double-barreled shotguns, modified M1 Garand rifles, and others, most of which were antiques scavenged from the retreating colonizers by the British military stationed in Hong Kong. It was unrealistic to destroy all these antiques, so they had to be distributed to various police stations to replenish their arsenals for emergencies. According to Yi Banghua, the current Commissioner of Police Ma Tao is applying to the governor for funding, firstly, to replace police uniforms and sidearms, and secondly, to enhance the internal communication network of the police force. In short, all places need funds. If the police force does not strengthen its capabilities, how can it effectively maintain public order in Hong Kong? For this reason, Sir Geoffrey the Governor, after careful consideration, ultimately decided to allocate $500 Hong Kong dollars for police force development. In today's context, $500 Hong Kong dollars is already a significant amount, indicating that Sir Geoffrey evidently does not hold high hopes for public security in Hong Kong during his tenure. He is ultimately relying on the military to play a decisive role as a ballast. Generally, the public security in Hong Kong primarily relies on the police force to maintain order. Unless it is a riot of a major scale, the British military stationed in Hong Kong usually remains in the barracks and does not deploy casually. A small-scale battle like tonight does not require the deployment of the British military's ultimate trump card. Even Superintendent Wood Robinson has been sitting in the patrol car, chatting with Yi Banghua, never participating in the work of commanding frontline officers, allowing those frontline officers to exercise their own initiative. Aside from Yi Banghua, who is an outlier, the inspectors participating in tonight's operation are all British nationals, while the deputy officers are of Chinese descent. The Tin Hau Temple is the main battlefield tonight, indeed the only battlefield. According to Yi Banghua's prior deployment, each of the four main entrances, east, south, west, and north, should station a team of 20 armed officers, 1 British inspector, and 2 Chinese trainee inspectors, while the Wei Haiwai assault team patrols the outer perimeter to capture fleeing criminals. To minimize disruption to the operation, Yi Banghua requested Superintendent Wood Robinson to ask Deputy Commissioner Ma Wei to issue a temporary control notice to the Hong Kong branch of the Eastern Telegraph Company and the Hong Kong Telephone Company 15 minutes before the operation, effectively cutting off the telegraph and telephone lines within a 3-mile radius of the Tin Hau Temple 5 minutes before the operation began, for a total of 45 minutes. The moment the hour hand of the Rolex date just watch Yi Banghua bought for $450 Hong Kong dollars in London pointed to 12, the operation was already considered concluded, with the streets within 3 miles of the Tin Hau Temple restored to power. So how did the officers participating in the operation tonight distinguish friend from foe? A very simple and useful tool, namely a flashlight. Once the strong light of the flashlight is turned on, whether it's an ordinary gangster or a particularly skilled red stick, they will definitely be dazzled by the bright light of the flashlight and then collapse. Although the scale of tonight's operation was ordinary, Yi Banghua still made full preparations beforehand. This was mainly because he was unsure how much hard goods the dealers hiding in and around the Tin Hau Temple had, so the initial intensity of the attack was not very high. Only after his son Liu Zhang and his brother Yi Bangyao opened the situation did he put all his chips on the table. The effect was very noticeable. After tonight's raid, the powder stalls near the Tin Hau Temple were swept clean, with only small fries fleeing in panic, which did not affect the overall situation. At 11:52 p.m. Yi Banghua ordered the cleanup to be completed on time, and at 1:05 a.m. the next day the team was disbanded. Meanwhile, Superintendent Wood Robinson was not far away, being interviewed by reporters from Sing Tao Daily, South China Morning Post, and other newspapers. After all such matters entrusted to him, this eloquent foreign superior would definitely not go wrong. It is worth mentioning that Cha Yiguan actually represented Ta Kung Pao to conduct a live interview about the police's surprise action tonight, and the first person he approached was naturally Superintendent Wood Robinson, the highest-ranking officer on site, followed by his close friend Yi Banghua. Although he was reluctant to accept the newspaper interview, as the main commander and planner of tonight's raid, Yi Banghua had no choice but to say a few words in response to his friend's inquiry, though it was all just humble words, which left Cha Yiguan somewhat dissatisfied. He always felt that his friend had picked up some bad habits. Bureaucratism was pervasive, which Cha Yiguan detested. Yiguan, you can't expect me to take all the credit for myself, right? Banghua, that's not what I mean. I want you to share the real situation on site. That should be fine, right? That's perfectly fine. However, you need to be careful with your wording when writing the article. Don't get me in trouble. I'm not new to being a reporter, and besides, how could I fabricate anything in these matters? After receiving Cha Yiguan's assurance, Yi Banghua finally revealed some of the real situation on site, mainly the scale of the operation, the configuration of participating officers, and the overall deployment of the operation. Then he proudly faced the camera of Ta Kung Pao and proclaimed a justice declaration that made his police colleagues proud. No matter how powerful the evil we face, the Hong Kong police will always stand on the side of justice to protect the safety of the citizens. Cha Iguan's expression at the time was quite peculiar, but he still included this line in the article published the next morning, neither overly praising Yi Banghua nor belittling his performance in the raid, adhering to the principle of objective and fair reporting. However, Cha Iguan did not expect that not only he emphasized Yi Banghua's important role in this raid in Ta Kung Pao, but even Tsingtao Daily South China Morning Post and other Chinese and English newspapers also highlighted the outstanding performance of the brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao. If it weren't for Yi Banghua hiding in the patrol car, chatting with his superior Superintendent Wood Robinson, he would likely have been photographed displaying his commanding demeanor. This is way too exaggerated, right? A contemporary D. Rengia. Or perhaps a contemporary bout Big Brother This Is Nothing. Small newspapers like Oriental Daily and Asia Review actually compared me to Fan Kuai, who charged into battle for Emperor Gaozu of Han, and Jian Wei the guard of Cao Cao, clearly implying that I am brave, but foolish. Ha ha ha. Looks like we've finally made a name for ourselves this time. I would rather not have this kind of fame. Uid prefer to be invited to a big restaurant to eat a lavish meal. In the morning, brothers Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao rarely had a day off, and were about to lead their families to the West Kowloon Comprehensive Service Area, which was undergoing renovations and transformations, originally known as the Sai Kung City, according to Yi Banghua's planning concept. The original Sai Kung City was merely a village market formed spontaneously by villagers living near Sai Kung, not even qualifying as a modern agricultural market, let alone a modern chain comprehensive mall like Walmart or Sears. 2 rows of partitioned warehouses divided into A and B with 5 warehouses each row were built about 350 meters from the Sai Kung Sea. The estimated storage capacity is 2.5 tons, with warehouse A designated for storing bulk goods and warehouse B for goods weighing no more than 500 kilograms, including livestock, dried fish, seafood, and other food supplies sent by villagers. However, the construction progress of these 2 rows of warehouses has only reached 90. The remaining 10 is due to Yi Banghua's stringent requirements for internal management of the warehouses, as he designed the local management system by referencing the warehousing management systems of several logistics giants from his previous life. Yet the core content remains the 3 major sections: inbound management, in-stock management, and outbound management, linked by the identity card of each item, covering but not limited to the type, label, weight, and other basic attributes of the goods Yi Banghua required ever. The reason for such strict requirements is that Yi Banghua wants clients to gradually form a clear image of Tongyun Logistics, namely that the warehousing management of Tongyun Logistics is perfect enough to trace the origins and journey of each item. Boss, do you mean that our Tongyun Logistics can deliver the goods to the clients within an hour? However, clients need to pay a certain proportion of freight insurance to enjoy the excess compensation plan. Correct. Hing, we need to think long term. Initially, the freight insurance for each item doesn't need to be too high. For example, for a 1 kilogram apple, we charge the client $1 for freight insurance. If it gets damaged during transit, we will compensate at most 30 of the apple's cost plus 3 times the freight insurance, provided that the damage is not man-made. If it's found that the damage was done intentionally to defraud compensation, we have the right to demand the same amount of compensation from the client. What we can offer at Tongyun Logistics is to ensure that the apple is delivered intact through our hourly service. That is, after 1 hour, we will not charge any freight or freight insurance. But boss, doesn't that mean we are collecting money twice? Will the clients agree to such a charging model? Hing, remember that freight and freight insurance are 2 different pricing systems. The freight is assessed based on the goods identification, while the freight insurance is basically standardized. What I mean by standardized is that the freight insurance for the same type of goods is the same, but there will definitely be distinctions between different goods. Think about the specific regulations and bring them back to me for review. If there are no issues, we can try it for a month or 2 and find another way if it doesn't work out. As Yi Banghua's family arrived at the super construction site in Sai Kung, they were immediately engulfed by clouds of dust, causing Yi Banghua to frown and think that the construction site's protective fencing was inadequate. Knowing that the boss family was here for leisure and entertainment, Lei Jueqing, who was overseeing the construction, hurried over, holding the financial report from the past 2 months for Tongyun Logistics and the financial budget for the second half of the year, intending to have the boss review and sign it on the spot. While quickly flipping through the financial report painstakingly prepared by Lei Jueqing, he discussed with the chief accountant about the establishment of hourly service for Tongyun Logistics in the Macau and Hong Kong areas. Normally, it takes 90 to 120 minutes to travel between Hong Kong and Macau by taking the Star Ferry from Central or Kowloon. The slowness is not the fault of the ferry. It was designed to facilitate local residents, not for transporting large quantities of goods, so it cannot match the efficiency and capacity of landing craft or ocean liners used in military operations. However, residents of Hong Kong and Macau share the same routes and have maintained close ties. Every trip on the Star Ferry consumes a large part of their free time, and since the ferry cannot carry many passengers at once, residents often resort to using small fishing boats for personal or delivery purposes. They are not too concerned about getting caught by the water police as long as there are no contraband items on board. Nevertheless, small fishing boats also come with their risks. They are not sturdy enough to withstand rough seas and have limited capacity. Most of the time they are used for personal purposes, and attempting to smuggle goods is likely to be a futile effort. This is viewed as a downside by Yibonghua, but for those involved in drug trafficking it is seen as a significant advantage. Smaller boats are easier to modify, allowing for the storage of traditional drugs like heroin and cocaine in the hidden compartments of these boats. Even if they encounter water police, those officers are unlikely to dismantle the boat. If they cannot find contraband in easily concealable areas like the deck or cabin, they will quickly move on to search another boat. Over time, this can create a substantial market. Unfortunately, Yibonghua, being a natural obstruction, found that most of the fishing boats at Sai Kung Pier were originally controlled by the Crab King for smuggling contraband. However, the Crab King was not generous. He only provided these fishermen with a pittance as a subsidy, while pocketing the majority of the profits himself, which ultimately fell into Yibonghua's hands by luck. With the Hong Kong police's construction becoming increasingly formalized, it will be extremely difficult for these smuggling fishing boats to survive in the future. If Sai Kung is declared a protected sea area by the British authorities, it will completely cut off their last lifeline. If fishermen can no longer fish as their traditional profession, can they still be called fishermen? It's better to switch careers early to avoid hunger for themselves and their families. As the good news of Tongyun Logistics continuously acquiring land at high prices spread, villagers living near Sai Kung eagerly brought their ancestral land deeds to trade with Tongyun Logistics. Meanwhile, those living on boats were also co-opted by Tongyun Logistics, taking up various temporary jobs, such as cement workers or logistics workers, and clearing mud and debris from the coastline of Sai Kung. If it weren't for the British authorities not arranging the land and planning departments to conduct on-site surveys in Sai Kung for future reclamation projects, Yibonghua wouldn't have to work so hard to win over the local villagers. Due to the dust stirred up by the construction site, Yibonghua arranged for his two wives and sister-in-law to temporarily visit a villager's house to taste local seafood, ensuring that the pregnant woman was monitored by an apprentice from Lei Shengshan's pharmacy, so there was no need for concern about any allergic reactions. After his family left, Yibonghua closed the financial report and opened another financial budget report for the second half of the year to study it carefully. Then, accompanied by Lei Jueqing, he continued to walk and chat, while Chief Security Officer Chen Wenjua led the Iron Shield workers to maintain vigilance around seemingly worried about a potential backlash from the traffickers that Yibonghua had thunderously eradicated in the past few months. Following behind boss Yibonghua, Lei Jueqing contemplated the hourly service mentioned earlier. To be honest, the logistics market between Hong Kong and Macau is nearly non-existent due to the unstable situation in both areas. If it weren't for the mainland's timely cessation of military action, Hong Kong and Macau might have had to return to their previous state much earlier. Therefore, both the Macau Portuguese authorities and the British authorities have been secretly in contact and communicating with the mainland, seeking a temporary peace and stability. As for how to interact in the future, that is a matter for later. The struggles between the left and right factions have been too fierce in Hong Kong and Macau, leaving the Macau Portuguese authorities and British authorities overwhelmed. Now, with the Korean War fully erupting, the United States-led United Nations has imposed a comprehensive blockade on Hong Kong and Macau, as well as the mainland, listing strategic materials such as steel, medicine, food, and clothing as part of the embargo list, prompting the Macau Portuguese authorities and the British authorities to actively discuss with their respective sovereign nations on how to resolve the cur. Under these circumstances, the logistics industry in Hong Kong and Macau has experienced a pathological prosperity, a speculative bubble. Many wealthy families with capital connections, courage, and talent are continuously investing in this suddenly emerging industry. However, compared to those who operate in secrecy, Yibonghua is making money openly. To put it bluntly, even if those engaged in illicit activities can transport large amounts of food, clothing, and medicine from overseas, do they not need a distribution system to sell these goods at high prices? Thus, Yibonghua aims to monopolize the distribution network in Hong Kong and Macau using the hourly service. No matter how greedy the traffickers are, he will strip them of their profits, for smuggling is essentially a no-cost, high-profit business. To establish more fulcrums, Yibonghua had already arranged for Lei Jueqing to scout for shops in Hong Kong and Macau with Yu Tiaosu. These shops serve as a front or a sort of express delivery station. Once smuggled goods arrive at the warehouses in Sai Kung, these shops will be the second stop before the goods are dispatched, so staff at the shops don't need to be numerous. They will distribute according to designated areas, strictly adhering to the 1-hour service standard. Shops that fail to meet the standard will be shut down on the same day. H-ing how long until the warehouses here are completed and ready for use? Boss, based on the current construction progress, they should be completed and operational within 20 days. 20 days? That's about right. Tell Yu Tiaosu to expedite the acquisition of those shops and complete their renovation within these 20 days. The delivery staff and vehicles should also be fully prepared. After 20 days, I want the citizens of Macau and Hong Kong to witness what true 1-hour logistics speed means. Alright boss, he'll call old Sue right away. He should be nearing the completion of his work too. It would be best to complete it within 20 days. If there are delays of a day or two, it's fine. If there are insurmountable difficulties, come find me. If it weren't for the immense stimulus from the Korean War and the United Nations embargo, it might have taken another 5 years for the business market in Hong Kong and Macau to recover to pre-war levels. However, war is always the most intense catalyst. Yi Banghua's intention in urging Lei Jueqing and Yu Tiaosu to hurry is to seize the massive profits brought about by the Korean War and the United Nations embargo from the very start, holding the ultimate jet boat fleet. He is unparalleled in terms of transport equipment. In the early stages of the Korean War, Yi Banghua did not plan to directly use the ultimate jet boat for smuggling, as the risks of doing so were extremely high. After all, American surveillance would be very tight from the beginning, and the U.S. Navy's 7th Fleet patrolling the Strait and the South China Sea is not a mere facade. When they say embargo, they mean it. The United States has such strong backing at this time. When the so-called United Nations forces led by the United States suffer heavy losses and low morale on the battlefield in the peninsula, Yi Banghua will not hesitate to deploy the ultimate jet boat fleet to smuggle those so-called contraband. And when he becomes involved in this business, other traffickers will suddenly realize that their distribution networks have been seized by Yi Banghua. Since Yi Banghua is also entering this business, isn't he aiming to monopolize it? However, Yi Banghua cannot let others discover that he indeed intends to monopolize the market. After all, are there boats that can outrun the ultimate jet boat? The Chintang River flows endlessly and tirelessly, winding past Najiakan village in Linen day and night, flowing eastward into the sea. A row of dozens of cypress trees by the riverside, their leaves burning red like fire, are particularly striking in the August sun. The wild grass in front and behind the village has just begun to turn yellow, and under the slanting rays of the sun, it adds an extra touch of desolation. Under 2 large pine trees, a group of villagers, men and women along with several children, are gathered intently listening to a thin old man speaking. The speaker in his 50s wears a long blue robe that has faded to a grayish hue from washing. He strikes 2 pieces of pear wood together a few times with a bamboo stick in his left hand, beating rhythmically on a small drum. He sings "The Little Peach Blossoms Bloom on Their Own" amidst the misty tobacco field where the evening crows linger. Several broken walls surround the old well once were the homes of many. The speaker strikes the wood a few times and continues. This 7-character poem tells of how after the war what were once homes have turned into ruins of broken walls and scattered tiles. The little man just mentioned the old Yi family's 4 members, their joys and sorrows coming together and separating and coming together. They were scattered by the Jin soldiers, and after much difficulty they reunited joyfully back in their hometown, only to find their house had been burned down completely by the Jin soldiers, leaving them no choice but to go to Bianliang hoping to seek a livelihood. However, unexpectedly, the heavens can be unpredictable and fortunes can change overnight. As soon as they entered Bianliang City, they encountered a group of Jin soldiers. The leader of the soldiers, with a pair of triangular eyes, glanced over, and seeing that Yi Sanjia was beautiful, jumped off his horse immediately, embraced her, laughed heartily, and put her on the saddle, saying, "Little girl, come home with me to serve my lord." But how could Yi Sanjia agree? She struggled desperately. The Jin officer shouted, "If you refuse to comply, I will kill your parents and brothers." He raised his wolf-toothed club and struck Yi Sailing on the head, instantly shattering his skull, leading him to his death. Indeed, it was a new ghost added to the underworld, while the young men are nowhere to be seen in the world of the living. In front of the Wan Chai National Theater, a small stall had appeared dedicated to renting and selling all sorts of strange and rare ancient books and tales. After finishing lunch, Zhong Wenlu, an apprentice in the arts department of the theater, came to this bookstall for a brief rest, just in time to see a newsboy shouting vigorously. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he stopped the boy and bought a copy of the Hong Kong Ta Kung Pao. Quickly skimming over the prominent headline news, he swiftly found the column on folklore and novels, intending to see what new goods had arrived, unexpectedly discovering a treasure today. Zhong Wenlu was born in 1925 in Mintu Village, Shuangshui Town, Xinhui County, Guangdong Province. His mother passed away early in his childhood, and without his father's care, he lived in the countryside with his grandmother. When Zhong Wenlu was a teenager, the mainland was in the midst of the war of resistance, and life was extremely difficult. He was forced to drop out of school after completing the 4th grade of elementary school. To make a living, he had to work in the village doing carpentry and farming. In 1947, after the victory in the war, due to the harsh life in the countryside, the young Zhong Wenlu followed a water courier, then called city patroller, similar to a postman and express delivery worker, to Hong Kong, in search of job opportunities, hoping to start as an apprentice and learn a skill that would support him. In post-war Hong Kong, everything was in disarray, and finding a job was not as easy as one might imagine. Zhong Wenlu was eventually introduced by a friend of his father to become an apprentice in the arts department of the Wan Chai National Theater, responsible for painting advertising art. In his spare time, Zhong Wenlu loved to read stories about heroes, especially those of many well-known figures that emerged in modern history, widely circulated in the Lingnan region, such as the 10 Tigers of Guangdong and the 72 Martyrs of Huanghuaging, all of whom were great heroes. Thus, Zhong Wenlu often visited this bookstall in front of the theater during lunch breaks to read martial arts novels. Unfortunately, he had already read the novels written by those famous heroes over and over again. Just when he thought there were no more new martial arts novels to read, his sympathy led him to buy today's copy of the Hong Kong Ta Kung Pao, and he actually found a hidden gem. Whose is this? The author is by Sheng Wan. This name sounds like a woman's name, does. After Zhong Wenlu finished the first chapter of the novel titled The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he was surprised to find that it was signed by Sheng Wan. This name was too feminine, making Zhong Wenlu curious whether such vivid and grandiose plots could actually be penned by a female writer. Have you seen this piece, The Storm and Snow Change? As if sensing Zhong Wenlu's confusion, the stall owner came over, pointed at the Legend of the Condor Heroes in the Hong Kong Ta Kung Pao, and spoke with a hint of teasing in his tone. Yes. What? From your tone it seems you've read it. I read it this morning. This new novel is indeed captivating. The plot is both coarse and detailed and full of aftertastes. It seems that soon we will have a great novelist emerging from here. Boss, give me a copy of the Ta Kung Pao. Oh, this customer, you also want to read that piece, The Storm and Snow Change? Yes, I heard it from a friend, and out of curiosity, I came to look for it. You should have it here, right? Of course. How could we not have it? Please wait a moment, I'll get you a fresh copy of the Ta Kung Pao. As the conversation continued, more and more citizens came to buy today's edition of the Hong Kong Ta Kung Pao at this bookstall. Seeing this, Zhong Wenlu increasingly felt he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. A smile appeared on his face as he picked up that copy of the Ta Kung Pao and returned to the theater to continue working. However, he was determined to ask the stall owner later that evening about the update schedule for the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Otherwise, he couldn't just sit at the stall day after day waiting for the latest edition of the Ta Kung Pao to arrive to see if there were new chapters of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Is there really someone so foolish? Not far away, Yi Banghua and Cha Yiguan watched as so many citizens rushed to buy the newly released Ta Kung Pao. After a little inquiry, they learned it was because of the piece The Storm and Snow Change. This time, Yi Banghua just smiled, while Cha Yiguan, who had just finished a bowl of wonton, had a glimmer in his eyes, and certain thoughts began to change. Brother Yiguan, it seems this time I won the bet, so this meal is on you. Banghua, I indeed miscalculated this time, but do you think it can continue to be this popular? It seems you are not very confident in your own talent. Brother Yiguan, cheer up, I am counting on the income from this Legend of the Condor Heroes to improve my life. What are you talking about improving your life? Also, Yiguan, the place you live in, Leishinkun, could at least sell for hundreds of thousands, right? That's an exaggeration. Brother Yiguan, one day, I believe you and your father will also be able to live in a grand mansion. Joking aside, Yi Banghua still footed the bill. After all, Cha Yiguan's salary from the Hong Kong Ta Kung Pao was not enough to support the family's daily needs. It was only 2 dimes. That's just the small part. The real big part was Yi Banghua's earlier suggestion for Cha Yiguan to open a small shop for Cha Shuqing to manage. After all, the old man was unfamiliar with life in Hong Kong. Besides chatting with Uncle Chin occasionally, he had no common topics with the neighbors in Lychee Corner because of the vast differences in cultural backgrounds and past living environments. However, that meant Cha Yiguan's meager savings were quickly. After all, opening a small shop was not easy, especially given the current serious security issues in Hong Kong. Yi Banghua could not guarantee that the small shop opened by Cha Yiguan for his old father would not be extorted by those gangs. Therefore, Yi Banghua suggested that Cha Yiguan set up the shop in Lychee Corner, which would receive some help from Leishinkun to avoid being harassed by gangs too often. Important considerations included shop size, industry, and interior layout, all of which directly related to finances. Since this suggestion was made by Yi Banghua, he also offered some insignificant help. The reason he specifically came to the Wan Chai National Theater to eat wontons was that Yi Banghua planned to take Cha Yiguan to personally experience the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Even though it had only updated the chapter The Storm and Snow Change for the citizens of Hong Kong, where entertainment options were extremely scarce, such epic-making works still possessed an irresistible charm that transcended time and class. Although the literacy rate among the citizens of Hong Kong was not comparable to that of international metropolises in the 21st century, ordinary people, like Zhong Wenlu with only elementary school education, could still understand the text. Under Yi Banghua's strong request, the Legend of the Condor Heroes tried to minimize the use of classical Chinese, opting instead for simple and understandable vernacular. Thus, could it be that only those with elementary education would not be able to comprehend it? According to research conducted by some bored sociologists in the 21st century, the average Chinese person only uses about 2,000 to 300 commonly used characters in daily life. If rare characters appeared in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, according to Cha Yiguan's nature, he would certainly annotate them at the side or at the end of the article, as his inherent literary sentiment could not be erased. In fact, Yi Banghua originally planned to hire Cha Shuqing to tutor his 2 wives' families, namely the family of Wu Ziming, with a monthly salary of 300 Hong Kong dollars plus bonuses during festivals, ensuring that this well-read and experienced old literati would not suffer. However, after Yi Banghua proposed this idea, Cha Shuqing did not refuse, but suggested an alternative plan, stating he could give lessons to the Wu family without a salary as long as the Wu family could support his few younger relatives in the clan. Selling pork is not a bad thing, as it concerns the daily meals of the citizens near the Wan Chai market. To this end, Cha Shuqing sincerely talked to those nephews, hoping they would set aside their pride as members of a big family and truly implement the principle of to know this matter one must practice it, as this was Hong Kong, not their hometown. Gaining a reputation is useful, but not always very useful. Big brother, something has happened. The station just received word of a new explosion over in Kowloon. The injured have been taken to nearby hospitals. Fortunately, this blast was relatively small and only destroyed a single dance hall. Yao, where do you find such confidence? The newspapers do not even know what to say. Big brother, I was only comparing it with the scale of the last blast. Besides, I am not the one who will report the case for the station. I am merely telling you this, so you have some idea. Thank you, my dear younger brother. That afternoon, they parted hastily after a brief farewell, with his close friend Cha Yiguan. For Yi Banghua had received a tip that a dance hall in Kowloon had been blown apart. To get more precise information, he had to return to the station to meet Anson Lu Zhang and the others. Unbeknownst to him, they had already raced to the scene, leaving his brother Yi Bangyao waiting for him in the second-floor lobby. What disturbed Yi Banghua even more was that his brother Yi Bangyao had actually said the explosion had only destroyed a single dance hall. Only. My brother, how dare you use that word? Never mind, I am too tired to argue. Hurry and get ready, we are driving to the scene. I was ready long ago, just waiting for you. By the way, brother Sun and old Lu say the dance hall belongs to the Tong boss Fi Kun. Oh, Fi Kun's territory. Could it be a revenge attack by his enemies? We do not know yet. Brother Sun and old Lu are using informants to see whether Fi Kun has made enemies recently. But I have a feeling this is not a revenge. It feels more like someone deliberately set off the explosion to draw our attention. Yi Bangyao had not yet obtained a driver's license, so Yi Banghua had to drive. Not long after they left, his brother began to describe the strange features of the blast, and Yi Banghua's eyes flashed with interest. He wondered why Yi Bangyao would judge that this was not a revenge attack. Think about it, big brother. If it were truly revenge, how great an enmity would the rival have to harbor to dare make such a commotion inside our jurisdiction? Remember, not long ago you cracked the bomb case on Shishweek Street that shook all of Hong Kong. Even the most foolish enemy of Fi Kun would not be unaware of that. So I think something is definitely off. Call it an intuition. Saying that Yi Bangyao in the passenger seat looked grave, perhaps because he linked the Shishweek Street bombing with this Kowloon explosion. As it turned out, his conjecture was not without merit. When Yi Banghua drove to No. 13 Jiadali Dance Hall on Jilazoji Street in Kowloon, he found it a ruin. Firefighters had partially surrounded the site with hoses to douse the flames, while Anson Lu Zhang and other Wan Chai station officers were taking statements from staff and patrons. As soon as he stepped from the car, a chime sounded in his awareness. Ding. Attention, host mission target, Yi Kuching Song Gu detected within 50 meters. Ding. Attention, host mission target, Yi Kuching exhibits strong intent to kill the host. Defensive mode engaged. Ding. Attention, host mission target, Yi Kuching is carrying a self-destruct device. Evade immediately. Blast. Hearing the warnings from the ultimate desire system, Yi Banghua's face changed at once. Without time to alert Anson and Lu Zhang to clear the crowd, he grabbed his brother Yi Bangyao, who had not gone far, and dragged him into a nearby white residential block. Moments later, a series of sharp blasts sounded beside Jiadali Dance Hall. This time the explosions tore apart two unoccupied patrol cars. Their fuel tanks detonated, severely wounding several officers who had been near the vehicles. Watching the scene from the doorway of a jewelry shop roughly 500 meters away, a thin, middle-aged man in a fisherman's hat smiled faintly, intended to turn and walk away, and then, Yi Kuching, stop right there. The fisherman's hat man, Yi Kuching, froze when his true name was shouted. Years of hiding urged him to run, but a flash of curiosity made him look back. That single look was enough for Yi Banghua, who had reacted from 500 meters away and now charged at him. Citizens nearby watched as Yi Banghua, still 50 meters short, leapt into the air and in a tiger-like pounce struck the stunned man's face with both fists. They fell together. Yi Banghua rose first. As the man tried to flee, Yi Banghua seized his ankle and shoved it down so hard that the ankle fractured with a scream of pain. The agony did not erase Yi Kiking's will to escape. He kicked free with his other leg and limped away down Jilazoji Street. He was almost 10 meters from turning into a busy intersection when, where do you think you were going, Yi Kuching? You merciless executioner. A roar stopped him. Yi Banghua had seized Yi Kiking's sleeve and then, gathering his strength, slammed him to the ground. Dazed, the man reached for two pressure grenades hidden at his waist. Sharpied, Yi Banghua pinned both of his hands with his knees so the pins could not be pulled. Yi Kuching abandoned the grenades and drove his fingers into Yi Banghua's ribs. Blood thickened the air. Yi Banghua mocked him, then with a crushing embrace of his forearms struck the man's head until his senses blurred. To prevent a desperate resurgence, Yi Banghua handcuffed Yi Kiking's hands behind his back and removed the two grenades. Arriving in haste, Yi Bangyao, Anson, and Lu Zhang approached in alarm. They took the grenades while Yi Bangyao supported his bleeding elder brother, eyes full of worry and shaken relief. Yi Bangyio's earlier intuition had been vindicated. Big brother, are you all right? Let me take you to the hospital first. No, cough. First disperse the crowd. Keep civilians away from the scene. Find a phone booth and call Commissioner Wuda Lebingson. Ask him to dispatch the Weihaiwai assault unit to assist in maintaining order and prevent other suspects from exploiting the chaos. Don't worry, big brother. Brother Sun and old Lu have already started those tasks. The priority now is to get you to the hospital for treatment. I do not want to go home and be grilled by our two sisters-in-law about what happened today. Relax. Your two sisters-in-law are not so fragile. Living in these turbulent times, they have forebodings about many things. Still, this is a humiliating sight. Go to the hospital. About 15 minutes later, Wuda Lebingson, who had been in a meeting at the Central District Station, arrived and took command. When he learned that Yi Banghua had captured a suspect in the bombing, his face showed a flash of pleased surprise. But when Anson reported that Yi Banghua was injured during the arrest and had been taken to St. Paul's hospital, his expression hardened into coldness. Anger rose in him and then slowly ebbed. Yi Bangyao could sense this explosion was not simple, and Wuda Lebingson, as their superior, was no fool. Could the succession of blasts in his district be mere coincidence? No. If matters had remained as before, Wuda Lebingson might have smiled and suppressed these incidents. But Yi Banghua had warned him earlier, if such severe attacks continued in Wanzai district, even if Yi Banghua and his team solved them swiftly, the high command would see them as evidence of grave security lapses in the district. Would that not imply that Wuda Lebingson, the commanding officer of Wanzai district, had been seriously negligent in his duty? That was why Wuda Lebingson had gone to the Central District Station earlier to meet with his backers and Deputy Director Mai Shiwei. He planned to request funds to upgrade the Wanzai Station's firearms and to ask Mai Shiwei, using his authority, to expunge certain past minor incidents from the records so Wanzai's case statistics would look marginally better. Everyone would benefit. And the result? Before Wuda Lebingson could finalize anything with his backers, another explosion erupted in Kowloon, nearly stripping him of composure in front of the Deputy Director. The embarrassment was profound. This time Wuda Lebingson resolved to launch a thunderous crackdown within his jurisdiction against the society's tongs and other social scoundrels. Congratulations, Officer Yi. May your opening be prosperous. Thank you, Manager Li. Your personal presence at Tongyun Wulius opening ceremony truly lends it great honor. Wait a moment, don't leave yet. We must share a proper drink. Ha! Since Officer Yi invites so warmly, I simply must have a few more glasses. Having successfully resolved the explosion at Jiadali Ballroom in Causeway Bay, Yi Banghua spent half a day receiving treatment at Shengbao Hospital before choosing to be discharged. Lingering in a hospital too long would only invite suspicion from his two pregnant wives. Yet paper cannot conceal fire. Although Yi Banghua deliberately tried to hide the wounds at his flanks, the two expectant women were perceptive. The very fact that he refrained from touching them both was the most conspicuous oddity of all. That night the two wives slipped into his study while he drugged, and sleeping more deeply than usual failed to notice their small movements. And so the wounds were discovered. After endless coaxing, Yi Banghua barely managed to soothe the two, heavy with child, and was compelled to rest at home for half a month. Once convalescence ended, he hurried to Shigong City to inspect the construction. Lei Jueqing reported that the 2 rows of warehouses were essentially complete, and that the staff training for the city shops had already finished, leaving everything ready for opening. They picked an auspicious date. As host, Yi Banghua, his younger brother Yi Bangyao, Yu Chaosu, and Lei Jueqing formally held the opening ceremony of Tongyun Wulio in Shigong City. Colleagues from Wanzai Police Station were among the guests, along with acquaintances such as Li Guowei and Chai Guan. Several media outlets also turned up cameras and notepads in hand, eager for first-hand material. After all, this was the company founded by Wanzai's foremost detective. Shareholders like Wuda Lebingson, Anson, and Lu Zhang ought to have stood beside Yi Banghua to greet guests, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, they came only as congratulatory visitors. Dividends would be deposited into their accounts periodically, though Yi Banghua had no intention of routing all profits through colleagues' bank accounts, since their accounts were all at HSBC and could become an easy trace if an anti-corruption probe targeted the Wanzai station. To prevent such a self-inflicted exposure, Yi Banghua arranged for Yu Tiaosu to deliver cash dividends to Wuda Lebingson and others on a regular basis. That required keeping a separate ledger to record the precise flow and amounts of cash. Any later discrepancy between received cash and the book would quickly lead back to the source. It was not the opening of a massive corporation, after all, merely a so-called logistics company, and it did not draw an overwhelming press contingent. Even Xiangjiang de Gongbao sent only Chai Guan and one assistant. Still, the feast was no mean affair. As Cha's assistant later bragged at the paper, the banquet answered to the standard of the 9 grand platters. There were no legendary local chefs among the surrounding villagers, so Yi Banghua specially hired the kitchen of De Sanyuan restaurant to earn a little extra. Zhou Jining, the owner of De Sanyuan, attended as a guest. With a grand gesture, he agreed to the request and produced some of the restaurant's prized reserves as gifts for his friend's new company. Gifts that guests like Li Guowei found distinctly lavish. At a rate of 888 Hong Kong dollars per table, the banquet left guests wanting seconds, and the hall became a temporary showcase for De Sanyuan's owner. After all, the kitchen staff were from De Sanyuan, so Zhou had to take the chance to advertise his establishment. De Sanyuan's reputation had long thundered through the provinces, and the port's affluent guests like Li Guowei had long treated it as their personal dining room. For some, dining at a restaurant was preferable to returning home. The countless petty domestic grievances could be left behind, and the restaurant felt peaceful by comparison. What does this Zai Shitong mean? Do you mean your company can deliver goods to customers within an hour? And this Yunfeixian, freight insurance, is that a complimentary product for Zai Shitong? After 3 rounds of wine, Yi Banghua remained composed. Li Guowei, already tipsy and smelling of alcohol, nevertheless thought clearly. After a brief explanation, he swiftly reconstructed the core concepts of Zai Shitong and Yunfeixian according to his own understanding. No wonder, the 3rd-generation head of Hengxing Bank, such discernment surpasses the vast majority of people. Yi Banghua smiled, tacitly accepting the compliment. Li Guowei's eyes cleared for a moment, and he began to contemplate other matters, but surrounded by chatter, he pretended to go to the washroom. Instead, he splashed cold water on his face, and looking at his reflection, found the previous haze gone, and a renewed curiosity taking its place. To describe Tongyun Wulia's business the morning after its opening as customers flocking like clouds was no exaggeration. Some guests, still suffering hangovers, stayed the night in villagers' homes, and before dawn were roused by a clatter. Rubbing their eyes, they saw an astonishing sight: countless boats steaming towards Shigong City's pier. On the quay stood crews of workers in blue uniforms stamped with the words Tongyun directing the arriving vessels. The boats berthed in orderly succession, each delivery accompanied by a tally sheet the crew filled out before the cargo was unloaded. Workers then matched each item against the tally. Any discrepancy was singled out and counted again. Is this really a company set up only yesterday? These workers. It's astonishing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The guests, their headaches from last night abruptly fading, rubbed their eyes and stared at the busy scene on the Shigong pier. The ship owners and crews seemed seasoned in coming here, yet they still followed the Tongyun workers' procedures. When a small dispute flared, another team in white Tongyun uniforms stepped forward to resolve it. Li Guowei had intended to leave that very night, but Tongyun Wulia's operation, assembled by Yi Banghua and his associates, piqued his interest and convinced him to stay in the village. Fate, it seemed, allowed him to witness the unforgettable spectacle at the Shigong pier in those pre-dawn hours. No wonder Yi Banghua had displayed no panic at the banquet. He had already secured so many clients to store goods in the 2 rows of warehouses with deep gray exteriors. Those clients clearly were not dealing with Tongyun Wulia for the first time, otherwise they would not have been so adept at the company's cargo handling procedures. Knock knock. Mr. Lee, the villagers have prepared breakfast. Please come downstairs and try some. All right, thank you. They'll wash up quickly and come down. Please let the other guests start eating without me. Although the wooden houses near Shigong City had not yet been entirely cleared, Yi Banghua had already instructed Lei Jueqing and Yu Tiaosu to begin planning the first phase of the Shigong cottages. He knew that villagers who had entrusted land deeds to Tongyun Wulia would be anxious without a concrete plan. This morning's bustle at the pier also drew the attention of previously skeptical villagers, many of whom were seeing so many merchants come to Tongyun Wulia for the first time. After freshening himself in a modest washroom, Li Guowei donned his light brown suit and descended to the ground floor in high spirits. He noticed that Yi Banghua and Yi Bangyao were not present. Only Lei Jueqing and father-in-law Wu Ziming stood smiling as they entertained the guests who had stayed overnight. Uncle Li, did you sleep well? We've made some seafood noodles. Please taste them. Lei Jueqing, familiar with Li Guowei, hurried forward with a bowl of seafood noodles crowned by 3 roasted river prawns and a clear, fragrant broth. Li Guowei thanked him, sat on a small stool, and ate with evident relish, as if table manners were a luxury to be set aside in such moments. As he enjoyed the bowl, Li Guowei pondered how audacious yet meticulous Yi Banghua had to be to entrust so much to Lei Jueqing and Wu Ziming. Was being a famed detective preferable to running a company? He also wondered how much capital Yi Banghua had poured into Tongyun Wulia. Construction noise still rose in his ears, and the transformation of Shigong City did not yet seem complete. Manager Lei, may I ask if Mr. Yi is still around? I sincerely apologize, Manager Li. Our chairman has been quite occupied with public security matters lately, fighting against criminals for the safety of the citizens of Xianjiang. If you or Xianshi Department Store have urgent business to discuss with us at Tongyun Logistics, perhaps I can represent Tongyun Logistics to briefly introduce our company's advantages. The sun rose high in the sky, and the docks of Saigon City remained bustling with activity. Ships came and went continuously, transporting their cargo to the warehouses of Tongyun Logistics, much like money being moved. It was lunchtime, and the workers of Tongyun Logistics headed to the large cafeteria located 1,000 meters away from the warehouse to have their meal together. This was one of the employee benefits for those who joined Tongyun Logistics. Every day, they could use their employee ID to get meals at various windows in the cafeteria. The breakfast standard was $1 Hong Kong, while both lunch and dinner standards were $2 Hong Kong. Each meal consisted of 3 dishes and a soup with rice being served freely, but wastage was not allowed. After finishing their meals, every employee had to show their bowls and chopsticks to the supervisor stationed at the exit. If any leftover food was found, the employee would be fined $5 on the spot and would have to finish all the remaining food. In this war-torn era, having 3 meals a day was already an exceptionally generous benefit. As workers at Tonyan Logistics, they were also paid on the 15th of each month. Where else could they find such a good job? If any employee wanted to resign, not only would Lei Jueqing and other executives not stop them, but they would also publicly announce that Tonyan Logistics had job vacancies. However, if there was indeed a foolish worker who did such a thing, not only would others look down upon this behavior, but even the employee's family would beat them with sticks to break their legs. Most of the cafeteria staff were villagers from nearby villages in Saigon City. Their sense of belonging to Tonyan Logistics might not be very strong, but a company that provided food, housing, and regular pay was rare in the entire Xinjiang. According to the agreement signed between Tonyan Logistics and these villagers, it was stated that any villager who signed a land lease agreement with Tonyan Logistics must work for a period of 12 calendar months within Tonyan Logistics or its affiliated companies, whether it was cleaning toilets or washing vegetables in the cafeteria. In short, if they did not complete the full 12 months, their corresponding bonuses would be delayed until the 12-month work period was completed, at which point Tonyan Logistics would return all bonuses to the villagers. Furthermore, the housing constructed on the 80 square kilometers of land in Saigon City would only grant these villagers a usage right of 50 years, while the ownership would remain with Tonyan Logistics. This change of property rights had already been registered with the Lands Department in the new territories. If any villager did not work the full 12 calendar months at Tonyan Logistics, the delivery of their housing would also be indefinitely delayed. Through a series of both tough and lenient measures, Tonyan Logistics has been gradually transforming the 80 square kilometers of Saigon City into a kingdom belonging to Tonyan Logistics according to their established plan. Within the next 10 years, Tonyan Logistics promises to construct housing, schools, shopping malls, parks, power stations, and water pumping stations in the Saigon community, which requires coordination with multiple Hong Kong British departments. In this regard, Tonyan Logistics is actively seeking new partners. Li Guowei learned about these situations only a month after Tonyan Logistics officially opened, which opened his eyes as a scion of a prominent family. Upon reflection, Tonyan Logistics' plan to establish schools, parks, and housing over the next 10 years begs the question, is Tonyan Logistics acting in place of the new territory's lands department, a legitimate government entity? However, officially speaking, Tonyan Logistics remains a business. It simply binds itself to the villagers of Saigon City through land leases and personal dependencies. As long as the new territory's lands department intends to develop Saigon City, Tonyan Logistics will become the only unavoidable target. Yet now Tonyan Logistics is already taking on some of the functions of the new territory's lands department. If this were before the fall of Xinjiang, the new territory's lands department would never have invested significant resources in creating basic living facilities in the rural areas of the new territories. Perhaps this is what Yi Banghua mentioned earlier as the social responsibility of enterprises. Li Guowei considered himself well acquainted with many young talents. However, someone like Yi Banghua, who could link running a company to local livelihood and employment, was truly unprecedented. It is no wonder that the new territory's lands department seemed to completely ignore the existence of Tonyan Logistics, allowing it to arbitrarily intercept the cargo storage business of ships originally heading to Central and Kowloon. One can imagine that Tonyan Logistics had communicated with the new territory's lands department beforehand, as the department could modernize Saigon City without investing too many resources, which undoubtedly greatly reduced its administrative costs. So why wouldn't it support the development and growth of Tonyan Logistics? This is a business that benefits multiple parties. Li Guowei, who previously considered himself one of the smartest people in Zhangjiang's business community, suddenly felt a tinge of inferiority upon witnessing Tonyan Logistics' series of operations. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Yi Banghua, this young man is quite remarkable. Mr. He, you previously asked me to get in touch, originally intending to test him. However, looking back now, our initial judgment seems to have been too one-sided. May I ask who has the confidence to take over an almost barren 80 square kilometers of land? Indeed, Guowei is right. Previously, we viewed Yi Banghua through the lens of younger generations. Now he has taught us oldtimers a lesson with his actions. His deposit in our bank has not moved a single cent. Perhaps his colleagues or superiors are supporting him financially from behind, but such capability is rare among young people. By the way, wasn't there a young man named Hua Guantai who came to us to buy a ship on credit before? Guowei, please make another trip to Tonyan Logistics and talk to Yi Banghua or Lei Jueqing. Please ask them to help this young man named Hua Guantai. No problem. Mr. Should we invite Yi Banghua to take a stake in our Hongxing Bank? Well, give him and his brother a 10 share without requiring additional capital, just using their deposits as collateral. That works. With that, our Dasheng Trading Company's shipping routes will be secured. 181, Queens Road Central. This is the new headquarters of Hongxing Bank. At this moment in Chairman He Shanhang's office, Li Guowei was discussing the situation regarding Tonyan Logistics and Yi Banghua with several partners, including Sheng Chunlin and Liang Zhiwei. Chairman He Shanheng, seated behind the desk, wore a black suit paired with a white shirt. His sideburns had turned white, and the top of his head had become bald from years of hard work. In contrast, the two partners, Sheng Chunlin and Liang Zhuwei, still had thick hair, but their faces bore some wrinkles and blemishes. Time, after all, is merciless. However, if Yi Banghua were present, he might seriously doubt the saying time is merciless. The main managers of Hongxing Bank present here typically have an average life expectancy of 90 years in another timeline. The oldest among them, He Shanheng, is just over 50. According to records from his past life, He Shanheng could live up to 98 years in lunar age, which is not much different from living a century. Although He Shanheng is just over 50, he actually appears quite aged. This is the after effect of being severely traumatized physically and mentally by war. Born in 1900, He Shanheng experienced the Xinhai Revolution, the Constitutional Protection War, the National Protection War, the cooperation and rupture between the two parties, and the Civil War. It can be said that if a historian from Xianjiang University wanted to compile a modern history of Xianjiang, He Shanheng would definitely be one of the best choices. Xianjiang University is even 10 years younger than He Shanheng. Until now, Yi Banghua and He Shanheng had not had any direct contact. Hongxing Bank had always sent the youngest Li Guowei to engage with Yi Banghua. Now it seems that the explosive success of Tongyun Logistics upon opening has made these old-timers much more aware and cautious, no longer daring to view Yi Banghua through the lens of younger generations. Li Guowei suggested allowing Yi Banghua to take a stake because he greatly appreciated Yi Banghua's capabilities. In addition, he had seen the maritime fleet Yi Banghua prepared for Tongyun Logistics. What kind of new company has a fleet right from the start? Did he really think it was the former China Merchants Steam Navigation Company? This fleet, which Yi Banghua named Giant Wave, consisted of vessels with extremely fast speeds, excellent performance, and a carrying capacity far exceeding that of similar ships. It left Li Guowei utterly baffled. This might be one of the great secrets hidden within Yi Banghua. Even if Li Guowei wanted to probe for more details, he likely wouldn't receive a clear answer from Yi Banghua. After all, how could one easily disclose money-making secrets? Li Guowei wasn't that foolish either, so he temporarily set aside his curiosity about the fleet named Giant Wave and instead focused on persuading his partners to allow Yi Banghua to take a stake in Hongxing Bank, thereby binding Yi Banghua and the logistics network in his hands. The Sheng Trading Company was established by He Shanheng starting from Jinshan and Nanbei Trading and has now grown into a large-scale cross-regional comprehensive trading enterprise in Xiangjiang, Macau, and the South Seas. The goods involved include grain, steel, medicine, cotton, yarn, crude oil, rubber, ores, and more. Compared to some small-time operations, this is a true smuggling giant. When it comes to major matters involving stock rights division and transfer, Li Guowei naturally needed to invite all partners to discuss privately in Chairman He Shanheng's office. Initially, Sheng Chunlin and Liang Zhuwei were not very agreeable to accepting Yi Banghua as a new shareholder, and their reasoning boiled down to a few points. First, Yi Banghua was too young and seemingly ignorant of business. Second, Sheng Chunlin and Liang Zhuwei were not very clear about Yi Banghua's background, only knowing that he was a wealthy client with a large deposit exceeding 2 million Hong Kong dollars in Hongxing Bank, along with some gold, land leases, jewelry, and other non-cash assets, totaling an estimated 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Meanwhile, Hongxing Bank had a total capital of 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and they were considering using the 2 million Hong Kong dollars deposit as collateral to exchange for a 10 stake in Hongxing Bank. To mortgage deposits in exchange for a 10 stake in Hang Seng Bank. Manager Li, are you joking with me? Perhaps this approach has already crossed Mr. Yes, bottom line, but we have not done so yet. Therefore, the company specially sent me to ask Mr. Yi to consider it. If Mr. Yi does not agree with this method, we will not insist. What is said is one thing, what is done is another. If they were to unilaterally use the more than 3 million Hong Kong dollars deposited by Yi Banghua and his brother at Hang Seng Bank as collateral without prior notice to Yi Banghua, it would certainly infuriate them. Therefore, Li Guowei hurriedly visited Lei Shinkun that night. Coincidentally, Yi Banghua was not on duty, and he received the manager of Hang Seng Bank in the hall on the second floor of his home. Little did he know what Li Guowei said when he opened his mouth shocked Yi Banghua greatly. In fact, opening a bank with Yi Banghua's current assets was just a formality at the company registry, but having money is not enough to open a bank. A group of professionals familiar with banking operations is crucial. No matter how perfect the system design is, it requires people to execute it. Whether it is a bank or a government, the core resource is always talent. It was precisely due to the shortage of talents under his command that Yi Banghua treated Lei Jueqing Chun Wenjua and Yu Tiao Su like workhorses. Even his father-in-law Wu Ziming and his brother Yi Banjio's father-in-law Wu Zihua, Wu Ziming's biological brother, did not have any so-called senior status. They had to work at Tongyun Logistics every day, mainly dealing with livestock matters, as only experts like the Wu family, who have been dealing with pigs, ducks, cattle, and sheep for years, know the intricacies. In order to facilitate the Wu family in their work, Yi Banghua specially had Lei Jueqing build a slaughterhouse made of bluestone bricks near the downwind of Sai Kung, covering an area of about 2,000 square meters, enough for the Wu family to make a fuss inside. If it weren't for Li Guowei's visit tonight, Yi Banghua might have driven to the Wu family slaughterhouse in Shigong City to get a few pig lungs to make old fire soup for his 2 wives and siblings. Unable to do so, he could only call the Wu family slaughterhouse, asking his father-in-law Wu Ziming to arrange for his brother-in-law Wu Xiurong to bring the processed pig lungs to his home. Manager Li, has your suggestion received unanimous consent from all partners of Hang Seng Bank? Pouring a cup of freshly brewed Longjing green tea for Li Guowei, Yi Banghua smiled and asked a very crucial question. Then he calmly looked at Li Guowei, observing whether there was any suspicion of lying. Yi Banghua was very interested in this suggestion, but he couldn't ascertain its authenticity and needed to test it slightly to ease his inner doubts. Facing Yi Banghua's probing, Li Guowei also smiled and took out the share transfer agreement from his briefcase, sliding it across the table to Yi Banghua, shrugging his shoulders, indicating that Yi Banghua might as well take a look at this agreement first. Manager Li, this is. Yi Banghua did not reach for it directly, but threw an inquiring glance at the composed Li Guowei. The latter smiled faintly, saying, Mr. Yi, this is the share transfer agreement, which has the official seal of Hang Seng Bank and the signatures and fingerprints of all our partners. If you doubt the authenticity and legality of this agreement, you can invite a lawyer to verify it in person. I will wait here. However, I still hope you will take a look at this agreement first. Since Li Guowei has mentioned it, Yi Banghua temporarily set aside his doubts, picked up the agreement, and began to flip through it. Not long after, he put it down again and made a phone call in front of Li Guowei, instructing the person on the other end to gather the documents and materials and come to Leishinkan. It took only about 15 minutes, and looking up, Li Guowei smiled, recognizing the person who had come. Sweaty from running too fast, but still exuding youthful energy, with a clear and bright face blooming, and a tall, well-proportioned figure adding to his remarkable demeanor, making him admirable and pleasing to the eye. Dezhang, you are actually the hired legal counsel of Tonyan Logistics. Guowei bro, how come you are here? You are the distinguished guest my boss mentioned on the phone, right? Indeed, they are acquaintances. Li Guowei is only 4 years older than Luo Dezhang, belonging to the same generation. The two families have known each other for many years, after all, as Luo Wenjin's nephew. How could Luo Dezhang not know Li Guowei? They exchanged smiles, and Luo Dezhang put down the briefcase in his hand and the light brown suit jacket draped over his arm, stepping forward to give Li Guowei a hearty hug, as they hadn't seen each other for many years. Before the outbreak of World War II, Luo Dezhang followed his family to live in London, during which he returned to Hong Kong University to study for a bachelor's degree in law, then went to Oxford University in London to further his legal studies after the war ended. He had just returned to Hong Kong recently to join the Luo Wenjin law firm founded by his family as a practicing lawyer. His acquaintance with Yi Banghua was indeed a rare fate. The night before last, Yi Banghua was patrolling near Hennessy Road with the military police under the management of the Wan Chai police station. He did not know how it happened that Luo Dezhang encountered the common scam, almost being swindled out of his pants. If it weren't for Yi Banghua's timely intervention to expose the scam, Luo Dezhang would have likely become the male protagonist in the next month's headlines of various newspapers in Hong Kong. Because of this, they exchanged business cards in an awkward atmosphere. Originally just a formality, but Luo Dezhang was a sincere person, insisting on thanking Yi Banghua for his rescue. At first, Yi Banghua did not know who Luo Dezhang was until he saw the large characters Luo Wenjin law firm written on the business card, realizing that Luo Dezhang was likely a member of the Luo Wenjin family. Coincidentally, Tonyan Logistics needed a legal counsel proficient in Hong Kong regulations and English law, so Yi Banghua thought to repay the you, Luo Dezhang, actually got scammed. Hearing Luo Dezhang's somewhat awkward description, Li Guowei, who was still seated on the sofa, suddenly burst out laughing. Luo Dezhang wanted to protest a bit, but his explanation was weak. Yi Banghua was also at a loss, although he had already handled this stain of Luo Dezhang's life. But, friends, always kicking someone when they are down. With Li Guowei's laughter, Luo Dezhang's tension eased a bit. Ignoring the neighboring brother who often played with his hair, he picked up the share transfer agreement on the table and began to read it carefully, occasionally taking notes on a piece of white paper. After about 10 minutes, Luo Dezhang finished reading the agreement and handed the noted paper to his boss Yi Banghua, who quickly glanced over it, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. Seeing this, Li Guowei stopped smiling, took a sip of the already somewhat lukewarm green tea, and sat up straight, waiting for his neighbor brother Luo Dezhang to make a move. Manager Li. Just that address made Li Guowei realize that Luo Dezhang was getting serious. He nodded solemnly, indicating he was listening to Luo Dezhang speak. I just looked at this agreement and found several places that do not align with my client's interests. Firstly, the deposit collateral and the share transfer are not equal in value. If I am not mistaken, the total assets of Hang Seng Bank are 1028. 112 million Hong Kong dollars. Total liabilities are 8567. 8 million Hong Kong dollars, and the equity capital is 5 million Hong Kong dollars. In the next half hour, Luo Dezhang presented his calculation results to Li Guowei regarding the financial data of Hang Seng Bank. Most of it was something he had seen at Luo Wenjin law firm, just now he was transcribing it. After all, Luo Wenjin Law Firm is the designated legal counsel for Hang Seng Bank, and over the years they have been thoroughly familiar with the internal financial status and organizational structure of Hang Seng Bank. Tonight turned out to be a powerful weapon for Luo Dezhang to defend his boss Yi Banghua's legal rights. As he listened, Li Guowei's expression grew increasingly serious. To be honest, before meeting Luo Dezhang, he thought Yi Banghua would not be able to see the legal loopholes hidden in this agreement. However, since Luo Dezhang appeared, his mood turned completely sour. As expected, once he entered work mode, Luo Dezhang no longer had the initial awkwardness and anxiety. Instead, he methodically and calmly engaged in a unique legal research class, with him greatly impressing Yi Banghua. So much so that his younger brother Yi Bangyao, who returned home after finishing work, was pulled over by his beloved elder brother Yi Banghua to listen to the wonderful duel between Luo and Li. After about 45 more minutes, the verbal duel between Li and Luo finally came to an end. Ahem. Mr. Yi, after sufficient discussions between me and lawyer Luo, both parties have reached a new agreement. Please review it again, and if there are no issues, I can officially sign this agreement on behalf of Hang Seng Bank. If you are free tomorrow or within this week, we can go to the company registry together to complete the share transfer information registration again. Thank you, Manager Li, for your kindness. I have already reviewed this new agreement. Since Manager Li is so sincere, I will represent myself and my brother in accepting the share transfer agreement proposed by your company. Tomorrow we will go to complete the share transfer registration. Mr. Yi is indeed someone who accomplishes great things. Then lawyer Luo, please serve as the third-party notary. No problem. Mr. Yi and Mr. Li, please verify all the terms and additional clauses of this agreement once again. If confirmed, without doubt, please sign your names in the final signature section and place your thumbprints. Under Luo Dezhang's guidance, Yi Banghua and Li Guowei signed one name after another, placing thumbprints one after another. By nearly 1150 p.m. that night, they finally completed the necessary steps. When Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao go to the company registry tomorrow with the original shareholders of Hang Seng Bank to complete the share transfer information registration, once this procedure is also completed, the company registry will publicly disclose it. At that time, the Yi brothers will be the new shareholders of Hang Seng. In 1906, the Li Feng Trading Company was founded in Yancheng by a young man named Feng Baoyao, who hailed from Heshan County in Guangdong Province. At the age of just 26, he had just returned from the prestigious Queen's College in Hong Kong, filled with the fervor of using business to save his country, hoping to utilize the knowledge he had acquired to lead the nation towards prosperity. Feng Baoyao was born into a family of farmers. His father Feng Jieshe was a farmer's son, but did not work the fields. Instead, he worked for wealthy landlords, collecting rent and managing their properties. In that era, Feng Jieshe did not take multiple wives like many wealthy men who boasted of their riches. He had only one wife, which cost him the respect he might have commanded in traditional rural society, but he cared little for that. Feng Jieshe had 6 children, including 3 sons and 3 daughters, and lived a life more affluent than that of the average villager. Perhaps influenced by his father, when Feng Baoyao married, he attracted considerable attention in that traditional rural society. He did not follow his parents' arrangement, nor did he rely on a matchmaker, but rather chose his wife, through love, marrying only one. His wife, Ms. Lin Huijin, was also a liberated woman, described as knowledgeable and virtuous, who had long abandoned the harmful custom of foot binding, thereby saving her feet from deformity. Both Feng Baoyao and Lin Huijin were devout Catholics, which was quite remarkable in the old society. Feng Baoyao's faith was evidently closely related to his experiences studying in Hong Kong. Among Feng Jishi's 6 children, Feng Baoyao was the youngest, with 2 older brothers and 3 older sisters. His eldest brother had long since left their hometown to work in Hong Kong for an international telegraph company from countrywide. This company connected Hong Kong with the world through an underwater cable system, providing swift telecommunication services to the society of Hong Kong. His 10-year-older second brother worked at the government office in Yangqing, enabling the Feng family to stay updated on the latest political developments in the country. During that time, the political landscape in the country was tumultuous, with the First Sino-Japanese War, the 100 Days Reform, the Boxer Rebellion, and the Xinhai Revolution, initiated by the founding father Sun Yat-sen, all breaking out in succession. These news reports flooding in from Yangqing and Hong Kong disrupted the once quiet village life that the Feng family had known for generations, igniting a desire in the young Feng Baoyao to venture out and make a name for himself in the world. Feng Baoyao wished for his father to send him to Hong Kong to study, to learn advanced Western knowledge, and to engage with a broader external world. His father agreed to his request. At the end of the 19th century, Feng Baoyao was sent to Queen's College in Hong Kong and boarded at his brother's home. Queen's College was the first government-run English secondary school in Hong Kong, and is also the oldest Western-style school still in existence. Enrolling in Queen's College undoubtedly marked a pivotal turning point in Feng Baoyao's life and the development of the Feng family's business. Established in 1862, Queen's College was initially called the Central School. In 1889, it moved to Aberdeen Street in Central and was renamed Victoria College, and in 1894, it was officially renamed Queen's College. In the 1860s, Hong Kong's territory expanded to the Kowloon Peninsula with the population suddenly rising to 1.0, leading the social economy into a period of consolidation and stability. Some large commercial institutions with a long history in Hong Kong, such as HSBC, the Kowloon Warehouse, and the Whampoa Dock were established during this period. In 1860, the governor of Hong Kong no longer concurrently held the position of the British Empire's trade director and plenipotentiary in China, and the Hong Kong government began to establish a civil service system. A series of developments in the economy and politics greatly increased the demand for English-speaking talents in Hong Kong. Early education in Hong Kong primarily consisted of schools run by churches, with the more notable ones being Morrison Education Society and the London Missionary Society School. These church schools were mostly located in the central and Shenzhen areas where Chinese and foreign residents congregated. However, these schools were not very popular mainly because their purpose was to spread the gospel and train Chinese missionaries. Most of the students who enrolled came from impoverished families in China primarily to learn English. In 1861, the British authorities in Hong Kong accepted the advice of James Legge from the British Empire to reform the education system in Hong Kong to train the practical talents needed. Thus, the British authorities established the Central School. The Central School was located on Gough Street in Central and modeled after the grammar schools of the British Empire. The school opened in February 1862 and registered 200 students. According to Legge's plan, the Central School was a bilingual institution emphasizing both Chinese and English, with the English curriculum primarily focused on elementary levels, stressing language skills such as reading, phonetics, grammar, and sentence construction. From the very beginning, the Central School was well received by the residents of Hong Kong and the neighboring provinces of South China, with the number of applicants far exceeding the available slots. In 1865, the Central School began charging tuition, yet the number of applicants continued to rise. Most students enrolled in the Central School came from middle-income families in Hong Kong and neighboring areas capable of paying tuition, with clear study objectives and a diligent attitude, contrasting sharply with the early church schools and government rural schools, which mostly catered to impoverished students. The immense popularity of the Central School can largely be attributed to the commercial value of English in Hong Kong society at that time. Early students, after 2 to 3 years of basic English training, often earned far more than Chinese teachers or employees in other professions. According to the explanations of Gwyn and Zhong Stokes, the money brought by English made parents with no understanding of the West willing to pay tuition to send their children to study. One early student who attended the school recounted most students' parents were merchants who did not expect their sons to become scholars. They primarily wanted them to study English well to expand their family business. Feng Baoyao's father likely sent his son to Queen's College for this very purpose. According to the curriculum of Queen's College, Feng Baoyao should have enrolled in 1895, when he was about 15 years old, at the prime age of youth. At that time, Queen's College had relocated to a larger site on Aberdeen Street, and the number of registered students had increased from the initial 200 to over 100, with a strong emphasis on English education. At that time, the British authorities in Hong Kong had gradually begun to associate English education with commerce, practicality, and the interests of the British Empire. The then governor of Hong Kong, J.P. Hennessy, formally established the emphasis on English education as a fundamental policy of the British authorities. In 1878, Queen's College increased the hours of English instruction to 5 hours a day, while compressing Chinese classes to 2.5 hours. By 1881, this was further reduced to 1.5 hours per day, and by 1896, Chinese courses were entirely abolished, leaving only a translation class. In 1903, although Queen's College reinstated the Chinese course, it became just one of many subjects with only 3 or 4 classes per week. In 1902, Feng Baoyao graduated from Queen's College in Hong Kong, achieving excellent results during his studies. The chronicles of prominent Chinese figures in Hong Kong, published in 1937, commented on his studies at Queen's College, stating that Feng Baoyao was intelligent, diligent in his studies, consistently ranked at the top, and had earned a scholarship for free tuition. 6 to 7 years of study allowed Feng Baoyao to become proficient in English. Naturally, he did not neglect his mother tongue. His parents required him to master Chinese first. As a descendant of Yin and Huang, Feng Baoyao naturally understood his parents' intentions. During his time at Queen's College, Feng Baoyao also learned about the business operation models of Western societies represented by the British Empire, laying a solid foundation for his future entrepreneurial ventures. While studying in Hong Kong, Feng Baoyao was amidst the tide of Western imperialism that was carving up China. The actions of Western powers in dividing China profoundly influenced the young Feng Baoyao. After graduation, Feng Baoyao stayed on at Queen's College as a teacher for about a year, in 1903 to 1904. However, he lacked interest in the teaching profession and wished to pursue a path of commercial salvation for his country. A year later, Feng Baoyao resigned from his position at Queen's College, leaving Hong Kong to return to Yanqing. At that time, the country was on the brink of a great revolutionary movement, with the Tongminghui, led by the founding fathers, striving to overthrow the crumbling Qing government. Entering the 20th century, the Qing dynasty underwent a major capitalist transformation during its final decade, known as the Late Qing Reforms. The backdrop of this transformation was quite complex. In the latter half of the 19th century, as society developed, a severe bifurcation emerged between urban and rural areas, as well as between coastal regions and the vast inland, leading to what is referred to as a dual structure. Coastal cities, particularly Yangqing and Shanghai, were directly influenced by the demonstration effect of Western civilization, economically focused on modern commerce and industry, while culturally shifting towards the values of a commercial society. In traditional Chinese society, the populace was categorized into the four occupations ranked as scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. After the Opium War, especially following the self-strengthening movement, the status of merchants significantly improved, leading to the rise of a gentry merchant class in cities, and various charitable organizations led by merchant guilds were established, with the famous 9 great charitable halls emerging in Guangzhou in the early 20th century. With the transformation of social structure, reformist ideas represented by Liang Qichao spread widely in coastal areas, particularly in coastal cities, and the Tongminghui, led by the founding father, began to become active on the historical stage. Against this backdrop, the Qing government, in an effort to save the dynasty from collapse, implemented top-down reforms, encouraging the development of industry and commerce, such as the establishment of the Ministry of Commerce in 1903, later renamed the Ministry of Agriculture, Industry and Commerce, and the issuance of regulations for merchants, company laws, and awards for commercial achievements with provinces, establishing corresponding agencies to manage industry and commerce. Through legislation and incentives, the long-standing tradition of viewing merchants as inferior was gradually rejected, securing certain rights and status for industrial and commercial practitioners. It was under this specific economic environment that Feng Bailiao founded Li Feng. In 1904, after returning to Yangqing, he met Li Daoming, and the two immediately became like-minded business partners. Li Daoming was a traditional Chinese merchant from a wealthy family who owned a porcelain shop named Baoxing in Yangqing, specializing in the sale of exquisite porcelain from Jingdezhen in Jiangxi, the Lingnan region, and other parts of the country, with a considerable scale of business. In the early days of Feng Bailiao's return to Yangqing, he worked at Li Daoming's Baoxing shop as the export department manager. Due to his diligence and responsibility in his work, along with his proficiency in English, he earned Li Daoming's trust, establishing a profound friendship that laid the groundwork for the future establishment of Li Feng. At that time, British firms monopolized the vast majority of China's import and export trade. Feng Bailiao believed that Chinese commercial institutions were superior to foreign companies in social connections and familiarity with local products. If language communication was not an issue, Chinese people managing Chinese export goods would undoubtedly perform better than foreign firms. He felt confident in his English skills and believed he could manage such a trading company without any problems. He decided not to work for foreign firms, but to compete with them. Feng Bailiao's idea received support from Li Daoming. The two decided to partner and establish a Chinese-owned trading company, with Li Daoming providing the capital, while Feng Bailiao would be responsible for the business operations. On November 28, 1906, Feng Bailiao and Li Daoming co-founded Li Feng Co. The shop was located on the opposite side of the river from Shamian in Yangqing, at what is now No. 188 Lu Ersan Road. Feng Bailiao held 51% of the equity, while Li Daoming held 49%. The company's name was derived from the homophones of Li Daoming's Li and Feng Bailiao's Feng, symbolizing abundance. Feng Bailiao and Li Daoming founded Li Feng in an attempt to directly manage the procurement and export of Chinese goods using purely Chinese methods. This became the first Chinese-owned export company directly engaged in foreign trade by local Chinese merchants. In its early days, Li Feng's export business primarily focused on the porcelain trade, while also dealing in antiques and handicrafts. Porcelain has always been one of China's important export products, renowned overseas for its exquisite craftsmanship, glossy finish, and high quality. Since the Tang dynasty, the Lingnan region has been a major porcelain production base in southern China. The Tang scholar Lu Sun recorded in Ling Biao Lu Yi that the potters of Yangqing all create clay pots and pans, firing them hot. The cleanliness surpasses that of ironware. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the porcelain industry in Guangdong province developed rapidly, with kilns spread throughout the province. Qingxiang, Huizhou, Chaozhou, Raoping, Jiang, Yangjiang, Dongguan, and Shirwai were all major production areas, with Foshan Shirwai being the most famous. During the Zhengde period of the Ming dynasty, porcelain manufacturers in Shirwai implemented technological reforms, creating the Nanfeng kiln capable of conserving fuel and controlling kiln temperatures, producing brilliantly colored glazed porcelain, and earning the reputation of first under heaven. From then on, Shirwai became an important porcelain export base in Guangdong, thriving continuously. In the early Qing dynasty, the Yangqing porcelain industry utilized white porcelain clay from Jingdezhen in Jiangxi and painted it with enamel materials introduced from Europe, firing it into brightly colored glazed porcelain that sold well overseas under the name Guangcai. At the beginning of its operations, Li Feng primarily focused on exporting porcelain, continuously sending Jingdezhen porcelain, Shirwai porcelain, and Guangcai porcelain overseas, prospering in business. After establishing a foothold, Li Feng gradually expanded its export business to bamboo products, rattan products, fireworks, firecrackers, as well as jade and ivory handicrafts, quickly getting the business on track. According to the trade situation in China at that time, the export products operated by Li Feng were not among the major export goods. In other words, the business was affected by the unstable situation. The most important product sold by Li Feng was firecrackers and fireworks. At that time, the firecracker and fireworks industry in the provinces in Hong Kong was quite developed, and a firecracker tycoon named Chen Lanfang emerged in Xiangjiang. Chen Lanfang, originally from Dongguan in Guangdong Province, established Guanglong, Heng and Mongkok, Xiangjiang in 1916, exclusively producing firecrackers. By the time of the war, he had firmly established himself as the leader of the national firecracker and fireworks manufacturing export industry. Although Li Feng's firecracker and fireworks exports could not compare to Chen Lanfang's scale, they had their own unique characteristics. Perhaps influenced by Western business ideologies, Feng Baoyao placed great importance on innovation in his operations, and Li Feng gradually became known for its novel product designs and concepts. Traditionally, Chinese firecrackers exported overseas were packaged in mud seals. In 1907, Li Feng improved this by replacing mud seals with paper seals for packaging. Paper-sealed firecrackers not only produced a louder sound upon explosion, avoiding the issue of mud-sealed firecrackers raising large amounts of smoke, but they were also lighter in weight, resulting in lower import taxes when entering the American market, making them favored by customers. This innovation was considered a significant breakthrough at the time. From then on, the manufacturing process of firecrackers by Li Feng became a standard adhered to by the entire industry. At that time, merchants in Yancheng were accustomed to wearing traditional long robes and often discussed business with foreign merchants in brothels. Merchants, officials, and high-status individuals were frequent patrons of these establishments. When they conducted business, both parties would lower their sleeves to conceal their gestures, using their fingers to bargain like an abacus until a price was agreed upon. In transactions, neither party would sign any documents or contracts. Other than the buyer and seller, no one else would know the details of the transaction, but the agreements reached were binding for both parties and had to be fulfilled. Feng Baoyao rarely adhered to this traditional practice. He chose to discuss business in the company office, preferring to lay everything out clearly and write down agreements in black and white as evidence. Feng Baoyao's different approach from the merchants of Yangcheng reflected the differences in commercial operations between Xiangjiang and Yangcheng. In the process of transactions, negotiating prices was relatively easy, but the most challenging part was arranging loading and transportation, requiring goods to be transported from their place of origin to Yangcheng, then from Yangcheng to Xiangjiang, and finally shipped to Europe and America. At that time, during the early Republic of China, with political turmoil, transporting goods in areas plagued by banditry and frequent revolutionary activities was indeed a significant challenge, while the taxes imposed by local governments, including liji, or inland transportation taxes, were a heavy burden for merchants. Liji was calculated as 1/1000th of the total sales to compensate for the inadequacy of local taxes in China. However, in reality, for every province the goods passed through, a tax of 5 of the total value had to be paid. If the goods passed through several provinces, the liji paid could reach as high as 20. In other words, local governments imposed heavy taxes on all export goods transported through provinces until these goods reached the ports of trade. The government's tax authorities would also create friction under various pretexts, causing delays. Merchants had no choice but to use money or other bribery methods to facilitate the process. As for whether the tax revenue would actually be collected into the government treasury, it varied by location. It is estimated that 90% of the tax revenue might have been embezzled by corrupt tax officials. Like other private companies, Li Feng had grown accustomed to the harsh tax system, having to find ways to mitigate losses while also reducing various trade transportation routes to within Guangdong Province. By 1910, Li Feng had developed into a moderately sized and reputable export trading firm in Yangcheng. In 1915, Guangdong Province experienced a severe flood, submerging large areas and cutting off transportation. That year, Feng Baoyao was invited by the Chinese government to participate in the Panama Pacific International Exposition in the United States as a representative of the government delegation. The Panama Pacific Exposition opened on February 4, 1915, in San Francisco, United States, and closed on December 4, lasting for 10 months. The exposition had two purposes: to celebrate the official opening of the Panama Canal, August 15, 1914, and to commemorate the feat of explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa, discovering the Pacific Ocean in 1513, and to mark the extensive reconstruction following the earthquake and fire in San Francisco on April 18, 1906, which was completed by 1915. At that time, during the outbreak of World War I, 31 countries sent delegations, 25 of which were official representatives, to participate, with the total number of visitors during the exposition reaching 13 million and revenues exceeding $2 million. The Panama Pacific Exposition was the first exhibition in the United States not to emphasize modern industrial and scientific achievements, with its greatest contributions in cultural and artistic aspects. Feng Baoliao attended the grand event as a representative of the Chinese government, gaining insights into the economic and social landscape of the United States, as well as first-hand understanding of the vast commercial development opportunities in the American market. During the voyage back to China, Feng Baoliao met Joseph N. Sipser from the New York-based Ingersoll Company. Ingersoll was one of the famous Oriental importers and was the purchasing agent for many high-end chain stores, department stores, and mail-order service companies in the United States. During the long journey, Feng Baoliao and Sipser became good friends, and Ingersoll became one of Li Feng's largest buyers. The cooperative relationship between the two lasted for half a century. Participating in the Panama Pacific International Exposition became an important turning point in the development of Li Feng and a source of pride for the management team. After that, Feng Baoliao visited the United States at least once a year, establishing close ties with the American business. At that time, many American merchants, including those from the mainland who came to China, did not wish to do business with China through British firms, preferring to collaborate with Feng Baoliao. As a result, Li Feng's business began to take on a distinctly American character from its early days. In the 1920s, Li Feng began to diversify its business, successively establishing light industrial factories and warehouses. Li Feng constructed a five-story building as the headquarters, located by the river in Shamian. Shamian was originally a sandbank in the southern part of Yangcheng's Liwan district along the Pearl River, known as Zongliashan, with the riverside referred to as Shamian. In 1857, the Anglo-French Allied forces captured Yangcheng, seeking a new place to settle. They set their sights on two areas, Shihao and the Zongliashan near Beijing. In May 1859, British and French officials requested to lease Shamian from the then governor of Yangcheng by Qingzhao. Bai turned them down due to the dense population of Shihao, but agreed to lease Shamian. The reasons the British and French were interested in Shamian included the existence of a naturally formed anchorage that could accommodate various sizes of vessels with minimal construction, as well as its proximity to the residences of wealthy Chinese merchants in the Xiguan area, facilitating trade and providing a pleasant summer retreat. In September 1861, the British and French signed the Shamian Concession Agreement, with Governor Lao Chengquang of Guangdong forcibly leasing Shamian. The British Empire occupied 44 acres in the west, while the French Empire occupied 11 acres in the east. The day after the signing, the British side divided the British concession into 82 districts, pricing them by location and selling them to foreign merchants in Yangcheng for between $3,500 to $9 silver dollars per district, successfully selling 52 districts and earning a profit of $2,400 silver dollars. The remaining unsold areas were purchased by the Y country government for the construction of consulates, churches, and other facilities. In 1865, the consulate of Y country was the first to move into Shamian, followed by consulates from the United States, Portugal, Germany, Japan, and others, with foreign firms also moving into Shamian, leading to the gradual prosperity of the British concession. The construction of the French concession started slightly later. In November 1889, the French government auctioned off land in the French concession, and in 1890, the French consulate moved into Shamian, leading to the rapid prosperity of the French concession. By the end of the 19th century, the Shamian concession had formed 8 streets, creating a well-planned, independent. Since then, Shamian became an area where foreign banks, trading houses, and consulates from various nations congregated. At its peak, Shamian housed 9 foreign banks and over 40 foreign trading houses. Jardine Matheson's imported goods range from cotton yarn, thread, and wool to various machinery and military supplies, while their exports included tea, raw silk, straw mats, bananas, tung oil, tungsten, or burlap sacks and bristles for military use. Li Feng's shop was adjacent to Shamian, facilitating business dealings with foreign trading houses. Unlike foreign companies, Li Feng never employed compradors, as Feng Baoliao was fluent in English and communicated directly with the trade managers of foreign firms. At that time, the trading houses primarily dealing with Li Feng included Mina Trading Co., Qianxiang Trading Co., and Shiwantomes Co. Jardine Matheson frequently conducted business, with Li Feng purchasing large quantities of bamboo and rattan products, as well as rosewood furniture for export to Europe and America. On May 30, 1925, a large-scale anti-imperialist movement erupted in Shanghai, known historically as the May 30th Movement. On June 19, workers in Hong Kong expressed solidarity with the Shanghai Workers' General Strike. On the 21st, workers in Shamian joined in the strike, leading to a massive provincial and port-wide labor action. On the 23rd, over 100,000 people from various sectors, led by the striking workers, gathered in Shamian to protest the atrocities committed by imperialists against the Chinese people. As the parade passed along Shaji Road across from the Shamian concession, British and French military police suddenly opened fire on the demonstrators, resulting in countless civilian casualties. In the aftermath, it was reported that 52 people were killed and over 170 injured, leading to the Shaji incident. On the day of the incident, stray bullets whizzed by, some striking the exterior walls of Li Feng building. Employees inside witnessed the events and hurriedly closed the windows. That day they ceased operations. To commemorate the Shaji incident, Shaji Road was renamed Liuzhong Road. The Shaji incident catalyzed a larger anti-imperialist movement across China, paralyzing ports like Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Hong Kong for nearly half a year, forcing many foreign institutions to abandon or scale back their operations. However, the boycott movement did not impact Li Feng's business. Instead, it opened up new trading channels, allowing them to enter the agency industry. At that time, the Beiyang government prohibited foreign merchants from constructing docks in Guangzhou, yet Feng Bai Liao leveraged his good relations with the local government to secure permission for Osaka Shosen Kaisha O.S.K. Line and Nippon Yusen Kaisha N.K.K. Line to build a dedicated dock in the city. This dock became the primary terminal for Osaka Shosen Kaisha, Nippon Yusen Kaisha, and Osaka Marine Fire Insurance Company in Guangzhou, participating in shipping and insurance business. During this period, Li Feng also became the import agent for Harry Wicking Co. Ltd., obtaining the rights to most of their imported goods and all Chinese exports until the end of World War II. In the late 1920s and early 1930s, Feng Bai Liao's three children, second son Feng Mu Ying, fourth daughter Feng Li Hua, and third son Feng Hanju, successively joined Li Feng, gradually becoming the second generation of leadership in the company. Feng Bai Liao had a total of 11 children, including second son Feng Mu Ying, Feng Han Wei third son, Feng Hanju fourth daughter, Feng Li Hua fifth son, Feng Han Xing seventh son, Feng Han Bang eighth daughter, Feng Li Chang ninth son, Feng Han Yin, and 11th daughter Feng Li Ai, among others. However, the primary members who joined Li Feng were Feng Mu Ying, Feng Li Hua, and Feng Hanju. Due to the early passing of Feng Bai Liao's eldest son, Feng Mu Ying became the eldest among his siblings. Feng Mu Ying studied at St. Paul's College in Hong Kong and returned to Guangzhou after graduating in 1927 to take on an internship at Li Feng, eventually being promoted to a managerial position. Following the Feng Yuren incident, Feng Mu Ying became the primary business assistant for his father Feng Bai Liao, exhibiting considerable flexibility in his business methods. Feng Mu Ying's son Feng Guochu recalled, "My father often said that doing business requires flexibility." Fourth daughter Feng Li Hua studied at St. Mary's Kanashan College in Hong Kong, and after graduating in 1930 at the age of just 14, she joined Li Feng. Feng Li Hua recalled that after joining the company, she would accompany her father for walks in the garden every day, and then go to a tea house named Rongji for tea, often accompanying him to procure goods, as Li Feng operated like a department store, engaging in various businesses. At that time, Feng Bai Liao had an excellent relationship with Li Daoming. Third uncle. The term Feng Li Hua used for Li Daoming relied heavily on her father, and all company affairs were managed by him. Her father treated third uncle like a biological brother. Whenever he returned from business trips with profits, he would buy some valuable antiques, allowing third uncle to select first before keeping any for himself. Third uncle also liked us very much. Whenever there were joyous events, both families would visit each other. Feng Li Hua began her career at Li Feng as an intern and later assisted her father with company documentation and financial affairs, eventually becoming a management staff member. Feng Li Hua later married a gentleman surnamed Li who worked in an office, and they had a son and a daughter. 3 years after her marriage, her husband passed away due to illness, leaving her to single-handedly raise their 2 children. Third son Feng Han Zhu joined Li Feng more than half a year after fourth sister Feng Li Hua. His decision to join was prompted by a crisis in the company in 1931, Feng Yuren's coup. Feng Yuren was the son of Feng Bai Liao's elder brother. For a long time he had been raised by Feng Bai Liao and was considered part of the family. According to Li Hua, Feng Yuren was cared for by my mother as if he were her own son. Before my mother passed away, she instructed my father to look after Feng Yuren well. As a result, my father treated Feng Yuren even better than his biological son, personally teaching him everything. Feng Bai Liao brought in a tutor from America to teach Feng Yuren English and other scientific knowledge. After joining Li Feng, Feng Yuren naturally became Feng Bai Liao's assistant, assuming the role of administrative assistant and wielding significant administrative power. Feng Bai Liao trusted him immensely, entrusting many business-related matters to Feng Yuren. However, Feng Yuren was not satisfied with this and harbored greater ambitions to control the entire business. In 1931, Feng Yuren launched a coup, leading almost all senior staff away from Li Feng to establish a new company called Wen Feng Co. According to Li Hua, when Feng Yuren founded Wen Feng, he lured away Li Feng's main clients, convincing them to conduct business with Wen Feng instead of Li Feng. At that time, 2 clients publicly condemned Feng Yuren as ungrateful and decided to cease doing business with him. Feng Yuren also attempted to recruit major shareholder Li Daoming to join Wen Feng, but was rejected. Feng Bai Liao had invested significant effort in nurturing his nephew Feng Yuren, and it is said that Feng Mu Ying once accused his father of favoritism as a result. Feng Yuren's coup inflicted a considerable blow to Feng Bai Liao's psyche and health. During this period, he developed hypertension. In business terms, Feng Yuren's departure posed significant challenges for Li Feng. Li Feng not only lost the vast majority of its senior management personnel, but also a portion of its main clients, enduring 2 exceedingly difficult years. Feng Hanju later documented the struggles faced by Li Feng during that time in his memoirs. He stated, "We had to recruit new employees and start many things from scratch." As for Lin Feng, it maintained operations for only a few years before declaring bankruptcy. In response to the crisis, Feng Bai Liao urged his third son Feng Hanju to join Li Feng to help alleviate the company's troubles. However, Feng Hanju had no enthusiasm for this. At that time, he had just graduated from Queen's College in Hong Kong and was preparing to enter Hong Kong University to study mining engineering, which had been his lifelong dream. Yet, faced with his father's request and the company's crisis, Feng Hanju ultimately returned to Guangzhou and joined Li Feng, conforming to the needs of the family business. Feng Hanju felt immense regret for missing the opportunity to attend Hong Kong University, which affected his level of engagement with work. He recalled, "I never worked seriously and refused to accept a salary. I was trapped behind a desk, wasting years of my life with nothing to show for it." My father introduced me to his American friend Mr. Nyesha, who also tried to spark my interest in this business, but it was all in vain. I had no interest in it at all. However, an event that occurred later changed Feng Hanju's interests and aspirations. One day, Feng Bai Liao took Feng Muing to Shamian in the British and French concession to attend an International Rotary Society meeting. Suddenly, an incident occurred at the company that required immediate decisions from the executives. At that moment, none of the senior staff dared to take responsibility and had to consult Feng Hanju, the boss' son. Feng Hanju suddenly became interested in the issue and, after thorough consideration, proposed a contingency plan which was implemented immediately. Feng Hanju later recalled, "When my father returned to the office that afternoon, I informed him of what had happened. After reviewing the entire situation, he said to me, 'You did well.' Although I knew my father was encouraging me, I still felt extremely proud. From that day on, I experienced the challenges of this business role and began to develop an interest in it. Since then, my father assigned me to the office as a runner for a few months and then sent me to various departments as a clerk. I truly felt I had to start learning from scratch. As a result, whenever colleagues sought me out with problems, I made an effort to understand the root of the issues. This was an excellent method for accumulating experience." Feng Hanju's siblings Feng Muing and Li Feng Lihua underwent similar training, and 3 members of the second generation of the Feng family gained a deep understanding of Li Feng's business, gradually being entrusted with greater responsibilities by their father. Among them, Feng Muing and Feng Hanju served as company managers, becoming Feng Bai Liao's primary assistants, while Li Feng Lihua was responsible for internal management, assisting her father in checking documents and issuing checks. Whenever Feng Bai Liao was out on business, they could take charge of Li Feng's administration, ensuring the company operated smoothly. Feng Hanju and his siblings also accumulated valuable experience in managing company operations during this process. Thus, the wounds inflicted on Li Feng by Feng Yuren's departure gradually healed, and the company achieved further development. At that time, Li Feng primarily dealt in handicrafts, including ceramics, bamboo baskets, fireworks, brass products, and enamelware, along with some local Chinese specialties, such as tung oil, kasha bamboo canes, and raw tin goods. To ensure product quality, Li Feng attached great importance to the packaging of exported goods, initially hiring experts to handle the packaging work, paying attention to protecting fragile ceramics, while carefully managing flammable fireworks, striving to minimize the damage rate, thus establishing a good reputation in the industry. For this reason, Li Feng maintained a good business relationship with the insurance companies it worked with. By the 1930s, Li Feng had already established a certain status in Yanqing. According to the 1931 Yanqing Commercial Yearbook, Li Feng belonged to the import and export firm category, being one of 28 similar companies, with only the Xingji, located at 92 Xinglong Street, having comparable operating strength. By the mid-1930s, Li Feng's business in Yanqing had reached its peak. At that time, the headquarters of Li Feng was located in Yanqing, with as many as 22 branch offices spread across various locations, acquiring various products from provinces nationwide for export overseas. Li Feng's procurement had already reached a considerable scale, with each subsequent order worth tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. In addition, Li Feng had a wrought tin factory in Yanqing, several self-built fireworks factories in Zhangjiang Chicken, and a ceramic kiln in Jingde, Zhangjiangxi. Li Feng had become a fairly large export trading company in China. Part of Li Feng's export products was sold to foreign firms on Shamian Island, which distributed them overseas, while the rest was sold by Li Feng itself to America. At that time, the Pearl River in Yanqing was relatively shallow, making it impossible for large cargo ships to dock nearby, so Li Feng transported export goods to Hong Kong for transshipment overseas. By the mid-1930s, influenced by the Chinese Civil War and the invasion from country, the situation in Yanqing gradually became tense, leading to increasingly severe chaos and obstacles in commerce and trade. At that time, the Second Domestic Revolutionary War between the nationalist and communist parties was fiercely ongoing. The Nanjing authorities had to appease the unruly warlords in various provinces, resorting to bribery to secure their loyalty. This relied on heavy monetary bribes and various benefits. At that time, the finances of the Nanjing authorities were dwindling and the burdens on the common people were growing heavier. Regarding the Sino-Japanese War, after the September 18th incident in 1931, the army of country began to advance step by step into the interior of China from the northeast. In 1937, the July 7th incident broke out, launching a large-scale invasion by country or into China, prompting a nationwide resistance and the full-scale outbreak of war. That year, the invading army bombed Yangqing, causing a large number of civilian casualties and severe damage to buildings and communication facilities in the city. In September 1938, the invading army conducted air raids on the Yuehan Railway and the Kowloon-Guangzhou Railway, resulting in the bombing of the Nankang Station on the Kowloon-Guangzhou Railway, and train services between Yangqing and Hong Kong were suspended. Faced with the rapid changes in the situation, Feng Baoyao knew that Li Feng's business in Yangqing had no future. The invasion by the invading army and the disruption of trade and river transport had pushed the business community into a dead end. All businesses would have to rely on the invading military and colonial rulers. At that time, only the Hong Kong region remained relatively stable, less susceptible to the political influences of China and the invasion by country R. Like other businesses based in Yangqing, Feng Baoyao decided to relocate Li Feng to the safer Hong Kong, while the headquarters would remain in Yangqing to maintain trade operations as much as possible until the outbreak of war. In the 1930s, Li Feng gradually shifted its business focus from Yangqing to Hong Kong under British rule, establishing a foundation for its century-old enterprise, while the leadership of Li Feng transitioned from the first generation of the Feng family to the second. Feng Hanju, the second son of Feng Baoyao, fully utilized his business talents amidst the turbulent political and economic environment, becoming a key figure in Li Feng of Hong Kong. Hong Kong is located on the southeast coast of China on the eastern shore of the Pearl River estuary, approximately 200 kilometers from Yangqing, bordering the South China Sea and the western Pacific Ocean, serving as an important gateway to southern China. It occupies a strategic location in the Asia-Pacific, situated along the shipping routes between Japan and Southeast Asian countries. The most commercially and strategically valuable feature is the Victoria Harbor, surrounded by Hong Kong Island and the Kowloon Peninsula, with deep waters and a port area of 60 square kilometers, the widest being nearly 10 kilometers and the narrowest one, 6 kilometers. With depths ranging from 9 to 16 meters, the harbor can accommodate 150 ocean-going vessels simultaneously, allowing large ships with a draft of 12 meters to enter and exit freely. The harbor is naturally sheltered with calm waters, making it one of the world's 3 great natural harbors alongside San Francisco and Rio de Janeiro. This advantageous geographical condition allowed it to develop from a base for opium smuggling to a major trade and transshipment hub in the Asia-Pacific over more than a century after its opening. In 1834, W.J. Napier, a member of the British House of Lords and a senior naval officer, came to China as the first British commercial supervisor in China. Upon his arrival, he recognized the strategic and commercial importance of Hong Kong and proposed the idea of occupying. At that time, Jardine Matheson founder William Jardine also stated, "If we believe we must occupy an island or a port near Yangqing, then Hong Kong is the most suitable choice, as Hong Kong has a very safe and spacious anchorage, ample water supply, and is easy to defend." In fact, during the Qing dynasty's anti-opium campaign in Yangcheng in 1839, most of the opium ships that had been anchored in the Ling Dingyang had already moved to the waters around Hong Kong. In June 1840, the British Empire launched the Opium War. On January 25, 1841, a British commercial supervisor, Sir Henry Pottinger, led British troops to forcibly occupy Hong Kong Island, and the next day Commodore Bremer, commander of the British fleet in the Far East, held a grand flag-raising ceremony. The landing point was a cape near the waterfront at the entrance of the island. On June 7, Pottinger announced that Hong Kong would be designated as a free port, allowing ships to enter and exit freely, officially opening Hong Kong. Protected by the British military's powerful ships and cannons, many British firms closely related to opium smuggling flocked to Hong Kong, establishing bases from Causeway Bay to Central on the northern shore of Hong Kong Island. On the 14th, Pottinger represented the colonial authorities of Hong Kong in the first auction of coastal land on Hong Kong Island, with 25 foreign firms, mostly British, winning bids. Among them, Jardine Matheson won the eastern corner of Causeway Bay. Lane's company won the area of Wan Chai Chun Garden, and Baoshan Co. won the area on Queen's Road Central near the current landmark. Jardine Matheson was the most powerful British firm in Guangzhou before the Opium War, officially named Jardine. In 1844, Jardine Matheson moved its headquarters from Macau to the eastern corner of Causeway Bay to address the transportation issues between Hong Kong and Guangzhou. Jardine Matheson formed a speedboat fleet with 9 other firms in Hong Kong, regularly transporting mail and passengers between the two ports. In 1843, Hong Kong's first Governor H. Pottinger arrived in Hong Kong to replace Pottinger in overseeing the colonial development of Hong Kong. The economic development of Hong Kong in its early opening period was not smooth sailing. After the Treaty of Nanjing opened 5 ports for trade in August 1842, Shanghai benefited from the Yangtze River and its vast hinterland, rising to become the largest commercial port in the country, temporarily affecting Hong Kong's commercial status. However, in the 1850s, 2 significant events positively impacted Hong Kong's economy. First, the discovery of gold mines in California and Australia, in 1847 and 1851, sparking a gold rush, which saw a large number of Chinese laborers traveling through Hong Kong to the Americas and Australia for work, greatly stimulating the labor trade in Hong Kong. Second, the Taiping Rebellion initiated by Hong Xiuquan in 1851 swept through much of China, significantly impacting commercial activities in Shanghai and the Yangtze River region, leading capital and labor to flow into Hong Kong from the turbulent areas, highlighting Hong Kong's role as a trade port with China once again. In the 1870s, Hong Kong's economy began to prosper, with the number of foreign firms increasing to over 200. Notable firms included Jardine Matheson, Baoshuan, Pacific, Sassoon, and Swire. The early foreign firms in Hong Kong mainly engaged in the transshipment trade of bulk goods, including opium, cotton, textiles, foreign goods, tea, silk, and local products from China, with opium trade being the most significant. With the development of transshipment trade, British merchants also extended their investments into Hong Kong's two most important industries at the time: shipping, warehousing, docks, and finance. During this period, the Kowloon Wharf and Go-Down Company, which operated warehouses, and the Whampoa Dock and Swire Dock, which focused on shipbuilding, were established, complementing the development of Hong Kong's shipping industry. Hong Kong gradually formed an economic system predominantly based on transshipment trade. In the latter half of the 19th century, merchant firms operated by Chinese merchants also rapidly developed, with the most notable being Nanbeihang and Jingshan Lodge. Nanbeihang had been quite active in business for more than a century before Hong Kong opened, primarily operated by merchants from the Chaoshan region of Guangdong. These firms engaged in the trade of beans, cooking oil, grains, medicinal materials, and various local products from northern cities such as Tianjin, Shanghai, Fuzhou, Xiamen, and Shantou, transshipping them to various ports in Nanyang through Hong Kong, while also selling rice, rubber, tin, coconut oil, rattan, and seafood from Nanyang, Siam, Singapore, Malaya, Myanmar, Annam, Indonesia, and the Philippines through Hong Kong to coastal ports in China, forming an international trade network. With Hong Kong as the hub, Nanbeihang developed rapidly, reaching over 30 firms by the 1870s, with notable ones including Yuanfa and Gantai Long. The rise of Jingshan Lodge originated in the late 1840s after gold was discovered on the west coast of America and in Sydney, Australia. Due to meeting the needs of the Chinese community overseas, Jingshan Lodge and Nanyang Lodge rapidly emerged. Reaching over 100 firms by the end of the 19th century. Unlike Nanbeihang, Jingshan Lodge primarily facilitated east-west trade and was mainly operated by merchants from Guangdong. It is estimated that by the early 20th century, Chinese merchants represented by Nanbeihang and Jingshan Lodge controlled about a quarter of the total trade volume in Hong Kong at the time, becoming an important force driving the development of transshipment trade in Hong Kong. Li Feng's connection to Hong Kong was established early in the company's founding. At that time, Li Feng used Yangcheng as its headquarters and utilized its domestic procurement network to transport goods through Hong Kong to overseas markets. According to existing records, Li Feng first established a branch in Hong Kong around 1917. The 1937 publication, A Brief History of Chinese Celebrities in Hong Kong, states in 1917 Li Feng Bailiao established a branch in Hong Kong to expand overseas operations. However, an article in the February 1979 issue of the English magazine Hong Kong Trader, which specifically introduced Li Feng, described in 1929, Li Feng established its first representative office in Hong Kong to expand its trade operations and invest in Hong Kong's real estate. However, due to the industrial infancy of Hong Kong at the time, local manufacturers generally could not compete with their counterparts on the mainland, and Hong Kong's primary role remained as a transshipment port for Chinese trade, thus limiting Li Feng's operations in its Hong Kong representative office. It is generally estimated that Li Feng entered Hong Kong in the 1920s. According to the 1933 publication Business Directory of Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Yangcheng, Li Feng had already opened a branch in Hong Kong in 1932, located at 10 Chiu Lung Street Central, which was an import-export firm managed by Feng Bailiao. This record is also found in the 1936 publication Business Directory of South China, with the location still at 10 Chiu Lung Street Central. At that time, Li Feng had purchased a 3-story property at 10 Chiu Lung Street on Hong Kong Island, primarily for use as an office and warehouse. Li Feng's entry into Hong Kong in the 1920s was not coincidental. Historians studying Hong Kong often mark 1898 as the year when Hong Kong firmly established its position as a transshipment port in the Far East and entered a new phase of development. Two significant events that occurred that year had an important and far-reaching impact on Hong Kong's status. The first was the expansion of Hong Kong's territory to the new territories. On June 9, 1898, the British Empire forced the Qing dynasty to sign the Convention for the extension of the Hong Kong boundary, coercively leasing the Kowloon Peninsula south of the Shenzhen River and north of Boundary Street, along with over 200 nearby islands known as the New Territories. At that time, the New Territories encompassed 971 square kilometers of land and about 1,000 residents. Occupying the New Territories increased Hong Kong's land area by 11 times and its population by 1/3, reaching 3,000. The second event was the construction of the railway artery connecting Hong Kong and Guangzhou, the Kowloon-Guangzhou Railway. The Kowloon-Guangzhou Railway fully opened in October 1911, making transportation between Hong Kong and the South China region centered around Yangcheng much more convenient. In 1898, the total tonnage of trading vessels entering and leaving Hong Kong was 13.25 million tons, which increased to 22.94 million tons by 1913, nearly doubling. The First World War from 1914 to 1918 caused a temporary stagnation in Hong Kong's transshipment. However, after the war, Hong Kong merchants took advantage of the economic weakness of European countries, actively exploring the Far East market, leading to renewed economic prosperity. By 1924, the total tonnage of import and export vessels reached 35.47 million tons, an increase of over 50 from the pre-war highest record. In 1930, Hong Kong first saw official foreign trade statistics, with total export trade amounting to 357 million Hong Kong dollars and total import trade amounting to 455 million Hong Kong dollars, reaching a historical high. Transshipment trade promoted the development of shipping and finance, while the rapid population growth also stimulated the prosperity of real estate, hotels, retail, and various other industries. The evolution of the economy in Xinjiang has created favorable conditions for the development of Chinese businesses. In the 1930s, the Sino-Japanese War and World War II broke out successively. However, the Xinjiang economy unexpectedly gained a development opportunity, displaying unprecedented prosperity. In foreign trade, due to the impact of the Sino-Japanese conflict on Shanghai and the subsequent fall of Shanghai, a large number of goods destined for the Yangtze River ports were redirected to Xinjiang for export, rapidly expanding Xinjiang's re-export trade with the mainland. In 1937, the total trade value between Xinjiang and the mainland reached a record 796 million Hong Kong dollars. By early 1938, statistics from Huaxia Customs indicated that about half of Huaxia's foreign trade was conducted through Xinjiang. This boom continued until October 21, 1938, when Yangcheng fell. In 1935, Feng Baoyao decided to shift the focus of Li Feng to the relatively safer Xinjiang. Reflecting on that period of history, Feng Hanju recalled, "My father felt that the Japanese would soon attack, so he quickly sent someone to Xinjiang to handle everything." Feng Baoyao entrusted the task of establishing a Li Feng branch in Xinjiang to his third son, Feng Hanju. At that time, Feng Hanju held the position of office assistant at Li Feng, far below that of his second brother, Feng Yuying. His original aspiration was to become a mining engineer, but he was requisitioned by his father to engage in business work, and now he was tasked with representing his father to establish a new company in Xinjiang at a time of crisis. Feng Baoyao faced several choices. He could send his second son, Feng Yuying, or a senior company employee, to Xinjiang to organize the branch. However, Feng Yuying was busy with work in Yangcheng and could hardly spare time to go to Xinjiang. Moreover, the painful lesson from his nephew Feng Yuan was still fresh in his memory, making him wary of trusting others easily. After careful consideration, Feng Baoyao decided to send Feng Hanju to take on this heavy responsibility. He felt that his energy was no longer what it used to be, and that it was necessary to step back and let the younger generation shoulder more responsibilities. According to Feng Han's recollections, before being sent to Xinjiang, he often submitted his drafted English letters to his father for review to correct any grammatical errors. "My English wasn't very good. If the matters involved were complex, I had no confidence in writing in English. Therefore, I would draft the letters first, and then ask my father to review them," he said. One day, he told me, "Hanju, don't trouble me anymore. I believe your English is better than mine now." From then on, I began to write letters myself, and regardless of how complex the matter was, I remained confident. At that time, although Feng Hanju still felt uneasy about writing letters, he was very confident in sending telegrams and creating codes, claiming to be an expert in this area, enjoying the crafting and translation of codes. This not only saved on expensive fees, but also ensured that all sent telegrams remained confidential. In 1935, Feng Hanju went to Xinjiang to oversee Li Feng's operations there, holding only the position of deputy manager at the time, as his father did not wish for his son to hold too high a title. He rented 1/3 of the 8th floor of the Princess Building at 9 Queens Road Central as the new office for the company. Before Feng Hanju arrived in Xinjiang, Li Feng had already purchased a 3-story property at 10 Zhaolong Street on Hong Kong Island for warehousing. After arriving in Xinjiang, Feng Hanju also acquired 3 4-story buildings at 1820 Connaught Road Central for Li Feng, located directly opposite Douglas Wharf, just over 100 meters from the core commercial area of Central. According to pre-war laws, the 3 properties purchased by Li Feng had full rights to use the wharf facilities. Unfortunately, this right was terminated after the Japanese surrender in 1945. In hindsight, Feng Hanju thought that if he had chosen 3 other buildings of higher value located at the street corner, he might have performed even better. In July 1937, Japan launched a large-scale invasion of China, and the war swept across. In October 1938, Yangcheng fell, and Li Feng's headquarters there could no longer operate. All business was then handled by the Xinjiang branch of Li Feng. In 1937, Li Feng was officially registered in Xinjiang as a limited company. Li Feng, 1937, Limited, with Feng Hanju serving as the manager. At that time, the Xianjiang branch of Li Feng rented the entire 8th floor of the Princess Building, employing over 10 staff members, some of whom were old associates who voluntarily came from Yanqing, while others were newly recruited in Xianjiang. As Li Feng shifted its business focus, the Feng family also moved from Yanqing to Xianjiang, initially residing in their own property at 1820 Connaught Road Central. At the beginning of the new company, it received strong support from the International Bank of Commerce, now Citibank, in Xianjiang, enabling smooth capital flow. Since the founding of Li Feng, the bank had maintained close commercial ties with it, assisting Li Feng in many areas such as trade financing, deposits, foreign exchange, and import-export credit. The global service network of the International Bank of Commerce was advantageous to Li Feng as its service capabilities extended to every major city worldwide. With the bank's assistance, Li Feng fulfilled the organization of clients and addressed economic and financial needs. Kinta M. Price, then vice president and manager of the International Bank of Commerce in Xianjiang, also stated, Li Feng is a creative and continually developing business entity, hence our bank is particularly interested in collaborating with it, and its demand for banking services is ever-changing. In the early days in Xianjiang, Li Feng primarily engaged in import and export business, purchasing bamboo and rattan products and rosewood furniture, trading with foreign companies such as Jardine Matheson and Tianxiang. At that time, Li Feng's business was even better than during its time in Yanqing. During this period, Feng Han's business talents were fully displayed. He planned meticulously and managed effectively, and the Xianjiang branch of Li Feng quickly got onto the right track. Later, whenever Feng Hanju recalled those tough days, he couldn't help but feel proud of his achievements. In 1939, World War II broke out, and the German army cut off supplies to the British Empire, Australia, and North America. The situation instead promoted the development of many businesses in Xianjiang, and Li Feng was one of them. At that time, exports from Xianjiang thrived, especially the Hong Kong-made flashlights, which became one of the best-selling products. During the war, the British Empire frequently faced air raids, necessitating the implementation of blackout regulations, and power outages were very common, leading to an urgent demand for flashlights. In addition to purchasing and selling large quantities from various flashlight manufacturers, Li Feng also specifically established a manufacturing plant in Xianjiang, the Victoria Torch Manufacturing Co., Ltd. Although the Victoria Torch factory was quite large, working day and night to produce millions of compressed metal flashlight shells, it still could not meet the demands of the British clients. To ensure that their products could penetrate the British market, Li Feng specially ordered iron plates and brass sheets from Canada and the British Empire, and obtained import tax exemption certificates issued by the Hong Kong British authorities for goods exported to Britain. In this endeavor, Li Feng earned a considerable profit, laying the foundation for the profitability of the Xianjiang branch and using part of the surplus to invest in real estate in Xianjiang. Li Feng gradually established a solid foundation in Xianjiang, expanding its business scope to several provinces, including Guangdong, Fujian, and Hunan. In 1941, Mr. Feng Hanju married Ms. Li Peiyao, and they went on their honeymoon to the coastal resort of Qingdao in Shandong. The beautiful scenery of Qingdao temporarily eased Feng Han's tense nerves. The newlywed couple originally planned to stay in Qingdao for an additional week, but suddenly learned from the newspapers that the Japanese invasion forces had made strategic deployments and the outbreak of the Pacific War was imminent. Feng Hanju decisively shortened their trip, flying back to Shanghai, just in time to catch the last sailing of the Taikou Blue Funnel passenger ship back to Xianjiang. On December 8, 1941, the Japanese military launched a surprise attack on the United States Pearl Harbor base, while simultaneously occupying the Shanghai concession, marking the official outbreak of the Pacific War. On this day, the Japanese Air Force bombed Xianjiang, dropping the first bomb in the central district of Hong Kong Island, followed by 12 Japanese bombers attacking Kai Tak Airport in Xianjiang with the cover of 36 fighter jets. 5 Royal Air Force fighter jets and 8 civilian aircraft were completely destroyed, and places like Taikou Dock Indian Military Barracks and nearby residential areas in Kowloon were also bombed, plunging Hong Kong into flames. At the same time, the Japanese military set up a floating bridge over the Shenzhen River and launched an attack on Xianjiang, occupying the Kowloon Peninsula on December 13. After the British military's attempts to persuade surrender failed, the Japanese military heavily bombarded Hong Kong Island, subsequently landing on the island and capturing the entire Xianjiang by Christmas, December 25, when Governor Yang Muki surrendered. In just 18 days of war, the people of Xianjiang not only suffered heavy casualties, but also saw numerous shops and houses destroyed. In February 1942, Japan declared Hong Kong to be an occupied zone and appointed Lieutenant General Isaguchi Renjia as the governor of Xianjiang, with the governor's office located at HSBC in the Central District. During the brutal 3 years and 8 months of occupation, the Japanese authorities implemented an economic policy centered on plundering Xinjiang's resources to support the so-called Greater East Asia Holy War. They took over major foreign banks in Hong Kong through 2 Japanese banks, Zhengjin Bank and Taiwan Bank, and issued a large amount of military notes for widespread plunder. They sealed off so-called enemy enterprises, and the vast majority of business operations of large British companies such as Jardine Matheson and Swire in both Xinjiang and the mainland came to a halt, with the Kowloon Wharf warehouse at Sim Sha Sui suffering severe damage. In terms of foreign trade, the occupying authorities implemented a monopolistic trade policy through the Hong Kong Trade Association, composed of Japanese merchants controlling Hong Kong's overseas trade. In March, the Japanese authorities announced the Hong Kong Occupied Territory Management Law, which strictly limited the local populace's mobility and economic activities. According to this law, anyone entering or leaving the territory or residing in Hong Kong or conducting business had to obtain the governor's approval. Most companies and businesses in Xinjiang were paralyzed, and Li Feng was no exception. Feng Bailiao was unable to sustain the business due to his refusal to collaborate with the Japanese, resulting in the closure of the Victoria Torch factory with all its machines and equipment requisitioned by the occupying forces. The Feng family had no choice but to sell jewelry and properties to make ends meet. He originally planned to take his whole family away from Hong Kong back to the mainland, but due to the restrictive laws of the occupying authorities, he was not granted permission to leave, so he had to continue to stay in his home in Kowloon Tong, Xinjiang with his family, including his elderly mother Feng Muing Feng Hanju and Li Feng Lihua, waiting for an opportunity. However, Feng Bailiao sent his fifth son Feng Huanqing to Shaoguan in Guangdong province to continue his studies. The other younger children, including Feng Hanbong Feng, Li Chong Feng Hanyan, and Feng Liai, were sent back to the mainland via Chongqing to the United States or the British Empire. These children later completed their university education either in the United States or the British Empire, obtaining advanced degrees and becoming well-educated professionals. Among them, Feng Hanbang graduated from a university in the United States and became a professor of civil engineering, while Feng Hanyan became a doctor. In 1943, the occupying authorities in Yangqing announced that overseas Chinese must return to pay property taxes. Taking advantage of this, Feng Bailiao applied to the Hong Kong government for permission to return to Yangqing to re-register his real estate and pay the taxes, which was granted. Upon returning to Yangqing after many years, Feng Bailiao inspected the Li Feng property on Lu Ersan Road, only to find it reduced to crumbling walls and ruins. Witnessing the destruction of his lifelong career inevitably stirred his emotions. At this time, Feng Bailiao had entered old age and suffered from high blood pressure. The exhaustion from his journey, coupled with emotional distress, led to a sudden stroke, and he unfortunately passed away on April 15th. Subsequently, Feng Bailiao's family, along with his elderly mother, used the pretext of mourning to leave Hong Kong and return to Yangqing. At that time, sending Feng Bailiao's aging mother to Yangqing was indeed a considerable challenge. The workers at Li Feng specially crafted a rattan rickshaw for her, transporting her from their home in Kowloon Tong to the Hong Kong pier. About a month later, due to the change in weather and unfamiliar surroundings, the elderly lady also passed away. The rest of the family remained in Yangqing until the end of the war. On August 15, 1945, the occupying forces announced their unconditional surrender. The next day, the colonial authorities in Hong Kong announced the Emperor's imperial rescript on the termination of the war. On that day, F.C. Gimson, the former Secretary for Home Affairs of the Hong Kong government, who had been imprisoned by the occupying forces in Stanley, met with the Japanese officers at the Stanley internment camp, requesting the establishment of a temporary government led by him. At that time, the British Imperial government ordered Rear Admiral C.H. J. Harcourt, stationed in Subic Bay in the Philippines, to command the Royal Navy, to head to Hong Kong in order to arrive there first. On the 30th, the Royal Navy Task Force led by Harcourt arrived at Victoria Harbour. The fleet was large, including a battleship, several cruisers, and 3 aircraft carriers, one of which was from Canada. On that day, celebratory cannon fire thundered, paying tribute to every warship entering the port, while on land, there were only broken walls and desolation, a scene of famine and ruin. The entire society was plunged into chaos. The port was filled with sunken warships, the population had decreased by 1 million, and the surviving citizens largely had no money, no homes, and no food or fuel. After the Royal Navy landed on the island, they took over Hong Kong and established a military government. In May 1946, Yang Yuki, who had been imprisoned by the occupying forces for 3 years and 8 months, returned to Hong Kong to take over as governor and assumed administrative power of the military government, establishing a civilian government. The Hong Kong British government implemented a series of measures to restore political and economic order in Hong Kong, including disarming all Japanese soldiers and puppet police and imprisoning them. People at that time understood that in order to recover, it was necessary to quickly shake off the depression that had engulfed all of Hong Kong due to the ravages of war. Soon, warehouses reopened for stock, ferries and trams resumed operations, shops and offices reopened, and factories began production again. At this time, the Hong Kong government announced that for a year following the surrender of the occupying forces, all foreign trade activities would be suspended, thus placing all procurement rights for goods and materials needed for the reconstruction of Hong Kong in the hands of the government. The government acted according to the suggestions of residents and industrialists. On the second day after the surrender, Feng Hanzhu hurried back to Hong Kong to retake control of Li Feng's business, resuming operations from a temporary office at 18 Connaught Road Central. At that time, the Royal Navy had not yet arrived in Hong Kong, and the streets were full of dejected Japanese soldiers. Recalling the situation on the day he returned to Hong Kong, he said, "On the day of the Japanese surrender, I nearly lost my life. The Japanese soldiers were despondent and drunk, walking along the streets with bottles in hand. Many Hong Kong residents hated them to the bone and nearly stoned them to death. On that day, I took a boat back from Macau and immediately hid in Feng's mansion. The place was in a terrible state, and I started typing in the basement, quickly sorting everything out. Just then, a drunken Japanese soldier passed by, inadvertently hearing the typing sounds from within, barged into the office and pointed a gun at Feng Hanzhu. Feng Hanzhu froze in his seat. He thought, I managed to survive the period of Japanese occupation, but unexpectedly, just as the dawn was breaking, I might meet my end here. Fortunately, after the soldier mumbled something in Japanese, he staggered away. In 1946, the political situation in Hong Kong gradually stabilized. Private enterprises began to reopen, and a large influx of immigrants entered Hong Kong, leading to a gradual economic recovery. Feng Hanzhu continued to rent an office at the Princess Building in Central as the headquarters of Li Feng. The Yangqing headquarters was renamed the Li Feng branch, which also resumed operations managed by Feng Muing and Li Feng Li Hua in Guangzhou. At that time, Li Feng's business gradually recovered, and in addition to exporting, they also engaged in some import. The most important business of Li Feng at that time was the import of a new product that had never been seen in Hong Kong before, the ballpoint pen. The ballpoint pen was invented by an American company at the end of World War II and later proved to be a highly innovative product that quickly achieved success. Once the Pacific War ended, Li Feng immediately airlifted this product to Hong Kong for sale, becoming the first company in all of Hong Kong to sell ballpoint pens. Li Feng named this new product ballpoint pen, evoking the atomic bomb that ended World War II and symbolizing advanced technology, which quickly became popular in the market and was widely adopted as a generic term in Hong Kong and even globally. Li Feng keenly recognized the market prospects for the product, arranging large aircraft from Pan American Airlines to repeatedly import tens of thousands of ballpoint pens. This batch of goods brought considerable profits to Li Feng, purchased at a price of $1 each, but sold to wholesalers for 300 Hong Kong dollars each. Many ballpoint pens were sold to trend-conscious individuals or given as gifts. At that time, these ballpoint pens were extremely popular in the market. In 1946, Li Feng reorganized its management structure with Feng Bailiao's two sons, Feng Muing and Feng Hanzhu, serving as executive chairman of the company. Feng Muing was mainly responsible for the company's finance and management, while Feng Hanzhu focused on product sourcing and sales, with Li Feng Li Hua serving as the executive director responsible for accounting and personnel. During the initial phase of the management restructuring, the company faced serious difficulties. Another major shareholder of Li Feng, Li Daoming, after the passing of Feng Bailiao, was unwilling to maintain a relationship with Li Feng. He decided to establish his own venture, demanding the bank freeze Li Feng's accounts, claiming that the new management was mismanaging the company. His actions caused considerable hardship for the Feng Hanzhu brothers. On October 1, 1946, Li Daoming sold the 300 shares of Li Feng Limited that he held to members of the Feng family and signed documents declaring his intention to sever all ties with Li Feng after his retirement. Li Daoming's hasty sale of his shares in Li Feng during the early post-war period was truly regrettable. This not only meant he abandoned a promising business, but also signified the end of the deep 40-year commercial partnership between the Feng and Li families. After the two families parted ways, the Feng family did not change the company's name, a practice that is not common abroad. The famous British trading company Swire, established in Shanghai in 1867, was originally named Butterfield Swire Co., to reflect the partnership between the Butterfield and Swire families. Later, when the Butterfield family withdrew from the company name was changed to John Swire Sons Ltd. However, the Feng family did not do this. For a traditional Chinese enterprise, Li Feng is a very auspicious name. Li means profit, and Feng means abundance. Changing the company name would only add to the pressures that Li Feng was facing at the time, and moreover, the Feng family did not wish to make this matter public. After experiencing the trauma of Li Daoming's withdrawal, Li Feng's business gradually recovered. However, the products that Li Feng dealt in began to change. For example, Li Feng could no longer rely on orders for bamboo poles, as the United States had already invented plastic to replace bamboo. Li Feng's dependence on Chinese ceramics also gradually decreased. In the early days of the establishment of the People's Republic of China, the quality of ceramic products declined. Feng Hanzhu recalled that his father had visited the heart of the Chinese ceramics industry, Jingdezhen in Jiangxi province, in 1910, attempting to introduce a better method for regulating furnace fires using thermometers. However, the artisans were very proud of their traditional manufacturing methods and maintained them, naturally rejecting the new methods proposed by Feng Bailiao. Abroad, this industry had shifted to mass production, no longer focusing on unique designs or the perfection of handcrafted items. Of course, Jingdezhen ceramics still enjoyed a high reputation internationally, but demand gradually declined, forcing Li Feng to adapt to the situation and gradually reduce reliance on porcelain from various provincial kilns. However, among the hundreds of products that Li Feng operated after the war, there were still handmade crafts such as bamboo and rattan products and ceramics. In 1949, the Yanqing branch of Li Feng closed, and Feng Mu Ing Li Feng Li Hua and all the staff of the Yanqing Li Feng came to Hong Kong to join the Hong Kong Li Feng headquarters. According to Ms. Zhong Shui-mei, who joined Li Feng after graduating from Guangzhou High School in 1943 and worked as an accountant for 53 years. The Hong Kong Li Feng had developed into a trading company with dozens of employees, renting a 3-story office at the Princess Building on Queens Road Central and having several warehouses in Kowloon, mainly dealing in bamboo and rattan furniture, traditional Chinese specialty products such as ivory and firecrackers, primarily selling to North America, with most of the supplies coming from Hong Kong, and the business was even better than during the Guangzhou era. She said at that time Li Feng's export business primarily focused on Chinese handicrafts, among which rattan products accounted for 2/3 of Hong Kong's rattan exports. Whenever a shipment arrived, the entire street near the warehouse would be piled high with rattan chairs and products, making the road very congested. After World War II, Prince Charles and Princess and of the British Empire were born one after another. Because Li Feng's rattan furniture was exquisitely crafted and enjoyed great fame, the Hong Kong government even sought our consent to airlift 2 beautifully crafted children's rattan chairs to London as gifts to the royal family, and we received a letter of thanks from the Queen of England, which is a great honor for our company and worth celebrating and commemorating. Zhong Shui-mei also remembers that the rattan chairmen who sold rattan products to Li Feng did not accept checks, only cash, while the companies selling firecrackers accepted checks, with each check valued at tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Feng Hanju was very bold in business, treating employees very humbly, and had a well-structured management style with clear divisions of labor. At that time, the accounting department had 4 or 5 people, and the sales department had more than 20 people divided into European and American groups. The company generally did not hire employees who did not know English, most of whom came from prestigious schools, and some were even university students, mostly around 30 years old. Zhong Shui-mei recalls that when she first joined Li Feng, she mainly handled clerical work, typing letters, etc. By the end of the 1940s, she became the company's cashier and was responsible for typing letters, collecting insurance premiums, and handling all cash and check transactions, with a salary of about 300 Hong Kong dollars, which was considered a decent salary in Hong Kong at the time. Chairman, this is Mr. Feng Hanju, the executive chairman of the Li Feng Group. Mr. Feng, this is Mr. Yi Bonghua, the chairman of Tonyan Logistics. Mr. Feng, I've heard so much about you. Please take a seat. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for making time for me. Please have a seat. The reason for my visit to Shigong City to meet Tonyan Logistics is that Mr. Feng Hansis Li Feng Group has encountered issues with the purchase and sale of rattan products, ballpoint pens, and firecracker materials and products. The United States, in its extreme shamelessness and despicable nature, has dispatched the 7th Fleet to block the shipping routes connecting Xinjiang and the mainland across the West Pacific and Southeast Asia. Even British vessels are subjected to various inspections. At this time, the United States has revealed its true colors as the world police. After inquiring, Mr. Feng Hanju learned that a new shipping company called Tonyan Logistics had been established in Shigong City. It is said that this shipping company has never been restricted since its inception, and the logistics volume at the new port in Shigong City has exceeded 150 tons per day. It is reported that many materials procured overseas by the British authorities were transferred back to Shigong City for storage by Tonyan Logistics. After that, it is the responsibility of the British authorities. It is evident that the role of Xinjiang as a transshipment port city has lost most of its significance under the blockade led by the United States and the United Nations. Consequently, Mr. Feng Hanju and other executives of the Li Feng Group were anxious, knowing that as long as the Korean War did not end the blockade on Xinjiang and Haojiang would not be lifted, at least on the surface the United States would not relent. Since there is now a new option in Tonyan Logistics, Mr. Feng Hanju personally came to visit Mr. Yi Bonghua, the recently renowned Chinese detective. Mr. Yi also understood that the dilemma faced by Mr. Feng Hanju and the Li Feng Group was due to external blockades preventing products from going out and raw materials from coming in. This was precisely the critical moment when his giant wave fleet was needed to weather the storm. Of course, in business, the weaker party must show sincerity first. Mr. Yi, I apologize for this unannounced visit. It was truly unavoidable. Mr. Feng, we can consider ourselves friends now. If you encounter difficulties, just let me know. If I can help, I will. If not, I will still lend you a hand. This friendship is deepened through mutual exchanges. As soon as they sat down, Mr. Yi Bonghua noticed that Mr. Feng Hanju seemed quite embarrassed, so he used a joke to relieve the slightly awkward atmosphere. The accompanying Lei Jueqing also smiled knowingly. In this small area of Xinjiang, anyone involved in logistics would know that the business of the Li Feng Group was thriving. The Li Feng Group is undoubtedly a significant client worth courting. If Tonyan Logistics does not actively strive for this opportunity, Mr. Feng Hanju might seek help from longtime partners like Swire Group or Kowloon Warehouse, at which point Tongyun Logistics would lose a potentially valuable client. In fact, before coming to Tongyun Logistics, Mr. Feng Hanju had indeed approached Swire and Kowloon Warehouse, but these two companies also had their own difficulties. Due to pressure from the United States, London had to implement a trade embargo policy against mainland China, and as an overseas colony of the British Empire, Xinjiang had to staunchly enforce this policy, serving as a pillar for the British authorities to maintain colonial rule. British consortiums cannot openly defy the Queen's will. Thus both Swire and Kowloon Warehouse declined Mr. Feng Han's request unless he was willing to accept their investment. In that case, the Li Feng Group would become one of their own, making things much easier. However, Mr. Feng Hanju knew well the greedy nature of Swire and Kowloon Warehouse, so he declined this proposal and inquired whether there were other shipping companies in Xinjiang and Haojiang capable of connecting overseas. To his surprise, with a trial-and-error mentality, he learned through his connections at Hang Seng Bank that Tongyun Logistics indeed had this capability. However, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. To be on the safe side, Mr. Feng Hanju had no choice but to visit Tongyun Logistics in person. This visit led him to decide on the spot to collaborate with Tongyun Logistics. Mr. Feng, what do you think of my fleet? How does it compare to Swire Shipping? It far exceeds other shipping companies in Xinjiang. I believe that with Mr. Yi and this fleet, the future of Zhangjiang's shipping industry will undoubtedly be led by Tongyun Logistics, and I also believe that the cooperation prospects between the Li Feng Group and Tongyun Logistics are bright. Haha, Mr. Feng, I guarantee. What I mean is, as long as Tongyun Logistics does not collapse, the goods and raw materials of the Li Feng Group will surely be delivered on time and in full to where they belong. However, merely drinking tea will not conclude a deal. When Mr. Yi Banghua and Lei Jueqing took Mr. Feng Hanju to the dock in Shigong City to experience the bustling scene firsthand and boarded a recently unloaded ultimate jet boat, even this season Mr. Feng Hanju was shocked by the luxurious and exquisite decorations inside the boat, unable to help but cast a look of admiration and astonishment at Mr. Yi Banghua, whose cargo ship actually used Persian carpets as flooring. Moreover, Mr. Feng Hanju touched the railing on the ship's side, and soon he caught a faint scent of sandalwood in his nose, which made him wonder if this was the legendary Nanhai agarwood. If so, the cost of this ultimate jet boat must be considerable. Then under Mr. Feng Han's extreme astonishment, Mr. Yi Banghua revved up the engine, leading him on a lap around Shigong Sea in just 10 minutes, completely surpassing Mr. Feng Han's shallow understanding of the power of cargo ships. This is a fleet that overturns tradition. Ugh, Yi. Mr. Yi, your ship is very, very fast. Haha, Mr. Feng, it seems you should take this jet boat more often. Once you become accustomed to this unreasonable superpower, you will realize an undeniable fact: cooperating with Tongyun will profit you. Seeing Lei Jueqing handing a clean white handkerchief to the nauseated Mr. Feng Hanju as the wind from Shigong Sea continuously hit his face, Mr. Yi Banghua let the moisture in the air slowly saturate his hair tips. After about 10 minutes, Mr. Feng Hanju finally managed to clean himself up and took a glass of water from Lei Jueqing, thanking him. Lei Jueqing just smiled. Even though it was not Mr. Feng Han's first time on the ultimate jet boat, he still felt some discomfort. However, compared to Mr. Feng Han's first ride, he performed remarkably well. In fact, Mr. Feng Hanju still had many questions in his mind, such as what gives the Giant Wave Fleet confidence against pirate hijacking during shipping, and what the overall cost of the Giant Wave Fleet is. These confusions made Mr. Feng Hanju quite anxious. However, he soon recalled his father's past teachings, to trust the partners he chooses. If he approaches collaboration with countless doubts, others will not treat this partnership sincerely. Mr. Yi, why don't we sign the cooperation agreement today? The goods piled up by Li Feng are simply too much. No problem. Mr. Feng, you can coordinate these matters with a Cheng. If there are any further difficulties, just come find me. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for extending a helping hand. From now on, the goods and raw materials of the Li Feng Group will be entrusted to Tongyun Logistics. Mr. Feng Hanju is a decisive and straightforward businessman, and Mr. Yi Banghua, aiming to become a reliable partner with the Li Feng Group, efficiently arranged for Lei Jueqing to prepare the cooperation agreement for signing. Since Mr. Feng Hanju has come to Shigong City as the host, Mr. Yi Banghua must invite him to enjoy an authentic village banquet. Mr. Feng Hanju arrived at just the right time, as today happens to be the wedding of a villager's son, and the bride is a girl from a declining family in Yanqing. In this world where hunger is a constant threat, the so-called family background has become less important. Perhaps for Mr. Feng Hanju and these new Chinese aristocrats, family background still matters, but just like Mr. Feng Han's sister did not marry into a well-matched family, but rather to an ordinary office worker, isn't their life happy as well? Come, Mr. Feng, try this piece of roasted meat. To be honest, this pig was bred by my father-in-law by combining the excellent genes of the Donglan Black Mountain pig and the Liwu pig. It has a sweet and salty taste, is delicate and firm with thick and crispy skin. Mr. Yi, this roasted meat is even better paired with this chili powder. Of course, this chili powder was brought back by a client from Brazil, made from sun-dried ghost peppers that were ground into powder after being stir-fried twice in a dry pan and stored in special bottles. At first you might think it's not too spicy, but once the kick comes in, the heat surges like a tide, attacking your taste buds. Ordinary people can't handle even a little yet, mister. Phone can dip it generously to taste. You are indeed rare. Haha, mister. You flatter me. When I was studying abroad, I got to know many classmates from South America who brought a variety of chili peppers from their hometown. Over time I got used to eating spicy food. That's truly fate. Most of the dishes from this family are spicy, mister. Phone, please don't be polite. Since it is a village banquet, the rules are not so complicated. Moreover, the bride's family just moved from Yangqing and all expenses for the wedding are borne by the groom's family. Yet the groom's family does not feel it as a loss, as marrying a cultured and well-rounded woman is a rare blessing that should be taken seriously. Brother 2, are you truly resolved? This is no trivial matter. If it fails, Li Feng will collapse entirely. Brother 1, delay invites peril. Our warehouses are already piled high with over 100 tons of goods, and our liquid capital stands at barely over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. How much longer do you believe Li Feng can endure this? But, Brother 2, you must understand we have never cooperated with Tongyun Logistics before, not a single transaction. We know nothing of the cargo capacity or propulsion power of their fleet. Worse still, maritime police patrol the waters everywhere. Passing their inspections remains another formidable obstacle. Surely you don't expect that famed detective to resolve all this. Brother 1, I confess, I have already signed a formal cooperation agreement with Tongyun Logistics. I even boarded one of their vessels myself to experience the speed of the giant wave fleet. Frankly, no fleet in the world today rivals the extraordinary velocity of the giant wave fleet. What? Brother 2, how dare you act unilaterally on such a matter? The next noon, inside the chairman's office on the top floor of Building No. 20 at Li Feng Tower, located at 1820 Connaught Road Central, erupted a fierce argument. The disputants were Feng Muying, chairman of Li Feng Group, and Feng Hanju, its general manager. Upon hearing the commotion, several senior executives hurried to mediate, only to be courteously asked by Feng Hanju not to disturb his private exchange with his elder brother, even as both men flushed with agitation. The brothers Feng Muying and Feng Hanju bore striking resemblance, but Feng Muying's features were sharply chiseled, possessing what people call sculptural definition, whereas Feng Hanju's face was rounder, evoking the classic image of a traditional Chinese tycoon. Yet Feng Muying now raged like a storm. He had never imagined his younger brother would sign a one-year cooperation agreement with Tongyun Logistics without consultation, and worse, affix Li Feng Group's official seal to it. To rescind it now was impossible. Doing so would shatter Li Feng's hard-earned reputation and credibility, a cost he simply could not bear. The man who committed this foolish act was none other than his own flesh-and-blood brother Feng Hanju, making Feng Muying's fury all the more unbearable. He reached for the documents on his desk to hurl them at his sibling, then paused, realizing each paper held vital value. Despondently, he scanned the office for any suitable object to vent his rage, finding none, and collapsed into his rattan chair, utterly drained of energy and will to rebuke his impetuous brother. With a sharp clap, he lit a Camel cigarette and spoke through swirling smoke. Since you've already signed with Tongyun, let us try it. After all, we have no better option. Seeing his elder brother's profound exhaustion, Feng Hanju felt a pang of sorrow, but kept his composure. If even he faltered, Li Feng Group would descend further into chaos, offering no solution to the mountain of goods rotting in their warehouses. The art of command begins with mastering one's heart. When Mount Tai collapses before your eyes, your countenance must not flicker. When a sicked deer darts across your left, your gaze must not waver. Only then may you master advantage and adversity. Only then may you await the enemy. As a leader of Li Feng Group, Feng Hanju must navigate this crisis side by side with his elder brother, calm, resolute, and united, facing the dire predicament born of over 1 million Hong Kong dollars worth of stranded cargo. Approaching Tongyun Logistics had begun as a desperate measure, but after yesterday's on-site inspection, Feng Hanju trusted his judgment completely. Though his brother remained skeptical of Tongyun's freight capability, at least Tongyun offered a glimmer of hope. Was passive surrender truly preferable to action? As if anticipating Feng Hanju's predicament upon returning to Li Feng, the backlash over his unilateral signing, Yi Banghua dispatched Lei Juqing to Li Feng Tower that very afternoon, authorizing him to burn the cooperation agreement openly before both Feng brothers. The gesture startled them both. Gentlemen Feng, please do not misunderstand. This is our chairman's explicit instruction. He asked me to assure you both Tongyun Logistics will deliver Li Feng Group's backlog of goods to your clients within the stipulated time frame. Let this agreement be nullified. Consider this first endeavor merely a trial collaboration between our two firms. Should Tongyun Logistics fail to fulfill its obligations from this day forward, none of our personnel shall ever set foot on Li Feng Group's premises again. Oh, and our chairman also instructed me to add, should you remain uneasy, you are welcome to assign staff to accompany the voyage. We shall place no restrictions whatsoever. Furthermore, please inform your warehouse team Tongyun logistics workers have already assembled downstairs at Lifeng Tower and await instructions to transport your goods to Shigong City Wharf. With that, Lei Juqing smiled gently at the Feng brothers. Such meticulous arrangements revealed deep consideration for Lifeng Group's plight, prompting Feng Muing to step forward, grasp Lei Juqing's hands firmly, and speak with fervent intensity. Manager Lei, this kindness I and Lifeng Group shall never forget. Yet we remain merchants at heart. Should Lifeng successfully deliver these goods to its clients this time, all future freight operations shall be entrusted exclusively to Tongyun Logistics. No grandiose gratitude was needed. Feng Muing understood Yi Banghua, the mastermind behind Tongyun Logistics, was deliberately offering Lifeng a dignified descent from the precipice of ruin back onto solid ground. He was no rigid traditionalist, thus he solemnly declared his commitment before Lei Juqing, not only to secure Tongyun's goodwill, but also to cultivate ties with Hang Seng Bank's new shareholder, a move profoundly advantageous for both Lifeng Group and the Feng family. Beside him, Feng Hanju's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He too grasped the benevolence behind Yi Banghua's gesture. Mr. Yi, our deepest thanks. We Lifeng owe you a profound debt. And Mr. Feng is mutual assistance among friends, not simply the natural order. To be candid, my partners at Hang Seng Bank previously requested I initiate contact with Lifeng Group to explore the possibility of channeling your group's fund custody and liquidity management through Hang Seng Bank. Consider this my inaugural business contribution as a newly appointed shareholder. No hesitation required. Feng Hanju well understood this complimentary shipment was Yi Banghua's strategic overture, designed to earn Lifeng Group's trust in their inaugural partnership. After all, no prudent party entrusts its entire fate to an unfamiliar collaborator at first encounter. Yi Banghua delegated full authority over Lifeng Group matters to Lei Juqing, retaining oversight only of Tongyun's broader strategy. At that very moment, however, he was hosting another rising figure at home, Mr. Hua Guantai, whose ancestral roots traced to Panyu, Guangzhou, Guangdong Province. Mr. Hua, having heard your proposal, I've given it careful thought. As for chartering a vessel, I cannot oblige. Yet since you were introduced by Uncle He, I am willing to grant you an opportunity. Here's my offer: serve 6 months as a warehouse supervisor at Shigong City Wharf. You'll receive 200 Hong Kong dollars monthly with meals provided daily at the Wharf Central Canteen. Housing. If neither you nor your family object, vacancies remain in Shigong City's staff dormitories. You're welcome to move in immediately. Utility fees will be deducted uniformly from your salary. How does that sound? In this, Mr. Yi, may I request time to consider? During his lunch break, Yi Banghua returned home to dine with his 2 wives, only to receive a call moments later from He Shanhan, chairman of Hang Seng Bank, recommending a young man eager to enter the shipping industry. Intrigued, Yi Banghua wondered just how exceptional this young man must be to merit He Shanhan's personal endorsement. Upon meeting the youth and learning his name and background, Yi Banghua instantly understood this was none other than the legendary shipping tycoon Hua Guantai. Rumors of Hua Guantai's exploits had proliferated widely in Yi Banghua's past life, but in this lifetime, Ding Dong, and detected an exceptionally intense desire within the host. A new periodic mission has been issued. Please review. And mission objective: seize the fortune aura of Hua Guantai and He Hongshin. In deadline 7 days. In reward 1 metric ton of 24-karat pure gold. Ding Dong. Mission issuance complete. The host must complete it punctually. Failure to do so will incur system penalties. Fortune aura, such an ethereal, intangible concept, had always provoked Yi Banghua's skepticism. With his mind's eye, he scanned the glowing blue notification panel before him, where his current fortune aura value read precisely 100. Could it possibly increase further? Truth be told, Yi Banghua remained deeply puzzled by the system's periodic missions, though he knew they manifested in response to his strongest desires. Take his pursuit of Yi Keqing last time. Even without a system mandate, he would have hunted him down, crippled him, and cast him into the sea to feed the sharks. It made him wonder whether the system's architect harbored hidden motives. At this moment, Hua Guantai appeared unchanged from his later self. Childhood hardship had stunted his skeletal growth, rendering him gaunt and wiry before Yi Banghua. Only his eyes burned with fierce, incisive light, silently weighing the proposal. Mr. Yi, why do you extend this offer? We've only just met today, haven't we? And Mr. Hua, I'm simply a man who champions justice and shields the weak. Still, if doubts linger, feel free to consult your family at home. But allow me to caution you, this offer expires in precisely 24 hours. Should you fail to deliver a definitive answer by then? Yi Banghua left the rest unsaid, but Hua Guantai understood implicitly. Without further delay, he bowed respectfully and departed Lei Shinkan. Watching him go, Yi Banghua rose to escort him personally, a gesture rich in emotional resonance that stirred Hua Guantai deeply, filling him with quiet shame for his earlier narrow-minded suspicions. Who says there are no good men among the police? After Hua Guantai departed, Yi Banghua ascended the stairs once more, only for the notification panel in his mind to flash anew. His mental gaze fell upon it. The periodic missions progress bar now read 10 complete. A faint surprise flickered across his face. Had Hua Guantai's fortune aura already been seized? Yi Banghua is not like Li Guowei, He Shanhe, and other partners of the Hongxing Bank, who can freely enter and exit Xianjiang. After all, he holds a public office, and throughout the year he spends more time wandering through the streets and alleys of Xianjiang than his partners, who are focused on hard work. The capital of a commercial bank refers to the monetary funds invested by the bank for normal operations and profit acquisition, as well as the retained earnings held in the bank. The more capital there is, the higher the safety coefficient of the bank. Essentially, the cell phone funds belonging to a commercial bank are the capital. It represents the ownership of investors in the commercial bank and their ability to repay debts. In practice, some debts are also considered as bank capital, such as long-term bonds issued by commercial banks. Bank capital is divided into core Tier 1 capital instruments, other Tier 1 capital, and Tier 2 capital. Tier 1 capital can be further divided into core Tier 1 capital and other Tier 1 capital. Core Tier 1 capital consists of paid-in capital or common stock capital, reserves, surplus reserves, retained earnings, general risk reserves, and portions of minority shareholders that can be included. Other Tier 1 capital consists of other Tier 1 capital instruments and their premiums, preferred stock, perpetual bonds, and portions of minority shareholders that can be included. Tier 2 capital is composed of Tier 2 capital instruments and their premiums, excess loan loss reserves, and portions of minority shareholders that can be included. The new management measures require that by the end of 2018, the capital adequacy ratio, Tier 1 capital adequacy ratio, and core Tier 1 capital adequacy ratio of systemically important banks in our country must not be lower than 11.5 and 9.5 and 8.5 respectively. Other banks are allowed to be 1 percentage point lower on this basis, namely 10.5, 8.5 and 7.5. In Yi Banghua's limited memory when attending finance classes in university, the instructor vividly illustrated that a bank's capital is akin to a country's grain reserves. The more abundant the food reserves, the more confident the nation is, and the same applies to banks. However, neither American banks nor European banks currently have the concept of capital as a core element of bank operations, let alone Hongxing Bank. Therefore, when Yi Banghua proposed capital and divided it into core Tier 1 capital instruments, other Tier 1 capital, and Tier 2 capital, the shareholders of Hongxing Bank, including Li Guowei, were baffled. Ahua, I can understand what you mean by capital, but is it really necessary to divide it so specifically? Exactly. Ahua, we are still just a bank, not a real bank. Everyone, don't rush. Let's first listen to what the young man has to say. We old fellows need to keep up with the times. In the chairman's office of Hongxing Bank, located at 181 Queens Road Central, Yi Banghua rarely came by, but unexpectedly proposed a bank reform plan. Not to say it was a plan, but rather some key points regarding modern commercial bank operations, such as how to set reasonable capital and risk control models. For He Shanhe, Li Guowei, and others, these concepts were quite advanced and novel. They vaguely realized that if Hongxing Bank underwent modernization according to Yi Banghua's suggestions, it might soon stand alongside HSBC as a large bank. Everyone running a bank is not much different from running a convenience store. The only difference is that a convenience store sells various daily necessities, while a bank sells various financial products. However, currently the variety of products offered by Hongxing Bank is even fewer than those displayed on the shelves of a convenience store, which is quite an embarrassing and shameful situation. Just imagine once the situation in Xianjiang stabilizes, a wave of commercial transactions and living demands will follow. Merchants and citizens cannot push carts full of money around like in ancient times. Banks exist to ensure transaction convenience and safety, and the product they offer is essentially just money. The so-called financial products are merely derivatives of this basic product, money, such as gold futures, silver futures, stocks, and securities, all of which are linked to money, and the foundation of money is trust. Hongxing Bank's ability to gain support from numerous small and medium-sized Chinese enterprises is due to its. However, this is not enough. Mere integrity is insufficient for Hongxing Bank to develop and grow. More products, better services, and more standardized operations are needed. To complete the reorganization, the first step is to restructure Hongxing's capital structure, institutional structure, and personnel structure. As for the rest, we can take our time. After all, the Xianjiang market is too shallow. As for the capital structure, as I mentioned, we must set reasonable core Tier 1 capital, other Tier 1 capital, and Tier 2 capital, ensuring that Hongxing Bank's capital adequacy ratio, Tier 1 capital adequacy ratio, and core Tier 1 capital adequacy ratio do not fall below 11.5 and 9.5 and 8.5. Regarding the institutional structure, it requires a transformation of the overall operating model. First, we need to reorganize the management model. The highest authority remains the shareholders' meeting, while the board of directors is directly elected by the shareholders' meeting. We will redefine the election methods, terms for each session, etc. And then establish supervisory departments to monitor the board of directors and internal audit departments for regular audits of internal finances, while hiring a third-party independent accounting firm for external audits, aiming to eliminate certain adverse tendencies from an institutional perspective. Regarding the personnel structure, it can roughly be divided into management and staff. From now on, regardless of whether in management or staff, the board will set up a relatively reasonable performance evaluation model for employees in both levels. Employees who do not meet performance standards will either be dismissed or reassigned. Additionally, I suggest establishing a branch in each district to attract old customers, while the appointment rights for departmental managers at branches will be held by the board of directors, and the HR department at the central headquarters in Central will only have proposal and evaluation rights. In the future, the burden on the HR department will become quite heavy, as it will need to handle employee pre-job training, retraining upon employment performance evaluation, employee relations, and other functions. Therefore, I hope everyone can select a suitable talent for the key position of HR department manager, whether from the central headquarters or from branches in various districts. Lastly, I also have some immature ideas regarding business operations. For example, we can design a credit risk model to classify customers and distinguish between individual and corporate clients, and then recommend different types of wealth management products to different levels of customers to charge varying management fees. Of course, these suggestions are just theoretical. If you all find them unsuitable, then feel free not to adopt them. After saying this, Yi Banghua took a breath and drank a glass of plain water from Li Guowei. The people present fell into contemplation. Although some of Yi Banghua's suggestions did not align with Hengqin Bank's current situation, overall there were still merits, such as opening banks in various districts and restructuring the system. Regarding Yi Banghua's novel idea of treating a bank like a store, He Shanhe, He Tian Liang Zhuwei, and others found it quite interesting. Upon reflection, it seemed that there were indeed similarities between the two. If we were to truly operate it as a store, then the role of the salesperson becomes crucial, essentially abandoning the traditional relationship business and using a department store model to sell various financial products such as futures, stocks, and the personal financial products mentioned by Yi Banghua. However, we shouldn't take too big of a step at once, or else we might get into trouble. Ahua, you've got a good heart. Since this is your first time here, you should familiarize yourself with the company environment rather than pointing out our shortcomings. Sorry, Uncle, he am just straightforward. Please forgive me and the other seniors. Don't mention it. It's almost lunchtime. Let's go have a casual meal at the nearby De San Yuan restaurant. Then I will gladly accept the invitation. The more I see Yi Banghua, the more satisfied I become. I feel that my initial decision was correct. At the very least, Yi Banghua can offer constructive suggestions for us old fellows to consider rather than being a spendthrift who only indulges in pleasures. After having a meal of salted fish and cabbage with He Shanhe and other partners at De San Yuan, Yi Banghua went to work at the Wanchai police station in the afternoon. After he left, He Shanhe and the other partners returned to the Hengqin Bank conference room for a small meeting, focusing on discussing which of Yi Banghua's proposals from the morning were feasible and which could be postponed for future implementation. As soon as Yi Banghua returned to the lobby on the second floor of Wanchai police station, he saw his brother Yi Bangyao there biting the end of a pen and deep in thought, as if faced with a problem. Looking up upon seeing his elder brother finally come to work, Yi Bangyio's eyes lit up, and he enthusiastically pulled his brother down to sit, then ran off to brew a pot of fresh hot tea. Speak up. What problem have you encountered that has made you suddenly so attentive to me? Tell me. Oh, as expected of my elder brother. You have the sharpest eyes. Actually, it's like this. Earlier you assigned me to mediate a fight case, and after investigating I found out that both groups wanted to swallow each other's territory to open a new large establishment. However, you previously mentioned that there can't be two large establishments on one street, so these two groups privately slipped me red envelopes to ask me to open back doors for them. I don't know how to handle it. Yi Bangyao helplessly recounted the situation. After listening, Yi Banghua recalled that he had eliminated Lan Kochang and subsequently took over Lan Kaochang's large establishment. As for Lan Kaochang's former subordinates, they had long since scattered. For some time it had actually been Yu Tiaosu managing it on his behalf. He had even suggested transforming that large establishment into a dance hall, but Yi Banghua had forgotten. Indeed, Yi Banghua had indeed forgotten. At that time he was busy with his marriage, so it was unlikely he would think about how to handle a large establishment. Yu Tiaosu had not mentioned this matter later, which had led Yi Banghua to unconsciously assume it had been resolved. Now his brother Yi Bangyao was telling him that two gangs were eyeing that large establishment, wanting to take over at a high price. After thinking for a moment, Yi Banghua decided to let his brother Yi Bangyao ignore it for the time being and let those two gangs slowly compete. What? Only $1,000 this month? Are you kidding me? Damn it. Shigong City. At night, amidst the bustling crowd, Yin Tong, who was patrolling in Yao Ma Ti, sat down at a wonton shop by the street. Two subordinates he had sent out to collect the filming fee quickly returned. Upon seeing that they had only received 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, his anger flared, and he slapped both subordinates hard, questioning why the filming fee was only $1,000 this month. After learning that it was taken by Yi Banghua from Shigong City, Detective Yen realized he had completely lost a continuous source of income. His mood darkened further, yet he chose not to make things difficult for his subordinates and waved them away impatiently, causing them to slip away immediately. Yi Banghua had been secretly monitoring Yin Tong's movements through his subordinate Yo Tiao Su, ready to report any abnormalities. However, Yi Banghua was currently too preoccupied to care about the emotions of this enemy. He was deep in thought at the Shigong City dock. According to the suggestions of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the development process of ports can be divided into 4 stages. The first generation of ports are traditional ports serving purely as transportation centers. The main functions of ports are focused on the loading and unloading of cargo and general cargo. The primary function of the first generation of ports is commercial with limited throughput. From a technical perspective, the first generation of ports primarily relied on manual loading and unloading. In modern times, the process gradually became mechanized, with the level of mechanization being a hallmark of the development level of the first generation of ports. The way the first generation of ports expanded the port industry was by increasing cargo sources, especially transshipment cargo. The main measure was to establish free port areas based on favorable geographical conditions. This model of attracting cargo and expanding port business through free ports remains one of the key policies supported by governments for port development. The main feature of the second generation of ports is the addition of industrial functions. Coastal industries have brought tremendous development opportunities to ports. Before World War II, Western Europe and Japan began constructing industrial zones in several ports, mainly developing the steel and shipbuilding industries. After World War II, from the 1950s, Western Europe and Japan developed heavy and chemical industries in coastal areas. Major ports in Western Europe, such as Rotterdam, Antwerp, Hamburg, and Marseille, as well as comprehensive commercial ports in Japan, like Kobe and Nagoya, became large industrial zones. Japan also built industrial ports specifically to serve industrial areas, with half of its 21 designated important ports being industrial ports. In addition to establishing coastal industrial zones as the primary means of economic development, Japan also regarded the construction of industrial ports as a key measure to eliminate regional economic disparities, positioning these ports in underdeveloped regions. At that time, the coastal industries primarily included heavy industries like petroleum and steel, characterized by large inputs and outputs requiring enormous amounts of raw materials. It was the fastest period for the development of bulk cargo transportation, where bulk cargo became the main type of port business. Petroleum and its products, iron, ore, and coal, accounted for over 60% of maritime cargo. This period also saw the fastest increase in port throughput. For example, Japan's foreign trade cargo through its ports increased from 44 million tons in 1955 to 860 million tons in 1994, while the Netherlands grew from 85 million tons to 375 million tons. South Korea's cargo volume rose from 5.8 million tons in 1965 to 34.8 million tons in 1994, while Australia's exports as a major supplier of bulk cargo grew from 7.1 million tons in 1955 to 332 million tons. 32 million tons. During this stage, in order to reduce transportation costs, the process of building larger vessels progressed rapidly. By the 1970s, the maximum tonnage of oil tankers had reached over 5.0 tons, and dry bulk carriers of 2.0 to 3.0 tons emerged one after another. The increase in vessel size led to the expansion and deepening of docks. The mechanization and automation of bulk cargo handling resulted in the emergence of mineral loading docks of 2.0 to 3.0 tons and berths for 5.0 ton tankers. The increase in industrial functions in ports initially occurred in developed countries or regions like Japan and Europe, and then in emerging countries or areas. Currently, many developing countries are still undergoing this process. The increase in industrial functions in ports is not merely the result of the port's own efforts, but rather the outcome of national economic policies driving this change. From the situation in various countries, the development of coastal heavy and chemical industries has indeed greatly propelled national economic growth, while also facilitating rapid advancement in the port industry. The fastest period for the development of coastal heavy and chemical industries coincided with the golden age of port development. The third generation of ports is characterized by the emergence and gradual perfection of container transportation. In developed countries, after the layout of coastal industrial zones was completed in the 1980s, resource and environmental issues began to emerge and become increasingly prominent. The emergence of container transportation has to some extent resolved the issues of traditional bulk cargo transport, achieving door-to-door multimodal transport, thus developing rapidly and first establishing international common standards. Container transportation can be seen as a revolutionary advancement. It is both a result of the globalization of the economy and a catalyst for further global economic integration. Currently, no country's economic activities can do without container transportation. The container transport network extends to almost every corner of the world. From the perspective of ports, vigorously developing container transportation is the only hallmark of a port entering its third generation. For port operations, container handling can increase handling income and improve port efficiency, while also relying on a large volume of container cargo to participate in consolidation, deconsolidation, packaging, processing, and storage, transforming the port into a domestic or even international logistics hub, thus generating the most added value among various types of cargo. For this reason, ports in countries with favorable conditions, as well as local governments, are providing financial and policy support for the development of certain key ports, while port authorities are also attracting cargo through various means. Some authorities and consortiums, such as the Port of Singapore Authority Chung Kong Holdings and Saudi consortiums, are even seeking investment projects or acquiring container terminal projects around the world. Chung Kong Holdings' overseas projects have already yielded good economic benefits. The scale and development level of container transportation are indicative of the development level of third-generation ports, with the development of container transportation and the widespread use of information technology being the main features of third-generation ports. The government's main measures are to support a few key ports in becoming international transit centers, leading to the emergence of the concept of fourth-generation ports. In the late 20th century, container ports in developed countries became increasingly mature, while the originally constructed heavy industrial coastal zones faced growing environmental and resource pressures, and residents demanded higher living standards. In 1999, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development UNCTAD introduced the concept of fourth-generation ports, where the main functions of ports began to shift toward being nodes of international growth activities and economic activities. Some new characteristics highlighted by fourth-generation ports include: first, ports possess the advantages of both maritime and land connections, becoming central links between global and regional production, trade, and consumption, establishing closer relationships with their economic hinterlands and residing cities. Second, while competition among ports has intensified, trade cooperation has also become closer. Third, the unique development of ports has become more apparent, shifting from passive development to proactive exploration, planning, and active participation in various economic activities. Finally, the urban functions of ports are becoming increasingly prominent, gradually transforming them into areas for sightseeing and leisure for citizens through energy conservation, emission reduction, restoration and reconstruction of marine landscapes, and the establishment of international exhibition centers. With the continuous development of the global economy and the ongoing adjustment of the international industrial structure and pattern over the past century, ports worldwide have been experiencing functional transformations. The four generations of ports mentioned above do not have strict boundaries in their classification. It is a gradual process, and the pace varies among countries. Currently, almost all four generations of ports exist worldwide. There are also industrial ports specifically serving coastal industries and dedicated energy ports. After the economic development or structural adjustment in their hinterlands, these ports will transition to container transportation-focused ports. From the perspective of the development history of ports, the future ceiling for the Shigong City Dock has already been locked. Firstly, the ecological environment near the Shigong City Dock does not permit the development of heavy industries. Therefore, the basic positioning of the Shigong City Dock is to be a hub for goods and an ecological tourism area. If successful in acquiring the docks in Central and Kowloon, Yibanghua will gradually move Tongyun Logistics to Central or Kowloon, while the Shigong City area will be redeveloped into a public dock. However, this does not mean that Yibanghua has given up on the hard-won foundation in Shigong City. After all, Tongyun Logistics still holds a land lease of 999 years for an area of 80 square kilometers. Even if Tongyun Logistics moves away in the future, the original plan will largely remain unchanged. Over the next 10 years, Shigong City will gradually transform into a comprehensive modern living area that integrates education, tourism, commerce, entertainment, and residential functions, with total investment expected to exceed 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Nearby construction sites are still bustling with activity. Looking out from the second floor of Tongyun Logistics, Yibanghua sipped a cup of hot tea. Lei Jueqing is not just his lackey, but a capable aide. Since the establishment of Tongyun Logistics, Yibanghua has almost placed all burdens on Lei Jueqing. Although Chun Wenhua and Youtiao Su have their own responsibilities, they are largely unrelated to Tongyun Logistics. Currently, the giant wave fleet composed of 10 ultimate jet boats has not engaged in the business of smugglers, but works alongside traditional British shipping companies like Swire Shipping, Hutchison Whampoa, and Kowloon Warehouse to assist the British authorities in coordinating the shipment of necessities such as food, medicine, and clothing from overseas back to Hong Kong. Correspondingly, the British authorities allow these shipping companies free access to Hong Kong waters and the territorial seas of British Malaya without being searched by the water poly. The reason he specifically came to Tongyun Logistics today is that Yibanghua is to host a few special guests who arrived at the Shigong City Dock via fishing boats from Macau. As for how special they are, Yibanghua was also unsure, as it was recommended by his partners He Shanha and He Tian, who reportedly maintained business ties with the Dachang trading company under He Shanha. Emerging from the shadows of World War II, the region of Haojiang faced a complete collapse of basic services, burdened by an enormous population that had dramatically expanded. Moreover, in a politically uncertain situation, it found itself once again relying on its own resources to clean up the aftermath and seeking creative solutions to the challenge of increasing public revenue. Similar to Hong Kong before 1950, the economy of Haojiang was also built on the foundations of entrepot trade between China and the capitalist world. However, in Hong Kong, the role played by the British authorities in areas such as education infrastructure, housing, banking, and export promotion was far more interventionist. In contrast, in Haojiang, the initial phase of industrialization, at least until the 1970s, was based on the individual efforts of capitalist entrepreneurs within a laissez-faire environment. Undoubtedly, the overwhelming challenge at the end of the war was to ensure food supply, especially rice. In the early post-war years, rice and its supply were both an economic and a political issue. In August 1946, the authorities in Haojiang had to protest against the British Empire's ban on all goods, including food intended for export from Hong Kong to Haojiang. The Portuguese found this policy incomprehensible, especially considering Haojiang's generous reception of refugees from British colonial territories during the war. In this context, Haojiang increasingly relied on Guangdong province, hoping it could supply rice. Therefore, in January 1948, Song Zhuang, the top official of Guangdong province, reached an agreement with the Portuguese authorities to supply the rice Haojiang needed. In exchange, the Portuguese guaranteed to combat smuggling and prohibited the re-export of rice. However, by 1949, Haojiang was concerned that irregular activities in the West River region would seize production areas. Unlike Hong Kong, which had an international rice quota supplied by Myanmar, Haojiang did not have such international guarantees for its rice supply. In the early post-war stages, Macau also became a major hub for gold smuggling, making this trade a significant pillar of the economy. This trade was partly legal and partly illegal. In any case, Portugal was not a signatory to the Bretton Woods Agreement of 1946. The agreement prohibited the export of gold for private use. Gold smuggling in Macau was monopolized and manipulated by Wu Fu-tang, followed by a branch of the gambling monopoly group Taxing Company. The key intermediary arranging this monopoly was a local Portuguese notable and capitalist named Luo Bao. In 1947, the licensed import of gold to Haojiang totaled 1.0 ounces, with 5.0 ounces of platinum. In the first half of 1948, this figure was expected to double. In early 1948, the Central Bank of the Guo Party government complained to the governor of Haojiang about significant leaks of gold being exported from the mainland to Haojiang. As then Governor Kowloon in office from 1947 to 1951, I responded, although Haojiang attempted to ultimately stop gold imports considering the budget difficulties it faced and the government's reliance on fees and charges from these gold entrepot trades, it would take some time to find alternative sources of income. Between 1949 and 1966, the amount of gold imported into Haojiang increased to between 16 million and 20 million ounces annually. Once gold arrived in Haojiang, it was melted into bars and then re-exported. Although there are no statistics on the re-export of gold, it is evident that the South Asian subcontinent was the main destination. In fact, despite the fact that gold trade remained illegal in Hong Kong, Haojiang had no particular motive to suppress the gold business. It wasn't until 1974, with the legalization of gold trading in Hong Kong, that gold smuggling came to. Introduced by He Tian and He Shanheng, a special guest knocked on the door of Yi Banghua's office in the headquarters of Tonyan Logistics. Looking up, Yi Banghua saw that the visitor was dressed in a black long gown and wore a typical velvet hat from the Republic period with a broad, plump face, bearing a smile, holding a box of dim sum marked Yangqing restaurant. Who are you? Mr. Yi, I apologize for the sudden visit. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Amin. Where are you from? Your accent seems to carry a hint of Siam. Mr. Yi has a keen ear. My father was originally an overseas Chinese who went to Siam to make a living, and he has returned to work at Nongguan Company. Yi Banghua's pupils dilated. He had never expected someone from Nongguan Company to visit him, and neither He Shanheng nor He Tian had informed him beforehand. Were they worried that he wouldn't meet with someone of special status from Nongguan Company? Amin, who had been observing Yi Banghua, smiled slightly, as if he was not surprised that Yi Banghua could discern his true identity, but he also felt that Yi Banghua was excessively young to command a super fleet that was almost unheard of outside. Thinking of this, Amin felt a surge of warmth and urgency in his heart as the Western countries led by America had imposed an unprecedented blockade on the mainland and North Korea, severely disrupting the channels for urgently needed supplies, such as medicines, food, and cotton clothing. Currently, they could only transport materials to the battlefield through the relatively special regions of Haojiang and Hong Kong. In his past life, Yi Banghua had heard many rumors, such as how figures like Hua Guantai and He Hongshan, who later gained fame, had reaped enormous profits during this sudden war, laying the foundation for their future rise. Wait, if that's the case, did the fortunes of Hua Guantai and He Hongshan quietly shift to him before He Shanheng, He Tian, and the other partners of Hongxing Bank introduced him as a young talent and special guest? No wonder the system set the task deadline at 7 days. The foreshadowing was here. Indeed, to intercept the fortunes of two top Chinese tycoons, there are no fixed standards. Considering that this Amin, who claimed to be a special guest, came from Nongguan Company in Haojiang, one of the strongholds of the smuggling merchants uniting Hong Kong and Macau. Every material transported through Hong Kong and Macau to the mainland was transferred by this company. Ahem. Mr. Amin, I know exactly who you are, so there's no need for grandiloquent words. Let's talk business. I have the urgently needed bulk items such as medicines, food, cotton, clothing, steel pipes, and rubber here. However, I only accept gold transactions. If you are indecisive, please go back and discuss it with your father." With that, Yi Banghua no longer paid attention to Yimin, whose expression changed repeatedly. Seeing this, Yimin seemed to think of something. In fact, Yi Banghua had already guessed his true background. The reason he did not expose it was merely for the sake of courtesy, especially since he had heard that Yi Banghua was a rare Chinese detective in Hong Kong, who had already cracked several major cases, including those involving Guo Party special agents. Moreover, Yi Banghua had pointed out the urgently needed supplies on the battlefield right off the bat, suggesting that he had learned about the details of smuggling activities within the province Hong Kong and Macau through the clients of his super fleet. Therefore, he quietly stood up, as this indeed exceeded the content of his visit today. Nangguang Company did not have much gold reserves, but this was the only opportunity given by Yi Banghua. When Yimin returned to Haojiang and Nangguang Company with this news, the then general manager of Nangguang Company, Ku Ping, along with Yimin's father Yimei Ho, who was running around in Hong Kong and Macau to gather urgently needed supplies, and other overseas Chinese leaders fell silent. They seemed to have underestimated the vision and insight of this young man, named Yi Banghua, as well as the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the fleet under his command. Gathered in the office of the general manager of Nangguang Company, Ku Ping sat at the head of the table. At this moment, he had not yet aged into the frail figure he would later become, and he had not become completely overweight. He still exuded a vigorous spirit. However, faced with the problem posed by Yi Banghua, even he, a seasoned information warrior, couldn't help but feel trouble. Yi Banghua was fully aware of what supplies they needed, so how could he not know that what Nangguang Company lacked most was operational funds, especially the gold that was rampant in smuggling? "Mister, you mean, what do you think, mister? You means by this? Is he indirectly refusing our request?" Looking up, Ku Ping's gaze fell on Yimei Ho, who was sitting next to Yimin. As if sensing Ku Ping's attention, the thin and frail Yimei Ho, who bore a strong resemblance to Yimin, pondered for a moment and then sighed, saying, "Manager Ku, mister, you must be aware that Nangguang Company does not have excess gold reserves, but his mention of a gold transaction is actually a reminder that we can—" "Manager Ku, mister, you must be aware that Nangguang Company does not have excess gold reserves, but his mention of a gold transaction is actually a reminder that we can use our connections with Hongxing Bank to transport the materials." This. After hearing this analysis, Ku Ping frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed, realizing Mr. Yi doesn't want to be implicated in colluding with the enemy, so he deliberately took a roundabout way. That should be the case. Yimei Ho nodded, confirming this speculation, but he also reminded worriedly Manager Ku, "This is our first contact with Mr. Yi, so he cannot trust us completely, which is why he wants to use Hongxing Bank for the material transfer. It seems that certain relationships we have with Hongxing Bank cannot be hidden from him." Ahem. Everyone, actually, I recently heard some news. Seeing that everyone present was drawn in by his words, another overseas Chinese leader, Deng Zhizhao, who had been sitting opposite Yimei Ho and his father, looked embarrassed and continued, "I heard from some friends that Mr. Yi is already a shareholder of Hongxing Bank, and he seems to have a very close relationship with the Chaz from Haining, as Sha Shuking and Shaiguan are currently living next door to Leishankan." "What? This? Mr. Deng, why didn't you say this earlier?" Both Ku Ping and Yimei Ho felt helpless upon hearing this previously unknown news. If they had known this earlier, they would have approached Yi Banghua directly. Wait, why didn't the intermediaries, He Shanheng, He Tian, and others mention this in advance? Could it be a test? "Guantai, this isn't your first time running a boat, but from now on things are a bit special. Even if you get caught by the water police, I won't come forward to vouch for you. You understand this, right? Mister, you please rest assured, if I really get caught by the water police, it will absolutely not implicate you and Tong. Don't blame me for measuring a gentleman with a villain's heart. Once this kind of thing is discovered, the consequences are very serious." "I understand. Mister, you know that this isn't my first time going out to sea. I am quite experienced in dealing with troubles on the water. I am even more grateful to you for giving me this opportunity and for taking care of my family. Ha ha ha. As the saying goes, even the emperor doesn't mind a starving soldier. Don't worry, I will take care of you." On the shore of an unknown small island near Saigon, Yi Banghua was chatting casually with Hua Guantai, who was 2 heads shorter than him. However, their moods were not as relaxed as they appeared on the surface, as Yi Banghua had ultimately agreed to the request of Nangguang Hang. In early December 1951, he officially set sail with a batch of urgently needed medicines, cotton, clothes, and food, mainly rice, to the Pearl River estuary. As for how to receive these goods, that was a concern for Nangguang Hang and the South China Bureau in charge of the South China region. In any case, his giant wave fleet could not head north at such a sensitive time. To ensure the safety of this batch of supplies, Yi Banghua sent Hua Guantai, who had just moved his family into the Tongyun Logistics Staff Dormitory, to lead the run. Among the crew were also some local citizens from Xianjiang. These locals had seen reports about the Korean War in leftist newspapers like the Ta Kung Pao, and feeling indignant, decided to head to Beigao Li to participate in this first localized hot war since World War II. As for the choices of these patriotic individuals, Yi Banghua could not criticize them. He also did not charge them for the boat fare, as the ultimate jet boat was more than capable of accommodating these people. This time not only would his giant wave fleet deploy 5 ultimate jet boats, but Nongguang and Heshan's Dachang Trading Company would also send dozens of inconspicuous fishing boats to provide cover until this batch of supplies safely reached the Pearl River estuary. During this period, they also needed to gather a second batch of supplies and personnel, including some leftist individuals from Union's film and literary circles who had been expelled by the British authorities. Regarding the British authorities' embargo demands, Yi Banghua could not completely ignore them. Even with the covert support of Deputy Police Commissioner Ma Shirtao, he did not dare to openly confront the British authorities, as the British military in Hong Kong was not something he could stand against alone. The dim lights illuminated Hua Guantai's slowly retreating figure. Yi Banghua was not in a melancholic mood, he appeared quite calm. This was a test as well as an experiment. If Hua Guantai succeeded, then these matters would be handled by him in the future. If Hua Guantai failed, then Yi Banghua would still honor his agreement and take good care of Hua Guantai's family. Analyzing from the perspective of the previous life's conspiracy theories, opinions on Zhangjiang's role during the Cold War varied between the British Empire and the United States. From London's point of view, Xinjiang was a valuable colonial possession and a symbol of the British Empire's status as a world power. However, the British also understood that Zhangjiang's future was closely tied to the new China established in 1949. At first glance, the Americans appeared to have no significant economic or military interests in Xinjiang. However, they gradually came to realize that Xinjiang could play a crucial strategic role in containing China. On the other hand, the Chinese Communist Party viewed Xinjiang as a useful window to the outside world and also a means to drive a wedge between the British and American alliance. In the 1910s to early 1920s, the competing Hong Kong merchants funded rival factions, the Yanqing military government and the Beiyang government in the Forbidden City, while some anti-imperialist Chinese from Xinjiang joined forces with enlightened individuals who had joined the Chinese Communist Party during the 1925-1926 general strike. Moreover, from the 19th century to the early 20th century, local Chinese merchants actively participated in economic trade across Asia. Xinjiang became a hub for the business networks of overseas Chinese connecting the mainland, especially South China, with Southeast Asia. As a free port, Xinjiang was the main channel through which people, money, and goods flowed between the mainland and Southeast Asia. Despite facing many problems and challenges, British Hong Kong managed to survive the collapse of the Qing dynasty warlord conflicts and the Canton Hong Kong general strike in the first 25 years of the 20th century. However, Japanese imperialism's full-scale invasion of China in the 1930s posed the greatest threat to the British Empire's rule over Hong Kong since it began in 1842. There were concerns that Japan might invade Hong Kong, but the British authorities, including Churchill, believed that Hong Kong was not worth the scarce resources needed for its defense against a Japanese invasion. Aside from 2 battalions of Canadian troops, London would not send more reinforcements to Hong Kong. As a result, Japan defeated the stationed British forces in just 18 days and occupied Hong Kong, starting from Christmas Day in December 1941. The Japanese occupation of Hong Kong lasted 3 years and 8 months, during which the local Chinese, British, and other expatriates suffered greatly. In August 1945, Japan, defeated by the Americans, handed Hong Kong back to the British Empire. Hong Kong was an overseas colony of the British Empire and a community of Chinese people, and it can also be considered an international city. After 1945, especially after the establishment of New China in 1949, these 3 roles experienced both continuity and change. Hong Kong quickly recovered after World War II and achieved remarkable results. 8 months after the military government took power, Mark Young returned to Hong Kong as governor, and the military government handed power back to the literati government he led. Construction activities resumed, factories reopened, and trade connections were re-established. By 1948, Hong Kong had regained its status as the largest transshipment port in the Far East. As reported by the well-informed economic magazine Far Eastern Economic Review, in 3 years of prosperous development, trade figures broke records year after year, business profits continuously rose, and most residents' living standards improved. Hong Kong managed to rebuild its shattered gateway, capturing a larger share of transshipment trade in East Asia, and its commercial strength was stronger and more robust than ever in its history. In political terms, the British Empire had indeed considered implementing political reforms in Hong Kong. In May 1946, Mark Young announced his local autonomy plan to help Hong Kong Chinese cultivate a sense of active citizenship, which became known as the Young Plan. The focus of the plan was to establish an elected municipal council. However, Young's municipal plan did not receive support from the non-official members in the Legislative Council, who put forward an alternative proposal in 1949. The incoming governor, Sir Edward Yud, also did not wish to implement political reforms. He believed that the Chinese in Hong Kong would never develop loyalty to the British Empire and that Hong Kong would return to China in 1997. However, in order to fulfill the British Empire's commitment to reform, Sir Edward Yud proposed in 1950 to expand the Legislative Council, making non-official members the majority, with some members elected by restricted voters. Yet neither the non-official members UD nor the British government had any intention of reform, so, by 1952, all attempts at political reform were abandoned. As a result, Hong Kong continued to operate under a colonial system, which could also be called a benevolent dictatorship, a situation that persisted until the late 1960s and even later. Despite the lack of democracy, the British Empire was dedicated to providing efficient governance, freedom, and the rule of law for the people of Hong Kong. The fundamental issue of Hong Kong is its relationship with China, the mainland. Successive governors after Sir Edward Youde made great efforts to avoid offending the capital. After the outbreak of the Korean War in 1950, the United States began to view Zhangjiang's role as serving its foreign policy objectives. Firstly, it was to use Xinjiang to collect intelligence and observe China. Xinjiang had three favorable factors that aided American intelligence work. It was geographically close to the Chinese mainland, there were Chinese talents present, and the convenience of British facilities. The United States established a consulate in British Hong Kong in 1843, being the first foreign government to do so. With the formal establishment of New China on October 1, 1949, the American consulate in Hong Kong acquired new importance. In light of the previous treatment of the American consulate in Shenyang by the Chinese Communist Party, the Truman administration closed all embassies and consulates on the Chinese mainland during the winter of 1949-1950. As a result, all consular and reporting operations were transferred to the American consulate in Hong Kong, turning what was in 1949 a quiet overseas post with few staff into a busy center by 1953, with heavy workloads in visas, citizen affairs, shipping propaganda, and the collection and reporting of political and economic intelligence. Additionally, by the early 1950s, the Chinese Communist Party's control over the mainland had solidified, making it even more difficult to deploy intelligence personnel in the totalitarian state. Due to its strategic position, Hong Kong became an important listening post for the Americans on the periphery of China at a time when Washington and Beijing had no formal diplomatic contact and no official operational base on the mainland. Intelligence was obtained through inquiries to refugees and monitoring newspapers. Another important aspect of American intelligence activities in Hong Kong was reporting on economic conditions and export controls. Shortly after the outbreak of the Korean War in 1950, the United States gained the agreement of other Western European countries to impose export controls on China, and after a series of offensives launched by China against South Korea from late 1950 to early 1951, the United States obtained United Nations approval to impose an embargo on strategic materials against China. The U.S. State Department believed that Hong Kong traditionally served as a transshipment port for China, thus, it was becoming an increasingly evident and widely recognized threat that could jeopardize America's policy to prevent the Chinese Communist Party from obtaining goods and foreign exchange. To ensure that strategic materials under embargo did not inadvertently flow into China, the American consulate in Hong Kong was ordered to conduct extensive export inspections, meticulously investigating Hong Kong's import demands. Given Hong Kong's proximity to the Chinese mainland, it was imperative for American intelligence agencies to monitor the enforcement of export controls in the area. That is to say, Guantai had to face not only the water police department of the British authorities, but also avoid the surveillance of the American consulate's intelligence agency. This was an arduous and extremely risky undertaking. To be honest, He Banghua was unclear how Guantai had managed this in his previous life. This time he as an insider had made arrangements with the water police in advance. If they encountered a boat flying a 5-colored flag at both ends, they would let those boats pass smoothly, and the price for this was 2.0 Hong Kong dollars. This could be considered a deathly business, and Yi Banghua naturally could not discuss this with the other shareholders of Tonyan Logistics. Even his superior Wood Robinson was unaware of his little maneuver, and the only potential leak could come from the greedy officials in the water police department. In 1949, the American intelligence agency established a listening post in Xinjiang. The CIA's Xinjiang station was affiliated with the American consulate, using the consulate as a cover. In 1950, the CIA purchased a civil aviation company to serve as its air transport department for secret operations, thus making Xinjiang the financial and administrative headquarters of the civil aviation company. After the United States closed its embassy in Huaxia in 1950, the scope of work for the American consulate in Hong Kong expanded. Similarly, the CIA's Xinjiang station grew in scale and importance to meet the increasing demand for intelligence on Huaxia. Therefore, William Colby, who served as a CIA agent in Scandinavia and later became the director of the CIA, stated in the early 1950s that Stockholm was no longer a major intelligence center and that the greatest challenge in secret intelligence collection lies elsewhere in Berlin, Vienna, and Xinjiang. In terms of technical intelligence collection, the United States benefited from the Signals Intelligence Station established by the British Empire in Xinjiang. According to the Anglo-American Security Agreement signed in 1948, the responsibility for collecting signals intelligence was divided among the United States, the British Empire, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, based on geographical regions. Although the British Empire Government Communications Headquarters was mainly responsible for the areas east of the Ural Mountains and Africa, all signals intelligence facilities in British colonies worldwide were under its jurisdiction, with some facilities jointly managed with other signals intelligence agencies. In the late 1940s, the British Empire Government Communications Headquarters established a major signals intelligence station in Kowloon managed by the Royal Air Force's 367th Communications Squadron. This station moved to Little West Bay on Hong Kong Island in 1951. The main objective of the Xiangjiang Signals Intelligence Station was the southeastern region of Huaxia and the waters of southern Huaxia, operated jointly by the British Empire Government Communications Headquarters and the Australian Defence Signals Directorate, with American liaison personnel stationed there. The collected signals intelligence was shared between American and British intelligence agencies. After the outbreak of the Korean War, intercepting military communications from the new Huaxia was crucial for formulating operational strategies. The signals intelligence facilities of the British Empire in Xiangjiang were highly valued, prompting both the United States and Britain to develop emergency plans for the withdrawal of these facilities in case of an attack on Xiangjiang by Huaxia. The interception range of the Xiangjiang station focused on southern Huaxia, providing very limited signals intelligence regarding the movements of the communist forces in northern Huaxia. Nonetheless, the United States did not overlook the numerous advantageous listening posts of the British Empire during the Cold War and made use of them. To prevent the matter of Hua Guantai smuggling contraband goods from leaking, Yi Banghua did not inform those around him except for Chen Wenjua, the chief security officer, since Chen needed to gather intelligence on the actions of the local Guo Party agents in order to determine whether they had noticed any anomalies regarding Tongyun logistics. In Yi Banghua's vague recollection, it seemed that in the 1950s, there was a shocking leak scandal where it appeared that a British intelligence officer stationed in British Malaya was seduced by the CIA and subsequently leaked the British Empire's plans to violently suppress the independence uprising in British Malaya to the Independence Alliance, resulting in the countdown to the end of British colonial rule in British Malaya. When it comes to employing schemes, Yi Banghua would not dare claim to be peerless, but as a young man deeply influenced by ancient Chinese military strategies, he could rely on the 36 stratagems to subvert some personnel within the American and British intelligence agencies. Yi Banghua did not wish to confront the intelligence agencies of the United States and Britain simply because a thin arm cannot wrestle with a thick leg, yet for the sake of his and his family's safety some things needed to be done in advance despite the risks, even if they were rather dirty. After sending off Hua Guantai and confirming that the joint fleet carrying urgently needed goods worth $250 Hong Kong dollars had drifted into the waters of Saigon, Yi Banghua did not linger, personally piloting the collector's edition ultimate jet boat back to the Saigon city dock. Upon his return, he was greeted by the rising sun, which appeared dazzling behind him. Chen Wenjua, who had been monitoring the situation on the shore, noticed the commotion and looked up to see that his boss had returned safely. Wenjua, thank you for your hard work. Let's go accompany me for breakfast. After breakfast, I still have to go to the police station for work. Okay, boss, after you. Only when Yi Banghua spoke did Chen Wenjua return to a normal state after being on guard, his previously tense muscles slowly relaxing, making him appear harmless. However, the bandits and thieves who had perished at his hands did not think so. Brother, you finally came. You didn't come home to sleep last night, and the two sisters-in-law asked me for a long time. With a metallic lunchbox filled with freshly made soybean milk and a hand holding an oil paper-wrapped Yao Jia Gui, as soon as Yi Banghua returned to the second-floor hall of the Wanchai police station, he saw his brother Yi Bangyao, who had dark circles under his eyes, take one of the breakfasts with a look of complaint and began to eat it. With a helpless smile, Yi Banghua also sat down opposite his brother to eat. Last night, I had an urgent matter and didn't have time to call home. I originally wanted Ah Chung to tell you, but I got busy and forgot. I won't do it again. Tonight after work, I will explain everything clearly to Xiofan and the others. It's best if you explain it clearly. If you don't, it will be 2 pregnancies and 4 lives lost. Did I sneeze? Could I be catching a cold? That shouldn't be the case. Yi Bangyao, who was eating voraciously, sneezed, inexplicably feeling somewhat strange and confused, wondering if he had caught a cold, unaware of his elder brother's fierce gaze. Shaking his head, Yi Banghua did not argue much with his brother. After quickly finishing breakfast, he began his work for the day. Perhaps heaven was also toying with him as he encountered a big case right at the start of his shift. It turned out to be a murder case. The deceased Huang Fong was a 21-year-old young woman standing at 170 centimeters tall. She had been stabbed in the back with the knife, entering from right to left, deeply penetrating the heart, with great force inflicted by a sharp knife. Our officers heard the commotion and promptly arrived at the scene. Upon entering, they found the deceased lying face down, surrounded by faint shoe prints. One pair of prints belonged to the deceased while the other belonged to a male, both side by side in the same direction. Among the deceased's feet, there were 2 pairs of shoe prints facing in opposite directions and appearing particularly deep, with the male print's front and slightly sunken, indicating that both parties were standing on rather soft mud. The right index finger of the deceased was on the ground, forming a cross with the vertical line drawn deeply and slightly to the right. It was thought that the deceased might have been religious, riding a cross before dying, which would not be surprising. Based on the evidence, I deduced that they were possibly a couple who stood there for a long time kissing, with the male being shorter than the female, thus causing the front of the shoe prints to sink slightly. Then the male quietly stabbed the female with a sharp knife. When Yi Banghua and his brother Yi Bangyao arrived at the crime scene, he almost lost his breakfast. This was an old-style tenement building located on Lockhart Road in Wanchai. From the outside, it appeared to be 3 stories tall, excluding the rooftop covered by wooden structures. Once they entered, they discovered a different world inside, with various units cut into beds, where the elderly, children, and women were all packed together. Upon entering, the Yi brothers were mistaken by those women for customers. However, when they presented their credentials, they were immediately frightened pale, as all of them were unregistered refugees, commonly known as black households. However, Yi Banghua was too lazy to pay attention to these unfortunate women in the flesh trade. He led his brother Yi Bangyao through the layers of wooden boards to the crime scene. Ensign Liu Zhang and other Chinese officers from the Wanchai police station had already cordoned off the area, temporarily restricting anyone from entering or exiting until the accompanying female colleagues completed their notes with all witnesses. Yi Banghua had no objection to this. After listening to Anson's analysis of the case, Yi Banghua donned a white mask and a pair of disinfected medical gloves, carefully crossing into the crime scene within the cordoned-off area. He saw the 2 corpses surrounded by congealed blood on the ground. Prodding one with a chopstick that had fallen on the ground, he found that the blood had begun to coagulate, making it difficult to distinguish who bled more. As for the cross that Anson had mentioned earlier, Yi Banghua also noticed this peculiar mark at a glance, wondering if it had something to do with the cult. Since ancient times, Xiangjiang has been one of the important strongholds of the Triads. Since the establishment of the new China Triad organizations in southern Huaxia have basically settled in Xiangjiang, including some extreme Triad organizations with radical ideologies and actions which can be traced back to the White Lotus Society uprising in the late Qing dynasty. In the previous life, anyone who watched the Huang Feihong series directed by the great director Su Ku and starring Kung Fu Emperor Jet Li would surely remember the classic scene where Li's character burst into the headquarters of the White Lotus Society in Yangqing, killing indiscriminately, and his colleague accidentally killing the so-called Holy Maiden of the White Lotus Society, especially the words spoken by Lu Haodong. You can break the clay Buddha, but you cannot break the Buddha in the heart. If everyone in Huaxia is like this, then is there still hope for Huaxia? It was from that moment on that Yi Banghua gradually realized that the damage caused by cults to individuals and groups is irreversible and extremely cruel. However, from the current crime scene, his colleagues had not discovered any items related to religion, nor had they found any traces of the suspected couple's worship of deities. Therefore, the possibility of a cult sacrifice ritual could basically be ruled out. Since there was no relation to cults, could it be a romantic crisis? Or a feud among the underworld? Son, brother Lu, both of you are seasoned veterans. Have you ever encountered a case like this before? Emerging from the crime scene, Yi Banghua removed his mask and white gloves, handing them to a subordinate for disposal. Behind him, Sun and Liu Zhang froze upon hearing his words. In their experience, they had investigated numerous homicide cases, some straightforward to solve, but this one was truly bizarre. Nothing appeared stolen, it bore no hallmarks of burglary. Nor did it resemble a gangland vendetta, after all which enemy would carve 2 crosses into the victim's palm. Brother Hua, to be frank, we've solved many homicides before, but nearly all were gang-related. We've never seen anything like today's case. Even more perplexing, the first eyewitness was not a resident refugee, but one of our own officers. It's possible the refugees here recognized the killer, yet out of fear or coercion deliberately avoided the scene. Only later, learning that the killer had murdered the young couple, did they panic and remain silent. If that's true, then the killer must have entered the scene unmasked, and with no signs of struggle. The victims clearly knew him well enough to lower their guard. One more thing, have you noticed? The refugees here seem neither startled nor frightened by the murder. Perhaps such violence has long since become routine. Maintaining public order remains an arduous, unending task. At the mention of public order, the veteran detectives trailing Yi Banghua bowed their heads in quiet shame. Before Yi Banghua assumed command of the Wanchai police station, law and order in Wanchai had been tenuous at best. There was no real sense of structure. Yet under his leadership, the number of criminal investigations had markedly declined. Still, serious crimes, homicides, robberies, persisted relentlessly, which was precisely why Yi Banghua insisted on inspecting every major crime scene in person. This crime scene was clearly a makeshift shelter for refugees, a decrepit pre-war tenement leased by a landlord with sinister intent. If Yi Banghua's instincts were correct, the landlord had already bartered away eligible young women for cheap grain and lodging, selling them to brothels, or retaining some as concubines or domestic servants. Such was the moral climate of the era. Even Yi Banghua's .38 revolver could not suppress this tide of corruption, let alone in the 1950s. And even in the modern 21st century, does such exploitation truly vanish, or merely migrate unseen elsewhere? Don't be naive. The world is intricate, and the human heart far more so. Son, old Lu, You two take these few $100s, buy food, and distribute it among the people here. Anyone who dares snatch it, handcuff them and haul them in. Also, select several suitable individuals and detain them temporarily as suspects. Understood? Yes, Brother Hua, you truly possess a compassionate heart. Though praising one's superior openly was unorthodox, and Sun spoke sincerely, Lu Zhang and the others remained silent. What they truly thought Yi Banghua could not know. His X-ray vision pierced card faces, not hearts. Yet kindness need not be weakness. If any subordinate mistook his mercy for vulnerability, so much the better. His fists had long itched for an outlet, and a few ill-fated souls would serve perfectly. Descending the tenement stairs, Yi Banghua instructed his younger brother Yi Bangyao not to remain at the scene. The investigation fell outside his duties. He'd brought him along only to broaden his horizons. The effect, it seemed, had been profound. Yi Bangyao's face bore no trace of mourning, levity, or resentment, only deep shock and silence. He who kills shall himself be killed. A truth as timeless as history itself. Even after years of hardened resolve, Yi Bangyao could not help but imagine might he one day suffer the same fate. Enough, don't dwell on it. Go patrol with the others. This case is beyond your purview. And brother, tell me, will there come a day when we too are slaughtered and dumped in some desolate wilderness? Yi Bangyao lifted his head, forcing a grin, feigning courage before his elder brother. Yi Banghua smiled gently and replied softly, Yao, your concern pleases me. It proves you're no careless, indifferent soul. But listen well. So long as I stand beside you, you need fear nothing. Should that day ever come, I will shield you with my own body, bearing every threat myself. Now settle your heart. We await the birth of our child. We are soon to become fathers, and yes, brother is right. We are to be fathers. This is cause for joy. His words sounded like reassurance for his brother, yet were equally a quiet, tenacious affirmation to himself. Yi Banghua said no more, simply laid a hand on his brother's shoulder, then watched in silence as Yi Bangyao joined the other officers on their street patrol. That evening, back at the Liang Chun residence, Yi Banghua carefully explained the day's events to his two wives Wu Xiufan and Wu Xiurong, thus narrowly escaping reprimand. Yet both women were heavily pregnant, and he refrained from venting his pent-up tension upon them. Instead, he turned to the household maid, always taking meticulous precautions while Elder Chun ensured she received regular medication to prevent any unintended consequences. Regarding such minor matters, the Wu sisters chose not to interfere. After all, what man doesn't strive? To speak plainly, 9.5 out of 10 men are lecherous, while the remaining half are impotent. Moreover, their husband exercised impeccable discretion, never flirting with other women in their presence, never exposing them to sordid scenes. The next morning, their younger brother Wu Xiurong joined them for breakfast. The sisters seized the opportunity to counsel him earnestly. Their marriage had elevated the Wu family. Yet if their husband rose to become a regional magnate, the Wu clan's influence would dwindle. To forestall such uncertainty, they now pinned their hopes on Wu Xiurong, their own flesh-and-blood brother. Surely he would never side with outsiders against his brother-in-law. Nearly 18, Wu Xiurong had begun to grasp deeper truths. He saw his brother-in-law not as a mere man, but as a legendary hero from storybooks, renowned, formidable, currently biding his time, awaiting a great destiny that would lift him skyward. Then Wu Xiurong would gaze upward, awestruck at this heroic elder brother-in-law. Rong, you've grown up and now shoulder family burdens. Still, sisters hope you'll learn closely from your brother-in-law. His household holds only 2 male heirs, himself and his younger brother. To secure the lineage, he must inevitably welcome more women into his home. Though we sisters entered first, the Wu family lacks prestige and depth. Should a scion of an established clan join the household, even the position of principal wife may no longer be ours. Don't rush to protest. These are sober possibilities, and we've long prepared ourselves. So, dear brother, you must excel, for your success strengthens our standing in this household, eases your father's mind, and prevents scandals that would disgrace our name. And, do you understand, Rong? Yes. Elder and second sisters, you may rest assured. I'll never disappoint you, or father. Seated at the table, watching his 2 sisters radiate maternal warmth while speaking tenderly, Wu Xiurong reflected deeply. As for resenting his brother-in-law's marital conduct, he was far too astute. Wasn't he too a man who dreamed of someday commanding multiple wives? Elder sister had just said it, war had reduced the Yi family to only 2 male heirs. Without welcoming more women to bear children, would the Yi lineage simply wither and vanish? A large progeny ensures stability and continuity for the family legacy. Yi Banghua had not slept until 2 or 3 in the morning after his encounter with the maid. Upon washing and emerging from his room, he chanced upon Wu Xiurong being counseled by his 2 sisters. Intrigued, he lingered behind the door, listening quietly, only then realizing how perceptive and far-sighted his wives truly were. He had underestimated their acuity in such matters, yet it troubled him little. Should the Wu family lack exceptional talent, he would still honor his prior understanding with Wu Ziming and protect them accordingly. Oh, Rong's here. Have you eaten breakfast? Care to join me in? Ah, brother-in-law. Wu Xiurong had nearly claimed he'd already eaten, until he caught his sisters frantically signaling him to change his answer. Brother-in-law, I just arrived. I haven't eaten yet. Yi Banghua's intuition was sharp enough to catch the sisters' subtle cue, yet he dismissed it with a smile. Gently guiding his wives back to their room to rest, he returned moments later to find the cook had cleared away their breakfast and set out a fresh meal. Wu Xiaorong remained seated where he was. Rising politely upon Yi Banghua's reappearance, he stepped forward as his brother-in-law clapped him warmly on the shoulder. We're all family. No need for such formality. Sit down and eat. Wu Xiaorong murmured, thank you, brother-in-law, and sat again. Watching Yi Banghua savor a golden fried dough stick dipped in soy milk, he finally picked up a pork bun and began eating, having barely touched breakfast earlier amid conversation with his sisters. Now ravenous, he ate heartily and without restraint. Yi Banghua chuckled softly, gesturing to the cook, still tidying the kitchen. She understood instantly, and hurried off to prepare fresh wonton soup and seafood noodles, setting them steaming upon the table. When the meal drew to a close, Yi Banghua set down his chopsticks and bowl, ready to ask a few questions. Arong, have you ever thought about what you will do in the years ahead? Do you intend to stay at the slaughterhouse all your life? Brother-in-law, I never had much schooling, but I love playing football. My father has always refused to let me join a team. Aha! So you fancy football soccer? Football is a noble sport. If you truly wish to excel, to make your father and two elder sisters see you in a new light, then your brother-in-law will help you form a team. Huh, a ball. A team. Brother-in-law, you are not joking with me, are you? Yi Banghua's sudden question startled his underage brother-in-law Wu Xiaorong. When Yi said he could help form a team, Wu was ecstatic for a moment, but soon sank into disbelief, thinking Yi was merely indulging him with empty words. Yi merely smiled, walked over to the telephone, gave it a vigorous shake, then picked up the black handset and asked the operator to connect to Ronghua Talent Service Center. Before long, the call went through with the other end. Yu Tiao Su heard his boss voice instructing him to rush to Lei Xingchun at once. There was an urgent matter to attend to. On hearing the word urgent, Yu Tiao Su could not linger with the VIP he was entertaining. He hastily had a pretty female clerk take over, snatched his black full leather coat from the rack, and rushed to Lei Xingchun, where he discovered his boss brother-in-law Wu Xiaorong was present. Puzzled, he was waved over by the boss. Yu Tiao Su, this is Arong, you know him. He just told me he loves playing football. From today onward, you will take Arong to recruit players. I will give you HK10000 as seed money. I will not concern myself with fields, facilities, or training, but I have one condition. Henceforth, whatever football match you enter, you must win, you must not lose. Having said that, Yi Banghua looked at his astonished, exhilarated brother-in-law Wu Xiaorong, who still could not quite believe it. Only the hurriedly arrived Yu Tiao Su seemed to understand. He smiled faintly and led the still dazed Wu out of Lei Xingchun. If the boss had said to begin today, he was not about to postpone until tomorrow. Such largesse was not merely because Wu Xiaorong was his brother-in-law. The moment Yi heard the word football, 100 schemes sprang to mind. In his past life, he Hongshin's Amin Tourism Entertainment Co. had taken on betting operations for many European and American football clubs in East Asia. The precise sums were never public, but Yi reckoned daily turnover must easily reach $1 billion, with Aoman's net profit amounting to tens of millions. This was a supersized prize, and Yi Banghua had no intention of sharing it with Yi Hongshin. His first task naturally would be to wrest the exclusive gambling rights in Haogong from the Fu Laorong family. But the Fu clan was one of the old established Chinese houses of the province Hong Kong Macau region. Toppling such a deeply rooted lineage would not be easy. Fu Laorong. He does not have many years left, does he? I recall that since his kidnapping and release, he has been gravely ill. In 1945, Fu Laorong had been resting at the Pujichan Monastery when a gang of ruffians suddenly burst in and abducted him. At the time, the abductors demanded a ransom of 9 million yuan, likely silver dollars for that era. After He Xian's mediation, the kidnappers agreed to lower the ransom to 500,000. However, on the eve of the payment, Fu Laorong's son Fu Yingquan discovered the place where his father was held and promptly informed the police. But the leak proved disastrous. By the time the police reached the hideout, it was empty. The kidnappers, enraged, cut off Fu Laorong's right ear and insisted on the original 9 million ransom. Later, with the help of Cantonese opera celebrity Xian Ma Shirzing and a friend, the abductors were finally persuaded to accept the 500,000 ransom. Once the money was paid, Fu Laorong was released. From that day on, Fu became distrustful of his family. He moved alone to a 1,000-square-foot mansion mid-hill in Xiangjiang and ran the Haogong business by remote control. His children and relatives were left with no authority. Viewed this way, there seemed to be an opening. Yi Banghua suspected Fu Yingquan might harbor dark intentions. If his father had died at the kidnappers' hands, the eldest son, as chief heir, would naturally assume control. Indeed, when absolute profit is at stake, so-called family affection is merely a fig leaf to cover deeper conflicts. Using emotional leverage to pry open the Fu family secrets seemed a brilliant move. Yet, yes, knowledge of the Fu clan was only on paper. To truly understand their inner workings, he would need someone from the Fu family or an in-law of a major Chinese house. Before he could ponder further, the phone rang sharply. He picked up to hear that Anson Lu Zhang and others had new leads on yesterday's murder. Xiofan Xiurong, I must handle a case. You two stay home and take care of your pregnancies, don't wander about. If anything comes up, have the household servants deal with it. In an emergency, call the police, and I will return as soon as I receive word. All right. Understood. We're not 3-year-old children, we know what we can and cannot do. He changed into plain clothes, kissed each of his 2 wives lightly on the forehead, and calmly took his car keys downstairs. The ground floor pharmacy was bustling, mostly local neighbors, some visiting dignitaries, and even fair-haired, blue-eyed dowagers watching Chun Bo demonstrate miraculous acupuncture on a patient. Cha Shuqing assisting Chen Ka Yibang was they nodded and smiled. He left Lei Xingchun and drove the Ford toward the Wanchai police station. Brother Hua, you're back. Here is the registry our colleagues compiled of the 235 residents in that Tong Lao and a copy of the entry-exit records we obtained from customs. In the past month, we found no travelers carrying dangerous items, but one possible lead. Last month, customs arrested a group of Nanyang smugglers who had used corpses to transport drugs. Those smugglers once lived in that Tong Lao and had contact with the 2 victims. However, that batch of Nanyang smugglers is already detained in Xitang Chiju prison, so they should not have been able to escape and commit the crime. Through interviews, we discovered the 2 victims only exchanged a greeting with those smugglers the first time they met and had no further contact. Meanwhile, the smugglers trafficked a total of 3 tons of opium. On their last entry into Xianjiang customs, detected anomalies and arrested them. As for other matters, what the tenants of the Tong Lao reported matched our findings. The 2 victims were indeed a couple illegal immigrants who fled from Nanyang to settle in Xianjiang 15 months earlier. During their residence, they had no recorded disputes and no known enemies. It was as if they had been killed from thin air. By the way, Brother Hua, I forgot to mention the 2 victims were heavy gamblers. After losing everything in Haogong, they came back to Xianjiang to raise money and then returned to gamble. Over the 15 months, they frequently traveled to Haogang's major gambling establishments. Gambling fiends then. Sitting in the upstairs office, Yi Banghua smoked a Camel while patiently listening to Anson and Lu Zhang's report. The moment he heard the word gambling, his thoughts dispersed, and then his eyes shifted as if a new idea had struck. Anson, go to the mortuary and ask the coroner whether the woman was pregnant. Old Lu, take some female colleagues to hospitals and clinics and check whether any women have had abortions in the past 6 months. Brother Hua, are you suggesting there is something more suspicious about this case? At Yi Banghua's sudden orders, Anson and Lu Zhang were startled, then quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind their superior's instructions. Their faces changed. If the truth matched their suspicions, the ramifications would be far from trivial. I hope I am wrong, but just in case, go now. A moment's delay and someone may destroy the evidence. Yi lit another Camel. Anson and Lu Zhang did not hesitate. They took their service pistols and hurried off with their men to hospitals, clinics, and the mortuary. After they left, he smiled as memories of rumors from his past life surfaced. Scandals among the great families of Hong Kong and Macau. One concerned the Fu Laorong family. After the abduction, Fu became a shadow of his former self. The concubines he took afterward remained unconsummated, while his sons, ravenous with lust, long coveted their father's concubines. When the old man moved alone to his 1,000-foot villa in mid-hill Xianjiang, they could not resist taking liberties with those nominal stepmothers, and rumors even spoke of depraved parties held in the household. If his conjecture was correct, the dead woman might have been one of Fu Laorong's concubines who had not yet been deflowered, perhaps violated by one of his sons, and possibly pregnant, hidden in that Tong Lao by a son. The dead man could well have been a trusted henchman of one of Fu's sons. Human desire shifts, confronted each day by such a delicate beauty. How could a vigorous young man not be tempted? Fu Laorong's sons were no fools. They would never permit a nominal stepmother to bear an illegitimate child that might one day contest the legitimate heirs for the Fu inheritance. They would deal with it decisively. If all these suppositions were true, Yi Banghua would possess the leverage to take control of the Fu family. At just past 2 in the afternoon, Yi Banghua took his younger brother Yi Bangyao, fresh from a street patrol, to the police station staff canteen for lunch. Soon after, Sun Lu Zhang and other veteran officers rushed back from their inquiries bearing news that left Yi Banghua utterly astonished. The case bore no connection whatsoever to the Fu family, the Macau gambling tycoon master Fu Laorong. And son, do you confirm? The coroner stated unequivocally that the female victim showed no signs of pregnancy or abortion. Brother Hua verified it repeatedly. The coroner was emphatic. Not only did the female victim exhibit no such signs, she remained a virgin. Moreover, the male victim appeared to suffer from impotence. What? The man is impotent. How could this have gone unnoticed until now? Upon hearing this, Yi Banghua nearly leapt from his office chair. That the female victim showed no evidence of pregnancy or abortion was startling enough. But now learning the male victim was likely impotent, the case grew infinitely more complex. Brother Lu, what did you uncover? And Sen's report brought no good news. Yi Banghua's expression darkened. He turned instead to Lu Zhang, who, reading his superior's intent, proceeded to recount his findings methodically. Brother Hua, per your instructions, I scoured every hospital and private clinic within our jurisdiction. Over the past 6 months, approximately 120 women underwent abortions, of whom 105 held valid Hong Kong residence permits, while the remaining 15 were undocumented migrants. From doctors and nurses alike, I learned these 15 women had all been lured from Southeast Asia by human traffickers, snakeheads, to serve as surrogate vessels for affluent and fertile families. Once they delivered a child, they received a lump sum and were sent back. Their recent abortions stemmed not from medical necessity, but from a desperate bid to escape the snakeheads' control. Surrogacy. Where are those 15 women now? They're currently detained pending trial, and will be deported upon its conclusion. Bring out that snakehead. Hide him somewhere secure. I'll need him later. Brother Hua, is this truly? Yi Banghua's order stunned Lu Zhang. His face paled instantly. Even in Sun still present, could not suppress a cautionary remark. Yet Yi Banghua merely smiled faintly, then gestured for both veteran officers to lean in as he outlined his next steps regarding the snakehead. Brother Lu, brother and son. This snakehead has operated for years across Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, brokering surrogates for elite childless families. Surely those powerful families must have considered silencing such an outsider, someone privy to their most guarded secrets. So why does he still breathe freely? There must be something, some safeguard, some leverage. He holds close to his chest. Yi Banghua paused. No further explanation was needed. With only a moment's reflection, and Sun and Lu Zhang grasped their young superior's intent, he meant to extract far more than mere confessions, from the snakehead's survival instincts, and from the hidden machinations within China's most influential clans. Understood, Brother Hua. We'll ensure he lives long enough to surrender every secret he guards. I trust your judgment. Here, take these cigarettes and imported spirits to share among the team. Yes, sir, thank you. By the way, Brother Hua, will you be on duty tonight, or shall we cover for you? I'm returning home tonight to dine with my father-in-law and family. For urgent matters, call me at the ground floor of Lazingkun. Time slipped swiftly away. In his office, Yi Banghua briefed his superior Wood Robinson on the leads gathered from the homicide investigation. Upon learning the case might entangle prominent Chinese magnates and undocumented migrants, Robinson, rarely grave, spoke with sober urgency. Proceed with extreme caution. After all, Hong Kong's social fabric was woven tightly by powerful Chinese lineages, a reckless probing could provoke dangerous backlash. Every step must rest upon irrefutable evidence. With Robinson's tacit endorsement, Yi Banghua felt marginally reassured. Without British senior officials shielding him from above, he had no desire to become the primary target of wrath from those very magnates. That evening back at Lazingkun, Yi Banghua joined his father-in-law Wu Ziming, arrived from Sai Kung for the family banquet, and the entire Wu clan for an opulent 9-dish banquet. During dinner, Wu Ziming asked whether Yi Banghua would permit his only son Wu Xiurong to form a football team. Before the assembled Wu family, Yi Banghua solemnly pledged that Wu Xiurong would undergo rigorous training within the squad, while Wu Xiurong himself, pounding his chest, vowed to become the most celebrated king of football under his brother-in-law's banner, surpassing even the legendary Chinese football icon Li Huizhong. Yi Banghua winced inwardly at such bravado. Li Huizhong, the undisputed Chinese king of football, was still very much alive, leading the South China AA to triumphs across global fields. Even modern titans like Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi, World Cup champions in their own eras, would likely pale beside Li Huizhong's feats in this age, a man who had steered Chinese football teams through repeated finals against the world's footballing superpowers. After the feast, Yi Banghua invited his father-in-law Wu Ziming to the rooftop terrace. Though puzzled, Wu Ziming accepted. Upon ascending, he found several of Yi Banghua's most trusted aides already present, bound hand and foot, with coarse hemp rope, kneeling before a row of glowing hot charcoal embers. Yi Banghua and Chen Wenjua, his chief security officer, along with their Iron Shield enforcers, had sealed off the perimeter. Wu Ziming recoiled in shock, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. Father-in-law, please take a seat. Smiling, Yi Banghua extended a courteous gesture, but Wu Ziming, ignorant of the situation, hesitated, paralyzed by alarm, and instinctively assumed a defensive posture. To Yi Banghua it seemed tedious. Mr. Wu, I advise you to sit. Tonight you've been summoned here to confront the 8 traitors kneeling. Nonsense. You're an outsider. You have no authority to speak so brazenly here. Seeing Yi Banghua remain silent, Wu Ziming erupted in fury, grabbing Chen Wenjua's collar and shouting violently, less in rage than as a desperate signal to his son-in-law, do not kill family, especially not the Wu clan. Heh, father-in-law, don't you see yet? The 8 men kneeling before you have been siphoning funds since late September. When I dispatched Ah Cheng to audit the ledgers, he uncovered entries for imported feed, untraceable, unaccounted for. My men found no such feed in storage. Later, Chen Wenjua investigated the slaughterhouse clerks responsible for bookkeeping and procurement, and uncovered fraud, ghost payrolls, and embezzlement by these 8 traitors. So then, esteemed father-in-law, how shall you deal with them? Yi Banghua rose slowly, turning away without waiting to witness Wu Ziming's deteriorating composure. He descended the stairs, leaving Chen Wenjua and the Iron Shield operatives to oversee the scene. The 8 bound, gagged traitors, already trembling, uncontrollably reduced to muffled whimpers, looked pitiful, tragic, and contemptible in Wu Ziming's shifting gaze, precisely because Yi Banghua had seized the fatal weakness. Had Wu Ziming uncovered this himself, they would not kneel now, helpless awaiting slaughter. Taking the blade handed to him by Chen Wenjue, who had just received 2 sharp slaps, Yi Banghua observed its razor edge gleaming sharply, reflecting Wu Ziming's weathered, aged face. Among the 8 kneeling before the searing charcoal were men who had served Wu Ziming for decades. Yet when interests clashed, sentiment dissolved. Mercy became a luxury he could no longer afford. Shhhh. The red-hot blade slid cleanly across the first trader's throat. Into his ear, Wu Ziming whispered, "In your next life, I shall repay you." To Chen Wenjue, watching nearby, the gesture seemed absurdly theatrical. What Yi Banghua had left unsaid was this: these 8 traders had not only falsified accounts and drawn phantom wages, they had conspired with outsiders to seize control of the Saikung docks. One had even been secretly recruited by Kuomintang agents to poison Yi Banghua's meal that very night. Had Yi Banghua not detected the plot and executed countermeasures, Lazingkun would not have rested in such eerie silence. To Chen Wenjue, Wu Ziming's sorrow and tears were nothing more than involuntary tremors born of raw terror. Some 15 minutes later, Chen Wenjue escorted the hollow-eyed Wu Ziming back down to the 5th floor of Lazingkun. There Yi Banghua sat peeling a tangerine. Hearing the elevator chime, he looked up and saw his father-in-law slumped silently onto the sofa beside him. Yi Banghua exchanged a glance with Chen Wenjue, who gave a subtle nod. The rooftop matters had been resolved. Smiling, Yi Banghua shifted closer, taking Wu Ziming's withered hands firmly in his own. "Father-in-law, if your heart feels heavy, take a few days' rest. I'll assign trusted men to stabilize operations at the slaughterhouse. When you've recovered, return to lead as before. Don't let the treachery of a few wretches cost you your health." "Humph." Wu Ziming offered only a hollow, bitter laugh, then withdrew his hand, stood abruptly, and strode away. But moments later, glancing into the adjacent parlor, he saw his daughter and son animatedly recounting market-day anecdotes, their faces alight with genuine joy, while his son-in-law watched quietly, steadfastly from behind. "You Tiaosu, take some people to run the ship to Japan. I will arrange for some individuals to accompany you. You need not worry about being inspected by the Japanese or the stationed American troops. These accompanying personnel will handle those trivial matters for you. Your only task this time in Japan is to sell the supplies from those 2 ships at 100 times their cost to the Japanese or the American troops stationed in Japan. If you can return safely from this trip, then from now on you will no longer be called Yu Chaosu, but will be renamed Yi Bangzhou. I will include you in the genealogy of the Yi family, and from the moment you return from Japan, you will be the 3rd son of the Yi family. Now tell me, Yu Chaosu, can you complete this mission even if it's fraught with peril?" In the early hours, all the family members were fast asleep, while the anxious father-in-law Wu Ziming was sent back to the Wu family residence in Wanchai by 2 workers from the Iron Shield that Chen Wenjue arranged. Furthermore, these 2 Iron Shield workers would be stationed near the Wu family residence for a long time to prevent Wu Ziming from making any irreversible foolish moves. Sitting on the sofa in the 5th floor hall, Yi Banghua watched Yu Tiaosu, who had been hastily called in by Chen Wenjue. Clearly stunned by the earlier conversation, Yu Tiaosu initially felt inexplicable confusion and bewilderment. As his thoughts gradually calmed down, he realized that his boss Yi Banghua was giving him an opportunity, regardless of what supplies Yi Banghua wanted him to transport to Japan for sale, and whether he could sell these supplies at 100 times their cost. Yu Tiaosu only knew that if he didn't seize this opportunity, he would likely never have such a unique chance to turn his fortunes around again. "Boss, please leave this to me. I promise I won't let you down." Wenjue, take him to prepare. We will set off on time in an hour, do not delay." "All right, boss, I will arrange everything right away. Please await good news." Watching Chen Wenjue lead the exuberant Yu Tiaosu away from Lazingkun, Yi Banghua suddenly burst into a fit of laughter on the sofa. Not out of joy, but because he felt hypocritical and cunning. Yu Tiaosu, lost in euphoria, had not heard clearly. "If you can come back from Japan." This already served as a reminder of the extreme dangers of this trip, and the people he sent were there not only to monitor Yu Tiaosu, but also to accomplish a highly confidential operation. The cause being the system had malfunctioned, unexpectedly issuing Yi Banghua a new bonus task to assassinate the king. Specifically, the Ultimate Desire system, based on Yi Banghua's patriotic sentiments from his past life, had issued a tailored bonus task for him, whether it be Yi Banghua or anyone associated with him, to complete a king assassination act within Tokyo. The system would grant Yi Banghua 10 chances to spin the ultimate roulette, with one guaranteed reward being the elixir of immortality. Only one. Immortality. How many kings and nobles have pursued this rare treasure for countless ages? To obtain this elixir of immortality, Yi Banghua could only send his most loyal subordinate Yu Tiaosu to replace him in completing this assassination mission in Tokyo. By the way, the target of the assassination was any member of the Japanese royal family, and it had to be conducted in a public setting, meaning in front of the lenses of major global media. To meet the demands of this mission, Yi Banghua for the first time issued such an order to Iron Shield to invite journalists from various media outlets in Hong Kong and Macau to be guests on the Ultimate Version jet boat. As for how to invite them onto the boat, he didn't inquire too much as long as the results met his expectations. Therefore, within a week, Chen Wenhua led the Iron Shield workers to invite the selected journalists from various countries during nighttime in Hong Kong and Macau. At 4:04 a.m. an inauspicious time, but Yi Banghua did not care. On the other end of the phone, he listened to Yu Qiaosu's still uncontrollable excitement, his face revealing no emotion, until the phone suddenly cut off. He realized that Chen Wenhua had already arranged for Yu Qiaosu and the others to board the ship. To ensure Yu Qiaosu and the others arrived in Tokyo as quickly as possible, Yi Banghua had spent 10 cosmic years of his life to lift the world seal of an Ultimate Version jet boat. This meant that this Ultimate Version jet boat, which had its world seal lifted, was now the fastest vessel in the world. Even the radar of the American 7th Fleet could not capture its navigational signals. Additionally, upon arriving at Tokyo port, this Ultimate Version jet boat would automatically cloak itself. If Yu Qiaosu and the others could successfully complete the highly confidential King assassination mission, Yi Banghua would lift its cloaking status from afar, allowing them to return safely to Hong Kong together, fulfilling his earlier promise. Everything was ready, only the east wind was lacking. Yu Qiaosu, you must succeed. This was the first task that appeared beyond his control, and it was the first task he desperately wanted to complete. Yi Banghua did not know if he could succeed this time, but for the sake of that elixir of immortality, he could only attempt it through Yu Qiaosu and the others. However, the heavens were unpredictable and life was full of uncertainties. 6 days later, Yi Banghua received a piece of bad news. A report from the Associated Press mentioned in Hong Kong Singpao that an unidentified super battleship had recklessly intruded into the American troops base at Tokyo port, and after failed negotiations, the troops were forced to destroy the potential enemy with aircraft carrier anti-aircraft guns. Boss, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't consider the journey and destination carefully beforehand, leading to the failure of your... No. Wenhua, this has nothing to do with you. I was too optimistic to think it would succeed this time. Upon hearing this bad news, Yi Banghua knew that Yu Qiaosu and the journalists aboard the ship had perished at sea. Strangely, he felt little sorrow, but rather more regret, perhaps. Next time, he would have to take matters into his own hands. There was no time limit on the bonus tasks issued by the system, and they would only be removed after completion. Yi Banghua was not worried about that elixir of immortality being lost. He was worried that it would be difficult for him to complete this bonus task in his lifetime, as its difficulty was exceedingly high. Wenhua, it's alright if it doesn't succeed this time. Well, just be better prepared next time. Make sure to properly comfort the families of the sacrificed Iron Shield workers, like I had promised before, and I will ensure everything is done. Rest assured, boss, I've already arranged for someone to handle this matter. There won't be any more surprises. Nodding tiredly, Yi Banghua had no further instructions for the chief security officer, who had been awake for 40 hours straight. Seeing this, Chen Wenhua quietly left Leishankan. He had many matters to attend to, especially with Yu Qiaosu, who had suddenly gone missing, as Yi Banghua's favored subordinate, needing a suitable excuse to placate everyone involved. Big brother. Is Yu Qiaosu gone? My. The sudden voice of his younger brother Yi Bangyao startled Yi Banghua. Upon opening his heavy eyes, he realized that Yi Bangyao had been eavesdropping from a storage room near the stairs. Yu Qiaosu. He was discovered by the stationed American troops while transporting goods, and ultimately perished with the ship. Big brother, what exactly are you planning? Is it true that Yu Qiaosu lost his life just because of transporting goods? Strangely, this time, Yi Bangyao did not find that reason sufficient to explain Yu Qiaosu's sudden demise. Observing his younger brother's look of indignation, Yi Banghua sensed something was amiss, so he did not elaborate, but picked up the phone to inform the police that his younger brother Yi Bangyao was unwell and needed 2 days of sick leave. After hanging up, he turned around, his expression grave, and asked, "Io, have you heard any rumors?" "Who said that?" Yi Bangyio's tone faltered, laden with sorrow. "Big brother, that was Yu Qiaosu, who has been with us for so long from the city fortress to here. Don't you feel the slightest bit of sorrow for his death?" Whether it was a question or an affirmation of some suspicion, Yi Bangyio's inquiry irritated Yi Banghua. Still, he forced himself to remain calm. After all, he was his younger brother, and could not scold him like a subordinate. "Io, you only need to understand one thing. Yu Qiaosu's death was an accident, but it wasn't just an accident. You should know very well that smuggling goods by ship is extremely dangerous. A slight misstep can lead to losing both the goods and the people. This time has given us a profound lesson." Yu Qiaosu volunteered to come to me. I originally did not want to agree, but he was determined to prove his capabilities, so I gave him this opportunity. I never expected it to turn out to be a death sentence for him. Big brother, I just don't understand. What you are doing is too dangerous, and I worry. Worry that one day something will happen to you. Huh, my little brother actually cares about me. You've finally grown up. Stepping forward, Yi Banghua looked at his younger brother, Yi Bangyao, with a sense of pride. Recently, a murder case had been troubling Yi Banghua's mind. Now with the failure of sending Yu Su to Tokyo for the first attempt at king assassination, it made Yi Banghua realize that even a reincarnator is not omnipotent. He had intended to come up with a simple excuse to placate his brother, but Yi Banghua did not want his brother to harbor unresolved issues in the future. Thus he had to patiently explain. Yu Su has no family, so let's put up a monument for him at the cemetery. We can go pay our respects on the 1st and 15th of each month. Big brother, I will go find a priest in the next couple of days to hold a memorial service for Yu Su. It's a way of showing our respect. Alright, then you go take care of this, and when it's ready we will all go together and offer incense for Yu Su. Holding a memorial service is merely a psychological comfort. Yi Banghua did not oppose it. On the contrary, he wanted to hold a grand memorial service for Yu Su. Even though he initially harbored some dark thoughts, death is death, and making a show of respect is the least one should do. Before 1921, the British Empire maintained the consolidation of its imperial structure while constantly conceding to the demands for greater autonomy from the dominions. The Imperial Conference of 1921 marked the expansion of the autonomy system to the extent that the British Empire could only maintain a unified imperial foreign policy on the basis of negotiation. On the other hand, although the nationalism of the dominions had matured during World War I, they were temporarily satisfied with the status achieved during and after the war, and thus did not propose further demands allowing them to reach a power balance at the 1921 Imperial Conference. The status quo that British politicians painstakingly maintained could not last. In the following decade, the nationalism of the dominions ultimately broke through the framework of autonomy. This was manifested in two accompanying trends. The nationalism of the dominions, which had matured during World War II, became uncontainably and significantly expressed after the war. The loyalty of the dominions to the British Empire during the war was more a special reflection of facing a common crisis, and their centripetal force was temporary. Once the crisis was resolved, this centripetal force lost its basis, and the dominions would think more about their own interests rather than considering issues from the perspective of the British Empire. Canada, as the first dominion established the largest in area and the fastest in development, was the strongest nationalist among the dominions before World War II. After World War II, it still played a crucial role in the process of the dominions breaking through the imperial framework. Firstly, the harmony between English-speaking Canadians and French-speaking Canadians was nearly destroyed by the war, causing the Canadian government to be unwilling to engage in any diplomatic affairs that could lead to domestic division in order to mend the hard-won rift between the two races. Secondly, in military, economic, and cultural aspects, Canada was increasingly drawing closer to the United States. After World War II, the British Empire gradually lost its status as a maritime hegemon. Its naval power was insufficient to defend the entire empire's security in the event of another crisis, leading Canada to prefer seeking military protection from its strong neighbor, the United States. Shortly after the end of World War II, Canada's economic ties with the British Empire began to weaken, shifting towards trade development with the United States. By 1930, American investments accounted for 61% of all foreign investments in Canada, while the British Empire only accounted for 36%. Moreover, with the passage of time, since leaving their mother country, the feelings of English Canadians towards their homeland began to fade, and they grew culturally closer to the United States. All of this made Canada more consciously align itself with the North American trajectory. Thirdly, Canada was the first to question the concept of unified imperial foreign policy. On the eve of the 1921 Imperial Conference, the newly appointed Prime Minister of Canada, Mackenzie King, had his advisor Skelton prepare a memorandum suggesting that Canada challenged the notion of unified imperial diplomacy, arguing that such a policy was disastrous for the Dominions, as it would ensure their consent to actions they may fundamentally disagree with or have little direct interest in. Although Mackenzie King did not follow Skelton's advice at the Imperial Conference during his tenure, he consistently made it his goal to oppose the attempts of extreme imperialists to establish a centralized empire. Although it was still unclear, Canada had begun to exert pressure on the last bastion of imperial control, unified diplomacy. Without unified diplomacy, the Dominions would completely become sovereign states. Due to historical reasons from the Anglo-Boer War, South Africa was the Dominion with the most pronounced anti-British sentiment before the war. In 1924, the pro-British Prime Minister Smuts restricted the teaching of Afrikaans, an action that immediately triggered nationalist sentiments among the Boers. In that year's election, Smuts' United Party suffered a major defeat, and the Nationalist Party, led by Hertzog, the Afrikaner Party, came to power. This outcome itself was a release of South Africa's latent nationalist sentiments. After Hertzog took office, he immediately affirmed the language rights of the Boers and unambiguously implemented Boer policies. In 1924, the image of the king was removed from South African postage stamps. In 1925, the South African Parliament passed a resolution making Afrikaans the second official language of South Africa. In 1926, Hertzog repatriated Afrikaners who had migrated to Angola between 1874 and 1878. In 1927, after lengthy debates, Parliament passed a resolution to design a new national flag, which was to be hung alongside the British flag that had been the national flag of the Union since 1902. Under such policies, the development of nationalism in South Africa far surpassed that in Canada. More radical than Canada and South Africa was Ireland, which had just gained Dominion status in 1921. Strictly speaking, Ireland was not a colony before gaining Dominion status. It had been part of the United Kingdom since being annexed by Y Country in the early 19th century, and Irish MPs could attend the Y Country Parliament. All of this made Ireland significantly different from British colonies and even Dominions, but the nationalist sentiments ignited by the war brought it together with the Dominions, continuing to resist fiercely into the 21st century. Before World War II, the Irish people, under the leadership of a moderate autonomy party, hoped to obtain autonomous status through legal means, but the British government repeatedly delayed solving the Irish issue. During the war, Ireland's unwillingness to fight against Germany, which supported their autonomy, led to a rise in nationalist sentiments, and the radical Sinn Féin party began to demand independence. They proclaimed, "We are Irish nationalists, and our sole responsibility is to represent the interests of Ireland." In April 1916, during Easter, Sinn Féin launched an uprising aimed at independence and declared the establishment of a republic. The British government sent troops to suppress the uprising, resulting in over 1,000 deaths. The bloodshed of Sinn Féin awakened the public. Thereafter, the Anglo-Irish struggle intensified, and Sinn Féin declared a republic in 1919. In order to quell the unrest, the British government passed the Government of Ireland Act in 1920, which stipulated that Southern Ireland and the traditionally loyal Northern Ireland would each establish a parliament, both subordinate to the British Parliament. The act was accepted by Northern Ireland, but rejected by Sinn Féin, leading to a continuous escalation of Anglo-Irish conflict. At this time, the British Empire had just experienced the turmoil of World War I and was unwilling to witness further bloodshed, hence decided to make concessions. In July 1921, negotiations began between the two sides. The British Empire proposed granting Southern Ireland the status of a dominion, which was rejected by Sinn Féin, who aimed for independence, resulting in the negotiations being suspended. Consequently, the British government issued threats of war. Since the moderate nationalists in Ireland were unwilling to fight again, Sinn Féin had no choice but to make concessions. In December 1921, both sides signed the Anglo-Irish Treaty. The treaty recognized Ireland's right to establish a free state and stipulated that the Irish Free State would have a relationship with the British Parliament and government similar to that of the Canadian Dominion with the British Parliament and government. The constitutional, legal, and customary relationships concerning the monarchy, parliament, and governor-general applicable to the Canadian Dominion also applied to the Irish Free State. In 1922, the treaty was ratified and the Irish Free State was officially established. The establishment of the Irish Free State was significant for the intensification of centrifugal tendencies among the Dominions. Firstly, Sinn Féin always aimed for independence. Although they temporarily agreed to establish the Irish Free State, they did not abandon their struggle for independence. In pursuing sovereign state status, they were far clearer in their goals and more radical in their means than other dominions. Their joining the ranks of dominions undoubtedly strengthened their power to strive for full statehood. Secondly, Ireland's struggle received support from other dominions, especially South Africa, indicating that Ireland's goals were recognized, and this would inevitably influence the development of nationalism in other dominions. Irish Australians strongly supported Ireland, which significantly constrained the Australian government's decision-making regarding imperial relations. Thirdly, the Anglo-Irish Agreement was a product of the British Empire's compromise. The Irish issue had long been a thorny problem in British history, and the Empire had always resisted agreeing to Irish autonomy. Now, under the pressure of the Irish nationalist struggle, the British Empire finally showed some flexibility in its policy towards Ireland, indicating that the internal relations of the empire were not beyond substantial change. Former Fabian socialist Beatrice Webb wrote in her diary, "This is a sign that power is shifting from the British Empire to other English-speaking groups, which greatly shocked the British government." This undoubtedly boosted the confidence of the Dominions in their pursuit of sovereign state status. In addition to Canada, South Africa, and Ireland, nationalism in Australia also gained further development. This was mainly because the White Australia policy had always been somewhat discordant with the policies of the British Empire. Moreover, because the British Empire, in order to maintain friendly relations with the United States, terminated its alliance with our country at the Washington Conference in 1922, Australia found itself directly threatened by the expansion of power in the South Pacific, leading to feelings of separation from the mother country. In contrast, New Zealand and Newfoundland, being small and weak, have always been more dependent on the British Empire, thus their nationalism is relatively conservative. However, in practical actions, they often follow the lead of larger dominions. The British Empire's dream of being a great power is rooted not only in its own strength, but also in having a vast commonwealth. This combination of the lion and the cubs is the solid foundation for the empire's pursuit of great power status. For the British government, how to fully utilize the empire to maintain Y country's great power status has always been their consistent policy. After World War II, the victorious British Empire faced unprecedented challenges. Among these, restoring the economy and countering the Soviet Union were the primary tasks. On one hand, the British Empire faced national bankruptcy, making economic recovery the top priority. The task of economic recovery was made even more difficult due to the Labour government's promise to build a welfare state, leading to serious financial shortages and contradictions with public expectations. Thus, the economic and social policies of the Labour Party were destined to be tumultuous. On the other hand, Europe and the British Empire faced challenges from Soviet influence. After World War II, the balance of power in Europe was disrupted, and the power dynamics became unbalanced again. The Soviet influence dominated the entire Eastern Europe, and even occupied a significant position in Central Europe, leaving Western Europe seemingly surrounded by the Soviet Union. Facing the enormous Red Empire, the British Empire felt an unprecedented chill, and a new world war seemed imminent. Whether in restoring the economy or countering the Soviet Union, the British Empire relied heavily on support from the United States. If the British government decided to maintain the great power status of the British Empire, it must first strive to break free from dependence on the United States, and the Empire seemed to be the best tool to achieve this goal. From a purely military strategic perspective, the Empire solidified the global defense status of the British Empire. During the Attlee government, the British Empire maintained a large number of troops overseas, former colonies in Germany and Italy, as well as colonies of France and the Netherlands in the Far East, were also under British control, and the colonial strongholds of the Empire connected all its overseas colonies and occupied areas. The chain formed by Gibraltar, the Suez Canal area, Cape of Good Hope, Seychelles, Aden, Colombo, and Singapore allowed the British Empire to still possess the world's most powerful defense system. Despite the pressure from nationalist movements in the colonies, the British Empire still employed every means to maintain control over these regions. In response to claims of sovereignty over Gibraltar and Hong Kong from some countries, the Empire generally refused in Ceylon. While granting independence, the Empire continued to retain a military base in Colombo. To better control the Cape of Good Hope, the Empire made every effort to maintain friendly relations with South Africa. Is it tragic? Compared to dominions like Australia, Canada, and South Africa, Hong Kong, as a remote overseas colony, received a not insignificant amount of aid from the British Empire. At least 1 million of economic assistance was supposed to be given each year. However, the post-World War II British Empire was in dire straits and had been in arrears for several years, leading the colonial authorities in Hong Kong to implement donation drives. Since the liberation of Hong Kong in 1945, there have been annual donation activities, either for purchasing livelihood supplies from abroad, or for public works, or for building disciplinary forces. Currently, Yi Banghua is not considered a politician, he is just a big soldier. However, to maintain the order of the donation drives, he and other officers from the Wan Chai police station were all pulled onto the street to shout slogans. There was no way to be embarrassed. After all, it was to fill their stomachs. Otherwise, waiting for the economic aid from the British Empire could take ages. Hong Kong is our home. Oh, please, citizens, actively contribute your share. This large red bold text was printed on a glaring banner above Wan Chai Road, where the Wan Chai police station is located. Yi Banghua and other officers from the station were divided into different groups to encourage passing citizens to donate some Hong Kong dollars into the donation box, placed on a wooden table with no mandatory amount required. Donate whatever they liked, and if they didn't like it, they could just carry their shopping baskets to buy groceries. Originally, the Chinese detective, who should have been investigating the murder case, was now on the street making a public appearance to raise donations. Among the passing citizens were those reading newspapers, and they immediately recognized Yi Banghua, the Chinese detective who had been prominently featured in the newspapers, and their enthusiasm increased significantly. After all, during this time in Hong Kong, aside from radio stations, newspapers had a powerful influence on public perception, and the detective chief, who was praised in various newspapers, was now standing right in front of them, smiling at them. Such treatment was not something one could see often, so they felt compelled to donate something to the Wan Chai police station to show their appreciation, since it was just the cost of a meal. Next to Yi Banghua, Yi Bangyao observed that his older brother was not dreaded by the citizens like other officers, and instinctively felt a sense of pride. After all, reaching a point where one is so despised is truly a failure. In the simple minds of the citizens, most police officers are seen as bad apples who only take money and do nothing. When they see them on the street, they would rather turn around and go home to hide. Various fees such as team money, transportation fees, and fire protection fees keep appearing, and those ruthless gangs often demand protection fees, which is a serious threat to their livelihoods. Fortunately, Wan Chai produced a detective like Yi Banghua. In the public's observation, it seemed they had never seen this detective collecting fees on the street or leading his Chinese officers to collect payments at home. They only needed to pay the required security fee regularly at a small shop in Wan Chai without having to pay other miscellaneous fees. If a gang dared to charge indiscriminately, the next day the gang would be dealt with harshly, ensuring they could no longer operate in Wan Chai. Although paying a regular fee that is somewhat akin to a fee still feels painful, it was certainly better than facing random charges. After all, life was already a struggle. If they were pushed further, they might have to rise in rebellion. Since the fees in Wanchai were unified, the businesses of various vendors became lively, especially a new company called Tongyun Logistics that seemed to have sprung up overnight, capable of accepting citizens' mail and delivery services, greatly facilitating the lives of citizens, especially the newly settled immigrants in Hong Kong, who were unfamiliar with the area. Having a logistics company familiar with Hong Kong, Macau, and the mainland prevented excessive losses during the transportation of goods. The Wanchai police chief Wood Robinson certainly would not engage in such demeaning activities. On the streets at this moment, he was leading his wife Sally to view a gold shop that Yi Banghua and his subordinates had collectively purchased for him, located right on Queens Road East. Do you know? The price of old rice in the market has reached 55 Hong Kong dollars per pound, while new rice is 65 Hong Kong dollars per pound, and a regular long shirt costs at least 200. Really? How exaggerated. Shouldn't we go and grab some? Aren't you wearing clothes? The next morning, while patrolling, Yi Bangyao listened to the idle chatter of passing citizens, astonished to hear that the prices of rice and clothes in the market had reached such outrageous levels. His fellow patroller Zhong Luoxue, a student at the police academy, sighed helplessly upon hearing these street rumors, which piqued Yi Bangyio's curiosity, prompting him to inquire. Luoxue, while others are struggling to eat, and where do you still get a monthly bonus? It can't be like that, right? Yeah, you don't know. Although I receive a few $100s in bonuses every month, there are so many mouths. Every time I go home, I don't know how the money is spent. I just know that I can't not spend it. Hearing his colleague Zhong Luoxue's lament, Yi Bangyao was slightly taken aback. He had never inquired about the daily expenses at home, only knowing that there must be 6 dishes and a soup every day, and there should also be chicken, duck, fish, and meat, especially since 3 pregnant women at home needed nutrition the most. Meat couldn't be lacking, not to mention the servants and driver they employed. Roughly calculating, money indeed flowed out like water. However, the family's finances were not managed by him, but were handled by his elder brother Yi Banghua. Except for the accounts of the pharmacy on the first floor, all other household expenses had to go through Yi Banghua's meticulous management, with very little waste. Yi Bangyao felt a twinge of sympathy for his colleague's cry of despair. When he returned to the Wanchai police station cafeteria for lunch that day, he coincidentally ran into his brother Yi Banghua, who was returning from an investigation with police officers and Sun and Lu Zhang from the criminal department. During their meal, he casually mentioned the situation. Surprised, Yi Banghua recalled that the prices in Hong Kong during the 1950s indeed soared after the implementation of the embargo policy, but it couldn't have reached this extreme, could it? Moreover, if even police officers' families were nearly reduced to eating salted fish and cabbage daily, wouldn't ordinary citizens be eating rice with soy sauce? If that were the case, there would have already been tragic cases of cannibalism on the streets. However, the current situation seems not far from that level. The British Hong Kong authorities have no good solutions for how to accommodate the millions of refugees fleeing from the mainland, as various resources in Hong Kong are also scarce. According to reports from Huaguantai and others who quietly returned to Sai Kung from the Pearl River mouth last night, the situation on the mainland is dire, as well, with severe shortages of food, clothing, medicines, and steel. Their first batch of supplies sent north has alleviated the immediate crisis. It is said that the Guangdong provincial authorities praised the selfless and fearless acts of Tongyun Logistics, this patriotic enterprise. Whether they are praised or not, Yi Banghua currently does not care much. He simply uses this batch of supplies to establish good relations with the United Front of Hong Kong and Macau. Huaguantai personally escorted this batch of supplies to the Yangqing dock at the Pearl River mouth, proving that Tongyun Logistics indeed has the capability to bypass the blockade of the British Hong Kong authorities in the Pearl River waters. This also allowed Hong Kong's Nangguang trading to witness the sincerity of Tongyun Logistics. However, since this is a business, Yi Banghua does not intend to play the good guy, so he charges only half the market price of 1949, which is already a super discount. He also understands the harsh reality of Nangguang Trading's current lack of operating funds and allows them to barter, mainly with stones produced in Guangdong province, as Tongyun Logistics is currently developing the Sai Kung dock on a large scale and urgently needs various construction materials. Thus, Ben, what are you thinking? Planning to take some money to help those poor people? No. Big brother, I understand the principle of helping in emergencies, but not in poverty. So I was thinking of gathering some old clothes to send to the refugee camp, and also inviting some construction teams to take on the government's wooden house project. It could be seen as a small act of kindness. That's a good idea. Just go ahead and do it. After all, you have Big Brother backing you. Maintaining a pure kindness is a good thing, and Yi Bangyao is happy to see his younger brother Yi Bangyao doing what he can for those refugees. After all, they were both part of the refugee army back then. If it weren't for a stroke of luck that granted them some extraordinary opportunities, they might have ended up as ordinary workers in a plastic factory or a paper mill, never experiencing the privileges they have now. Since younger brother Yi Bangyao is so warm-hearted, older brother Yi Banghua cannot fall behind. Considering the hundreds of thousands of refugees lacking food and clothing, his younger brother has already put thought into clothing and shelter, so he should also make an effort regarding food. For instance, he could invite some healthy women to prepare rice balls to give to the refugees for free, and invite some media to cover the entire process. This way he could do good deeds while enhancing his family's reputation as charity enthusiasts. Such small matters naturally do not require Yi Banghua's direct involvement, as he is still investigating the ins and outs of an old tenement murder case. Strangely, after a week of investigation, he has not found any useful clues. Even though he received many secrets about the major Chinese clans in Hong Kong and Macau from that snakehead, it seems to be of no help in this murder case. Asin, you said the female victim was not defiled. Then why did she die with a man in that tenement? Oh, if you have any thoughts, just share them. After all, there are no leads now. Yes, Brother Hua, let's boldly hypothesize. If this female victim was indeed an illegal immigrant, could it be possible that she was the sister or relative of the male victim? They might have come to Hong Kong to escape a certain enemy, but unfortunately that enemy found out about their whereabouts and cruelly killed them, leaving a tin in each of their palms, which was merely a diversion. Asin, your hypothesis is quite plausible. Previously we thought the tin had some symbolic meaning, but if this tin was deliberately carved to mislead us, a snakehead. After hearing insane speculation, Yi Banghua suddenly realized that if this hypothesis holds, then that enemy likely came to Hong Kong to seek revenge through the snakehead, who was temporarily detained. However, the snakehead only does the job for money and never asks about the origins of these illegal immigrants or their purpose in coming to Hong Kong, so how can they find that enemy? Wait, Sun Lao Lu, do you remember the scent we first smelled at the scene? Brother, who are you implying that the suspect had a unique scent? Not his scent, it should be a kind of incense smell, specifically those used in temples for a long time. No way. Brother Hua, you aren't suspecting that this murderer is a monk, are you? And Sun Luzhong and others were startled by Yi Banghua's guess. However, upon reflection, it indeed seems possible. First, the incense offered in temples smells different from the candles commonly used at home, especially for those monks who have been chanting and praying in temples for years. Secondly, the tin might not be a diversion, but a religious symbol with a special meaning, such as for liberation. Brother Hua, if it really is a monk, then this murderer either has martial arts skills or possesses terrifying strength. Lu Zhang's analysis is not wrong, as being able to suddenly kill two people in a short time, one of whom is a robust male, is no small feat. Moreover, Yi Banghua feels that their initial speculation that the murderer knew the two victims may not hold. Instead, this murderer may have observed the two victims' residence and made prior arrangements, such as igniting a sedative incense just before the two victims returned, hiding in a wooden house just a board away and covering their mouth and nose with a wet towel. Once the two victims were put to sleep by the sedative incense, this murderer then emerged from the adjacent wooden house to commit the crime. The certainty that it was a single perpetrator arises because when Yi Banghua first arrived at the crime scene, he used his X-ray vision to see that there were only 3 sets of footprints at the crime scene, 2 of which matched the victims, and the other set was naturally that of the suspect. To obtain such accurate footprints analysis, it is because Yi Banghua had sternly warned his subordinates to protect the scene at all costs, stating that until he arrived, no one could touch or move anything at the scene, including unauthorized entry, and those who disobeyed had already been fired. An incoming monk without a certification or legal identification cannot enter Hong Kong. Therefore, that suspected monk murderer, in his eagerness for revenge, would likely not go through the lengthy legal process to enter Hong Kong. Thus, he could only opt for smuggling to seek revenge here. Given how long it has been since the case occurred, finding that suspected monk murderer is indeed like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yi Banghua and others did not expect that after so much effort they would end up with nothing. Us and Mr. Robinson has been urging me to wrap up this murder case quickly. You go find someone to take the fall. Anson, what is going on? How many times has this happened this week? Are those scoundrels deliberately stirring up trouble? What are this? Perhaps they were arguing, and it simply escalated into a fight. But this is truly excessive. Heh. Go tell those bastards that if they dare pull this again starting next Monday, they can all get out of Wanzai. If anyone feels wronged, let him come to me. I'll tear down his stall myself. Humph. After finally resolving a murder that had shaken virtually all of Xinjiang, Yi Banghua, the so-called Chinese detective, strode about with great authority. The notoriously sharp local papers lavished him with praise. Yet though the murder case had been handled cleanly, the Wanzai district still saw countless daily incidents, with the British colonial authorities busy settling so-called quality immigrants. They had bent over backward to build the first tranche of public rental housing. The mere news that the British colonial government was actively preparing a batch of public housing set construction firms across the district in motion, including those in Wanzai. In truth, small companies could not outbid the established British firms, and the authorities gave priority to British capital, even pre-selecting contractors. The Chinese could only look on and swallow their resentment, so Yi Banghua never fought heat with those British firms. He obediently accompanied his superior Wu Delu Binshuan to the Justice Office, the Finance Office, and the Legislative Council, and from those departments secured several reclamation permits. Tongyuan Wulyo, of course, would not be content with Saigon City Pier as its logistics hub. Yi deliberately claimed lands that old British shipping houses had scorned, Kwanwen Dapu Yuan Long, and the outlying islands, chiefly Chingy Island. acquiring nearly 25 square kilometers of land rights from the authorities for 99 years, with Qingyi Island for 999 years. As an offshore, all its present value was meager. When those newly acquired zones were transformed into modern deepwater ports, Tongyun Wulius maritime transport network across Xinjiang would be essentially complete, and only then would those British logistics houses realize they had fostered the rise of a hungry wolf. After breakfast at home with his two wives, Yi Banghua returned to the Wanzai police station only to find his desk piled high with stacks of complaint reports. A hurried glance revealed most were disputes among the various rip-off operators in his district brawls that had become incessant, especially in Kowloon, where gambling dens and brothels broke out in trouble every few days, leaving the local constables nearly at their wits' end. Yi Banghua would never tolerate opium parlors in his jurisdiction. Those smoking dens that once occupied Wanzai streets had been entirely cleared away. Yet he was more lenient toward the other two vices, gambling and prostitution, provided they adhered to his rules. Lately some people had simply forgotten their place. Old Lou Anson, tonight you two lead a raid to inspect the stalls of the worst troublemakers who've been most active recently. If you find contraband, seal the premises on the spot. And remember to let reporters follow and cover the scene. Understood, Hua, sir. Well, prepare at once. Anson and Lu Zhang, called in to report for duty, left the office with grave faces. Yi Banghua lit a camel and sighed. He had hoped to cultivate Anson and Lu Zhang, but both fell a little short, thus he had to seek talent elsewhere. Indeed, he had found a suitable pair, Lan Gang, and his superior Xing Zhaoka, who in previous life had been famed among the great Chinese detectives. Not everyone possessed Yi Banghua's advantages. At present, Lan Gang was only an ordinary constable, not even a plainclothes investigator, lacking even basic self-defense training, while his superior Xing Zhaoka was a seasoned criminal detective from Kowloon, a native-born talent more worthy of the title Chinese detective than Yi, who was something of an outsider. Do not mistake Xing Zhaoka for a great corrupt official. On the contrary, he was remarkably upright, though he also did not skimp on the customary pianfei when it was due. More to the point, he was bold in breaking cases. When he found a clue, he would not hesitate to confront suspects in the street, guns blazing if necessary. Yi had specially petitioned his superior Wu Delu Binxuan to transfer the two men from the Kowloon station to Wanzai, expending considerable effort. Fortunately, the Kowloon station did not put up resistance, and today was Zhang and Lan's first day reporting at Wanzai. Click. Good day, sir. I am Xing Zhaoka, badge number XXXXX. Click. Good day, sir. I am Lan Gang, badge number XXXXX. Very good. Our station has welcomed two new tigers. Brother Xing, Lan Gang, have a seat, and tell me about yourselves. Thank you, sir, they answered in unison. Lan Gang was strikingly handsome in appearance, the very image of a wealthy young man. Beside him, Xing Zhaoka appeared round and solid, his smile hard and unpleasant, more like a crocodile's grin. Though Zhang's frame suggested comfort, the webbing between his thumb and forefinger was calloused from frequent gun practice, marking him as an old hand with firearms. Originally, on your first day, I would have given you time to acquaint yourselves with the new colleagues. However, tonight, there happens to be an operation led by our senior officers Anson and Lu Zhang. You will accompany them on an outing, that way you can both get to know the men and test the pulse of the district. Sir, you don't need to call me sir here. Call me Hua, sir, or Brother Hua. Hua, sir, since you have instructed at Lan, and I will go to the hall and greet Anson and Brother Lu now. Go on, go on. By the way, here is 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, 500 each. Get yourselves a tailor-made suit. Tomorrow night we'll dine at the San Yuan Il host and give you a welcome banquet. Commissioner Wu Delu Binxuan will attend. Don't make your new superior lose face. This. Hua, sir, is this appropriate? Actually, we intended to pay for our own clothes. Heh. Brother Xing, don't refuse. Every colleague receives this money. For the particulars, ask Anson and well then. Lan and I thank you, Hua, sir. Producing 1,000 Hong Kong dollars on first meeting left Xing Zhaoka and Lan Gang with a clear initial impression of their new superior. In any era, a boss who freely gives money to his subordinates is like a fresh breeze. For someone of modest means like Zhang, the sum would last his family several months if he economized. At the same time, the recent popularity of Shi Jiaoing Xiong Zhuan, which made the pen name Baixiangguang famous and sent to Gongbao's circulation soaring, had not translated into handsome fees for the writer. Cha Yiguan still received only meager remuneration. Lan Gang, whose family was relatively well off, was not particularly astonished by the 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. He was simply curious about what Hua meant by every colleague gets it. Could it be that the pianfei at the Wanzai station differed from that in Kowloon? As soon as Anson and Lu learned that Xing Zhaoka and Lan Gang had been transferred from Kowloon, they warmly ushered the two into the canteen to eat and chat. After all, these men had been requested by their boss. Whether they met the boss' expectations remained to be seen, but there was no need to throw a newcomer into the deep end at once. That was not the proper way to entertain guests. In the course of conversation, Anson and Lu naturally could not reveal everything. The two newcomers had yet to win the full confidence of the older hands. Even transfers arranged by the boss must still be vetted according to local rules. Tonight's operation would serve as an excellent test. Frontal assaults were inevitable, and those racket bosses surely concealed many formidable weapons. Anson and Liu had warned the veterans to hold back, letting the two newcomers take the first move and display their abilities, then to sweep up the remnants when the time was right. For this operation, Yi Banghua gave no interference and issued no specific orders, leaving them free to act. He had recently refreshed the station's armory. The old rifles and pistols needed use, and it was better to expend them on unruly racketeers than let them idle. At least they could recover some of the cost in bullet money seized from the gangs. Xiao Wu Xiao and tonight book a table at the Sanyuan restaurant for a 9-course banquet. Tomorrow we dine together. Wow, what's our another dinner? The Sanyuan has nearly become our second canteen. Heh. If you like, treat it as your own canteen. Our colleagues receive a discount if they present their badge at the time of payment. I've already told owner Zhou in advance. Enough flattery, do real work. Don't forget, I will evaluate your performance this month. Those who fail to meet the standard should judge for themselves. Ignoring the mock faces of the two newly arrived uniformed officers, he picked up his coat and holster and left the second-floor office. He drove back to Leishinkun only to find his old friend Cha Yiguan had arrived with his elderly father to mooch dinner. He shrugged helplessly. Although Shi Jiaoying Xiongzhuan had made Beixingwang a sensation and Xiangjiang citizens clamored for each new installment, lifting to Gongbao's sales, Cha Yiguan's own royalties were still not much. Elder brother guests have arrived from Macau. They say they've come specifically to express their gratitude. Oh, gratitude. Have you met them yet? Are they still at home? Yes, I've met them. They're waiting in the living room on the second floor. Uncle Chun is entertaining them on your behalf. All right. I understand. You and the family go ahead and have dinner upstairs on the third floor. I'll join you shortly. Hardly had Yi Banghua pulled his car to a stop in the apothecary hall on the ground floor when his younger brother Yi Bangyao hurried out and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing that the guests were from Macau, Yi Banghua instantly understood Nanguang Trading Company had learned that the first shipment of supplies had successfully reached the Pearl River estuary. Cha Shuqing and his son Cha Yiguan, who had just walked over from the neighboring house, did not overhear the brothers' exchange. Yet Yi Banghua paused for a moment before beckoning his close friend Cha Yiguan aside. Seeing this, Cha Shuqing smiled faintly and allowed his son to step away for a private conversation, while he himself followed Yi Bangyao up the staircase to the third-floor living room for a simple meal. Oh, what's going on? Dinner's already prepared. Do you have other matters to attend to? Cha Yiguan was deeply puzzled. It was already dinner time. Why had Yi Banghua suddenly drawn him aside? What could possibly be so urgent? Brother Yiguan, I have guests, representatives from Nanguang Trading Company of Macau, waiting for me in the second-floor living room. Uncle Chun is hosting them in my stead. What? Nanguang Trading Company. You. When on earth did you establish ties with them? At the mere mention of Nanguang Trading Company, Cha Yiguan recoiled in genuine shock, instinctively clapping a hand over his mouth. Behind his spectacles, his pupils dilated with astonishment. He had never imagined Yi Banghua could forge any connection with such an influential firm. Surely this implied. There's a reason behind it, Brother Yiguan. I'll explain everything in full detail shortly, but for now I'd sincerely ask you to accompany me in greeting them. Is it appropriate? While my position is rather delicate, though I carry credentials from the Ta Kung Pao still. His expression hesitant, Cha Yiguan did not object to accompanying Yi Banghua to meet these distinguished visitors from Macau. Yet he couldn't help but worry, having secretly brought his elderly father all the way from Haining to Hong Kong. Would the local authorities back home construe this as fleeing justice? If you feel uncomfortable, then let it be. I can handle things myself. Please go enjoy dinner with your father. In that instant, the younger Yi Banghua perceived his friend's inner unease. A moment's reflection revealed his own impetuousness, and how it had inadvertently placed his dearest friend in an awkward position. With a gentle smile, he spared Cha Yiguan further embarrassment, teasing him lightly as a coward, before gently nudging him upstairs to dine, while he returned to his room to change into fresh attire before reappearing in the second-floor living room, where Uncle Chun was already engaged in animated conversation with several middle-aged men dressed in Western suits. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. I was detained by urgent matters at the police station and arrived home later than expected. Please forgive the delay. Ha ha ha. Inspector Yi, you flatter yourself. You devote yourself tirelessly to safeguarding the lives and property of Hong Kong citizens. On this front, we ought to learn from you. You're far too kind. Mister, could please take a seat? This isn't the police station. Let us keep things relaxed and unhurried. Very well. We in turn must offer our own apologies for this unannounced visit. We humbly beg your understanding, Inspector Yi. Mister, could you truly jest? A guest is always welcome. Surely I'm no tyrannical host brandishing a broom to chase visitors away. Ha ha ha. Truly seeing is believing. Inspector Yi proves himself every bit the magnanimous gentleman we'd heard of. Among the Nanguang delegation visiting Lei Sheng-chun, General Manager Ku Ping naturally took the lead, and Yi Banghua immediately sensed something extraordinary about him, an aura forged through years of rigorous intelligence work, the distinctive bearing of a seasoned operative. Spies are not born actors, yet their craft surpasses even the so-called Oscar-winning performers of the entertainment world. Still, Yi Banghua distinctly felt Ku Ping's sincerity, or rather Ku Ping conveyed Nan Guang's genuine goodwill, with remarkable clarity, not the calculated courtesy reserved for adversaries, but the warm, unguarded openness extended only to trusted friends. A rare and invaluable gift indeed. Uncle Chin, you've worked tirelessly all day. Please rest a while. I'll take care of our guests from here. Very well. Then, young master, should you need anything, do call. I'll ensure everything is ready. Dismissing Uncle Chun, Yi Banghua personally poured each guest a cup of freshly brewed Dahong Pao tea. Truth be told, upon first entering Lei Xingchun, Ku Ping and his companions had momentarily mistaken the interior for a European-style imperial palace. Yet this was in fact a private residence, albeit one tastefully refined by its master into something far more elegant than ordinary. This unexpected visit served two purposes: first, to express heartfelt gratitude for Yi Banghua's and Tongyun logistics assistance, and second, to seek further support on a new matter. After Ku Ping carefully articulated their request, Yi Banghua smiled faintly. Procuring 1,000 tons of diesel fuel posed no insurmountable challenge, but concealing such a transaction would be nearly impossible. Even if delivery to Macau succeeded, diesel remained among the most strictly prohibited commodities. Maritime police would undoubtedly conduct thorough inspections. Mister, Ku, you certainly present one formidable challenge after another. That single remark left Ku Ping and his colleagues momentarily flustered. After all, transporting 1,000 tons of diesel was beyond Nan Guang's current capacity, regardless of destination. Only Yi Banghua's Jiulang fleet operating at full strength could possibly manage it. Yet deploying the entire Jiulang fleet was out of the question. If done, British colonial authorities would have ample grounds to suspect Tongyun Logistics of aiding hostile forces in smuggling embargoed goods. Being caught by colonial officials might still allow for diplomatic maneuvering, but falling into the hands of American intelligence operatives stationed in Hong Kong, that would leave no path to salvation. Mr. Ku, 1,000 tons is simply too much. Let's settle on 100 tons. That lies within my capacity. Then our deepest thanks, Inspector Yi. By the way, this time we'll settle payment using our British-owned assets on the mainland. So you came fully prepared, Mr. Ku. Very well. Please await my reply with patience. Hosting them for dinner was unthinkable. American and British intelligence agencies had long kept Nan Guang under close surveillance across both Hong Kong and Macau. Today's meeting at Lei Xingchun had only been possible thanks to covert local operatives providing cover. After Ku Ping and his delegation departed, Yi Banghua sat leisurely in the second-floor living room sipping tea. Shortly thereafter, Cha Yiguan descended from dinner upstairs. Glancing around the empty room, he visibly exhaled in relief. Yiguan, you're far too cautious. Ku Ping and his people won't scrutinize your background or your family's history. They're not bound by outdated conventions. Banghua, you simply haven't witnessed those scenes yourself. Besides, never mind. There's no point in explaining further. Accepting the cup of black tea Yi Banghua offered, Cha Yiguan took a small sip, then slumped weakly into the plush sofa, seemingly forgetting entirely that the twin sisters had earlier asked him to fetch his friend upstairs for dinner. With a soft sigh, he began recounting the progress of his novel, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Indeed, guided by Yi Banghua's comprehensive outline and detailed chapter plan, Cha Yiguan's writing pace had accelerated by 1/3 compared to his previous life. Yet this remained a lengthy, historical wuxia fiction grounded in real events. Completion would inevitably require at least a year or two. Yi Banghua chuckled, urging his friend to write at his own pace. After all, great works demand time for refinement. And surely occasional pauses in serialization hadn't disrupted Cha Yiguan's daily rhythm. They hadn't. But should he halt publication, indignant readers would surely begin hunting down the identity and address of the author known as Bai Xiangguan. Yiguan, speak freely. There's no one else here. Observing his friend's melancholy expression, Yi Banghua knew instantly that Cha Yiguan had encountered yet another dilemma. Banghua, you truly see right through me. My father has begun pressing me again about marriage. Isn't that perfectly natural? Who else but you has yet to produce a child for your father to dote upon? Do you think I don't wish for children? It's simply that I haven't met the right person yet. So, you expect me to play matchmaker? Yi Banghua studied Cha Yiguan with skeptical curiosity, only to hear Cha Yiguan scoff dismissively, leaving him utterly speechless. Wasn't it perfectly reasonable for an aging father to long for grandchildren? Wasn't that simply human nature? It's your own shortcoming, Yiguan. Then what am I to do? Visit brothels nightly, sire children, then cast the mothers aside without a thought? Ugh. If you truly possess such audacity, I'd gladly arrange introductions. But do you? I refuse to believe it. Surely with my looks and talent, I can find a worthy partner. Yi Banghua regarded his friend's confidence with profound skepticism, yet he chose not to linger, continuing the banter in the second-floor living room. After all, Cha Leoi would soon remind his son of the ancient truth. Of the 3 unfilial acts, none is greater than leaving no heir. Husband, you finally come upstairs. Hurry and eat before the food gets cold. You two finish eating and retire to your rooms. I'll clear the table afterward. He couldn't possibly let his heavily pregnant wife wait beside him while he finished his meal. Within moments, Wu Xiufan and Wu Xiurong, exhausted and yawning, had already drifted into drowsiness. For expectant mothers, satisfying hunger, thirst, and sleep formed the essential rhythm of daily life, and lethargy was simply part of the natural order. His younger brother Yi Bangyao had already left for his night shift at Wanchai police station, while Uncle Chun had taken Cha Leoi downstairs to the apothecary hall for lively conversation. Yi Banghua ate his reheated meal in quiet contemplation, his shapely maid kneeling beneath the table tending to him with rhythmic devotion. Since the end of the Second World War, Xiangjiang's sex industry has surged with astonishing variety: concert halls, wine parlors, saunas, bathhouses, striptease shows, life drawing sessions, tour companies, beautician shoe shiners, flower arranging girls, women's beauty salons, live performances, short films, brothels, matchmaking services, small dance houses, and countless small establishments and nightclubs. Indeed, the array is dazzling, and overwhelming. Society seemed nearly submerged by this tide of vice. Naturally, nearly all of these venues were either indirectly controlled or directly run by figures from the underworld. Apart from no more than 10 legitimately run ballrooms and a few bars catering specifically to foreign visitors and sailors, strictly speaking, most of Xiangjiang's so-called entertainment venues were illegal, even though many displayed sham business licenses and operated openly. Nightclubs attached to major restaurants were of course legitimate entertainment venues. Their performances were inspected by relevant authorities and did not fall under the category of sex establishments. As a sex-based trade, it naturally relied upon women. No matter what names or pretenses were devised, such enterprises depended on a cohort of obedient, pitiable women who in various ways were used, maimed, abused, and violated for the amusement of customers. First, then, let us discuss where these women, the merchandise of the trade, come from. Humans are born innocent. No girl is inherently willing to be trampled and degraded from birth. Most fall into the pit through the sweet talk or material lures of underworld youths, as such cases account for nearly 99%. Others, driven by poverty and family obligations, may sell themselves out of desperation. At the same time, Xiangjiang's industrial demand for labor often outstripped supply. Posters seeking workers, especially female workers, were plastered across streets and alleys. If one entered the pit simply to survive, morality and reason have trouble condemning that harshly. Those underworld youths who specialize in luring girls are colloquially called gaizai. Unofficial estimates put their numbers at over 10,000, believe it if you will. Why must gaizai belong to criminal circles? Simply put, without the backing of an underworld organization and accomplices, they could not operate. Even if one manages to seduce a girl, they cannot push her into the pit alone, and they would easily lose her to rivals. Gaizai operate either as organized groups or as lone wolves. Let us first examine the workings of organized. Take for example the Naruan Fuishing. The nerve center of that vast organization was an apartment in a building on Yejia Lao Street in Jiulong. The highest authority there was a big brother nicknamed Hua Long, a leading figure in the Zhongzi gang, who commanded nearly 10 qualified gaizai, more than 10 henchmen, and 3 private cars. Their activities were concentrated in Jiulong. If they had contacts on the island or the new territories, cross-border operations were not surprising. In the 5 years before their downfall, this group had sold no fewer than 300 girls. 17 were trafficked to Aojiang. Curiously, the organization remained unmolested for a long time. They never suffered interference from the police, and competitors dared not cause trouble either. Their headquarters occupied a floor with a reception hall and 5 rooms lavishly appointed like the home of a... Those 5 rooms were not each assigned to a particular gaizai. Men moved into a bedroom only when they were conducting business there. They also rented another floor on Garden Street for routine gatherings. Gaizai recruited girls in many ways: at parties and night schools, on group trips, and through introductions from handlers. In short, their methods were manifold and far-reaching. If they set their sights on a target, they could introduce one candidate after another until they found one the girl favored. Within their ranks there were every possible type to suit most tastes. They could pose as rich heirs, college students, white-collar workers, or desperate paupers, always playing to the girl's inclinations. In this regard, gaizai were consummate actors. Once a girl was ensnared by a gaizai's tender stratagems, the next step was what they called printing. Printing meant the initiation of a physical sexual relationship. Once that occurred, the girl had fallen into an abyss from which it was nearly impossible to emerge. There were 2 forms: onion and gang style. The former targeted quieter girls who placed great stock in love. These young women entrusted everything to the guy. He would then, by various pretexts, persuade her to temporarily enter the sex trade to earn and save money for marriage or to start a business. Few dared refuse. Those who did were met with violence or subjected to staged self-harm, used to manipulate sympathy in favor of the gaizai. Those obstinate enough to resist such measures were rare, for the underworld's grip on sexual exploitation was tightening. For the stubborn and purity-minded, they resorted to the gang-style method. They would lure the girl out, drive her to an isolated spot, deliver an initial beating to cow her, and then force her to choose one man among them as her captor. In truth, it made no difference whom she chose. The outcome was identical: multiple rapes. Over the following days, she would be shattered until her dignity and notions of chastity were entirely extinguished. Only then was she returned to headquarters and put to use according to their calculation. Those meant for sale were sold, those for long-term exploitation were funneled to particular venues as the organization's cash cows. Similar scenarios were portrayed in films such as School Storms starring Lin Jinying and Zhang Yaoyao. If a girl's looks and temperament were outstanding, the organization would cultivate her, striving to place her in the entertainment world as a star or singer. They would then control her long-term as a major money source. The late actress by Xiaomon who committed suicide some years ago was said to have been such a victim. It was rumored that Xiao Fengjie was launched in the same way. Once these poor girls were forced into various sex establishments, why did they seem to have no possibility of escape? There were reasons. If a girl remained under the control of the underworld and assigned to a particular guy, he would pick her up for work and return her home. Anyone who watched these venues at closing time could see this. In her remaining free hours, the guy shadowed her every step, leaving no opportunity to break free. Moreover, after long periods of abuse, a girl grows accustomed to that life. Even if she encounters family, she will avoid them. She no longer dreams of returning to a safe nest. Those sold to places called Shizhai Lian, or Ji, were tightly controlled by their buyers. Such cases often appeared in the papers and moved ordinary citizens to tears, for they feared such fate might befall their own kin. Among the many enterprises of vice, the Shi were the cruelest. Yi Banghua later recalled a film titled She Girl that documented this world. Even that film's depiction barely scratched the surface. It understated much and left many inner workings unknown to the public. A Shi operated differently from a Zhai. A Zhai displayed numerous prostitutes on one floor and dispatched a locomotive, an agent who solicited customers on the street. Customers inquiring the price were led back by the locomotive into the Zhai. Transactions were brief, usually no more than 20 minutes of entertainment. Although the colonial authorities forbade prostitution, these semi-public Zhai operated with the tacit consent of local protectors. After the Lianji, Lianjing Gongshu, was established, the protectors retracted, the trade moved underground, and that underground trade was called Shi. The clear difference between Shi and Zhai is that Zhai were ostentatious and waited for customers to come. A Shi adopted the opposite approach. Customers did not know a Shi's address. Even if they paid more, transactions could not take place at the Shi. Orders were placed by phone for delivery to apartments, hotels, guest houses, or villas, and the girls were sent to the client's locations. Since each Shi employed its own methods and style, one cannot expose every detail at once. Take for example the Shi once run by Fu Yixing on Shishuki Street. Its personnel structure included a general manager, naturally the man known as Jiantu X, who controlled all major operations, a liaison man, a big brother nicknamed Baizishan, who handled payment and contact with guest houses and villas, and a switchboard operator. The Shi maintained 3 telephones and contacted guest houses by code names such as XG Company or XX Hang. When a buyer placed an order, they used product names, send 3 packs of pigment to this address, and so on. 2 female assistants handled food and cleanliness for the Shi girls. A gatekeeper seinen was the job of a top enforcer, Dan Kowloon, who kept strict watch over the doors and forbade any private outings by the Shi girls. Exceptions could be made only with Jiantu X's approval. For enforcers led by a Fu Yixing thug called Hongo encountered outside trouble and subdued the girls when required. The Shi employed 17 girls aged between 15 and 30. Of these, 7 were contract bodies and 10 were purchase bodies. The former were cooperative arrangements. The Shi provided room and board and revenues were divided, but the girls had to obey the Shi's rules and could not act independently or run side businesses. Most cooperative contracts lasted 3 months. The purchase bodies were girls bought from guys costing between 10,000 and 15,000 per girl. Each 10,000 purchase price required a year of service to the Shi. During that year, the Shi provided small sums for pocket money, roughly 300 per month. At the end of the term, they were supposed to regain freedom, but that was rarely realized. As the term neared its end, guys would already be waiting in luxury cars to repurchase and resell them elsewhere. The Shi owned 2 private cars. When an order came, they would send a henchman along to the pickup. If the goods pleased the buyer and the transaction succeeded, the henchman kept watch nearby. A Shi girl service period was generally 1 hour. Any extension required additional payment. After a visit, the Shi girl would, under the henchman's supervision, be driven back to the Shi. The Shi's busiest hours began at dusk and ran until around 3 in the morning. In that stretch, the switchboard never stopped ringing. Girls came and went, drivers shuttled endlessly, and henchmen were ceaselessly occupied. Money rolled into the owner's pockets from all directions. Such was this particular Shi of 17 girls. An average of 1 rested daily for physiological reasons, leaving 16 on duty. Each service charged 100 yuan. If each girl served 4 clients a day at minimum, the gross daily intake was 640 yuan. Guest houses later charged an additional 40 introduction fee, so the customer actually paid 140 yuan. Of the girls, 6 were on contract and shared earnings amounting to 1,200 yuan. The Shi's actual daily intake was about 520 yuan. Monthly totals thus reached roughly 15600 yuan. Expenses included rent of 800 utilities and phone 200 staff salaries, totaling 200 pocket money for the girls, 300 meals, 1500, and performance fees, 200 summing to 4550 yuan. Adding occasional extortion and liaison fees of around 100, the real monthly outlay reached 5550 yuan. In short, Jian2X's monthly net profit was roughly 100 yuan, a brazenly lucrative business. Within the jurisdiction of the Wanzai police station, there were dozens of such Shijian houses. Yi Banghua forbade the prostitutes of these nests from soliciting on the streets. Any caught were arrested, and the company responsible summoned to the station to post a bail bond. No matter how profitable a golden phoenix was, every bail required 500 Hong Kong dollars, and the woman had to be detained for 12 hours of civic education for disturbing public order. The recent violent clashes among the Luoka Dao operators erupted because various factions had been openly snatching each other's customers on the streets, an affront to Yi Banghua, who headed criminal investigations in Wanzai, and especially intolerable to him. Most patrons who came to Luoka Dao for a good time were sailors of the Yingjun stationed in port and foreign nationals who were regarded by the operators as real big spenders. After all, any foreigner brave enough to ply Xiangjiang streets in those days was likely at least middle class, if not wealthy. Otherwise, how could they afford expensive passage by ship or by plane? Still, everything had to follow rules, without order chaos reigns. Now that Luoka Dao's she were openly stealing customers and fighting on the street, they were severely challenging Yi Banghua's authority. If he did not strike back decisively, those reckless menaces would cause utter havoc. At night, a cool breeze and starlight transformed the once quiet Luoka Dao. Flags hung at various shopfronts, but the suddenly audible clamor caused patrons, girls and guys to freeze in alarm. Looking up, they saw entrances on both ends and both sides sealed by Chinese policemen in olive uniforms holding black batons and wrought tin shields. Anson Luzhong, Zheng Zhaoke, and Lan Gang each led squads of criminal investigators armed with 38 pistols that had been cocked and chambered. And sir, we've paid this month's security fees in full. What are you doing? A brazen man who fancied himself acquainted with the lead officer Anson swallowed nervously and stepped forward to offer a large red envelope as a bribe, but Anson watched coldly and remained unmoved. The man stiffened at once. Men on my command, charge. Anson and Lu Zhang's squads did not surge forward. Instead, the newly assigned detectives Lan Gang and Zheng Zhaoke charged ahead, batons held aloft, followed by uniformed officers of the Wanzai station. Their faces were animated by righteous fury, and they roared as they smashed the predetermined target shops. They beat windows and doors, and henchmen, prostitutes, and guys who tried to block them were felled by repeated blows. The display of force jolted the Yingjun sailors into uneasy awareness. Sensing danger, they quietly slipped away through gaps in the crowd. Lan Gang and Zheng Zhaoke made no effort to stop them, instead signaling with their eyes for subordinates to leave a path clear. In the chaos, the most ferocious was Lan Gang. Unarmed with a firearm, his baton cracked down on resistors with brutal efficiency. A roughly 5 henchmen seemed to have been permanently neutralized by his blows. Damn it! Which bastard betrayed this rout? How dare they oppose Brother Hua? It seems they are tired of living. At night, the sea breeze slapped against Hua Guantai's gaunt face. Looking from the island towards the sea, he could see several patrol boats flying the flag of the Royal Navy of the British Empire, conducting a carpet search in this area, equipped with heavy weaponry and even specially trained military dogs. Hua Guantai's expression darkened. He couldn't understand how these patrol boats could find the location of the deserted island where they had hidden 100 tons of diesel so quickly after coming out of Saigon. Moreover, it seemed that the intensity of the search was more severe than ever. If they were caught along with the 100 tons of diesel, it would likely implicate the Tongan logistics. This 100 tons of diesel had been borrowed by Hua Guantai from Yi Banghua, his new boss. If he did not deliver it to the Zhujiang port before dawn, then the Yangqing side would know that something was wrong and would definitely cut off communication. Fortunately, this time Hua Guantai did not use the ultimate model jet boat to transport the 100 tons of diesel. However, for safety's sake, he still enlisted a few friends he met at Tongan Logistics to help with this deal. Unexpectedly, during his first solo operation, he ran into a large-scale search operation by the port authorities. Perhaps Hua Guantai truly lacked that fortune. After his night shift, Yi Banghua was eating freshly landed seafood congee in Saigon. He rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch. It was already 3:27 a.m., but Hua Guantai still hadn't returned, which made Yi Banghua feel a bit anxious. Wenjua, can you make a call for me to the tea house opposite Deputy Director Ma's house? Sure, boss, please hold on. Boss, the call is through. It's our arranged person. Great, let me speak. You go check the dock and see if Hua Guantai has returned. Back in the chairman's office on the second floor of Tongan Logistics, Yi Banghua picked up the black microphone placed on the table and said, "Hello, I want a pack of double happiness." The other end responded, "Soft or hard?" Yi Banghua immediately replied, "I want hard." This completed the coded communication. On the other end of the line was a covert operative known as Nine, who had the long-term task of monitoring and liaising with Deputy Director Ma from a small tea house directly opposite his home. This was due to Yi Banghua's earlier discovery that the phone and radio in Deputy Director Ma's home were also being tapped when he accompanied his superior superintendent, Wood Robinson, on a visit. The political department of the British Hong Kong authorities. Even the governor had no power to interfere with the political department's authority. It was not until the mid-1970s, after the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the United States and the basic confirmation of the return of sovereignty over Hong Kong, that London gradually relinquished control over the political department, handing it over to the British Hong Kong authorities for self-management. Subsequently, in the late 1980s, certain privileges of the political department were revoked, such as political prisoners arrested for espionage or treason being directly handed over to London or executed without trial. Currently, the political department was also the intelligence agency of the British Hong Kong authorities. All intelligence collected by the British government's communications headquarters Hong Kong Intelligence Station had to be copied for the political department for archiving purposes. As the second-in-command of the British Hong Kong Disciplinary Department and a police superintendent Deputy Director Ma and Superintendent Wood Robinson naturally fell within the scope of surveillance. Even Chinese officials and tycoons had wiretaps installed in their homes, otherwise why would the shares of the Eastern Telegraph Company and the Hong Kong Telephone Company be in the hands of the British Hong Kong authorities? This was merely a historical achievement of the British Empire's colonial rule over Hong Kong for over a century. Therefore, Yi Banghua would not allow the intelligence agencies of the UK and the US to eavesdrop on conversations between him, Deputy Director Ma, and Superintendent Wood Robinson. To prevent this, he opened a tea house directly opposite the homes of both Deputy Director Ma and Superintendent Wood Robinson as a cover. In the event of an urgent matter needing to discuss with these two men, it would inevitably be through these tea houses. Hello, this is Ma. Is it Locke? Deputy Director, this is Locke. The situation is urgent. I want to ask if the patrol department is conducting operations tonight. Locke, did you ship anything tonight? That's right. There is a major operation by the patrol tonight, but it is not led by our police force. It's from the military side. They've reportedly received reliable smuggling intel and are conducting a full-scale capture. Fuck. Deputy Director, is there any commander in the patrol participating in the operation tonight that you are familiar with? Let me think. Locke, I thought of someone who will definitely help us. Don't worry, you'll call that friend from the tea house and arrange for him to temporarily open a small escape route. Once you receive the signal, your people and the ship should quickly withdraw. Thank you very much for your generous help, Deputy Director. After this, I will invite you to the Desanyuan restaurant to express my gratitude. Let's not speak of such pleasantries. We are all accomplices in the same boat. Just ask before the next shipment. Don't act impulsively. The telephone line connecting the tea house to my office was installed secretly, and the only possible leak of call content is through the Hong Kong Telephone Company's switchboard. However, Yi Banghua had an operator embedded at the Hong Kong Telephone Company who concealed this switchboard within the main switchboard matrix. Without a thorough investigation, it would be difficult to find traces, let alone trace the phone signal. From Deputy Director Ma, it was learned that the patrol department, to be precise, it was actually a joint raid operation initiated by the British and American militaries aimed at catching smuggling boats operating between the provinces of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau, by surprise, effectively catching them all in one go. Although Huoguantai did not use the ultimate model jet boat to transport the 100 tons of diesel, Yi Banghua still arranged for him to have a telegraph operator and an American telegraph machine specifically to prevent and respond to tonight's unexpected situation. Old would check the time. It is now 4:15. In 5 minutes you will see a lit kerosene lamp in the southeast of the island. Leave from that direction, and before that destroy all the cargo with the telegraph machine. Boss, I have let you down. Don't worry, even if I get caught, I won't implicate you. At this time, don't say those sentimental pleasantries. Hurry and do your job, then leave. To be honest, when Yi Banghua handed over the American telegraph machine to Huoguantai, he had no intention of it being used. It was merely a precaution. However, the unforeseen events of tonight's raid made him realize that accidents are unavoidable. Whether Huoguantai can escape this calamity is something Yi Banghua could not guarantee, as the sudden joint operation by the British and American militaries against smuggling. Such matters were frustrating and made one feel powerless. No matter how capable Yi Banghua was, he could not stop the combined might of two powerful nations, just like when he sent the late Yu Tiaosu with a batch of goods international media reporters to Tokyo for a bold assassination attempt. Unfortunately, the plan failed, leading to Yu Tiaosu's death in a foreign land. When the stationed American troops in Tokyo discovered that the ship carried several international media reporters, they were so alarmed that they hurriedly suppressed the incident out of fear of the news getting out. This was a war crime of indiscriminately killing civilians. Afterwards, Yi Banghua had no intention of continuing to provoke the stationed American troops on the brink of violence. However, the death of Yu Tiaosu left a knot in his heart, even though he had utilized Yu Tiaosu more than he had feelings for him. After Yu Tiaosu's death, he immediately transferred the management of the Ronghua Talent Service Center to Chen Wenjua. This arrangement was made because Chen Wenjua needed a public identity to get things done, and the Ronghua Talent Service Center needed a strong leader to adjust the business structure. If it weren't for Huoguantai being so stubborn, repeatedly borrowing money, goods, and boats from him to venture into the sea alone, Yi Banghua originally planned to arrange for Huoguantai to start from a group supervisor position at the Ronghui Talent Service Center and elevate him to the position of general manager within 2 to 3 years. After this incident, Huoguantai would surely understand that smuggling at sea would be different from before, the most obvious change being the addition of the United States as the biggest variable. The heavens are unpredictable. In addition, Yi Banghua was also on the lookout for more talents to serve as the middle management for Tongyuan Logistics and the Ronghui Talent Service Center. Not long ago, he had placed Lei Juqing's cousin Lei Juqin, whom he had recommended, in the position of deputy general manager at the Ronghui Talent Service Center, with compensation and authority just below general manager Chen Wenjua. Lei Juqin's first challenge would be the task assigned by Yi Banghua, which was to promote the transformation of the Ronghui Talent Service Center into a diversified consulting agency integrating consultation, headhunting, and planning within 3 months, modeled after the American Boston Consulting Group. Hong Kong is a small pool. The hidden dragons and crouching tigers it can nurture are merely the elite accumulated over a century since its opening. Otherwise, Yi Banghua would not have allowed Lei Juqing to bring in his famously capable cousin into the Ronghui Talent Service Center. This move undoubtedly strengthened Lei Juqing's core power within his group. However, Yi Banghua was quite pleased to see his subordinates possess such a strong drive for progress. Moreover, Lei Juqing did not join the Ronghui Talent Service Center after just one assessment. He went through 3 assessments before barely gaining Yi Banghua's approval. If the Ronghui Talent Service Center achieves its transformation within 3 months, Yi Banghua would not mind directly waiving Lei Juqing's 12-month probation period. After all, such a time would mean that Ronghui could truly become the primary channel for Yi Banghua to recruit talented individuals, and once it grows, he would compete with established Ma. Hong Kong comprises Hong Kong Island, the Kowloon Peninsula, and the new territories with a total area of 1074 square kilometers. Hong Kong Island, including adjacent islets, covers approximately 75.6 square kilometers. The Kowloon Peninsula, including Stonecutters Island, spans about 11.1 square kilometers, and the new territories, including its mainland territory and 235 islands, encompasses roughly 975.1 square kilometers. Hong Kong enjoys superior geographical location and natural conditions, boasting expansive land-based and maritime economic hinterlands, key factors underpinning its status as a world-renowned international trading port and Far Eastern shipping hub. Situated in southern China at 22092-237 north latitude and 113-521-1430 east longitude, Hong Kong lies at the heart of the Asia-Pacific region, strategically positioned at the intersection of the Beijing-Jakarta longitudinal axis and the Tokyo-India latitudinal axis, and faces Southeast Asia. Via maritime routes across the Pacific and Indian Oceans, Hong Kong connects directly to the Americas, Europe, and Africa, serving as the most vital gateway for Western nations and Japan into South China. Beyond mainland China, its transshipment network extends broadly across the Indo-Chinese Peninsula, ASEAN member states, the Philippines, Taiwan, and the Korean Peninsula. By the 21st century, Hong Kong's shipping industry flourished robustly. It maintained maritime links with 504 ports across over 100 countries and regions, establishing a global marine transport network centered on Hong Kong and spanning all 5 continents and 3 major oceans. On each of its 21 principal international shipping routes, multiple shipping lines operate scheduled vessels. Regional shipping within Asia-Pacific has grown increasingly frequent, while many global routes designate Hong Kong as an essential intermediate port of call. According to incomplete statistics in the early 1990s, the number of ocean-going vessels entering and departing Hong Kong reached 66778, marking a 16.3 increase over the late 1980s. By the mid-1990s, this figure rose further to 74148, with cargo throughput totaling 296 million metric tons. These vessels belong to more than 200 shipping companies worldwide and flew the flags of over 70 nations or jurisdictions. The prosperity of shipping catalyzed successive surges in Hong Kong's port throughput. From merely 30 million metric tons at the close of the 1970s, it soared to 112 million metric tons by the mid-1990s, a near tripling growth within 15 years. Measured by vessel calls, gross tonnage, and cargo handling volume, Hong Kong had firmly entered the ranks of the world's premier ports. Victoria Harbor, nestled between Hong Kong Island and the Kowloon Peninsula, ranks alongside San Francisco Bay in the United States and Guanabara Bay in Brazil as one of the world's 3 finest natural harbors. Bounded on the east by the Lung Sun headland of Kowloon City and the northeastern shore of Hong Kong Island, facing the Lei Yu Mun Channel from the east, and on the west by Green Island and Stonecutters Island, adjacent to the Rambler Channel from the northwest, the harbor stretches longitudinally narrow in breadth, forming an elongated east-west oriented bay, covering 60 square kilometers, partially reclaimed land. The harbor varies in width from 1.2 to 9.6 kilometers, with depths generally exceeding 10 meters and reaching up to 14.5 5 meters at its deepest point. Ice-free and silt-free, it requires virtually no dredging to maintain optimal navigational channels and anchorage basins. Shielded to the north by the highlands of Kowloon and to the west by Lantau Island, Victoria Harbor remains tranquil and sheltered. The waters east of Kowloon Bay, west of Stonecutters Island, and centrally between Hong Kong Island and Kowloon offer ideal anchorage for ocean-going vessels. The harbor hosts two primary anchorages, the Yau Ma Tei anchorage and the Kellet Island anchorage, covering 0.95 and 1.2 square kilometers respectively. The former serves coastal and short-haul vessels, whereas the latter accommodates all vessel types. 2 typhoon shelters: Yau Ma Tei Typhoon Shelter on the Kowloon side and Causeway Bay Typhoon Shelter on Hong Kong Island provide safe mooring for hundreds of small craft during storms. As a far eastern transshipment port, Hong Kong's evolution spanned more than a century. From 1841 to 1950, Hong Kong functioned primarily as a conduit for goods destined for South China and Southeast Asia, or metaphorically as a warehouse for foreign products. This period falls into 2 phases: the formative era from 1841 to 1893, the 50-year span between the Opium War and Britain's forcible acquisition of the new territories, and the mature phase from 1898 to 1950, particularly flourishing between the 2 world wars, the golden age of transshipment. Following Britain's occupation of Hong Kong in 1841, transshipment trade began to take root. To establish Hong Kong as a pivotal node in Sino-British commerce, the British colonial government declared it a free port in the same year, permitting unrestricted entry for vessels of all nations, imposing no foreign trade restrictions or customs duties, and allowing private entities full control over wharves and dockyards. These measures formed both the essential foundation for transshipment development and the strategic interests of British imperial authorities and merchants alike. Consequently, vessels from Britain and other nations arrived in steadily increasing numbers. Chinese merchants who had previously traded with foreigners in Macau and Guangzhou now sailed to Hong Kong aboard junks. These merchants purchased tea, cotton, cloth, pepper, and other commodities from foreign traders, while simultaneously exporting inland Chinese tea, silk, grain, and construction materials required in Hong Kong. During this era, Chinese junks vastly outnumbered British warships and troop transports in Hong Kong waters, many hailing from Fujian and the Jiangsu-Zhejiang coastal regions. Hong Kong's first commercial boom occurred in 1848. At that time, as Taiping rebellion forces advanced toward Guangzhou, foreign merchant vessels rapidly relocated to Hong Kong. Concurrently, the Qing Customs Administration collapsed, enabling widespread smuggling, propelling transshipment trade into unprecedented prosperity. Simultaneously, in the mid-19th century, the discovery of gold in the United States triggered mass migration of Chinese laborers, many deceived or coerced as coolies, shipped from Hong Kong to San Francisco. At one point, as many as 44 sailing ships and steamers plied the route between Hong Kong and San Francisco. Soon thereafter, gold discoveries in Sydney prompted new waves of coolie traffic from Hong Kong to New Gold Mountain. In parallel, maritime links expanded between Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, Japan, Guangzhou, Shanghai, London, and continental Europe. Associated industries, including warehousing, ship repair, and construction, lodging, and Chinese mercantile houses, gradually emerged. These Chinese merchant houses, known as North-South trading firms, established Hong Kong as their central distribution hub, importing peanuts, soybeans, medicinal herbs, and silk from North and Central China, and sea rice, sugar, and timber from Southeast Asia, then supplying these goods to overseas Chinese communities in Southeast Asia and North America. By then, North-South firms accounted for 1/4 of Hong Kong's total trade value. Yet this prosperity proved fleeting. Warfare soon disrupted the Yangtze River basin, the chief source of exported tea and silk, severing supply chains entirely. In 1856, Britain provoked the Second Opium War, causing trade activity to decline further. After the war concluded, Britain forcibly annexed the Kowloon Peninsula and Stonecutters Island, formally naming the waters between Hong Kong Island and southern Kowloon, Victoria Harbor. With Kowloon under British control, Guangzhou, the Qing dynasty's sole designated foreign trade port, was relegated to a peripheral role, prompting massive inward migration from mainland China, including numerous entire families relocating to Hong Kong. Its population surged from 3,900 in 1853 to over 11960 by 1861, laying crucial groundwork for the shipping industry's subsequent expansion. By 1860, 2899 ocean-going vessels had entered Hong Kong's port. As transshipment trade expanded, land demand escalated, but flat terrain on Hong Kong Island was exceedingly scarce, necessitating large-scale reclamation. The colonial government initiated reclamation in the Western District, predominantly inhabited by Chinese residents. Completing the Kennedy Town project in 1886, in 1890, it extended reclamation in the Central District, pushing the seawall to what would become Connaught Road. Reclamation projects in Kowloon Bay and Wan Chai commenced in 1916 and 1922, respectively, significantly enlarging Hong Kong Island's landmass. Entering the 20th century, urban development and land transportation in Hong Kong accelerated. In 1904, the Hong Kong Tramways inaugurated its full east-west line. Construction of the Kowloon Canton Railway began in 1906 and opened in 1910. The Guangzhou section was completed in 1911, further stimulating Hong Kong's economy and intensifying shipping activity. In 1906, Swire's subsidiary the Taikoo Dockyard constructed a deep-water pier at Sim Sha Sui's Kowloon Point. In 1915, the Whampoa Dockyard expanded its warehouses and added another deep-water berth, deepening the navigation channel. In 1916, the Yau Ma Tei Typhoon Shelter was completed. In 1924, the Kowloon Wharf Godown Company built a deep-water pier in North Point. By 1925, Hong Kong possessed 18 ocean-going piers. Estimates suggest that by 1924, an average of 70 vessels operated daily within the port, an unmistakable sign of vigorous prosperity. However, the Canton-Hong Kong general strike of 1925-1926 temporarily paralyzed Hong Kong's economy. Trade halted and shipping languished. Trade swiftly rebounded afterward and shipping resumed steady growth. By 1939, 2 381 ocean-going vessels entered Hong Kong's port. That year marked the full outbreak of the War of Resistance against Japan. Vast capital inflows from mainland China flooded into Hong Kong, joined by a large influx of refugees, including numerous industrialists and merchants from Shanghai and other cities. Hong Kong's population swelled to 1.35 million, ushering in a brief, wartime boom during the conflict's early phase. Yet this respite proved short-lived. The outbreak of the Pacific War inflicted severe damage upon Hong Kong's port infrastructure under Japanese assault. Commercial shipping ceased almost entirely for years, halting both maritime trade and external commerce until the conclusion of World War II restored normal port operations. Post-war recovery was remarkably swift. By March 1946, just 6 months after hostilities ended, Hong Kong's total foreign trade volume had already surpassed pre-war levels. From 1947 to 1950, annual trade value grew at a rate of 35%. Cargo handling volume similarly rebounded, rising from 3,827 million metric tons in 1947 to 6,763 million metric tons in 1950, a 81.9% increase over 3 years. In Yi Bonghua's analysis, Hong Kong's potential as an international port remained underutilized, especially amid the United Nations U.S.-led embargo and blockade. The traditional model of economic reliance on mainland China's hinterland demanded recalibration. Leveraging its deep-water harbor, Hong Kong should actively cultivate trade and economic ties with Southeast Asian nations sharing cultural affinities with China. With acute food shortages threatening survival, currently mitigated only by American humanitarian aid, profitable opportunities abounded along the rice smuggling corridor. To suppress Hua Guantai's restless ambition, Yi Banghua dispatched him to Southeast Asia to procure rice at low cost from local Chinese merchants. In fact, the Da Chong Trading Company, owned by Hishanin, Yi Bonghua's business partner, had long pursued international expansion. From the end of World War II through 1950, it established branches in Tokyo, Paris, Saigon, and Bangkok. In recent years, it had gradually emerged as one of the principal traders responsible for transshipping rice from Siam to Hong Kong and Tokyo. So much so that Yi Banghua learned from Deputy Director Maxwell that the British colonial administration was reportedly drafting a list Hong Kong's inaugural cohort of licensed rice importers and grain storage facilities. Thanks to Hishanin's extensive network and his consistently prudent, measured approach to business, the British colonial authorities were highly likely to include Da Chong Trading Company on that very list, effectively granting it official sanction to conduct rice importation and warehousing. Such licensing would shield its vessels from embargo, even by the United Nations led by the United States, under the pretext of policy restrictions. It was no wonder then that Da Chong would soon become a coveted blue-chip stock on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Objectively speaking, Tongyun Logistics and Da Chong Trading Company operated as rivals. Yet Hishanin merely smiled, unperturbed by the anxieties of Liang Qiuju, Da Chong's general manager. Had he ever judged Yi Banghua to be an ungrateful, ruthless, and treacherous schemer, he would never have consented to Li Guowei's proposal to bring the Yi brothers and his partners. Whether as licensed rice importer or designated grain warehouse, the vessel and the warehouse were paramount. Yi Bonghua's acquisition via Tongyun Logistics of land rights encompassing 80 square kilometers around Saigon's port was nothing short of terrifying to fellow Chinese merchants. Within the rigid mental framework of Hong Kong's Chinese mercantile elite, only well-established British trading houses, such as Swire or Jardine Matheson, possessed the clout to secure landholdings spanning 80 square kilometers. Moreover, how had the British colonial administration ever approved such a transaction? The intricacies eluded most Chinese merchants. But they knew one thing for certain: Tongyun Logistics had emerged as a ferocious crocodile, brazenly invading their turf and vying for their very sustenance. That was not rivalry, it was mortal enmity. It was not only Chinese merchants who felt immense pressure, even British trading houses sensed the looming threat posed by Tongyun Logistics. In 1947, the first phase of Swire Dockyard's reconstruction was completed. By September 1950, its post-war flagship, a 6,000-ton ocean-going vessel, was launched, marking the full revival of Swire's dockyard operations. Swire Sugar Refinery's reconstruction was likewise completed in 1950, with its first batch of raw sugar processed that same September. Concurrently, the Shanghai-based Guoguang paint factory resumed production, having relocated to Hong Kong in 1948. It merged with Yongguang Paint Factory. In the immediate post-war period, Swire Steamship Company's vast fleet swiftly returned to China, only to find that Chinese authorities had reclaimed navigation rights along coastal waters and inland rivers. Consequently, Swire's shipping operations were largely restricted to transporting relief supplies for the Chinese Executive Yuan's Relief and Rehabilitation Administration. Swire attempted to exploit this humanitarian mandate to quietly reinstate its shipping services along China's coast and the Yangtze River, a move met with fierce protest from China's domestic maritime industry. Having failed by 1947 to restore its coastal and Yangtze trade routes, Swire Co. pivoted to establishing the Swire Wharf Warehouse Company, tasked with managing its coastal and inland ports and storage facilities, though these ventures yielded lackluster results. As geopolitical tides turned with startling speed, Swire's dream of re-entering China evaporated entirely. British conglomerates began orchestrating strategic withdrawals. In 1953, Swire Group reached an agreement with the Chinese government to terminate all mainland operations. Thereafter, Swire consolidated Hong Kong as its Far East headquarters, embarking upon a new era of growth. Simultaneously, HSBC progressively shuttered most of its mainland branches, retaining only those in Shanghai, Beijing, Tianjin, and Shantou. In 1954, HSBC closed its branches in Beijing, Tianjin, and Shantou. In April 1955, HSBC concluded an agreement with Chinese authorities to transfer all its mainland assets, including the magnificent HSBC building on Shanghai's Bund, to the Chinese government, thereby completing its withdrawal from the mainland. Its Shanghai branch relocated to a new site, remaining operational solely as a symbolic conduit between HSBC and China. Per Yi Banghua's agreement with Nam Quang Company, these departing British firm's assets would be sold to Tongyun Logistics at a commercially reasonable price. Yet Yi Banghua refrained from overreaching. Instead, he acquired only select vessels, machinery, and construction materials, priced at market value, from Swire and Jardine Matheson, which those firms had left behind on the mainland. To construct an integrated intelligent warehousing system, Yi Banghua requisitioned 10 square kilometers of land at Saigon's port. 5 warehouses now stood completed: Warehouse No. 1 Grain No. 2 Steel No. 3 General Cargo No. 4 Sand, Gravel, and No. 5 Machinery. Warehouse No. 1 stored 1,000 tons of Thai rice, including 300 tons of polished rice. Warehouse No. 2 held 3,507 tons of premium steel salvaged from decommissioned warships. Warehouses No. 2 through No. 4 operated as dynamic inventory hubs, requiring daily tracking of inflows, outflows, and unit pricing. Warehouse No. 5 housed engines, including automobile and small diesel units, as well as sawmills. With Saigon Port's development maturing into a structured, institutionalized trajectory, Yi Banghua grew restless with remaining confined to its quiet, low-profile growth. His gaze now shifted toward aging warehouses in central Hong Kong Island and the Kowloon Peninsula, many fully equipped and staffed, yet perilously dilapidated from decades of neglect. He had long been calculating precisely how to acquire them. Yi Banghua's personal connections alone proved insufficient to wrest control of these coastal warehouses, still firmly held by British firms. He therefore required alliances with capable Chinese merchants to negotiate collectively. His first choice was naturally his partner, He Shan-hen, his second Li Guowei, not the Li family per se, but Li Guowei personally. Unfortunately, Yi Banghua currently found himself embroiled in a minor rift with the Li family. A Li relative had been caught red-handed smuggling opium by Yi Banghua himself, and coincidentally his close friend Cha Iguan had been present, photographing the arrest on the spot. The image appeared prominently in the front section of Hong Kong's Ta Kung Pao, instantly transforming the incident into high society ridicule and costing the Li family considerable face. Beyond He Shan-hen and Li Guowei, Yi Banghua also intended to enlist his superior Wood Robinson. When dealing with British merchants, British officials possessed far greater fluency, and Yi Banghua had little desire to endure their condescending glances. According to intelligence gathered by Yi Banghua, a 5-story 1,200 square foot building slated for construction on the former Jardine warehouse site in Causeway Bay would command unregulated rents: 900 Hong Kong dollars monthly for the ground floor, 380 Hong Kong dollars for the second, 360 Hong Kong dollars for the third, 320 Hong Kong dollars for the fourth, and 300 Hong Kong dollars for the fifth, yielding an annual rental income of approximately HK27000. By contrast, a row of 4-story similarly sized older buildings directly opposite, subject to rent control, generated only HK4800 annually. In other words, investors needed only invest several tens of thousands of dollars in demolition and reconstruction to multiply their annual returns by more than fourfold. For now, Yi Banghua had no intention of large-scale land acquisition for property development. Yet to stake an early claim, he arranged for Hua Guantai to act on his behalf in purchasing aging buildings and factories, primarily across Tsim Sha Sui Mong Kok, Tai Kok Sui Castle Peak Road, Hung Hom Kun Tong, and Sham Shui Pa, spending $3 Hong Kong dollars. 0.8 million to acquire 15 aged Tungloss and warehouses totaling 17380 square meters. Yi Banghua entrusted this entire portfolio to Hua Guantai for restructuring, and to that end established a real estate firm named Mingxin Pian Company, appointing Hua Guantai as its deputy general manager. These properties represented modest preliminary ventures. Yi Banghua assigned Mingxin Pian Company to Hua Guantai not out of laziness, but to cultivate his managerial acumen. After all, mastery multiplies opportunity. Should Hua Guantai aspire to ascend among the elite, embracing fresh challenges was the surest path to acquiring profound new knowledge. Among the many aging warehouses owned by British trading houses Yi Banghua's eye immediately fell upon the Jardine. Located on Jardine's Bazaar in Causeway Bay, the Jardine warehouse spanned over 1,000 square meters, valued at 105,112 Hong Kong dollars per square meter. A terrace structure, it originally comprised 6 storage bays in Guangzhou, primarily used for soybeans, wheat, and rice. After relocating to Causeway Bay, it continued serving chiefly as a grain depot while also storing scrap steel. In Hong Kong's formative years, British merchants enjoyed overwhelming dominance in real estate. All 34 lots sold at the first official land auction were purchased either by British traders or by Parsi merchants acting as their partners. Jardine Matheson secured the Eastern Point site in Causeway Bay. Lindsay Co. acquired the Spring Gardens plot in Wan Chai. While Dent Co. and Duncan Co. claimed prime waterfront parcels in Central. Jardine Matheson's Eastern Point acquisition covered 57,150 square feet, encompassing today's Eastern Street, Yiwa Street, and Jardine's Bazaar in Causeway Bay, which the firm christened Madison Point. The waters off Eastern Point, now home to the Causeway Bay Yacht Club, offered ideal anchorage for ocean. Upon securing Eastern Point, Jardine Matheson launched ambitious construction. The first brick and stone buildings and warehouses rose rapidly, warehousing below, executive offices above. Given the island's rampant epidemics and humid climate, Jardine Matheson also built a summer villa for senior executives atop what is now Lee Garden Hill. Jardine Matheson further constructed the first deepwater pier at Eastern Point, dedicated exclusively to its own cargo handling. Under Jardine's stewardship, Eastern Point flourished, sprouting shops, Western-style factories, and bustling commerce. Since the end of World War II, Jardine Matheson's investment in Eastern Point had markedly declined. Successive sales of land rights there generated liquidity for strategic redeployment into Victoria Harbour's central waterfront and across the harbour in Kowloon Peninsula, creating a robust seller's market. Not all British merchants were ardent nationalists, and Yi Banghua harbored no qualms about engaging Jardine Matheson in spirited negotiation. If his intelligence was accurate, Jardine Matheson still adhered to its traditional partnership structure. The Keswick family, the future masters of Jardine, had yet to consolidate full control. That gap presented a singular opportunity. Who decreed that a Chinese merchant could not become a shareholder, or even the sovereign force, within a British trading house? Commerce, after all, is endlessly mutable. Stretching languidly, Yi Banghua handed the signed dossier on his desk to his junior assistant outside the office, instructing him to deliver it to Chief Inspector Wood Robinson's office on the 3rd floor for final review, signature, and archiving. After a simple meal at the canteen, he returned to his office and placed a call to Hua Guantai, now stationed at Mingxin Pian Company's headquarters, occupying the former Anglo-American Chimney Company premises at 8 Hennessy Road, Wan Chai.